Chapter 1 God-Level Patriarch System. Tianyuan Continent. Southern Ming Dynasty, Juku City. I didn't expect that I would become like this. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. He was killed by a cannon, and now he has traveled through time? A wave of memories that didn't belong to him came flooding back. Now this body is also called Xiao Xuan, and he died because of his cultivation. Before that, he had become one of the strongest men in the local area due to his cultivation that was beyond the peak. One step away from entering the golden body stage also makes the Xiao family's position stable in this world. However, the death of the original head of the family was not an accident, but a result of taking the healing elixir sent by his trusted brother. He became obsessed and eventually died. Even if he traveled through time and took over this body, his original cultivation level would still be at the low level of spiritual cultivation, which would be incomparable. The 8 realms of cultivation are divided into Qi training, bone tempering, spiritual nourishment, rebirth, golden body, spirit transformation, laws, and great ways. Each realm is divided into 9 stages. Even if he can practice normally, it will take several years to reach the peak of rebirth. Not to mention, there are still residual toxins in his body. No matter which one, it is a fatal blow. Xiao Xuan exhaled heavily. With such a body, how can he lead the family forward in the long run? When family disciples are bullied, what do you do to protect them? Ding, the God-level patriarch system is being activated, and it is now starting to bind the host. This system allows the host to see the loyalty of each clan member. Ding, system binding is successful. The novice gift package is being sent. The host can click on the main panel to view it. Broken Realm Pill *1, Wuji *1, Creation Dragon Blood Battle Body, System. Redemption Points *10. A necessary system for time travel? Xiao Xuan was shocked. The gloom has also been swept away. With the system in place, your original worries are nothing to worry about. The host's injury has been detected and the first repair is in progress. In one breath, all his injuries were healed. And because he acquired a special physique, the Dragon Blood combat body, his combat effectiveness has soared to a qualitative level. Looking at the powerful fist, a trace of determination flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes. System, where's your instruction manual? The host only needs to imagine the main panel in his mind, and the corresponding section will appear. Just select the desired item, which also includes checking loyalty. Loyalty can make it easier for the host to manage the cultivation level and progress of the clan members. Isn't this thing similar to the mobile phone model? It's just that it's a plug-in. Xiao Xuan imagined the poging pill in the main panel in his mind, and a cool feeling passed through his mouth. I feel an overbearing warmth in my dantian and the blood in my body is constantly circulating. Xiao Xuan immediately meditated to adjust his breath. After a while, with Xiao Xuan as the center point, the surrounding air turned into nothingness and spread outward, crushing the surrounding stones into ashes. Xiao Xuan looked at this scene in disbelief. Is this the rank of a strong man with a golden body? It's just the flow of air during a breakthrough that can turn nothingness into substance. What if it's other techniques? Xiao Xuan couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart. Poging pill not only restored his cultivation, but also successfully helped him break through the threshold of cultivation that impacted the golden body. Become the strongest person among the major families in Juku City. The original head of the family thought about breaking through this level until his death, otherwise he would not have died with hatred. Since I have inherited your identity, I will avenge you. Thinking of that traitor, Xiao Xuan's heart ignited with overwhelming anger. That man was not only a member of the family, but also his sworn brother. The Original head of the family had saved him from fire and water several times. But in the end, he got a fatal healing pill. Perhaps, the death of the original head of the family was not just a matter of the elixir, but also the anger of his brother's betrayal, and, chilling feeling. Ding, mission released. Kill the traitor Li Jui and disrupt the conspiracy of the other two families and the county magistrate. After completing the task, you will receive prefecture-level rewards. Xiao Xuan sneered. Li Jui, the sworn brother of the original family leader, a traitor to the family, and the culprit who killed him. Even without this mission, the first thing he did after going out was to kill Li Jui. What exactly is the reward? According to the completion progress of the host, one Earth-level reward can be worth 5 Beijing pills. One realm-breaking pill can greatly increase his cultivation level and break through the realm, which can be worth 5 Earth-level rewards. Even though the original owner's feelings for Li Ji were still in his body, Xiao Xuan knew that he couldn't be soft this time. The story of the farmer and the snake is the best example. Xiao family. 2 elders, what's wrong with you admitting that I am the new head of the Xiao family? With my current strength, I can lead you to great success and reach the legendary realm, which is just around the corner. Even Xiao Xuan, oh no, the first family master, was only at the peak of rebirth until his death, but I have now reached the great perfection of rebirth. It is only a matter of time before I reach the peak. Why do you have any hesitation? In the inner hall of the Xiao family, Li Jui patted the non-existent dust on his body proudly. Standing next to him were the deputy heads of the Lin family and the Morong family. Xiao Juechen, the elder of the Xiao family, became very angry after hearing this. This despicable man brought the 2 deputy heads of the Lin family and the Morong family to put pressure on them. Even if they want to take action, they must take care of those 2 people. Li Jui, our master is not kind to you. He is just retreating to heal his wounds. But you actually colluded with outsiders to usurp the position of the head of the family. Pooh. Li Ji smiled instead of being angry. Xiao Juechen is just an elder. When Xiao Xuan was here, even he didn't dare to speak loudly to me. Are you worthy? In his eyes, these people are just ants that can be crushed with just a few fingers. Xiao Juechen was even more angry when he heard this, and luck was going to fight Li Jui. Another elder, Xiao Jianfeng, grabbed him. Juechen, please be patient and don't be impatient. Xiao Jianfeng's eyes swept over Deputy Clan Lin and Deputy Clan Morong. No matter how angry Xiao Juechen was, he still knew what it meant. Deputy Clan Lin, Deputy Clan Morong, the Xiao family has family matters to deal with today, so please come back another day. Lin Wendian and Morong Quangshan looked at each other and smiled. Not only did he have no intention of leaving, he also looked at them like a master. I'm sorry, Lin can't obey. Today I was invited by Li Jui. I can't go against his wishes. Morong Quangshan bowed his hands and looked sanctimonious. I was also invited by Brother Lin, so I can't help but obey. Xiao Jianfeng is old, but he is not stupid. The intentions of these 3 people are clearly written on their faces. Li Jui is just a person with a foreign surname. He is not worthy of inviting others into the house. He is not worthy of making decisions for our Xiao family. Now please leave immediately. Lin Wendian sneered. As far as I know, Li Jui is not only a close confidant of the Xiao family, but also the sworn brother of Jinlan. The 2 of them are brothers, so why can't they make the decision? Old Xiao, apart from Li Jui, there is probably no one else in the Xiao family who can make the decision. Morong Quangshan smiled heartily. No matter how calm Xiao Jianfeng's character was, he couldn't bear the verbal humiliation from the two of them. But if he really wanted to take action, he and Xiao Juochen could save their lives. But what about the others? That's a descendant of their Xiao family. What happened today? Aren't you afraid that the head of the family will come out of seclusion to settle accounts with you in the future? When Lin Wendian and others heard this, a look of fear appeared on their faces. Xiao Xuan was decisive in killing and put the interests of his family first. If he really knew what happened today, they might not even be able to find all the bones. Li Ji chuckled. He took a few steps forward and stood sideways in front of Xiao Juochen and Xiao Jianfeng, looking at the position of the head of the family that is within reach in front of him. Since we came in, you have sent out no less than 3 groups of people. Right? What? Xiao Xuan hasn't come back yet? Xiao Juochen pointed angrily at Li Jui, the anger in his chest ready to come out. You did it on purpose. You just took advantage of the fact that the head of the family was seriously injured to occupy the magpie nest. Haha, even if I don't come, your head will never come back. Li Ji's hands groped back and forth on the chair that symbolized power. Xiao Jianfeng and Xiao Juochen looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy in their hearts. A certain idea flashed through their minds, but they were strongly rejected. I guess I'm already on my way to hell by now. Seeing the killing looks in Xiao Juochen and Xiao Jianfeng's eyes, Li Jui took a step back and patted his chest. Why are you looking at me like this? Your family master just took fake elixirs and went crazy while exercising to heal his injuries. I didn't kill him, so why does he look like he hates me so much? I am here today to inherit the position of the head of the family and lead you to a new future. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. Those who don't want to die should think about it for themselves. The pride in Li Ji's heart could not be suppressed and trembled from his throat. Even his words were trembling, and the pride in the corners of his eyes and brow stung the eyes of every Xiao family member present. He has been planning this day for a long time. Bastard! Li Ji. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the head of the family. Xiao Jianfeng was extremely angry and struck at Li Ji with thunderous force. Bang bang. But after only 2 encounters, Li Ji was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Even his internal organs and lungs felt like they were shocked. Xiao Jianfeng, how dare you challenge someone who is just an intermediate level? Since you are looking for death, then I will give you a ride. Maybe you can meet Xiao Xuan on the road to hell now. Ha 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 ha. Li Ji stepped on Xiao Jianfeng's wrist and crushed it with all his strength. He looked at Lin Wendian and Murong Quangshan beside him with a calm expression on his face. 2 deputy chiefs, you 2 have a job today to raid the formation. When the matter is completed, the position of elder of the Xiao family will belong to you. You 2 have the right to dispatch and use everything in the Xiao family. Lin Wendian smiled heartily, turned his hands into claws, and looked at the people in front of him viciously. Brother Jui is serious. Brother Murong and I are just cleaning up the demon cultivators for you. Murong Quangshan moved his feet slightly, and the ground cracked and sank, with dust flying in front of Xiao Jianfeng. What Deputy Clan Chief Lin said is absolutely true. We have already heard that there are demon cultivators in the Xiao family. Just think about the 2 elders, Xiao Juochen and Xiao Jianfeng. If the head of the Xiao Xuan family were still alive, I'm afraid he would be chilled by what you did. Old Murong, we'd better clean up these remnants as soon as possible. If we keep them, we'll only cause endless disasters. After speaking, the two launched an attack on Xiao Juechen and Xiao Jianfeng. Zhao Zhao wants to kill them. But at this moment, a deep voice broke the deadlock. I heard that you want to clean up the house for me? Chapter 2: Li Ji's True Identity. The closed door of the Xiao family was suddenly blasted open. A figure walks slowly. Master! Master! Xiao Juechen and Xiao Jianfeng shouted in unison. Li Ji's expression changed drastically and he turned around sharply. He was horrified when he saw the tall figure standing at the door holding a sword. Damn it! Xiao Xuan should have gone crazy and died at this time. How would it appear here? Lin Wentian and Murong Quangshan were also frightened, seeing panic in each other's eyes. The two of them looked at Li Ji at the same time, seeming to question him. Didn't you say that the elixir is extremely poisonous and Xiao Xuan is dead? Li Ji, what's going on? However, the other party was no less shocked than the two of them. Li Ji looked at Xiao Xuan, who came in with a sword, and felt an unprecedented panic in his heart. It's the head of the family. The head of the family is back. Li Go, look how arrogant you are. Isn't it just a dog raised by the owner of the house? With a little sweetness, he really thinks he is a human being. He also wants to be the owner. Bah! You don't judge your own abilities, and you don't urinate to reflect on your own virtue. When everyone in the Xiao family saw the figure slowly walking towards the door, all their suppressed emotions were released at this moment. This is their reliance and their belief. The moment Xiao Juechen and elder Xiao Jianfeng saw Xiao Xuan appear, the tight strings in their hearts relaxed. Feeling the change in Xiao Xuan's aura, the two of them were even more surprised. The owner of the family has made a breakthrough. Lin Wentian and Murong Quangshan's faces were filled with fear. Seeing that Xiao Xuan not only survived, but also successfully broke through the realm and appeared in front of him, a sense of fear engraved in his bones arose spontaneously. If they knew that Xiao Xuan was not dead, even if the entire Xiao family was handed over to them, they would not come here. The great thing about Xiao Xuan is that even when their clan leader comes, he has to show courtesy. Now Xiao Xuan has broken through the golden body, a state that no one in Juku City can reach. Even the lord of Juku City and their family patriarch were embarrassed in the presence. What's more, the two of them. At this time, Li Ji no longer looked as high-spirited as before. Even the body is shaking slightly. This is the fear engraved deep in the brain. He has been with Xiao Xuan for many years and knows his character best. Xiao Xuan is a person with clear grudges. You can't be kind to your own people, especially the Xiao family. But against the outside world and the enemy, kill decisively. The sword in Xiao Xuan's hand has a scarlet murderous aura because it is stained with the blood of countless enemies. Before, Li Ji thought that Xiao Xuan was dead, so he used the interests of the Xiao family as a bargaining chip and invited the deputy heads of the Lin family and the Murong family to come here to help him seize the throne. Now he just felt like his head was buzzing. Xiao Xuan. You are not alive, you are a ghost, just a ghost, right? Xiao Xuan stood opposite Li Ji with his sword in hand, and said softly. A mere fake elixir can't save my life. I can't live up to my wish. Are you disappointed? After all, you have contributed a lot to my breakthrough to the golden body realm. Impossible. The Hunyuan pill is tailor-made for you. Even in your heyday, you can't resist it, let alone being seriously injured. It will not only make you lose all your cultivation, but also kill you. How can it help you? Break through the realm. Li Ji roared like a madman. It's fake. It must be fake. Tell me. Who are you pretending to be, a monster? Stop pretending to be a ghost here. Xiao Xuan stared at Li Jui like a clown. The original head of the family never imagined that his former good brother would not only attack him but also want to occupy the entire Xiao family. Industry. Enemy analysis. Li Jui, reborn Dzogchen, whose real name is Viper, one of the 4 generals of the Blood Sword sect God Dragon Blood Lord. After the annihilation of the Xiao family, the Blood Knife sect was spying on the Xiao family's treasure, so they asked Li Jui to hide his identity, become a sworn brother to the head of the Xiao family, and stay with him to assist him, just to wait for another attack on the Xiao family and the Xiao family's treasure. The systematic explanation was like a pebble dropped on a calm sea, arousing turmoil in Xiao Xuan's heart. He originally thought that Li Jui was just suffocated by his own halo, so he thought of fighting back to prove himself. I didn't expect him to hide it so deeply. It has started since the battle when the Xiao family was wiped out. He will never forget that war in his life. Back then, he was just one of the most talented direct descendants of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was also one of the big families in Tianyuan continent. In its heyday, even the Nanming dynasty was afraid of him. Later, his father brought back an exotic treasure, which was known by Shenlong, Xuejuan and other evil cult forces, and led by the Blood Knife sect launched an attack on the Xiao family. The elders of the Xiao family resisted desperately, and the senior officials tried their best to cover the escape of the remaining direct descendants, but they were ambushed and suppressed by the other 3 major cults. In the end, under the protection of several elders Xiao Juechen and Xiao Jianfeng, only he and a few direct descendants escaped and lived here incognito. Xiao family. On that night, the entire clan was almost wiped out. You've been hiding by my side for so long and you still don't know who I am? Right, Viper? The last 2 words came out of Xiao Xuan's mouth with an invisible force. If Li Jui hadn't escaped in time, his face would have been filled with blood holes. Li Jui's pupils trembled and his brain started buzzing. Seeing Xiao Xuan calm and understanding, the shock in my heart was indescribable. Just as Xiao Xuan was about to take further action, orderly footsteps came from outside the door. 2 lines of soul-nurturing realm teams entered side by side outside the door, headed by Deputy City Lord Lu Wuliang. I heard that the head of the Xiao family was seriously injured and that a demon cultivator appeared in the family. This Deputy City Lord brought people here to help. I don't know if it's too late. Chapter 3. You were killed by a demon cultivator, what does it have to do with me? Lu Wuliang, the Deputy City Lord of Juku City, was about 50, with a fat belly and a sinister face when he smiled. The team following him divided into 2 groups to surround the children of the Xiao family present. Lu Wuliang smiled and patted Li Jui on the shoulder. Thanks to the good brother of the head of the family who told me in time. Otherwise I wouldn't have known that the Xiao family was still harboring evildoers. Everyone in the Xiao family was filled with anger when they saw Lu Wuliang coming with the spirit-nurturing team. Who doesn't know that Lu Wuliang is a profit-seeking person who can't afford to be early without profit? If Li Jui hadn't promised him a favor, if the Xiao family was really in trouble, not only would he not have helped, but he would have added to the trouble and divided up the Xiao family's treasure. Oh? Then do you know who he is? Xiao Xuan sneered, turning a blind eye to Lu Wuliang's surrounding behavior. He is the subordinate of the divine dragon blood lord, Viper. Lu Wuliang's face changed color when he heard this. Lin Wendian and Morong Quangshan also realized that they had been tricked by Li Jui. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Wuliang returned to normal. There may be some misunderstanding. Could Brother Lin be framed? Lu Wu looked at the faint anger emanating from Xiao Xian's eyes and knew that This matter was closely connected. But he has already received Li Ji's benefits. If he withdraws at this time, will the treasure he got have to be vomited out again? No one can make mistakes without being a sage. If he is really a viper, he has stayed in the Xiao family for so many years. Not only has he not done any harm to the Xiao family, he has also brought great benefits. Even if the head of the Xiao family does not look at the monk, he will look at the Buddha's face. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was unmoved and even gathering strength to attack, Lu Wuliang's expression also turned gloomy. Why, you don't even pay attention to me, the deputy city lord? Even if you can escape unscathed, what about your clan members? I advise you to think carefully before taking action. Xiao Xuan sneered and teleported in front of Lu Wuliang. The killing intent in his eyes made him dare not even breathe. When he came to his senses, Xiao Xuan had already retreated to the door. Li Ji exuded demonic power, his eyes were scarlet, and he attacked Xiao Xuan with strange moves. He knew that there was no chance of winning against Xiao Xuan. But he also wanted to bet on the influence brought by the remaining poison of the Hunyuan pill, and bet that Xiao Xuan was just a comeback. Seeing Xiao Xuan keep retreating, not even daring to draw his sword, he laughed like a maniac. Xiao Xuan, you are dead. So what if you forcefully break through the golden body? You are not going to die. Just let me give you a ride. Xiao Xuan was still retreating. When Li Ji approached, everyone only saw a flash of sword light. The next second, Li Ji's body split into two, and he fell to the ground with a face full of horror. Dead, dead. The cultivation level of the Dzogchen was unexpectedly killed by a sword. The master of the family is mighty. The master of the family is mighty. Everyone in the Xiao family came to their senses in shock. This was their head. Killing a demon cultivator who was reborn in Dzogchen is simply not worth mentioning. At this time, Xiao Xuan was looking at Lin Wendian, Morong Quangshan and the deputy city lord with a half-smile. The scalps of the three of them were numb as they were stared at. It felt like being stared at by a poisonous snake, but you couldn't do anything. The scene before Li Ji died made them even more heartbroken. At this point, there is no turning back. Lu Wuliang knew very well that if Xiao Xuan died today, he would be the one who died. Now that it had been made clear, he did not believe that these dozens of soul-nurturing monks could not defeat a mere golden body. Xiao Xuan, you are so brave. You actually killed people in front of the deputy city lord. You are so arrogant just after breaking through the golden body realm. You don't even care about human life. If you continue to cultivate further, this will not be lawless. Come on. Get Xiao Xuan. When the deputy heads of the Lin family and Morong family saw this, they had no choice but to agree. The only way to save his own life is to fight against Xiao Xuan with Lu Wuliang and eliminate him completely. Xiao Xuan, it is a great joy for you to break through the golden body realm. But you should never kill someone. This is an illegal crime. But if you stop the loss in time, the deputy city lord will also treat you lightly. Punishment. Yes, yes, even if you can rely on your own cultivation to fight to the death. With the spiritual cultivator, what about your Xiao family children? You have to think about them, Xiao Xuan, you better not make unnecessary resistance. The two knew that if Xiao Xuan was really angry, even if dozens of soul-nurturing cultivators came, they would not be able to defeat him alone. But no matter how powerful he is, he still has to worry about his people. Right? Xiao Xuan sneered. The three of them did not mention anything about Li Ji being a demon cultivator, and even used his tribe to force him to submit. Seeing the anxious and worried faces of the tribesmen, Xiao Xuan's eyes became even colder. If he really gives up fighting back, will these people let his people go and give the Xiao family a piece of pure land? What's more, what he got rid of was a traitor who betrayed him, and he was a demon cultivator. Just met with such resistance. Xiao Xuan's eyes fell on the seriously injured Xiao Jianfeng, and his eyes were cold. Since they are unkind, don't blame yourself for not giving up. Elder Jiuchen, pass on the order. Demonic cultivators appeared in the Xiao family. Deputy Clan Chief Lin and Deputy Clan Morong came to help with their troops. However, they were unfortunately killed during the battle with the demonic cultivators. The Deputy City Lord was also seriously injured in the desperate struggle with the demonic cultivators, was attacked by a demonic cultivator and died. My master broke through the golden body realm and fought with the demonic cultivator, and managed to kill the demonic cultivator even though he was seriously injured. What? Everyone present was shocked. Not only did Xiao Xuan not intend to surrender, he even wanted to kill them. Looking at Li Jui, who was dead on the ground, the disbelief in everyone's eyes was slowly replaced by fear. Lu Wuliang's heartbeat was beating like a drum and he forced himself to calm down. He didn't believe that Xiao Xuan really dared to take action against his deputy. Xiao Xuan, I am the Deputy City Lord. I am the official of the dynasty. Are you afraid that I will report this matter to the City Lord? Even if you have great abilities, you will not be able to save your people. Xiao Xuan looked at him calmly. The Deputy City Lord is wrong. You were killed by a demon cultivator. What does it have to do with me? Before Lu Wuliang could say anything, he felt warm liquid flowing out of his throat, and his body fell straight into a pool of blood. Lin Wendian and Morong Quangshan looked at Lu Wuliang, whose identity was at the head, and fled outside without even stopping. What are you still doing? Xiao Xuan even killed the Deputy City Lord. Why? Don't you hurry up and kill Xiao Xuan and his clan members. You hurt my elder, intended to destroy my Xiao family, and wanted to take my life, but you still left unharmed. You really think that I, Xiao Xuan, am a vegetarian? Clang. A flash of sword light flashed, and Lin Wendian and Morong Quangshan, who were escaping, turned around subconsciously. Something seemed to have penetrated their chests, but when they lowered their heads, they found two bloody holes. The two of them pointed at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Before he could speak, blood was already flowing out. The three-party troops surrounding the Xiao family saw that the leader was already dead. Xiao Xuan's strength was so terrifying that it was unknown who in the crowd made the move. Kill Xiao Xuan. Chapter 4, Just wait for the order from the master of the family. A sound of urging. Kill Xiao Xuan. Kill Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan looked at them indifferently. He originally wanted to recruit these people. After all, cultivation is not easy. Even so, why should he be merciful? With a wave of the long sword, his thin lips opened slightly. Kill. In an instant, swords and swords flashed, led by Xiao Xuan, assisted by Xiao Jiuchen and Xiao Jianfeng, and attacked the three parties. Xiao Xuan's attack was fierce and ruthless. Within half an hour, in addition to the Xiao family's children, thousands of monks died here, including dozens of first-level monks. Elder Jiuchen informed the other elders to gather in the conference room. Xiao Xuan only glanced at the corpse on the ground and stepped over Li Ji's body with an expressionless expression. In a world where the jungle prevails, only the strong have the absolute right to speak and survive. Within a moment, the 9 elders, including Xiao Jiuchen and other senior members, had gathered in the conference room. Today's battle made them feel very heavy. If Xiao Xuan had not appeared in time, the tragedy of genocide that year would have happened again. Master, everyone is here. Xiao Xuan nodded slightly and looked at everyone present. There are dozens of people in the reborn realm, with Xiao Juechen as the leader and the most powerful, including Xiao Jianfeng, Xiao Qingshan, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jianqi, Xiao Ding, Xiao Bang, Xiao Sua and other 8 elders. Their strength is between the 5th level of rebirth and the 7th level of rebirth, and the other high level members are around the 1st level of rebirth. After having the precedent of Li Jui, Xiao Xuan was also wary of them. Family member loyalty test completed. There are currently no family traitors present. After using the system's loyalty query, Xiao Xuan felt relieved. What do you think of today's events? Everyone looked at each other, and then Xiao Juechen raised his hands and stepped forward. Master, today's battle is inevitable. The Lin and Murong families have already been eyeing the Xiao family. Li Ji's invitation is just an excuse. Yes, Lu Wuliang went too far to deceive others. Not only did he exert pressure as the deputy city lord, he also confused right and wrong, intending to murder the family head and put our Xiao family to death. We can't bear this kind of humiliation. Xiao Xuan nodded. Lin, the Murong family, and the city lord's mansion have gone too far to bully others. We cannot bear this tone and cannot change the story. For now, we have to think of a countermeasure. Xiao Bang looked around and took a step forward. Now that the last fig leaf has been pulled back, the Xiao family can take this opportunity to develop their own family and break the situation of the 3 families. Xiao Juechen and Xiao Jianfeng took the lead in nodding. Although the Xiao family has been hiding from the world for many years, they have been secretly accumulating strength, waiting for the day when they can once again carry forward the Xiao family. Now the head of the family has broken through the golden body realm, and there are more than 30 monks in the family who are above the reincarnation realm. Today, their actions give us an opportunity to take action. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present agreed. It was time to avenge the blood feud of the Xiao family. In this case, elders, please be prepared and wait for the order from the head of the family. I will obey the instructions of my master. As everyone left, black afterimages kept appearing outside the Xiao family. And this was their messenger. Xiao Xuan, who was standing high up, looked at all this and nodded with satisfaction. Then he went back to his room and concentrated on getting into the system. It's time to go back and collect the award. At this time, in the city lord's mansion, the city lord and the clan heads of the Lin and Murong families were walking slowly to the hall to prepare for a gathering. The 2 clan leaders are here, come and take a seat. The city lord asked the 2 of them to go inside as he walked. There was a lot of singing and dancing, and it was very lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 3 of them were a little drunk. The city lord called a few dancers to beat their shoulders and legs for them, which was very pleasant. I'm afraid the Xiao family will not be at peace today. The city lord put down his wine glass and smacked his lips in recollection, seeming to be very satisfied with the glass of wine. 3 parties are attacking the Xiao family. I'm afraid even the whole family's resistance will be in vain, let alone Xiao Xuan. The head of the Lin family laughed pointedly. In that case, I would like to congratulate the 2 clan leaders. The city lord held up his wine glass and smiled lightly. The head of the Lin family and the head of the Murong family looked at each other and saw their own hearts in each other's eyes. Once the Xiao family is destroyed, the empire that Xiao Xuan has built over the years will be theirs. They are eager to see through the Xiao family's assets. It's time for us to congratulate the city lord for finally eradicating the serious trouble in his heart. That Xiao Xuan relied on his superb cultivation level and went his own way, and even you didn't look down on him. Now that this cancer has been removed, it is simply the greatest joy. Having said this, the city lord sighed slightly. If Xiao Xuan hadn't disobeyed discipline, disobeyed my orders many times, acted cruelly and ruthlessly, and I was worried that he would do things that were detrimental to the people and the dynasty in the future, how could I have come to Li Ji when he came to ask for help? Agree without hesitation? In fact, Xiao Xuan's death is a heartbreaking thing for me. As he spoke, he symbolically hit his chest. The head of the Lin family and the head of the Murong family looked at each other with contempt in their hearts. The city lord drank a glass of wine with his head down. Although he was an official of the court and the lord of the city, his prestige was not as good as Xiao Xuan's. When there were several natural disasters, he ordered an increase in taxes to boost people's fighting spirit and ambition, and he also drove all refugees and sick people, old, young, sick, and disabled out of the city to maintain stability inside the city. But not only did Xiao Xuan not support him, he actually turned against himself. Not only did he block the increase in taxes, he also set up a refugee camp outside the city and led the Xiao family children to support him, which caused more people to lean towards him. He obviously hated Xiao Xuan deeply, but he was also afraid of his strength, which made him feel powerless. So when Li Ji came to ask for help, coupled with his promises, he agreed to form an alliance without hesitation. If Xiao Xuan is not completely eradicated this time, his fame and prestige will become greater and greater in the future, and even after he truly becomes the largest family, he will not even be able to touch a hair on his head. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and when he looked up at the heads of the Lin and Murong families, he turned into a look of understanding and righteousness. If Xiao Xuan is really dead, I'm afraid there will be a bloody storm. I don't know whether what Li Ji said is true or false. Hearing this, the heads of the two families looked at each other. The head of the Murong family raised his hands and smiled and said, "City Lord, you can rest assured. We have asked the old father to come out." The Xiao family was besieged by soldiers from 3 parties. Xiao Jianfeng was seriously injured by Li Ji. Even if the other elders, we can't resist even if we join forces. My old father was attracted by an energy wave in the back mountain. He originally wanted to take advantage of it, but found that the energy suddenly dissipated when he was about to break through. He couldn't even find the slightest breath. It seems that Xiao Xuan not only failed to break through and risked his life. After hearing this, the city lord nodded with satisfaction and poured wine for the two of them. That being the case, I would like to congratulate the two clan leaders for getting their wish. Chapter 5 Systems Critical Hit Reward. The head of the Lin family and the head of the Murong family drank the wine in one gulp. They were bound to get the Xiao family's assets. Just as a few people were preparing to return home to their fullest, a servant suddenly broke into the door with an anxious look on his face. "Something bad has happened, city lord." "You bastard, you're blind. Didn't you see that this city lord is hosting a banquet for Clan Chief Lin and Clan Murong? Get out of here." The city lord roared angrily, and the wine glass in his hand shattered in front of the servant. But the service couldn't control that much, so he knelt on the ground. Xiao Xuan came out of seclusion from the back mountain. Not only that, Li Ji was actually a demon cultivator. Even Deputy Clan Chief Lin and Deputy Clan Murong died tragically at his hands. The Deputy City Lord and the demon cultivator resisted desperately and were ultimately defeated. Died. It was Xiao Xuan who arrived in time to fight the demon cultivator to the death, and then killed him. What? The three of them were shocked. Not only was Xiao Xuan not dead, he also killed Li Jui. I understand, please step back. The city lord felt a pain in his head and looked at the patriarchs of the Lin and Morong families. Since Xiao Xuan came out of seclusion, he must have broken through the golden body realm. Now that Li Ji is dead, his next target will definitely be you. And me. How should we deal with it next? If Xiao Xuan doesn't die, we will die. You two should think of a way. Xiao Xuan was still at the peak of his rebirth, but he was already a feared figure in the entire Juku city. Not to mention breaking through the golden body realm now. Although there is only one realm, the disparity is thousands of miles apart. Even if the three of them join forces, they may not be able to hurt him at all. Patriarch Lin felt depressed. Then Xiao Xuan may not dare to really take action. He still has to worry about those Xiao family children. Patriarch Morong also nodded, stood up and cupped his hands. My son has now become a disciple of Tianqian sect, and is the eldest disciple of Elder Chongfeng. No matter how powerful he is, he still has to worry about this. What's more, you are the city lord of Juku City, and behind you is the Nanfeng dynasty. Xiao Xuan will know how powerful this is, not to mention that you have a blood relationship with the commander of the county and city. The head of the Lin family also strongly agreed. Although Xiao Xuan has now broken through the golden body realm, Patriarch Morong and I both have 5th level cultivations, and the cultivation levels of you and my two ancestors are at the peak. Even if Xiao Xuan really launches an attack, with the strength of the 5 of us, if we join forces, even if we can't take his life, it won't be a problem to seriously injure Xiao Xuan. The city lord breathed a sigh of relief. There is also a cloud-piercing arrow in my house. This is a magical weapon, only found in the Nanfeng dynasty army. It cannot be resisted by ordinary golden bodies. With the combined efforts of the 5 of us, defeating Xiao Xuan is a certainty. The head of the Lin family and the head of the Morong family were shocked. The cloud-piercing arrow has the ability to destroy a city. Not only is it fast, but its explosive power is even unstoppable to a strong man with a golden body. With the blessing of the magic weapon, the confidence of several people has greatly increased. Even if Xiao Xuan really comes to attack, he will never come back. At the same time, Xiao Xuan is receiving rewards in the system space. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the traitor, Li Jui, breaking up the conspiracy between the deputy city lord and the Lin and Morong families, and receiving the reward, Chaos Eyes, which can spy on the origin of all things, and the cultivation realm has been upgraded to the 3rd level of the golden body. Due to the rapid completion of the host task, the novice critical hit reward was triggered. Get critical hit reward. The level of cultivation has been raised to the 5th level of the golden body. Immortal golden body experience card *2, immune to all attacks within 3 minutes. 50 acres of lower grade spiritual fields, all plants can be grown. Earth level Wuji Kung Fu *100, all monks above the spiritual level can practice it. Xian level Wuji Kung Fu *50, all reborn monks can practice it. Qi Lian Dan *2000, 3 free product, lead free, mercury free, no side effects, can be used with confidence. Kung Fu has no dragon technique, proficiency progress, 0.05%. Wuji Wanjian returns to the sect, proficiency progress, 10%. Feeling the changes in the breath in his body, Xiao Xuan immediately meditated and began to adjust his breath. In an instant, Xiao Xuan's original cultivation of the first level of the golden body was upgraded to the fifth level of the golden body. Under the irrigation of a large amount of spiritual energy, he felt relaxed all over his body. With his chaotic pupils, a cold look flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes. It's time to address the remaining hazards. Chapter 6, The First Form of 10,000 Swords Returning to the Sect. The Qianquan Sword rises. Ding, a new mission has been released. Destroy the city lord's mansion and the Lin and Morong families, making the Xiao family the largest family. Completing the mission can get generous rewards. Xiao Xuan immediately became excited after hearing this. Early the next morning, everyone in the Xiao family was already waiting at Xiao Xuan's door with great interest. Seeing Xiao Xuan opening the door, Xiao Juochen hurriedly stepped forward. Master, everything has been arranged, and everyone has arrived. We are just waiting for the master's order. All the monks in the clan who are in the spirit-nurturing realm will follow me. Xiao Xuan gave an order and led them towards the Lin family. Xiao Juochen and other elders didn't know why they blocked him, Master. Attacking the city lord's mansion and the Lin and Morong families is no small matter. If you bring the soul-nurturing monks with you, it will be difficult for you to attack. Xiao Xuan naturally knew what they were worried about. This battle with the spiritual cultivators is enough. Today's battle with the city lord's mansion, Lin, and Morong families is just the beginning of the rise of the Xiao family. If you elders are needed to do this, how can the Xiao family continue to prosper? Hearing this, the elders and senior officials no longer stood in the way. The rise of the Xiao family was inevitable. Although they were powerful, whether a family could go forward in the long run still depended on the new blood. It's just that we are stubborn. Xiao Juochen and the elders looked at each other and smiled, looked at the high-spirited family members, and bowed their hands. We are waiting for good news. Juku City is big or small. Yesterday, the city lord's house, Lin, and Morong invaded the Xiao family. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they were both killed by demon cultivators. The news spread overnight. Seeing the Xiao family leading their men and horses toward the Lin family, to suppress them, many people felt secretly happy. Although the three major families have been working hard for many years. However, the Lin and Morong families colluded with the city lord's palace to steal the people's wealth and anointing, and their direct descendants even robbed them in the street. If it weren't for the checks and balances of the Xiao family, how could the people of Juku City have a good life? If the Xiao family could really get rid of those three scourges, the people like them would have hope. The three parties, who were already frightened, almost all mobilized to support the Lin family when they saw the Xiao family heading out. The head of the Lin family was shocked and frightened when he heard his men coming to report, but he had to admire Xiao Xuan's courage. The ancestors of Lin and Morong were already at the peak of their strength. Not to mention that the city lord also had a cloud-penetrating arrow. Xiao Xuan came to trouble them with only the spirit-nurturing monks. Did he overestimate himself or underestimate them? The city lord and Morong clan chief rushed to the Lin family together. Seeing the Lin clan chief running around anxiously, the two of them were even more frightened. When the head of the Lin family was worried, he saw the city lord coming with the cloud-piercing arrow, and his gloomy heart suddenly felt relieved. Today's crisis affects the life and death of our three families. Yes, today we should try our best to defeat Xiao Xuan in one fell swoop. The three of them all knew the seriousness of the matter and dispatched all the strong men around them. Boom! The sudden collision frightened the three of them so much that their hearts beat like drums. The head of the Lin family almost fell from his chair. The Head of the Morong family looked calm and composed on the surface, but in fact, his whole body was stiff. Even the city lord who was born at the peak of his life had cold sweat on his hands. Hey, everyone is here, so I don't have to go looking for them one by one. Xiao Xuan broke the door open and saw 3 people sitting in the hall. He walked in slowly with a smile. The head of the Lin family stood up, pointed at Xiao Xuan and shouted angrily. Xiao Xuan, you are so brave. You dare to invade my Lin family with your troops. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Do you take the city lord seriously? Xiao Xuan, you are so grand, but you want to rebel. The city lord spoke immediately. You dare to be so presumptuous, just after you broke through the golden body realm. If you were to advance your cultivation further, wouldn't it mean that you would turn against the imperial court? Xiao Xuan stood with a sword in one hand and his hands behind his back. The city lord even invited the cloud-piercing arrow, but he doesn't even know why my lord is acting like this. Is it because his eyes are not working well? Or because he has forgotten his brain? Then he waved the long sword, and the sword energy was directed towards the city lord's face. Kill. The 3 parties have already made full preparations, and the 4 junior strong men were ready to go when Xiao Xuan gave the order. However, their bodies seemed to be imprisoned and unable to move. They saw a few sword lights flashing in front of their eyes, and then they stopped breathing. Seeing this, the children of the Xiao family became very angry, while the other 3 parties were frightened. They knew very well how powerful the golden-bodied warriors were, but they had never been so powerful. They actually killed 4 primary-level warriors, who escaped in seconds. Quick! Shoot him to death with the cloud-piercing arrow. Shoot Xiao Xuan, to death. The city lord was so frightened that he could not speak coherently, and hurriedly pulled out the escaped 5th-level strongman who used the cloud-piercing arrow to confront Xiao Xuan. Call out. A cloud-piercing arrow was fired from the hand of the escaped 5th-level monk. Followed by the 2nd and 3rd branches, each one is injected with the monk's internal energy, which can increase the power to several times its original value. Xiao Xuan was unmoved as he watched the cloud-penetrating arrow approaching him. If his cultivation was still at the beginning of the golden body, he might be afraid. But now he not only has a 5th-level golden body cultivation level, but also has the blessing of system plugins. Even if he is standing here, the cloud-piercing arrow has no threat to him. Can a mere cloud-piercing arrow hurt me? It's time to test the power of Wanjian Guizong. Qiankuan sword rises. The first move of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, the Qiankuan sword rises. This move can increase its own damage and reduce the opponent's armor ability, and can cause high damage to up to 5 targets within 6 feet. The more people it attacks, the more energy it will replenish. It can also restore blood to its own sword energy, but the duration is too short. Only 3 minutes. In an instant, the sword energy turned into 5 sword lights and headed towards the cloud-piercing arrow. The 2 collided with each other. The powerful sword energy knocked down the monks surrounding Xiao Xuan, and the cloud-piercing arrow was directly turned into ashes. Xiao Xuan controlled another sword energy to attack the escaped 5th-level strongman who controlled the cloud-penetrating arrow. In one breath, he was unable to avoid it and died tragically. What? Lin and Murong, the heads of the 2 families, fell to the ground on the spot. Their faces turned pale. Xiao Xuan could even shoot a cloud-penetrating arrow. In seconds, what else could he not do? Everyone's heart was extremely heavy. Xiao Xuan's power had exceeded their understanding of the horror. The 4 peak escaped men from the 3 parties and the city lord looked at each other. The cloud-piercer arrow had been destroyed, and now they were the only ones with the strength to fight Xiao Xuan. The 5 people's luck exploded their cultivation to the strongest state, and launched an attack in the air together, intending to attack from above Xiao Xuan's head. Humph, you are not overestimating your own abilities. Xiao Xuan snorted coldly, waved his long sword, and the 5 figures in the air stopped, and then fell directly from the air. 4 of them had their internal organs thrown out. Only the city lord managed to survive by relying on soft armor to protect his body, but he also fell to the ground with serious injuries. Xiao Xuan walked forward with his sword, the tip of the sword pressed against the city lord's throat, his majestic face full of evil aura. The city lord braced himself and begged Xiao Xuan for mercy with a look of fear on his face. Master Xiao, please spare me. I will never target your Xiao family again. I will also be a good official and a city lord who loves and protects the people. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was unmoved, he gritted his teeth and roared. Xiao Xuan, you have to consider how powerful this is. I am an official of the imperial court, the personally appointed lord of Juku City from the southern Ming dynasty. He is also the brother-in-law of the commander of the county and city. If you kill me, you will not be afraid of being prosecuted by the court. I'm not afraid that your Xiao family will become the public enemy of my brother-in-law. No matter how much the city lord said, Xiao Xuan looked at him like a clown. In order to survive, he begged. Master Xiao, as long as you spare my life, I will work hard for you and recommend you to the imperial court. Think about your clan. With a slight swing of the long sword, the city lord's head rolled down into the fighting scene and was kicked around like a ball. Then he turned around and set his sights on the fleeing heads of the Lin and Morong families. Chapter 7: The Power of the First Family in Juku City. The heads of the Lin and Morong families were targeted by Xiao Xuan, and they felt an invisible suppressive force trapping them. The deaths of the city lord and the 4 peak-level warriors were still fresh in their minds, and they knew they couldn't escape even if they escaped. It's better to negotiate terms with Xiao Xuan and keep Qingshan here, so you don't have to worry about not being able to kill Xiao Xuan. The head of the Lin family turned around and smiled flatteringly, bowing to Xiao Xuan. Master Xiao, as long as you let me leave today, my Lin family is willing to give away half of our family property. Oh no, all of our family property. However, what greeted him was a sword light. How can the grievances between you and me be settled by family property? Xiao Xuan slowly pointed his sword at Patriarch Morong aside. Patriarch Morong was already pale with fright, and when he saw Xiao Xuan's sword pointed at him, he was even more frightened. Xiao Xuan, my son Morong Zhan is the eldest disciple of Elder Chongfeng of Tianqian sect. Elder Chongfeng is even more advanced in his golden life. If you really kill me, aren't you afraid that my son will seek revenge from you? However, his threats had no effect, and he ended up with the same fate as Patriarch Lin. Looking at the dead body of Patriarch Morong, Xiao Xuan felt calm in his heart. At this time, the battle was about to end. Xiao Xuan killed all the strong ones who escaped in the later stages. The strength of the remaining 3 families was not worth mentioning. The children of the Xiao family, led by Xiao Ding and Xiao Qingshan, attacked quickly and with sudden changes in their moves, beating the 3 parties to pieces, and many of them took advantage of the chaos to escape. The battle is over. The Lin and Morong families were wiped out. From then on, the Xiao family became the largest family in Juku City. However, it is easy to get rich, but difficult to keep a family. Although the Lin and Morong families no longer exist, their remaining power is still there. To cut weeds, we must remove the roots. The following few days. In addition to dealing with the property of the city lord's mansion and the Lin and Murong families, the Xiao family also needs to eliminate their remaining forces and those who took advantage of the chaos to escape, and completely eliminate hidden dangers. It took 3 days to solve the problem. Everyone except Xiao Xuan almost fell to the ground tired and fell asleep. 3 days later, the original team gathered in the conference room, and Xiao Xuan sat at the head of the table to listen to the report. After reporting what happened in the past few days, Elder Xiao Qingyun stood up and said, "Family head, although the Xiao family is strong now, we cannot take it lightly." Xiao Xuan said oh and motioned for him to continue. Although the Lin family has been destroyed, he is one of the 8 major families of the Nanfeng dynasty. Although it is just a branch, there is still a trace of blood connection. I am afraid that the Lin family will not let it go. It is already well known that the city lord and the commander of the county and city are brothers-in-law. With the commander of the county and city's behavior, he may also attack us because of him. Furthermore, Murong Zhan of the Murong family joined Elder Chongfeng of Tianqian sect in his early years and became his eldest disciple. Elder Chongfeng's cultivation has reached the late stage of Jin dynasty. If Tianqian sect helps Murong Zhan deal with us, I'm afraid. Xiao Qingyun's words made everyone present feel depressed. Although these 3 people were destroyed, the forces behind them should not be underestimated. Although the Xiao family has grown stronger, it has not yet reached the strength to compete with them. If one of them attacks them, it will be difficult for them. Xiao Xuan showed an appreciative smile to Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun is a family steward-level figure, and all matters in the family, large and small, must be approved by him before they can take effect. Although he has retreated behind the scenes due to Li Ji's performance in recent years, he still knows everything about the outside world. Now that Li Ji is dead, there is no gap in the clan. It seems that Xiao Qingshan has stepped forward to regain power and take on these things again. What Elder Qingyun said is true, but this is only a one-sided understanding. We have seen. Xiao Xuan's index finger was slightly hooked, and he tapped on the table regularly. Everyone was attracted by Xiao Xuan's words, and their eyes focused on his face. It is true that the Lin family is one of the 8 major families, but now the Nanfeng dynasty is in turmoil and the situation is turbulent. The heads of the major families and the descendants of the royal family want to ascend to the supreme position. Even if they know that the side branch has been destroyed, so what? When everyone thought about it carefully, the clouds suddenly cleared and the mist cleared. The Nanfeng dynasty was calm on the surface, and the major families were fighting openly and secretly. If one could be missing, one would be missing. At this juncture, even if they wanted to help, they were unable to do anything. Besides, the city lord's brother-in-law is just her daughter's concubine who became the commander of the county and city based on her beauty. With her methods, it is unlikely that the commander of the county and city will take action. As for the son of the Murong family who joined the Tianqian sect, even though he is the eldest disciple of Chongfeng, if he wants the Tianqian sect to come forward to attack the Xiao family on his behalf, unless he has something special that is beneficial to the Tianqian sect, he is not the only one in such a large sect. If every disciple helps every disciple in trouble, Tianqian sect should be renamed Bodhisattva sect. After listening to Xiao Xuan's analysis, the big stone that was weighing on everyone's hearts finally fell to the ground. Just as everyone was about to leave, Xiao Xuan asked Xiao Qingyun to take out the cloud-piercing arrow. Elder Qin Yun, find an opportunity to send the cloud-piercing arrow to the army, prepare a gift, and select a suitable person from the family to be the city lord, and give it to him as well. I think they also know what to do. Xiao Xuan is not worried about what the commander-in-chief of the county and city will do to him. According to his understanding, the strongest force in the army is only in the golden body realm, and there are no strong ones in the god transformation realm. But now that his strength is at the 5th level of the golden body, and with the blessing of the dragon blood battle body and kung fu, there is no need to be afraid at all. Then he snapped his fingers, and more than 10 people came in one after another, carrying dozens of white bottles in their hands. There are a total of 2,000 qi training pills here without any side effects. Elder Qin Yun, please distribute these qi training pills according to the merits of the clan members. Now that the Xiao family is growing stronger, the cultivation of the children of the Xiao family has also improved. If foreign enemies invade in the future, they will not even be able to fight back. There is no need to worry about strengthening one's own cultivation as it is now. Now is a great opportunity for the development of our Xiao family, and I don't want some of you to miss out on this great opportunity to practice because of insufficient resources. As long as you practice diligently, there will never be a shortage of resources, but one thing is, I don't want to see anyone worry like today. Again. Xiao Xuan's words awakened everyone present, and the original gloomy mood was swept away. Instead of worrying about losing to your opponents, you should take this opportunity to improve yourself. Even if they do come, they won't have to be like now. Xiao Qingshan looked at the table full of qi training pills, the smile in his eyes could not be concealed by the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. This is not a qi training pill. This is clearly the fighting power and strength of everyone in the Xiao family. I will obey the instructions of my master. I will obey the instructions of my master. Xiao Qingyun's shout was a little broken. Xiao Xuan looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his lips. Why does this place look so small? While muttering to himself, he returned to the room and entered the system directly. Chapter 8, Xiao Jianxin, the Natural Sword God. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. The cultivation realm has been improved to the 7th level of the golden body. Rewards, an enlightenment room and a sutra pavilion and exclusive growth. Level magic weapon, the Zanyue sword, an additional increase in Wuji Kung Fu. And the acquisition of sword intent. Note, the system will additionally reward the appearance of a legendary genius within the family, and will also randomly send boundary breaking pill *10 and solid yuan pill *1000. Enlightenment room, growth level. One day of practice here can help you reach the outside world for 10 days. You can also develop your own hidden potential by understanding the skills and breaking through the cultivation level. The faster the host improves, the higher the cultivation level. The faster the enlightenment room grows, the highest you can obtain is violent. Click reward. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, growth level, through system optimization, hidden talents can be discovered, stimulating and breaking through the original 3 to 5 small realms. Those with extraordinary talents can ignore the limit of realm breakthroughs. The faster the host improves, the higher the cultivation level will be. The growth of the Scripture Tibetan Pavilion, the faster you go, the more you can acquire god-level skills, comprehend sword intent, and grow into a godly weapon. Crane Moon Sword, a growth-level evolvable magic weapon, which will be strengthened as the host's strength increases. Host level, golden body level. 7. Magic weapon level, earth level. Gu Yuan Dan, a perfect elixir that integrates treatment, consolidation of cultivation, and improvement of realm. It is non-toxic and has no side effects. You can use it with confidence. In addition, the legendary genius has arrived in the family. Please observe carefully. After listening to the system notification, Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. The rewards this time were not only growth level, but also sustainable development. Especially the Enlightenment Room and Sutra Pavilion are a big help. With the blessing of the Enlightenment Room and the solid Yuan pill, as well as the previous Qi training pills, practicing in the realm of reincarnation can be done with twice the result with half the effort. With the double blessing of the Enlightenment Chamber and the solid Yuan Dan, the elders Xiao Juechen, Xiao Jianfeng, Xiao Qingyun and other elders have reached the peak of rebirth, and are only one step away from the golden body. The strength of other senior members of the family have also broken through the realm of reincarnation. The strength is between the 5th level of rebirth and the 7th level of rebirth. There are dozens of people who have reached the peak level of spiritual nourishment and reached the initial stage of rebirth. Many other tribesmen have also found their own best cultivation methods in the Sutra Pavilion. A very small number of talented people have broken through 3 minor realms in it and have been appreciated by several elders. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the Xiao family soared several times. News also came from the commander of the county and city. The candidate for city master recommended by the Xiao family has passed the review and can take office immediately. But he didn't mention anything about Xiao Xuan killing the city lord. On the contrary, he was particularly grateful to the Xiao family for sending the cloud-piercing arrow to the army. On the other side, the Lin family was walking on thin ice due to the turbulent situation, and other families were divided into gangs, some of which were even linked to descendants of the royal family, and they had no time to care about the Xiao family's actions. On the contrary, Morongzhan was surprising. Not only did he break through the realm of rebirth while practicing in seclusion, but he also awakened his innate spirit body, which not only alarmed the leader of the Tianqian sect, but also became a key cultivation target of the Tianqian sect. Even the monks in the entire Juku city knew about this, because after the Xiao family eradicated 3 major cancers, all the large and small forces in Juku city had contacts with the Xiao family. After Morongzhan awakened his special innate spirit body and became the key cultivation target of Tianqian sect, they all began to deliberately distance themselves from each other. Although after the Xiao family took charge of Juku city, all aspects, including merchants, common people, and cultivators have improved, but in order to preserve their own strength, they had to keep a distance from the Xiao family. Tianqian sect is one of several major sections. Regardless of their strength or cultivation level, they are not something they can afford to offend. While I was worried about the Xiao family, I was also confused about their future. Xiao Xuan didn't care about this, and he didn't care that outsiders kept a distance from the Xiao family to protect themselves. In a world where the strong eat the weak, the fittest will survive, and the strong will always be strong, not to mention that this is a matter between the Xiao family and Tianqian sect. Because Morongzhan awakened his innate spirit body and was cultivated as a seed player by Tianqian sect, it was a difficult matter for the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan needed to be consulted to convene a meeting. From the beginning of the meeting, Xiao Xuan found that Chopin was in a depressed mood, and stopped him directly after the meeting. Elder Xiaobang, stay here. I see that you look solemn these days, but what's the matter? Xiao Xuan asked him with concern. Hearing this, Xiaobang felt warm in his heart when he saw Xiao Xuan's concerned look, and then shook his head. It's nothing serious, I'm just angry at my rebellious son. It is embarrassing to say that my rebellious son Xiao Jianxin has been worshipping Fengyun sect since he was a child, but he has not made much progress in his cultivation. Recently, Morongzhan broke through the realm of rebirth and awakened his innate spirit body. Comparing the two, he was expelled from the Fengyun sect on the grounds that his qualifications were too poor and not suitable for cultivation. Chopin sighed heavily, his face full of worry. I originally thought that if I didn't have the talent to practice, I wouldn't practice. It would also be great to learn from Elder Qingyun in the future and become a great steward. But the treacherous son was unwilling to participate in family affairs and only wanted to cultivate. With his qualifications, there would be no way out. Even if he cultivated for a lifetime. This is a very common thing in the Xianmen family. Those with good talent and qualifications will not only be appreciated by large sects and become inner disciples, but they will also be able to occupy a place among monks in the future. On the contrary, those with poor talents and mediocre qualifications will be arranged by the family to do other professions when they reach adulthood, while ordinary people will inherit the mantle of their parents. People like Xiao Jianxin will be arranged to go to branches in other places to practice. After gaining some experience, they will be arranged to be managers in the family or inherit the family property. Xiao Xian comforted Xiao Bang and asked Xiao Bang to bring Xiao Jianxin over. After all, he was the main reason why Xiao Jianxin was expelled from Fengyun sect. It was said that he was expelled due to lack of qualifications, but it was because Tianqian sect had a grudge against the Xiao family. The reason why the commanders of the county and city compromised was because they were not strong enough, but Tianqian sect was different. Not only did they have elders with golden bodies and above, but there were also powerful people who transformed themselves into gods. There was no need for Fengyun sect to fight against Tianqian sect for a disciple with mediocre qualifications. Xiao Xian thought for a moment. Bring Xiao Jianxin here, I'll have a good chat with him, maybe he'll figure it out. Xiao Bang was flattered. Although this was his family matter, Xiao Xian was willing to come forward to coordinate, which proved that he took them into his heart. Within a moment, Xiao Bang brought Xiao Jianxin over. If it weren't for the heroic spirit between Xiao Jianxin's brows and the unruly spirit emanating from his bones, looking at her appearance, he would have thought she was a very good-looking woman. The younger generation Xiao Jianxin has met the clan leader, Xiao Jianxin saluted Xiao Xian with a calm expression. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Xian nodded, very satisfied with Xiao Jianxin. The moment Xiao Jianxin entered the door, Xiao Xian used the insight of his chaotic pupils to check Xiao Jianxin. At the 7th level of Qi training, he is a natural swordsman. He can understand all sword-related skills and martial arts at a glance, and can integrate new skills. Due to years of practice, the sword's heart is dusty, and the sword's eye is cloudy. If the turbidity is removed and the dust is removed, and appropriate exercises are practiced, one can reach the legendary state. Chapter 9: The Change of Xiao Jianxin, the Awakening of the Heart of the Sword God. After listening to the introduction of the system, Xiao Xian knew that Xiao Jianxin was the legendary talent he was looking for. I also know another reason why Fengyun sect expelled him. At the age of 18, he was still stuck at the 7th level of Qi training, and there was no sign of improvement. It may be fine in Juku City, and his qualifications are even pretty good, but it is not good enough in the Xianmen family, let alone in a sect like Fengyun sect. No wonder Fengyun sect expelled him. This qualification is really impossible to use. But this is a good thing for Xiao Xian. After all, the legendary genius does not just appear, let alone such a one only appears with the blessing of the system. It was simply a huge bargain. I heard from your father that you don't want to get involved in family affairs and just want to practice. So are you continuing to practice because you are unwilling to be expelled from the sect, or are you practicing because you are passionate? Xiao Xuan tried his best to make his smile look friendly, but in Xiao Jianqin's eyes, it turned into status oppression. Xiao Jianqin lowered his eyes when he heard this, feeling aggrieved and unwilling. His father couldn't persuade him, but he actually invited the clan leader to persuade him to give up and then manage the family affairs. He couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he gave Xiao Xuan a half-forced smile. Yes. Rather than managing family affairs, I want to continue practicing. But it's not because I am unwilling to be expelled from the sect, but because I love practicing. Xiao Xuan saw that the darkness in Xiao Jianqin's eyes was gradually replaced by light, and he knew that what he said was true. But before he could speak, the grumpy Xiao Bang slapped Xiao Jianqin angrily. If you want to continue practicing, then you have to see what kind of virtue you are. At the age of 18, you are only at the 7th level of qi training. Even if you practice for a lifetime, you will not reach the level of spiritual nourishment. Letting you manage family affairs is for your own good. Father, I know you are doing it for my own good, but if you don't let me continue to practice, what's the difference between me and a walking corpse? Xiao Xuan quickly interrupted Xiao Bang and motioned for him to go out first. If Xiao Jianqin's current state is not properly guided, he may go astray, and then he will be in trouble. You are free to do whatever you want, but you have to remember that after you make a choice, you can't look back even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of you. Xiao Jianqin was surprised and looked at Xiao Xuan. Although he was in great awe of Xiao Xuan, he also mustered up his courage. He had to prove his determination. Since I have chosen to practice this path, I will never give up easily. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Jianqin's determined eyes and became more and more satisfied. 3,000 worlds, 3,000 avenues, you choose cultivation as the goal of Qiuji's life. Have you ever thought about whether your cultivation method is correct? In other words, you have been practicing on the wrong path from the beginning. There is not just one kind of cultivation. Kung Fu, martial arts, swordsmanship, etc. are all types of cultivation. I see that you have wonderful bones and are naturally arrogant. Have you ever thought about practicing sword practice? Xiao Jianqin frowned. Among all the cultivation paths, he only disliked practicing swordsmanship, and even felt a little disgusted with it. Sword training not only places extremely high demands on the body, but also requires a sword mind. Even a genius with extremely high talents and qualifications may not necessarily be able to occupy a place among practitioners after practicing hard for a lifetime. Xiao Xuan saw that Xiao Jianqin had a natural resistance to practicing swordsmanship, so he was not in a hurry to let him get in touch with him. Don't rush to reject me. I'm just a suggestion. Let's go to the sutra pavilion and choose the exercises that suit you. If you come back from the sutra pavilion, you still want to continue your current practice method, then I won't force you. Xiao Jianqin wanted to refuse directly. But thinking that many of the tribesmen around me had found exercises that suited them and understood the great ways, I still went to the sutra pavilion. The sutra pavilion was officially opened after the Lin, Murong, and City Lord families were destroyed. It contains a collection of various exercises and martial arts, arranged according to practice methods and levels. The higher you go, the higher the level. The higher the level, the higher the requirements for the level of cultivation. Generally speaking, the higher the level of cultivation, the higher the level of the matching skills. Xiao Jianxin walked around the sutra pavilion for several times and found that the high-level skills could not be opened with his strength, and the low-level skills were useless to him. His temper gradually became irritable, and finally, he was ready to leave directly. When he came to the door, he suddenly remembered what Xiao Xuan said to choose according to your heart, so he turned around and went in, closed his eyes and calmly chose according to his intuition. 3 light spots appeared in the sea of consciousness, and Xiao Jianxin moved his mind, and the 3 books came into his hands. Qingping Ju, the pinnacle of Xian-level martial arts. The Earth-level elementary mental technique, the immeasurable technique. Heaven-level body movement and sword wave gliding step. The 3 books are all related to swords, so I subconsciously put them all back. But thinking that he had just walked around the Tibetan scripture pavilion a few times and found nothing, Xiao Jianxin suppressed his disgust and started reading. Within 10 breaths, Xiao Jianxin felt that the sea of consciousness became more ethereal than ever before, and the contents of the 3 books began to circulate in the sea of consciousness. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered around him and began to forge, with countless sword shadows hovering in the air. Xiao Jianxin's cultivation level directly broke through the 2nd level of bone tempering from the 7th level of qi training. The sword shadow turned into reality and merged into a long sword, hiding above Xiao Jianxin's head. From a distance, it looked like it was surrounded by divine light. The moment he opened his eyes, a ray of sword light burst out from his eyes. And the original 2nd level bone tempering cultivation continued to break through, and it did not stop until the bone tempering peak. Xiao Jianxin exhaled a breath and looked at the yellow sword shadows in his palm. It was those sword shadows that transformed him. He not only understood the meaning of the sword but also obtained the accompanying artifact. Leaving the sutra pavilion, Xiao Jianxin went straight to Xiao Xuan and knelt down to express his sincere thanks with the highest courtesy. Thank you very much, Master, for your kindness in rebuilding. Jianxin is deeply grateful. Even though there was a system prompt first, Xiao Xuan was still shocked by the change in Xiao Jianxin. This is not a legendary genius, this is clearly a legendary pervert. It didn't matter that he broke through the realm and understood the meaning of the sword. He actually obtained the companion artifact. Is the Tibetan scripture pavilion so powerful? His strength is already so terrifying. But think about it, as the chosen son, and with the blessing of the system, he has to be a monster to be worthy of this setting. Xiao Xuan waved his hand calmly. I am also a sword cultivator, but I don't want to see a sword cultivator with excellent qualifications being dusted. Although you have understood the meaning of the sword and become a sword cultivator, you must also remember not to be arrogant and complacent, and guard against arrogance and impetuosity. You must know that there is a world outside the world, and your practice has just begun. Xiao Jianxin was convinced by Xiao Xuan's words. The feeling of complacency in his heart disappeared instantly. Kenshin will follow the teachings of my master. Xiao Xuan nodded and returned to his room. The system suddenly sent a reward at this time, which surprised him. Ding, Xiao Jian's Heart Sutra Pavilion breaks through the realm and understands the sword's intention. The host can get a novice critical hit reward and a self-selected reward. Critical hit rewards are distributed randomly. Breaking Realm Pill *10, Qi. Training Pill *500, Solid Yuan Pill *200, Redemption Point *1000. Self-selected rewards, Qi Lian Dan *1000, Guyuan Dan *2000, please choose. Xiao Xuan ordered the solid yuan pill without thinking. With these pills, everyone in the Xiao family can practice more efficiently with less effort. If there are a few more geniuses like Xiao Jianxin, then he can retire early and live the life of an elderly person. Chapter 10 Crisis comes again. Tianxian sect on the mountain peak of Elder Changfeng. At this time Elder Changfeng, who was at the peak of his golden body, looked at Morongzhan, who was practicing with satisfaction. As expected of an innate spiritual body, his cultivation is 3 times that of ordinary people. In just a few months, he has gone from the first stage of rebirth to the third stage of rebirth. For ordinary disciples, it would take decades to complete. Given time, they will be able to cultivate to the legendary realm. At this time, Morongzhan adjusted his breath, ended his training, and looked at Elder Changfeng. Master, my disciple failed. Elder Changfeng stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. You are only over 20 years old now, but you have already achieved such a level of cultivation. As long as you practice with concentration, it won't take long for you to surpass the master. It will only be a matter of time before you break through to the 3rd level. Disciple understands, Morongzhan said in a deep voice, with an evil spirit gathering between his brows. Master knows that you are deeply worried about the genocide of the Morong family. Since you are my eldest disciple and a key training target of Tianxian sect, the genocide of the Morong family will not stop there. Master, and Tianxian sect will also not stop there. I will seek justice for you. Elder Changfeng knew very well that Morongzhan had inner demons due to the annihilation of his family. If the inner demons were not removed, a generation of genius would probably perish. With this in mind, he went to the sect leader's peak to discuss countermeasures with the sect master. Now that Morongzhan's inner demons have been fulfilled, he can no longer improve his cultivation. If he continues like this, his Taoist heart will become unstable. Only by destroying the Xiao family can he get rid of his inner demons. The sect leader nodded after hearing this. Now Morongzhan has awakened his innate spirit body and is a seed player that Tianxian sect focuses on cultivating. If Tianxuanzong destroyed the Xiao family and got rid of his inner demons for him, Morongzhan would definitely be more loyal to Tianxuanzong with his character. In addition, without the ties of family blood, Morongzhan will rely on Tianxian sect and be completely used by them. By then, with Morongzhan's innate spiritual body and cultivation level, it will be just around the corner to develop Tianxian sect into the first sect. What Elder Changfeng said is absolutely true. The inner demons must be resolved as soon as possible. In this way, you and the 2 elders will accompany you to solve the problem quickly. Elder Changfeng told Morongzhan about this, and Morongzhan felt happy. He originally wanted to go for revenge alone, but Xiao Xuan was too powerful, and he was afraid that he would be dead before he even got close. Now that Tianxuanzong is willing to help him, that's the best thing. Morongzhan knelt down on one knee. Thank you, Master, for your help. Morongzhan will keep it in mind. The great revenge will be avenged. Tianxuanzong is my disciple's second home. You are also my disciple's reborn parent. Elder Changfeng felt even more satisfied when he heard Morongzhan's words of loyalty. Then he invited 2 5th-level golden body guardians to help, and a group of 4 rushed towards the Xiao family in Juku City. Ding, there is murderous intent approaching the Xiao family. Mission release. Kill Elder Changfeng, Morongzhan, and others to resolve the family crisis. Complete the mission to get high rewards. This day still came, but he didn't expect it to come so late, and his sword was almost rusty. Click on the main panel of the system, click on Personal Information, and all information about him will be displayed in front of you. Name, Xiao Xuan. Sex, male. Physique, creation dragon blood combat body. Cultivation realm, golden body 7th level. Martial skills, Wanjianguizong, proficiency, 15%. Skill, Wulongju, proficiency, 0.1%. Weapon, Earth level waning moon sword. Xiao Xuan is still very confident in his own strength. At his current level of cultivation, no one can be his opponent except the old monster from Tianxian sect. Even if the old monster takes action, he is not afraid. There are still many systems that have been used to complete the mission these few times. There are 2 immortal golden body experience cards alone, not to mention the more than 2,000 redemption points in hand. Any exchange for anything in the system can make the old monster die hundreds of times. 3 days later, Morongzhan and others arrived at Juku City. The vision attracted many large and small Shanmen to check. They learned that Tianxian sect and others were here, and many Shanmen closed their doors to thank the guests. Seeing that the development of Juku City was better than before, Morongzhan remained unmoved. He only came here to avenge the genocide, and he had nothing to do with the life or death of the rest of the people. Stopping for a moment not far from Zhao's house, Morongzhan came to the family's ancestral graves and knelt on the ground looking at the new graves with scarlet eyes. Father, it's too late for the child to be unfilial. Don't worry. Today, the child will bloodbath the Xiao family and take his head from Xiao Xian's neck as a sacrifice to your spirit in heaven to avenge you and your family. Seeing Morongzhan in this state, Elder Chongfeng was worried that his inner demon would devour him, so he asked 2 guardians to go to the Xiao family in advance to take the lead. After Morongzhan's mood stabilizes, let him personally take Xiao Xian's head to get rid of his inner demons. After receiving the order, the guardian quickly went to the Xiao family. The 2 of them stayed above the Xiao family, crossing their arms and looking down at the Xiao family below, as if they were looking at ants. I am the protector of the Tianxian sect, and I am here today on behalf of Morongzhan to attack the Xiao family's hatred for annihilation. Alert! Emergency alert! Tianxuanzong is invading, be on alert urgently. Everyone in the Xiao family hurriedly used formations to fight. Did you ask me for my opinion when you attacked my clansmen? You dare to be so arrogant in my territory, Xiao Xian. You 2 are tired of living. Xiao Xian's gloomy voice came from somewhere. The huge movement attracted the attention of everyone in Juku City. The Xiao family is in dire straits now. There is only one way to die against Xuanzong. Although the head of the Xiao family has a golden body, his 2 fists are no match for his 4 hands. The 2 great protectors of Tianxian sect have a 5th level golden body. Cultivation level, not to mention Elder Chongfeng. The Xiao family is afraid that it will come to an end. Seeing that Xiao Xian did not show up, the 2 sneered and thought he was bluffing. Released pressure on the Xiao family, one of the protectors murmured, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. He raised his big foot, and the world changed, forming a hurricane heading towards the Xiao family. With this kick, the entire Xiao family will be destroyed. Everyone in the Xiao family felt an invisible sense of oppression and did not even have the ability to move, let alone fight back. As the shadows continued to fall, many members of the Xiao family were pressed to the ground by the pressure, and their internal organs felt crowded. The 2 guardians sneered again and again, but the ants were nothing more than that, so they gathered their strength and stepped down. You dare to hurt my people in front of me. If you don't spare your lives, Today, I, Xiao Xuan, will have no face to face everyone in the Xiao family. Seeing Xiao Xuan's figure appearing above the Xiao family, everyone in the Xiao family suddenly felt at ease. As several rays of golden sword light hit his face, the sharp sword energy instantly dispelled the oppressive feeling. The sword energy was thrown towards the phantom. If the guardian beside him had not reacted in time, the other guardian would have disappeared like the phantom. Humph, you are not overestimating your abilities. Today I will let you recognize the difference between yourself and the strong. The two guardians were furious after hearing this, and they were about to take action again. Really? Then you have to take my sword. Xiao Xuan swung his sword, and the Qiankuan sword struck towards the two of them with endless killing intent. The two of them felt that they were enveloped in murderous aura and had no way to escape. Their expressions were horrified. At this time, Elder Chongfeng, who was in the Morong family's ancestral tomb, was shocked and sent a message from thousands of miles away: if you kill these two, you will be completely enemies of our Tianqian sect. Chapter 11, The Legendary Sword Intent. The sound wave vibrated, and the creatures around Juku City were shaken and fled in all directions. The onlookers felt their eardrums buzzing, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Seeing this scene, Morong Zhan on the side quickly followed Elder Chongfeng and headed to the Xiao family together. Elder Chongfeng accumulated power in his right palm and launched an attack on Xiao Xuan. The guardian, who was frightened by Xiao Xuan's momentum, quickly ran his skills and cooperated with Elder Chongfeng in attacking from far and near. How could Xiao Xuan be an ordinary person? How could he be intimidated by the battle between the two of them? The tip of the sword pointed upwards and circulated in a circle, and the surrounding swords were ready to move as if they were unsheathed. A series of swords with murderous intent condensed into a powerful sword energy, coming from the sky. In an instant, the protector, closest to Xiao Xuan, seemed to see figures of dragons and phoenixes circling on the waning moon sword. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sword energy and came towards him. The protector's eyes were full of horror. No, this is impossible. How could he have? The sword energy passed through his chest, and the guardian's wailing stopped abruptly the moment his body fell to the ground. A strong man with a 5th-level golden body was instantly killed by Xiao Xuan with one sword. Everyone in the Xiao family suddenly cheered as they looked at the fearful protector in front of them. The weapons in their hands became a tool to cheer them up, and their momentum suddenly became high. Elder Chongfeng looked at the tragic death of the 5th-level golden body protector, and felt extremely sad in his heart. Although Tianqian sect is a famous sect, it doesn't turn people into gold. It takes energy, resources, and various elixir techniques, and it takes decades to cultivate a golden body. Now that Xiao Xuan was killed with a sword and died tragically in an unknown small town, Tianqian sect was not only embarrassed, but also disgraced here. Elder Chongfeng raised his eyebrows and pointed his sword at Xiao Xuan. A mere 7th-level golden body Xiao Xiao has repeatedly challenged the majesty of our Tianqian sect. If I don't take your life today, my Tianqian sect will be unable to convince the public. The roar, mixed with internal energy, resounded through the sky. The wind and clouds were unpredictable, and many people were injured internally by this internal energy. Xiao Xuan took a step forward, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled, looking at Elder Chongfeng very calmly. I thought you would say that this protector treats human life as nothing and wants to thank me for helping you solve the sex stain. I didn't expect Elder Chongfeng to be the same person. Hiss. Everyone gasped. What Xiao Xuan said was too arrogant, but it was really refreshing. Chongfeng is not only the elder of Tianqian sect, he is also ranked among the Strongest in Juku City and even Chongping County. Who would have thought that he would overturn his car in a small county today? Not only was his protector killed in front of his face, but he himself was also ridiculed. Even Elder Chongfeng himself did not expect that a 7th-level golden body would scream in front of him. Where would he put his old face? How can we establish authority in Xianmen in the future? You are so arrogant that even a person with a 7th-level golden body dares to show off his power in front of this elder. I think you have been stuck in this small county for too long, and you don't know how high the sky is. Let me show you the difference between the 7th level of the golden body and the peak of the golden body. He formed seals with his hands and drew talismans out of thin air. As the white compass disc appeared in his hands, Elder Chongfeng transformed into a white Yuanshan. This will only appear for those who are about to break through to the realm of becoming gods. They can transform their physical body into nothingness, increasing their own attack power while also making it impossible for their opponents to harm them. Come and accept your fate. Elder Chongfeng gathered strength in his right palm and descended from the sky, heading towards Xiao Xuan with great pressure. Branches were uprooted, and many houses were shattered into powder. The scalps of the onlookers were numb from the shock of this force, and they silently sighed for Xiao Xuan in their hearts. Under the absolute suppression of cultivation, there was no chance for him to survive. However, Xiao Xuan didn't even have the slightest hint of timidity. Not only that, even the speed at which he swung his sword felt casual. It's disrespectful to come back and not reciprocate. Since Elder Chongfeng shows 100% sincerity, the head of this family cannot be a small family. As soon as the waning moon sword came out, 10,000 swords appeared, and the powerful sword energy reached the sky, and even the wind and clouds changed color. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and hurricanes fell from the sky. Bluff. Elder Chongfeng fought with disdain. Countless sword lights came towards his face. When the Yuan body penetrated by the first sword did not repair itself, Elder Chongfeng's color suddenly changed, his face full of disbelief. No one had ever taken his killing move and caused damage to his Yuan body. Suddenly, he felt like his majesty was being challenged. Not only that, this Xiao Xuan also brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression. His eyes are filled with murderous intent. If he is allowed to grow up again, he will only become a powerful enemy. Xiao Xuan calmly cracked Elder Chongfeng's killing move, and then raised the Qiankuan sword to condense 10,000 swords into one. Elder Chongfeng turned his Yuanshan into a spear and faced Xiao Xuan's sword with all his strength. The moment the swords and spears collided, huge energy fluctuations shook the surroundings. A figure was bounced far away and fell several feet away. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that the injured person was actually Elder Chongfeng. Xiao Xuan's sword energy still remained on his body, blood spurted out from the wound, and even the 7 orifices were bleeding. At this time everyone looked at Xiao Xuan, who was calm and composed on the sight in horror. Xiao Xuan actually seriously injured a strong man with a peak golden body with one sword. Xiao Jianxin has been observing Xiao Xuan's every move. When he used the sword technique of Wanjian Guizong, he fell into deep thought. Xiao Xuan was originally the mentor who guided him into the door of sword cultivation. Now, not only is his strength far greater than before, he can even leapfrog challenges and has a chance of winning. Thousands of swords unite into one, the golden light sword intention. Although it is a phantom, can enter the body and never dissipate, attacking the soul. 10,000 swords unite into one. Xiao Jianxin murmured, and suddenly realized something. There was a thin, golden light all over his body, but no one noticed this change in the corner. I wonder how effective my bluffing move is. Elder Changfeng, can you comment on it? Xiao Xuan stood with his sword in hand and answered in his own words. Elder Changfeng sobbed a large mouthful of blood and stared at Xiao Xuan in horror. How can you understand the sword's intention? How is it possible? You are only at the 7th level of the golden body, how can you understand the sword's intention? Sword intent, that is the artistic conception in legend. Even the most powerful people in the realm of gods may not be able to understand it, let alone the golden body. The onlookers clucked their tongues. Sword intent. The head of the Xiao family actually understood the legendary artistic conception. I have long heard that the Xiao family master is a rare genius, but I never thought he was so powerful. The Xiao family master's strength has increased dramatically since he broke through Jin's death. Unexpectedly, he has understood the meaning of the sword. It's no wonder that Elder Changfeng will be defeated. With the cultivation of the 7th level of the golden body and the blessing of the sword, unless you are a strong person in the spirit transformation realm, you will be invincible. In the same realm, everyone looked at Xiao Xuan in shock, with envy and awe in their eyes. However, Xiao Xuan's words completely overturned their perceptions. It is difficult to comprehend the meaning of the sword? I remember that an 18-year-old child of my Xiao family also comprehended it. What? Elder Changfeng, who was at the peak of his golden body, did not comprehend it. After a pause, Xiao Xuan frowned and said seriously, it doesn't matter. If you don't realize it in this life, there will be another life. Chapter 12, The Upcoming Family. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Xiao Xuan walked towards Elder Changfeng. With his sword in hand, watching him indifferently. Elder Changfeng was stared at by him, and he felt fear in his heart, and subconsciously wanted to beg for mercy. But he still moved out of the Tianxian sect and threatened Xiao Xuan, if you kill me, the Tianxian sect will not let you go. If you know what's going on, take your people and escape. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was unmoved and even looked at him with a contemptuous smile, Elder Changfeng panicked. This was the first time he faced death directly, and it was also the first time he felt fear of a 7th level golden body. Do you think you can sit back and relax if you kill me with your sword power? I, the Supreme Elder of Tianxian sect, am not a vegetarian. He is a strong man. In the middle stage of divine transformation. Even the dynasty has to give him 3 points of thin noodles. Everyone trembled when they heard the name of the Supreme Elder. For the realm of nourishing souls, the realm of transforming gods is a legendary existence. Just hearing the name can make your legs weak, let alone facing him. Xiao Xuan is really doomed now. If Elder Changfeng is released, he might still have a chance to survive. However, Xiao Xuan is not afraid. He wants to challenge more than just the realm of transformation into gods. Seeing that Xiao Xuan's eyes were not only devoid of fear, but even faintly burning with eagerness to try, Elder Changfeng forced his broken body to crawl backwards, but the sword energy in his body turned into a fierce sword intent, dividing him into left and right. No. The wailing and resentment before death became a death curse in the ears of Morongzhan and another protector. The two of them wanted to escape when Xiao Xuan knocked Elder Changfeng to the ground, but were locked by Xiao Xuan's sword intent. Having seen the appearance of Elder Changfeng's soul after being attacked by the sword, they did not dare to act rashly. However, before the two of them could speak, Xiao Xuan's sword energy separated their bodies and heads. The onlookers booed and looked at Xiao Xuan with extremely shocked eyes. As one of the elders of Tianxian sect, Changfeng is at the peak of his golden body. He is a master who can walk sideways in Chongping County. Not only did he die in the small county town of Juku City today, he also caught up with 2 guardians of the 5th level of golden body and an innate spiritual body disciple. This battle will affect not only the Xiao family, but the entire Chongping County. Not only will the Xiao family become famous after this battle, but it will also become the target of Shuaman's attention, and Xiao Xuan's reputation for instantly killing the strongest man with a golden body will resound throughout Chongping County. Xiao Xuan looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, and returned to the Xiao family under the gaze of everyone. After a while, the Xiao family members responsible for the aftermath appeared on the battlefield. At this time, the major forces in Juku City began to surge, and the story of Xiao Xuan leapfrogging to kill the peak golden body spread throughout Chongping County. The large and small sects received the information and sent people to investigate, and some forces began to extend olive branches to the Xiao family. When the 3 major families were in full strength, the forces stationed in Juku City all adhered to their own limits. Even if the 3 major families went to war, it would have nothing to do with themselves. Now that the Xiao family is the only one, and Xiao Xuan is even more famous, this is their opportunity for all the big and small forces. At this time, a ding came from Xiao Xuan's room. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Mission rewards are distributed. The realm of cultivation has broken through the peak of the golden body. The Tibetan scripture pavilion has been upgraded to the 1st level. The enlightenment room has been upgraded to the 1st level. A lost body forging elixir formula has been obtained. The proficiency of the martial arts Wulong Ju has been increased by 0.2%, and a legendary level has been born in the Family 1 Tianjiao, exchange points *100. Level 1, Tibetan Sutra Pavilion, new boxing techniques, situational experience, Kung Fu refresh and upgrades, up to yellow level Kung Fu, CF. Consciousness simulation battle mode, can better grasp the content. Enlightenment room, different places distinguish between combat and cultivation. You can gain enlightenment once a day. The first time you comprehend the way of cultivation, you can gain a small realm of cultivation. The second time, you can gain 2 small realms of cultivation. The increase is unlimited. The lost bodybuilding pill formula helps forge the physical body, improves resistance to blows and one's own explosive power, without any side effects. It can also be called a perfect bodybuilding pill. Ding, the legendary genius has appeared in the family. Additional reward, the host can designate 3 family members with special physiques, which will be awarded when the realm is broken. The Gingjin Yang body, the Rengui water body, and the Dinging fire body have been formed and are effective for 1 hour. Xiao Xuan looked at the rewards obtained on the main panel of the system and knew that the Xiao family's strength would be further improved. Coupled with the upgrade of the Sutra Pavilion and Enlightenment Room, even people with extremely low qualifications can receive targeted guidance there. With the assistance of the body forging pill, the younger generation also increased the resistance and explosive power of the physical body while practicing the exercises. Xiao Xuan also distributed 3 special physiques based on the techniques and power systems practiced by the 9 elders. Xiao Juechen and Xiao Jianfeng are the 2 elders with the highest cultivation level in the family. Their strength and cultivation system are explosive, but their Gung Jinyang body is explosive and extremely destructive. In comparison, Xiao Juechen, who has been dealing with weapons all year round, is more suitable. In future battles, Xiao Xuan also intends to let Xiao Juechen intervene. The Rengui water body and Dinging fire body were handed over to Xiao Qingyun. and Xiao Xua. Xiao Qingyun has a calm personality, and the water system skills he practices can better integrate with the Rengui water body. Xiao Xua has an introverted personality and has been dealing with elixirs all year round. He also practices fire-based exercises, which can better integrate his physique and help refine the elixirs. Although his grade is not high, he has been responsible for all the elixirs in the family over the years, saving the family a lot of expenses. Recently, elixirs to dissolve erysipelas are being developed so that the tribe can save more time for cultivation. In the Enlightenment Room, Xiao Juechen, Xiao Qingyun, and Xiao Xua were trying to achieve the golden body realm in the training room and the battle room, respectively. Xiao Juechen understood the way of fighting, gained a small level of improvement, took the lead in breaking through the golden body, and awakened his special physique. I am awakening my special constitution, the Gung-Goldyang body. Xiao Juechen threw a punch at the empty Enlightenment Room. The explosive power and attack power were several times greater than before. At the same time, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Xua in the training room also broke through the golden body and obtained special physiques. I made a breakthrough and awakened a special physique. Xiao Qingyun looked at the unique light emanating from his body in disbelief. Am I awakened too? Xiao Xua's face was full of disbelief. The two of them just broke through a realm and awakened a special physique? When Xiao Juechen excitedly informed the two of them that he had awakened his special physique, the three of them all had horror in their eyes. Special physiques are all innately awakened, maybe only 1 in 100, and acquired awakening is even rarer. It's only by chance that one person in a family can be awakened, let alone 3 at once. Almost at the same time, they associated all these changes with Xiao Xian. If it was really related to Xiao Xian, then all this could be explained. Otherwise, even if you beat them to death and start over again, you won't be able to awaken 3 special physiques at once. Chapter 13: Retreat and Breakthrough to the Realm of Divine Transformation. You too, this must have something to do with the head of the family. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for you and me to awaken at the same time. Xiao Qingyun looked at the two of them solemnly. But the head of the family? Xiao Xua hesitated to speak, and Xiao Juechen also had doubts on his face. The special physique was a gift from God, and Xiao Xian was just a mortal, so how could he help them obtain it? Since the head of the family broke through to the golden body realm, his cultivation realm has skyrocketed. What's more, he also founded the Sutra Collection Pavilion and Enlightenment Room. He must have encountered an opportunity. He just didn't let it go, and told you and me. The two nodded in agreement, and the secret must not be revealed. Since the secret in the patriarch's heart is so huge, we should not speculate anymore, lest we peek into the secret and bring backlash to the patriarch. Yes, now we should work hard to practice so that we can live up to the high expectations placed on us by our master. The three of them smiled at each other and reached a consensus on this. After a night of intensive practice, the three of them came out of the Enlightenment Room, and Xiao Xian was already waiting outside. Seeing Xiao Xian here, several people hurriedly stepped forward and saluted respectfully the head of the family. Xiao Xian saw the changes in several people and nodded with satisfaction. In Xianmen, as the cultivation level increases, the appearance of people will also change accordingly. The higher the level of cultivation, the younger the appearance. Now Xiao Juechen and the other three have broken through the golden body. With the blessing of special physiques, not only the aura has changed, but the appearance is also 10 years younger. When several people saw that Xiao Xian was not surprised by their changes, they knew that he was aware of this matter. Xiao Xuan then handed the formula of the body-forging pill to Xiao Xuan. After just a few glances, he was shocked. This body-forging pill. This is a long-lost recipe. It can not only help practitioners forge the physical body, but also increase the explosive power of the physical body. Not only will it not produce erysipelas, it can also dilute the erysipelas in the body. The clansmen no longer need to spend time expelling the erysipelas, let alone worry about the side effects caused by the erysipelas, which can greatly increase the speed of the clan's cultivation. Master, this. Xiao Xuan shook his hands and stared at Xiao Xuan excitedly. At this moment, he respected Xiao Xuan from the bottom of his heart. This is the recipe for the body-forging pill. You can use it to refine the pill. From this period of time onwards, I will retreat to break through to the divine transformation realm. There are still some elders to supervise on the family affairs. Xiao Xuan simply explained a few words and turned around to leave. He needed to seize the time to break through to the realm of transformation into gods. Although he had systematic blessings, his cultivation would be much easier than others. There was no need to consolidate the foundation, but for a realm breakthrough, especially a high realm like becoming a god, he decided to break through on his own. Breaking through the state of transformation requires separating the soul from the physical body. At this time, 5 souls will appear. 4 souls will be consumed during the breakthrough, and the rest is the soul. Once successful, in Xianmen, the combat power can increase 100 times. Becoming a powerful person who can shock one party, and can also become a shocking figure in the clan. All families and sects will only be recognized by the world if they have strong people in the realm of gods. This is also the main reason why Tianqian sect can stand as one of the major sections. This time, Xiao Xuan did not choose to use the realm-breaking pill, but used the exchange points to buy a foundation-building pill from the mall. And by taking the bodybuilding pill rewarded by the system, he planned to take advantage of the breakthrough to increase the strength of his physical body. Although it was a bit risky, it was the only way. Breaking through the realm of divine transformation will result in the 9 thunder tribulations, which is the best time to forge a physical body. As the soul left the body, the sky outside was also covered with dark clouds. And thunder rumbled from the sky. There were originally several elders in the family who were working on breaking through the golden mirror, but compared with Xiao Xuan, they were insignificant. In the Chongping County military camp, the commander of the county kneeled down on one knee and respectfully saluted the man directly above him, and then sat down below. As we all know, Ji Yunquang, as the commander of the army and at the peak of his golden body, was a king-like presence in the entire military camp. The only people who can make him kneel down are those above the level of God. Transformation. Ji Yun looked at the information in his hand and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect that such a person would appear in the small Juku city. He first destroyed the 2 major families and the city lord's mansion, and then powerfully killed Chong Feng, the elder of Tianqian sect, and 2 5th-level golden body protectors. He also understood, got the sword intention. Close the document and then look at the man in charge. Brother, this Xiao Xuan has extraordinary qualifications and a sword mind. Now the situation in the dynasty is in turmoil, and the major families are undercurrents. Even the descendants of the royal family are involved. It is the time for our G family to employ people. If we can take it for your own use. No. The man waved his hand to interrupt Ji Yunquang's words. Although this Xiao Xuan can understand the meaning of the sword, he is old and is only at the 7th level of the golden body. He is indispensable to our Ji family. Although the man was surprised that Xiao Xuan understood the meaning of the sword, in a world where the strong is king, Xiao Xuan's golden body realm was really not enough. Looking at Ji Yun's confused eyes, the man shook his head. Besides, I am not here for this person today. Tianqian sect is one of the major sects, and there are elders from the God transformation realm sitting in charge. If we can form an alliance with them, they will really add a powerful general to our Ji family. Now that Xiao Xuan has enmity with Tianqian sect, if we recruit him now, wouldn't we personally cut off the powerful right arm? But Xiao Xuan has understood the meaning of the sword. Ji Yunquang was a little anxious. That's the artistic conception. How many people are unable to understand this in their lifetime? So what? Can he be more powerful than the Supreme Emperor of Tianqian sect? If he were younger, I would find a way to reconcile the grudges between him and Tianqian sect. But at his age, can he break through the transformation in his lifetime? It's hard to even describe the divine realm. Ji Yun nodded in agreement with what the man said, and then asked, "Do you want me to lead the troops to capture Xiao Xuan and send him to Tianqian sect to show our love for talents?" The highest level of Tianqian sect is only the third level of the Supreme God transformation, which is not enough for us to take the initiative to show our kindness. There is one person in your army who is a child of the Xiao family. He came to Chongping County, despite his family's objections, and joined the army in your camp. Your brother Ji Yunzhan is very optimistic about him and has mentioned this person to me many times. Since this person is so in your brother's eyes, let's not get involved in the affairs between the Xiao family and Tianqian sect. The elder of Tianqian sect was killed by Xiao Xuan. With their style of behavior, this matter will not go well. Let's just wait and see. That's what it has changed. At the same time, Jamal Xiao is conducting reconnaissance in Baiming Mountain. Ever since he came to the Chongping County military camp, despite his family's objections, he has been training diligently, and now his cultivation level has reached the peak of spiritual cultivation. He's here. Several cultivators from the realm of reincarnation suddenly appeared behind them. Get rid of him here, and no one will suspect it. Jamal Zhao's expression changed drastically. These people actually chased him here. He hurriedly threw a few smoke bombs behind him and fled deep into the forest. If they fell into their hands, there would be only death. Chapter 14 Stepping Stones on the Road to Growth. About a quarter of an hour later, Jamal Xiao realized that there was no way. And those people were chasing him behind him. In desperation, he jumped off the cliff, used the weapon in his hand to stabilize his body, and finally landed by a bloody lake. Sensing the strangeness of the lake, Jamal Xiao vigilantly inspected all directions and prepared for an attack. At the same time, he was slowly looking for a way out, and a mellow and deep voice sounded from all sides of the lake, approaching the sea of consciousness. I am the Thunder Emperor in ancient times. Now that you have broken into my restricted area without dying, you are my destined person. This blood lake was transformed by a drop of my blood. After my transformation, it can transform people's physiques and obtain the power of thunder. You have the power to control thunder. Now that you are here, I will tell you this method. Whether it is successful or not depends on your fate. If you can succeed, I hope you will lead the human race to explore more restricted areas in the future. Unlock more ancient mysteries. He had never heard the name of the Thunder Emperor, but he could not imagine how powerful that person was because he could turn a drop of his own blood into a lake that could transform the human body. Without any time to think, Jamal Xiao plunged into the lake and began to absorb what the Thunder Emperor said. The moment he entered the lake, Xiao felt that his whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning. His eyes turned black and he was about to faint. But he didn't dare to forget the Thunder Emperor's instructions. If he wanted to obtain the power of thunder, he must stay conscious. Once unconscious, it will be absorbed by the blood lake and become the nutrients inside. Not only does Xiao not want to die, he also wants to obtain a thunder combat body and the power to control thunder and lightning. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Xiao suddenly found that the thunder and lightning that stimulated his limbs and bones turned into a wave of thunder and wrapped around his body. Xiao leapt out of the lake and excitedly tried the power of the thunder. Power, thunder combat body. I successfully obtained the thunder combat body. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was full of strength, and even his cultivation had broken through the third level of rebirth. This is the thunder ceremony. It contains my inheritance for many years. I will give it to you today. Remember, do not tell others about today's events. Otherwise you will be in catastrophe. The consciousness of the Thunder Emperor gradually dissipated in the world. Looking at the thunder ceremony in his hand, Xiao shook his head with some regret. If the clan can practice this method, the Xiao family's strength will definitely increase greatly, but it's a pity. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The Thunder Emperor said before that there are other restricted areas. Since I can't tell my tribe about this, I should improve my strength as soon as possible and lead my tribe to find those restricted areas. Maybe I can also encounter such an opportunity. After coming off the cliff, Xiao found that his 5 senses had become more sensitive. Not only could he see flying insects 100 meters away, but he could also hear sounds coming from all directions. Among them was the team that was chasing him, with a strong killing intent bursting out of their eyes. Xiao sensed the opponent's position and came to them. So you are here, let's see how you can escape now. Xiao, just accept your death. All these useless struggles will only make your death more painful. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you can't escape. 3 powerful men who were reborn at the 3rd level launched an attack on Xiao. Normally, Xiao would only have to wait for death, but this time is different from the past. Not only did he have a thunder combat body, but he also broke through the 3rd level of escape. Even if 3 people attacked him at the same time, Xiao was not afraid and could even kill them one by one. Then let you be the stepping stones for my growth. Xiao smiled contemptuously, clenched his fists, and the power of thunder burst out from his body, heading towards the 3 of them with terrifying pressure. The flash of swords and shadows, and countless thunder and lightning intense emanated from Xiao's body, and the place where they touched was scorched black with faint electric light. The battle lasted only a quarter of an hour, and the 3 powerful men who had emerged from the 3rd level were all eliminated by Xiao. The huge movement attracted other teams. Looking at Xiao, who was unscathed, and the charred black bodies with thunder and lightning of the 3 reborn realm powerhouses behind him, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Quick! Go back and report. Before he finished speaking, more than 10 team members were instantly killed by Xiao. The sound of this fight attracted not only people, but also the ferocious beasts in the mountains. Xiao's strength made them feel terrified. When he left, the ferocious beasts appeared on the battlefield and devoured those bodies. Xiao returned to the military camp and finished his errands, then took a leave of absence from the senior officer to return to the Xiao family. After being out for so long, it's time to go back and take a look. Now his strength is considered strong among the family. Except for the head of the family who can compete with him, he is afraid that the family has no rivals. Now, The fact that Elder Chongfeng and others were killed by Xiao Xuan in Juku City also reached the ears of the Tianqian sect master and sect disciples. Everyone was furious. Who would have thought that such a reversal would happen to something so foolproof? Xiao Xuan not only killed 2 protectors and Morongzhan instantly, he even killed Elder Chongfeng with a huge disparity in the 7th level golden body. Sect master, we want to avenge Elder Chongfeng and the 2 guardians. Xiao Xuan went too far. He even took advantage of Elder Chongfeng's unpreparedness to attack. Such villains must be killed. Kill. Kill. However, when they heard that Xiao Xuan understood the sword intention, they remained silent because they knew that in the same realm, the one with the sword intention could crush the other party. This was also the real cause of Chongfeng's death. Unless the opponent's level of strength is higher than his, everyone thinks of the Supreme Elder who went to the back mountain to practice in seclusion 3 months ago. At this time, only the soul transformation realm could deal with Xiao Xuan. Everyone came to the back mountain and waited for more than a month before they heard the movement inside. I finally made a breakthrough. From today on, I am the 4th level of God. Transformation. As the stone door opened, the old voice of the Supreme Elder came from inside. With a childlike appearance and fair hair, he walked towards the crowd with his hands behind his back and his face full of joy. Looking at the sect disciples who had been waiting in the back mountain, the Supreme Elder knew that they were waiting for him. After all, breaking through to the 4th level of God transformation is a happy event that the entire sect should be happy about, but it is true that everyone in front of him is happy for him, and it is also true that his eyes are depressed and sad. What happened to the sect? It must be no small matter to make the entire sect, including the sect leader, worried. The sect leader briefly told the story of how Elder Chongfeng and several guardians were killed by Xiao Xuan. The Supreme Elder was furious when he heard this. With a flick of his sleeve, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, sand flew and rocks flew, causing the earth to tremble. I didn't expect that someone would think that I don't exist even though I, the second son of the Supreme Being, have not cared about the world for so many years. Kill my Tianqian sect elders and protectors. Kill my Tianqian sect's unparalleled genius. This is not taking this elder seriously. The order goes down. Except for the great elder who guards the mountain gate. The other disciples will follow this elder to Juku City and crush the Xiao family. Tamper the Xiao family. Flatten the Xiao family. All the disciples couldn't help cheering. Chapter 15, Tiangshuanzong is coming. The people of Tianqian sect unabashedly led a large group of people and headed towards the Xiao family in Juku City. The entire Chongqing County was in turmoil due to the lineup of Tianqian sect. Seeing this scene, all the major forces stepped aside to avoid its sharp edge. Tianqian sect is really going to kill the Xiao family this time. Except for the first elder who didn't come, all the other 7 core elders are here. Look at the back, even the 18 guardians are all dispatched, my god. 16 inner sect elders are here too. This is a move to mobilize the entire sect's power. We are going to completely destroy the Xiao family. Isn't that the leader of Tianqian sect? I heard that he is only 1 step away from becoming a god. Why is he not standing at the top? Instead, he is following an old man? Then where is the old man? That is the Supreme Elder of Tianqian sect, a strong man of the 3rd level of God transformation who is in charge of the home court. When everyone saw this battle, they were very worried about the future of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was able to escape with luck last time, but this time, they are afraid that the surname Xiao will be removed from the entire Chongqing County. You have been stuck at the peak of the golden body for a long time. I still have a foundation establishment pill in my hand. After this matter is resolved, you can start preparing for a breakthrough. The Supreme Elder's words made the sect leader extremely excited. He was already at the peak of his golden body, but he still dared not break through. One is that the sect has been undergoing many changes recently and has no time to take care of this matter, and the other is that it is worried that it will not be possible to break through. Breaking through the realm of transformation requires the joint assistance of the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Realm-Breaking Pill to ensure that when the 3/9 Thunder Tribulation comes, the body and soul will not be destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation. Although he had saved a lot over the years, it was far from enough if he wanted to buy the Foundation-Building Pill and the Realm-Breaking Pill at the same time. Now that he has the Foundation Establishment Pill from the Supreme Elder, it will be just around the corner for him to break through to the realm of divine transformation. Thinking of this, even the steps under his feet become much lighter. Tianqian sect's large-scale visit to the Xiao family naturally attracted the attention of other sections. In the Chongping County military camp, Ji Yunquang and his brothers from the Transformation God realm are discussing the Tianqian sect's attack on the Xiao family. Now that the Supreme Elder has broken through the realm and escaped from seclusion, he has launched a massive attack on the Xiao family. It seems that the Xiao family is bound to lose. Although Ji Yunquang was optimistic about Xiao Xuan's qualifications, he could only feel regretful when faced with such a powerful enemy as Tianqian sect. The man looked at the letter in his hand thoughtfully. Yunquang, go and prepare a gift. When the battle between the Xiao family and Tianqian sect is over, if the Xiao family wins, the gift will be sent to the Xiao family. If the Xiao family loses, the gift will be taken directly to Tianqian sect. Although Ji Yunquang didn't understand why he was like this, he also knew that no matter which side won, it would be beneficial to the Ji family. At the same time, in the back mountain, except for Xiao Qingyun, who was in charge of the Xiao family, Xiao Juechen and Xiao Sua were all protecting Xiao Xian in the back mountain and helping him break through to the realm of divine transformation. At this time, the elixir in Xiao Xian's body began to take effect, and the 3/9 Thunder Tribulation also fell from the sky. With the help of 2 elder guardians, and the assistance of the Foundation Building Pill and the Body Forging Pill, Xiao Xian quickly locked the power of Thunder Tribulation in his body and introduced it into his dantian. At this moment, the shadow of a dragon appeared in his dantian, and the power of countless thunder tribulations was absorbed by it, turning into the meaning of thunder and lightning, and then transmitted from his dantian to his limbs and bones. If word of the divine soul dragon were spread, not only would the Nanming dynasty tremble, but even the Tianyuan continent would be shaken. When ordinary people break through to the realm of spirit transformation, their bodies will be divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which correspond to the 5 elements of the 5 elements, and are dominated by the soul that is most compatible with them. There will also be a very few people who will have visions in the sea of consciousness when they break through, but most of them are grass elves, and only a few geniuses will have martial spirits. Even so, this can cause a commotion in Shin men. Not to mention the appearance of beast souls, or mythical beasts like dragons, that can be upgraded according to their cultivation level. And such a being must be an unparalleled genius. But this kind of talent was extremely rare even in ancient times, let alone now that the profound strength is gradually decreasing. Xiao Xian opened his eyes, and the artistic conception of a powerful person who transformed into gods burst out from before his eyes. After breaking through to the realm of gods, not only his strength and cultivation realm were greatly improved, but his physical body's attack and speed also experienced qualitative changes. The move has the explosive power of thunder, and even the face has regained its youth, looking about 30 years old. This also proves that he has truly become a strong man who can intimidate one side. He is one of the top strong men in Chongqing County, and even the Nanming dynasty. I was just about to go find you, but I didn't expect to find you here. It's good to save you the time of a trip. Xiao Xuan couldn't wait to go and fight with the people of Tianqian sect, and a long-lost sense of pleasure came from deep in his heart. Ding, family crisis detected, system mission, destroy Tianqian sect, complete. The mission to get generous rewards. Almost as soon as the system beeped, Xiao Xuan had already set off towards Tianqian sect. Congratulations to the head of the family for breaking through to the god transformation realm. Xiao Juechen and Xiao Sua watched Xiao Xuan walk out of the stone gate and felt the pressure from the powerful ones in the god transformation realm. The two looked at each other excitedly, and then bowed to Xiao Xuan. However, there was no response from Xiao Xuan for a long time. The two of them looked up in confusion, but saw that there was no one in front of them. They didn't even know when Xiao Xuan left. The realm of transformation into gods is really terrifying. At this time, several younger members of the family hurried over. When they saw Xiao Juechen and Xiao Sua, they hurriedly reported them before they had time to salute. Elder Juechen, Elder Xiao Sua, and Supreme Elder Tianqian sect are coming with their troops to kill my Xiao family. What? The two of them had no time to think and hurriedly led several juniors down the mountain. They also understood why Xiao Xuan suddenly disappeared. He sensed that Tianqian sect was invading and went to fight the enemy. Go down and tell everyone in the family not to panic. The head of the family has broken through to the realm of gods and is heading to meet the enemy. When the younger generation heard the news, they immediately danced with joy and quickly informed the Xiao family members. Although Xiao Xuan had just broken through to the realm of divine transformation, they believed that their family leader could rescue them from crises time and time again. As members of the Xiao Xuan clan, they will not hold him back, they will work hard to practice and become Xiao Xuan's powerful backing. Xiao Xuan didn't know what the Xiao family members were thinking. At this moment, he was holding a sword 100 miles away from the Xiao family, waiting for everyone from the Tianqian sect to arrive. Taisheng Elder, the Xiao family's headquarters is just ahead. I will take my disciples there first to see Xiao Xuan's strength. The sixth elder stepped forward to report, and then led more than 100 disciples to wield the Xiao family sword. Flight. However, the way was blocked by a young man in white clothes holding a sword. The sixth elder and others did not recognize Xiao Xuan. Seeing that the other party had no aura and just regarded him as a child who did not know his own abilities, he smiled contemptuously. There was no strong person who could catch his eye in the little Juku city. Immediately, he unleashed his killing move on Xiao Xuan, hitting him directly in the face. However, Xiao Xuan didn't even draw his sword. A sword light was emitted from his sea of consciousness. The sixth elder didn't even have a chance to defend, and was killed by this sword light. The body suddenly fell from the air, and he still maintained the appearance of making moves before dying. Everyone retreated in horror, the hands holding the weapons trembling slightly, which was the fear radiating from their bones. Chapter 16. I can give you 3 moves, how about it? The various forces hidden around the woods couldn't help but gasp when they saw Xiao Xuan kill the elder of Tianqian sect with one sword. To argue with Tiang Xuanzong at this time is to take the initiative and put your head on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Is this person desperate for his life? The other party is Tianqian sect. There is a powerful person at the God transformation realm sitting in charge. The elder of Tianqian sect is a strong man who suppresses one party. Although everyone was shocked by Xiao Xuan's courage, they were also worried about his life and death. From the moment Xiao Xuan swung his sword to kill the sixth elder to this moment, his expression had not changed at all, and he seemed not to have heard the sounds hidden in the woods. The Supreme Elder felt the power of the same realm as Xiao Xuan the moment he drew his sword. Only people in the same realm can sense each other and resonate with each other at certain moments. The Supreme Elder knew that the other party was also a cultivator in the realm of gods, and his cultivation level was not much different from his. He suppressed his angry disciples and then stood up to face Xiao Xuan. We are both cultivators in the realm of transformation. I remember that I have no grudge against you. Can you tell me your name? Why did you kill me? The elder of Tianqian sect? The Supreme Elder's question did not receive a response from Xiao Xuan. The various forces hidden in the woods were shocked. This young man in white turned out to be a cultivator in the realm of gods. It's no wonder that they can kill the Tianqian sect elder with one sword, but even if he is in the god transformation realm, he can't defeat the Taishang elder. The other party is a strong person at the third level of the divine transformation realm. Although they are all in the same realm, this is a crushing blow. No wonder the sixth elder didn't even have a chance to defend himself in front of him. It turns out he is in the realm of divine transformation. How can there be such a young and powerful person in the realm of God transformation? You dare to kill his clan elder in front of the Supreme Elder. Could it be that he was a helper invited by the Xiao family? There was a lot of discussion for a while, and they were very curious about Xiao Xuan's sudden appearance. After all, his appearance was coincidental and seemed to be known in advance. The Supreme Elder was in a very heavy mood at the moment, and the other party looked to be only about 30 years old. But he was already at the first level of becoming a god, which made him have to be wary of his origins. After all, there are so many powerful people in this world, and he is indeed one of the best in Chongqing County. But once you leave Chongqing County, the state of transformation into gods is the same as that of a master, and is not worth mentioning at all. Now that the young man in front of him was only in his 30s, it was difficult for him to determine which family or sect outside he was the leader of, and what strength he had behind him. The Supreme Elder is really old and dazzled. Your Tianqian sect is coming towards my Xiao family with great force, but you don't even recognize me, Xiao Xuan. Why, Tianqian sect has already fallen after one elder and 2 guardians died. Is it like this? As soon as Xiao Xuan said this, everyone was shocked. He turned out to be Xiao Xuan. Isn't Xiao Xuan at the 7th level cultivation level of the golden body? How did he break through to become a god in a short period of time? How did he do it? This is incredible. No wonder we didn't recognize him. It turns out he broke through to the realm of divine transformation and looks 10 years younger. Not only were they shocked, but even the Supreme Elder was shocked by Xiao Xuan's cultivation speed. In less than half a year, he broke through 3 realms in a row. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. You are Xiao Xuan. Could it be your father? Xiao Xuan sneered, folding his hands and leaning on the sword behind him. But just after breaking through to the first level of God transformation, you dare to speak out wild words. You are really arrogant. The Taishang elders' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Too arrogant to be considered arrogant, but I happen to have the ability to kill you. Xiao Xuan turned back and looked directly into the eyes of the Supreme Elder. The latter looked up and laughed as if they had heard a joke. Many people were frightened and backed away tens of meters for fear of setting themselves on fire. The Supreme Elder took a step forward, and a wave of energy spread out in all directions. The powerful momentum suppressed the surrounding people and could not move at all. Today I will let you know what is the crushing of realms, and also let you clearly see the gap between you and this elder. After saying that, he no longer tried to hide it, and with full momentum, he looked at Xiao Xuan indifferently. You ignored our Tianxian sect, killed the elders, and killed the genius. Today, you will pay for it with your life. However, in Xiao Xuan's eyes, all his actions were just monkey acrobatics and funny. You, the elder of Tianxian sect, along with two great protectors, helped Morongzhan attack my Xiao family. You treat the lives of my Xiao family members like ants. I am only fulfilling the responsibilities of a clan leader. The Supreme Elder snorted coldly. 3 strong men and geniuses from our Tianxian sect invaded your Xiao family. It is a great honor for you. You should bear it. As soon as these words came out, many people couldn't help but exclaimed. If you dare to hit others, it is against the law for others to hit you. Shameless to the extreme. Xiao Xuan smiled instead of getting angry. According to what you said, it should be an honor for them that I have the sword intent at my side and can leapfrog the ranks to kill. I must be able to receive a reward when I get to the Lord of Hell. The Supreme Elder should be grateful to me. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. Due to the situation, they could only hold it in, but holding it in for a long time would easily lead to internal injuries. The Supreme Elder was furious when he heard this. He kicked his feet into the sky and a big sword appeared out of thin air, causing a roar. With one slash of the sword, it had the potential to split mountains and split the ground. Everyone felt that their scalps were numb and the hairs all over their bodies stood on end. This was the crushing of the realm. Even if Xiao Xuan was a strong man of the first level of becoming a god, it would be difficult for him to fight against him. Even if he had sword intention, he would not be able to escape. Even if a strong person in the god transformation realm is 1 realm apart, it is like 1,000 miles apart. What's more, there is a whole 3 realms difference between Xiao Xuan and Taishang Elder. This is simply an unshakable position. However, Xiao Xuan, facing this sword, remained calm, holding the waning moon sword and pointing it upward. The first move of Wulongju, Songlong has regrets. This is the first form of the dragon-free technique, and it was also understood when I saw the dragon figure in the Dantian during this breakthrough. The crisp sound of the swords clashing caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. The two collided in the air, and then separated immediately. The next moment, the Supreme Elder stared at the motionless Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Xiao Xuan was only at the first level of becoming a god. How could he possibly be able to catch his own sword skills? Even asked him to back off. At a disadvantage. How can this be? What kind of evil heretic are you cultivating? You are only at the first level of becoming a god, but you can actually catch my sword skills. The Elder Taishang shouted angrily. He did not believe that anyone could challenge him beyond the level. After hearing this, everyone began to doubt Xiao Xuan's weirdness. Many people thought that he was practicing magic skills. After all, the Xiao family had a demon cultivator. This could explain why Xiao Xuan's practice speed was so fast. The evil heretic who can leapfrog the challenge is a cultivator. The Supreme Elder is not convinced by his old age, but it doesn't matter. I can give you 3 moves, how about it? Xiao Xuan was holding a long sword and standing at his side, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Chapter 17 Fall. Kill people like hemp. The Supreme Elder, who was already furious, became even more furious after hearing what Xiao Xuan said. He was a dignified elder of the sect and a strong man in the realm of gods. Yet he was so humiliated in public. How could he swallow this breath? Xiao Xuan, I want your life. The situation is overwhelming. The Taisheng elder Yuanshan and the long sword in his hand merged into one. And he slashed at Xiao Xuan domineeringly and swiftly. Xiao Xuan sighed helplessly. I thought that the fourth level of the god transformation could be so powerful, but I didn't expect that it was all a routine. A sword light flashed, and sword energy like a divine dragon burst out from Xiao Xuan's body. Instantly defeated the ultimate move of the Supreme Elder. My master is the most polite person, Supreme Elder, take my move. Martial extreme fusion technique, the dragon enters the sea and comes out. This is a fusion skill that Xiao Xuan learned from the dragon figure in his Dantian when he broke through. It not only greatly improves his attack and speed. Combined with Qiankuan sword's target-locking skills, it can directly attack the opponent's sea of consciousness, shocking the soul to its foundation and causing irreversible damage. The power of the dragon blood battle body was also fully demonstrated at this moment. The sword light struck towards the Supreme Elder and disappeared after entering his body. If it weren't for the power of thunder cracking his body, everyone would have thought it was just an illusion. The next moment, the Supreme Elder felt his soul being torn apart, and a shattering sound came from the sea of consciousness, as if it was about to explode at any time. The huge pain made him feel the breath of death. If the sea of consciousness is broken, then he will be equivalent to a useless person. No longer interested in fighting Xiao Xuan, he thought of surrendering to the opponent in order to preserve his cultivation realm. Everyone looked at the Supreme Elder, who fell to the ground with his face twisted in pain, and Xiao Xuan, who was standing on one side with fluttering clothes like an immortal. They felt that their worldview was shattered, and they could not speak for a long time. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder is a strong man at the fourth level of the divine realm. Under such absolute crushing, how did Xiao Xuan manage to seriously injure him? The crowd hiding in the woods and watching were all surprised by this. Master Xiao, The Supreme Elder weighed the consequences and decisively begged Xiao Xuan for mercy. However, before his words came out, he was interrupted by Xiao Xuan's attack, and he saw him falling from the sky with a long sword in his hand. The Qiankuan sword rises. Countless sword lights rushed toward his face. Feeling the monstrous sword energy and endless killing intent, the Supreme Elder's whole body trembled. And he even forgot about the pain in his sea of consciousness and soul. If he hadn't known the details of Xiao Xuan, he would have really thought that the man in front of him was the god of war that he had heard about before, and that shocked the entire continent. Countless sword energy passed through his body, and the Supreme Elder died unwillingly with endless resentment. His shrill screams and his strange appearance before death became the nightmare of many people. A strong man at the fourth level of becoming a god died like this. That's a strong man who has shocked one side for decades. Even the dynasty wants to win over him, and he will be gone if he doesn't. Seeing Xiao Xuan, whose murderous intent remained undiminished, falling from the sky, everyone subconsciously took a step back. Even the powerful ones in the realm of transformation to gods died in his hands, not to mention those in the realm of raising souls and reborn. When he saw Xiao Xuan slowly walking towards the Tianqian sect, he felt relieved. But he also understood that everyone in Tianqian sect would be destroyed again. Everyone in Tianqian's sect was still in silence at the death of the supreme elder, unable to extricate themselves. Many disciples were even more murderous, wishing to cut Xiao Xuan into pieces with 1,000 knives. But he can even kill the supreme elder, let alone them. The Tianqian sect leader's face was ashen, and his heart was filled with despair. Even the supreme elders were dead, how could they survive? I thought that Xiao Xuan was just an ordinary person, and he relied on his sword intent to kill Elder Changfeng. I never thought that he was so powerful. Third elder, you take the disciples of the sect and run away. Run away as much as you can. You must leave a trace of my Tianqian sect bloodline. One day, you will avenge us. The leader of Tianqian sect made a prompt decision and was ready to sacrifice himself to give his disciples a chance to escape. Even if he is not Xiao Xuan's opponent, with his strength, he can still hold off for a moment and a half, giving the sect disciples a chance to survive. Sect master. The third elder hesitated, but he couldn't bet everyone's lives, let alone live up to the sect master's entrustment. Just because you want to stop my family leader and let them escape for their lives? Xiao Xuan sneered repeatedly, with a bone-chilling coldness exuding from his body. As soon as the waning moon sword was released, the sword energy burst through the air, a cold light flashed, and the body of the Tianqian sect leader fell from the sky. To the end of his life, he could not believe that his cultivation at the peak of his golden body could not even take one of Xiao Xuan's moves. Then, Xiao Xuan's eyes were fixed on the remaining Tianqian sect members, including 40 cultivators of the golden body realm. Teleporting to one of the golden bodies, the other person's eyes were blank. When Xiao Xuan cut his throat with a sword, his eyes widened in fear. The next moment, everyone saw only a man in white walking through the crowd. And wherever he went, someone fell down. As if entering a deserted place, within a few breaths, more than 40 strong men with golden bodies were all killed, without even calling for help. However, there was not even a trace of blood on Xiao Xuan's body, and everyone only felt terrified. At this moment, there is only one word in their mind. Killing like hemp. Xiao Xuan looked at the corpses everywhere in front of him indifferently. To him, these people all died in the right place. If he doesn't fight back today, the bodies of his Xiao family members will fall in these pools of blood. Since he is the leader of a clan, he must shoulder corresponding responsibilities. No matter how the outside world evaluates him, he always adheres to his own principles. At this moment, everyone in the Xiao family also rushed over. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were shocked at first. After seeing that Xiao Xuan was unharmed, the uneasiness disappeared immediately. No matter what time, Xiao Xuan will not let them down. Xiao Juechen obeys the order. Xiao Xuan said indifferently. I will obey the instructions of the master of the family. Xiao Juechen knelt down on one knee. The head of my family orders you to lead all the strong men in the reborn realm to Tianqian sect and collect all the resources of Tianqian sect. If there is any obstruction, kill them without mercy. Xiao Xuan glanced towards the woods lightly, and this glance dispelled many forces thoughts on Tianqian sect's resources. The Tianqian sect has a great cause and has been standing in Xianmen for many years. The resources in the sect are countless. Now that Tianqian sect has been destroyed, the resources inside are naturally of concern to those who are interested. Xiao Xuan's glance is a warning to those who are making up their minds. If all the resources of Tianqian sect can be absorbed into the Xiao family, the strength of the Xiao family can be increased several times again. Juechen, listen to the order. Xiao Juechen was about to lead people forward, when Xiao Xuan handed the waning moon sword to him and imbued it with his own sword intent. If you take this sword, you can kill anyone below the level of the transformation god with one sword. Even if the opponent is at the level of the transformation soul, you can fight with them. The leader of this family will be waiting for good news for you in the clan. Xiao Xuan took over the waning moon sword, his momentum surged, and the military morale of the disciples behind him was even more inspired. Chapter 18 Destruction of Tianqian Sect. The Xiao family actually wants to attack Tianqian Sect. You're crazy. Even though all the elders in charge were killed by Xiao Xuan, there is a reason why Tianqian Sect has remained standing for so many years. Xiao Xuan can even kill the supreme elder of the fourth level of the god transformation. How can he still be afraid of the remaining people of Tianqian Sect? Now Xiao Xuan is a powerful person who transforms into gods, and he has the sword power at his side. He has almost no opponents in Chongqing County. What's more, there are not many strong people in Tianqian Sect today. If he doesn't go now, it's hard to wait until others finish carving it up. Do it. Again? I didn't expect that a great master would die like this. It's a pity, it's a pity. Well, in that case, why don't we take advantage of the chaos and get a share of the pie? That's Tianqian Sect. Almost the entire Juku city's resources are there. After seeing Xiao Xuan's leaving figure, everyone began to talk about it, and some of them still didn't give up. If you don't like having a long life, then go ahead. We still want to practice well. Even if we can't break through to the realm of gods, it would be great if we can live for one more year. Xiao Xuan's threatening shout just now, do you think it was for his Xiao family? Don't blame me for not reminding you, at this time, the wise man is to protect himself. Xiao Xuan doesn't even pay attention to the fourth level of God transformation, let alone you and me. Even if the forces behind you and me are willing to support him, will Xiao Xuan be afraid of him? After listening to everyone's discussion, the man shuddered all over and then shut up. Who among them is not a human being among the best? Normally, they would have long been discussing how to divide the resources, but now they are watching helplessly as the Xiao family collects all the resources. It is true that Xiao Xuan's strength is too terrifying. He can kill a strong man of the fourth level of God transformation by himself, which is enough to become the strongest man in Chongqing County. The news that Xiao Xuan beheaded the Supreme Elder and killed 40 golden body realm cultivators instantly spread throughout Chongqing County. All the major forces were originally waiting to see the Xiao family destroyed, ready to carve up resources at any time, but when they saw the elder of Tianqian Sect die at the hands of Xiao Xuan, they were so horrified that they were speechless. But no matter which side loses, there is no harm to them. Just when several larger forces are preparing to go to Tianqian Sect to divide the resources, another news came that the Supreme Elder of Tianqian Sect had broken through to the fourth level of the Divine Transformation realm when he went to the Xiao family. And Xiao Xuan also broke through the first level of the Divine Transformation realm, and with the strength gap between the three realms, he killed the Supreme Elder. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. They only knew that Xiao Xuan was powerful, but they never imagined that he was so powerful. At this moment, Xiao Xuan's name was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the major forces. In the Chongqing County military camp, Ji Yunquang and his brother from the Huashan realm tribe looked at each other in disbelief when they received the news. This Xiao Xuan is too terrifying. Ji Yun was frightened just listening to the reports from his subordinates. If he couldn't be used for his own purposes and was on the opposite side, he couldn't imagine it anymore. This Xiao Xuan is really beyond my expectation. The surprise in the man's eyes could not dissipate for a long time. If I had known he was so powerful, I should have established a good relationship in advance, and there would be no need to waste so much time. Ji Yunquang recalled that when the Xiao family sent someone to deliver the cloud-piercing arrow for the first time, he wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Xiao family in order to please his concubine. Now in less than half a year, Xiao Xuan has grown to this point. Even the Ji family needs his help to have any chance of winning in this turmoil. Yunquang, prepare your gifts quickly and go to the Xiao family with your brother to see who Xiao Xuan is and how powerful he is. Ji Yunbu stood up suddenly, then looked at Ji Yunquang. I remember that you had some disputes with the Xiao family before. Now the situation is turbulent and other families have begun to fight. If our Ji family wants to be the only winner in this turmoil, we should make a decisive decision. Yes. Yunquang understands. A trace of cruelty flashed in Ji Yunquang's eyes. He had a concubine who was the sister of the former city lord. Because she was charming and good at serving others, he loved her very much. Ji Yun originally wanted to take action against the Xiao family because of this concubine and the concubine's deafness, which made him feel that destroying the Xiao family would not be an easy task. After all, the highest level of the Xiao family was no more than a golden body, so they gave up because the family had a message not to act rashly. Now if they want the Xiao family to join the camp, they have to make some show. It's just a woman. If she dies, she will die. That night, Ji Yunquang found a reason to deal with the concubine and spread the news. By coincidence, it reached the Xiao family. Ji Yunbu was very satisfied with Ji Yunquang's handling of the matter and gave him a foundation-building pill before leaving for the Xiao family. As expected of the son of my Ji family, those who want to achieve great things should not stick to trivial matters. Women are just men's clothes. No matter how beautiful the clothes are, if they hinder you from doing things, you have to throw them away. This foundation establishment pill can help you break through to the divine transformation realm, and it can be considered as compensation for you. Ji Yunquang was immediately excited. Thank you, brother Tiang Xuanzong. The great elder who stayed behind in the sect suddenly felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. Just when he was about to send spies to Juku City to investigate, the gate of Tianqian sect was suddenly broken open. What happened? Why is there such a loud noise outside? The uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. Your grandpa, Xiao, is here to see you, and you haven't come out to greet him yet. Xiao Jiuchen walked in swaggeringly with the disciples of the Xiao family. Grandpa has a gift for you. Xiao Jiuchen. You actually took advantage of the sect leader and the supreme elder to attack the Xiao family and launch a sneak attack on our Tianqian sect. Aren't you afraid that the supreme elder will come back to settle the score with you? The first elder's first thought was that the Xiao family had already known that Tianqian sect wanted to settle a score with them, so they specially led their troops to sneak attack on Tianqian sect. At this time, most of the powerful men of Tianqian sect had already followed the supreme elder and the sect leader out, and they had no power to compete with the soldiers and horses brought by Xiao Jiuchen. Is he the supreme elder you are talking about? Xiao Jiuchen suddenly remembered something and kicked the round object wrapped in black cloth that he had been stepping on under his feet in front of him. Due to the friction on the ground, the black cloth also fell down, revealing the head of the supreme elder inside. Everyone was shocked, and the great elder was even more shocked. The supreme elder was actually killed by them. The supreme elder. Who killed the supreme elder? They even killed the supreme elder, and now they are here to destroy our sect. Even the Supreme Elder is dead, how can we resist? Xiao Juochen chuckled, you are quite self-aware. Our family leader said that. If there are wise men who are willing to surrender without killing, they can. Also go to Juku City and the Xiao family's designated registration location. Sign up. Of course, if there are disciples who refuse to admit defeat, they can. Compete with me. Xiao Juochen changed his friendly attitude just now, and his eyes became fierce. Chapter 19, The Enviable Resources. Xiao Juochen's words made most of the inner and outer sect disciples retreat. And intend to quit. Since ancient times, when sects have fought, the losing side will not only have their resources robbed, but also all the disciples of the sect will be killed. Now Xiao Juochen not only gave up his words of surrender, but also allowed those who were interested to join the Xiao family, which made their hearts flutter. All the sect disciples except the core disciples put down their swords and walked towards the outside of the sect. At this time, they did not have to worry that the core disciples of Tianqian's sect would settle accounts with them. My lies are deceiving the public. The great elder saw that Xiao Juochen's cultivation was only at the first level of the golden body and was no match for him, so he showed off his peak golden body and launched a strong attack on him. Xiao Juochen stepped forward to fight calmly and took out the waning moon sword that Xiao Xuan gave him. A golden white sword light flashed, and everyone was dazzled until the sword light dissipated. The great elder who originally launched an attack on Xiao Juochen froze on the spot. A line of blood oozed out from Yintang, dotted down, splitting his body in two. He actually killed him instantly with one sword. He was a strong man with a peak golden body. The great elder has been killed instantly, let's run away quickly. Protect the core disciples to escape, and then seek revenge on the Xiao family when the time is right in the future. Although most of the powerful men of Tianqian's sect were killed by Xiao Xuan, there were also cultivators in the golden body realm who stayed behind. Seeing that the great elder was killed, the remaining core senior leaders took the core disciples out of the sect in batches. Only a trace of blood is left for Tianqian's sect, and he will avenge the annihilation of the sect in the future. Xiao Juochen came here today just to eradicate the weeds, so how could he let them escape under his nose? Want to escape? Have you asked Grandpa Xiao? When Xiao Juochen took action, several fifth-level golden body cultivators attacked him. However, before he could get close to his body, he was instantly killed by the crescent moon sword, and then independently attacked other cultivators in the golden body realm. But within a few breaths, dozens of golden-bodied warriors who were in charge of Tianqian sect died. Xiao Juochen's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. The master of the house is mighty. He can attack independently with just one sword intention. The momentum in his heart was rising, and he launched an attack on the cultivator who had raised his soul to the state of rebirth. The battle lasted for a full hour. The smell of blood permeated the entire Tianqian sect. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the blood-red river reflected a strange and extreme beauty. The major forces hiding in the dark are ready to reap the benefits. Seeing the waning moon sword unsheathed and instantly killing the great elder at the peak of his golden body, it was like harvesting carrots and cabbage. After harvesting the heads of dozens of golden body realm protectors, he subconsciously touched his head. He watched with awe as Xiao Juochen led people to search for Tianqian sect's resources. It took Xiao Juochen 3 full days to plunder all the resources of Tianqian sect. Before leaving, he lit a fire and completely removed Tianqian sect from Xianmen. At this time, Xiao Xuan is receiving the reward for this mission in the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving The reward, the cultivation level of the god realm has been upgraded to the third level. The sword intention has entered the stage of small success, a ring for the family leader, and the earth level waning moon sword has been upgraded to the top level of the earth level. Acquire a piece of family spiritual land, requires land reclamation, a general outline of weapon forging, a perfect level yuan solidifying elixir. Recipe, a perfect level chi refining elixir recipe, a spiritual storage. Elixir * 2000, automatically generate 3 kinds of spiritual bodies, and reward family legends super genius. Family spirit field, all medicinal materials can be planted, the growth rate of medicinal materials is increased, and the growth time is accelerated. There is a 50% probability of obtaining high-grade medicinal herbs, and a 30% probability of obtaining mutated medicinal herbs. General outline of weapon forging, contains the forging methods of all Xian level weapons, reducing the failure rate, and increasing the success rate of perfect Xian level weapons by 30%. Perfect level Gu Yuan Dan recipe, assists cultivation, increases the speed of cultivation, reduces the risk of waste elixirs in elixir refining, and increases the elixir success rate. Perfect level Qi training pill, for cultivators in the realm of reincarnation, increase the cultivation speed of cultivators in the realm of reincarnation, and greatly increase the rate of pill formation. Spirit accumulating pill, a special elixir for cultivators in the golden body realm to repair the trauma caused by breakthroughs, consolidate cultivation, and speed up cultivation. Housekeeper's ring, contains a small space. According to the improvement of the host's cultivation, you can obtain mess and space. Other functions need to be unlocked. Spirit bodies have been generated, Sky Sword body, Supreme Shield body, Supreme Tao body. The further he goes, the more satisfied Xiao Xuan is with this system. Every reward is customized according to the family's needs and is very user-friendly. Without much thought, Xiao Xuan directly handed over the general outline of the elixir recipe and weapon forging to Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Sua. The two looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes, which money can't buy. Especially the general outline of weapon forging, which was a lost recipe in the southern Ming dynasty. Xiao Qingyun's hand holding the elixir was shaking constantly. The elixir was refined from the elixir last time. Helped many younger members of the family to break through, and allowed a few to find other methods of cultivation. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the family has been raised to another level. Not only that, the refined low-grade and medium-grade elixirs were sold on the market and became extremely popular, bringing a lot of income to the family. Then, Xiao Xuan assigned 3 special physiques to Xiao Jianqi, Xiao Qingshan, and Xiao Bang. The 3 of them practiced swordsmanship, defense, and Taoism, respectively. A piece of land was selected on the system map as the land for spiritual cultivation, and sent special personnel to manage it. After arranging all the work, Xiao Xuan returned to the system and clicked on the main panel to view his attributes. Name, Xiao Xuan. Sex, male. Physique, creation dragon blood combat body. Cultivation realm, 3rd level of divine transformation. Exotic treasure, family leader's ring. Martial skill, Wulong art, proficiency 1%. Weapon, earth level top waning moon sword. Kung fu, 10,000 swords return to the sect, proficiency, 20%. Sword intention, small successes. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Spirit Field. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. 3 days later, Xiao Juochen returned with the materials collected by Tianqian sect. Everyone had a look of satisfaction on their faces. It was obvious that Tianqian sect's supplies were very rich. It was so rich that even Xiao Xuan was speechless after seeing it. Tianqian. Sec's nickname of Treasure Pavilion was indeed true. In the days that followed, the family received constant good news. First, the 9 elders broke through the Golden Body realm. Then hundreds of clan members in the family broke through to the realm of escape, including hundreds of clan members at the peak level of raising spirits. Of course, these changes are indispensable for the 3 blessings of the Sutra Pavilion, the Enlightenment Room, and the Elixir. As long as the Xiao family members enter the Sutra Pavilion, they can find suitable cultivation methods there, and some can even obtain their natal weapons. The battle room and training room in the Enlightenment Room are better adapted to the clan's training methods. Coupled with the assistance of perception bonus and elixir, the speed of cultivation is increased several times. When Xiao Xuan absorbs the general outline of weapon forging and forges suitable weapons, the family's strength will soar qualitatively. The monthly cultivation test had begun, and Xiao Xuan was just about to go. Watch when a junior member of the family came to deliver a message. Master of the family, the Ji family, who claims to be the 8 great families, is coming to visit with their people. Please give instructions to the master of the family. Chapter 20. Do you think I am qualified? Xiao Xuan didn't know why. Why did the Ji family, one of the 8 major families, come? He never remembered that the Xiao family had anything to do with it. Looking at the high-spirited testing ground, Xiao Xuan suddenly understood. He killed the supreme elder of the 4th level of the god transformation, destroyed the Tianqian sect, and his cultivation level also broke through to the god transformation realm. Nowadays, the situation in the Nanming dynasty is in turmoil. As one of the 8 major families, the Ji family naturally does not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, I came here to win him over and increase my chances of winning the competition. Invite them to the hall. The head of the family will arrive soon. Xiao Xuan checked the test results of the previous few games at the testing ground. After explaining a few words to the elder in charge, he slowly headed to the waiting hall. At this time, brothers Ji Yunbu and Ji Yunzhan were already waiting in the hall. When they saw Xiao Xuan coming, they hurriedly stood up and saluted. In the next Ji Yunzhan, I met the head of the Xiao family. In the next season, Yun Kuang met the head of the Xiao family. The 2 brothers spoke in unison, with a humble attitude, showing no trace of the arrogance of the children of aristocratic families. Xiao Xuan was not surprised by the attitude of the 2 of them. In Xianmen, absolute strength holds the right to speak. As one of the 8 major families in the Southern Ming dynasty, he is in a high position regardless of his powerful position. Make them behave courteously in front of you. It's just that he has the cultivation level of transformation into God realm. The family is getting stronger and stronger, making it a worthy target. It was like the Xiao family sent them the cloud-piercing arrow back then, but they couldn't even get a proper look at it. Now he is willing to kill even his concubine in order to win over the Xiao family. It is really ironic. You're welcome, everyone here is a guest. Please take a seat. Xiao Xuan gave him a hand, but his decent attitude made the 2 brothers a little embarrassed. Looking at each other, they both didn't know how to speak. Xiao Xuan directly used his chaotic pupils to check the main purpose of the 2 coming here, just in case. Ji Yunkuang, a direct descendant of the Ji family, with a 4th level cultivation in the divine realm. During the battle between the Xiao family and the Tianqian sect, wait and see what happens. Whoever wins will go and make friends in exchange for the fruits of victory after the turmoil. The family also willing to pay the price. Ji Yunzhan, a sidekick of the Ji family, who escaped from the peak cultivation level and killed his own concubine in order to befriend the Xiao family. The results of the chaotic pupil's investigation were almost the same as his. And Xiao Xuan looked at the two of them without changing his expression. Master Xiao, to be honest, my two brothers came here to ask for something important. Ji Yunquang thought for a moment and showed his favor to Xiao Xuan. Compared with the interests of the family, what is personal dignity? The Xiao family master is extremely majestic this time. Looking at Chongping County, who dares to compete with him? Ji Yunzhan gave Xiao Xuan a loud flattery. Xiao Xuan was unmoved and just smiled faintly. Fame and prestige cannot be gained by external things. Only with sufficient strength can one survive in this troubled world. Ji Yunquang did not expect that he would not accept verbal praise at all. If you want to win over him, you have to pay a certain price. What the Xiao family master said is absolutely true. My two brothers came here today to invite the Xiao family master to join our Ji family. In the southern Ming dynasty, there were 9 cities and 64 provinces and counties. Our Ji family exclusively occupies 1 royal city and 12 provinces and counties. He holds an important position in the court and is in charge of an army. His strength is among the best among the 8 major families. Now that the situation in the dynasty is in turmoil, our Ji family has the intention to aspire to the southern Ming dynasty. If the head of the Xiao family can help with all the efforts of the Xiao family, when things come true in the future, our Ji family is willing to pay the corresponding price to show our sincerity. Xiao Xuan seemed to be interested and took a sip of tea. I wonder if you can tell me what benefits the Xiao family can get. I'd like to decide whether to help or not. Ji Yunzhan was a little angry and was about to reprimand him, but he was held back by Ji Yunquang. If the Xiao family master is willing to do his best to help the Ji family aspire to the top, then the princes and generals will be indispensable in the future. The Xiao family master is also the founding father of the Ji family. Not only that, the Xiao family can also occupy a royal city and several provinces and counties, and live in one place as kings. Ji Yunquang was very confident in the conditions he offered. This was how the founding emperor won over the 8 major families. From Xiao Xuan's words and actions just now, it can be concluded that he will not give up this opportunity. Xiao Xuan will indeed not give up this opportunity, but this opportunity is not that opportunity. Brother Ji Xian has already said so. It's hard for me to refuse. It's okay to ask my Xiao family to send troops to help, but I also have a condition. Brother Ji Yunquang was overjoyed. Sure enough, Xiao Xuan still wanted power. Master Xiao, no matter what, if our Ji family can do it, we will definitely be satisfied. Xiao Xuan looked calm and spoke calmly. We, the Xiao family, want to have the right to independently recruit troops without being subject to the control of the Ji family. Absolutely impossible. Ji Yunquang subconsciously refused. Although Xiao Xuan, as a cultivator in the realm of transformation into gods, could help his Ji family. But in Chongping County, and even the Nanming dynasty, he was not the only one in the realm of divine transformation. My two brothers came here today just because they feel that the head of the Xiao family is worthy of our friendship with the Ji family. But it doesn't mean that the Xiao family can negotiate terms with my Ji family and say something unpleasant. With the strength of the Xiao family, they are not qualified to negotiate terms with my Ji family. Xiao Xuan is not angry either. After all, what he said is true, but how can he let the opportunity slip away? The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from him, with the cultivation of the third level of God transformation, coupled with the sword intention of a small success. This directly shocked the two brothers of the Ji family to the extreme and looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. I wonder if this qualifies? Ji Yunquang's heart was like a galloping horse. The third level of divine transformation, coupled with Xiao Qing's sword. Intention. He suddenly understood where Xiao Xuan's confidence came from. He was almost invincible in the same realm. When Ji Yunzhan saw this, he was suddenly glad that he had not chosen to take action against the Xiao family because of his favored concubine. Otherwise, he was a little afraid of getting into trouble. After calming down his momentum, Xiao Xuan picked up the teacup and continued to drink tea, not in a hurry for Ji Yun's reply. After a moment of silence, Ji Yun opened his mouth to break the deadlock. On behalf of the Ji family, I agree to your request, but I need 3 people from the Ji family to hold important positions in the military. Moreover, the Xiao family's independent recruitment of troops cannot exceed 100,000. Xiao Xuan agreed without hesitation, and then watched the 2 people leave. At this time, the 9 elders also came to the waiting hall, and several of them were very puzzled by Xiao Xuan's behavior. Head of the family, with our current strength and development trend, we can take charge of our own business. Why do we want to join the Ji family? Yes, is the head of the family willing to be someone else's subordinate? Xiao Xuan smiled lightly and shook his head. Being friendly with them doesn't mean that I have to give them all my help. For me, this is just an opportunity. The development trend of my Xiao family is indeed good. But if we want to gain an invincible position in these troubled times, we have to rely on the army. We can do everything else. Only in recruiting an army, the Xiao family is still close to success. Isn't this a turning point? Everyone nodded after hearing this. Pass the order, my Xiao family will send the family's descendants to go to the military to experience. Anyone who takes the initiative to sign up will not only receive military rewards, but the family will also be rewarded with other resources every month. After this news was released, many descendants of the family enthusiastically signed up. The other side. In Xiaoding's mansion, a beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes. I didn't expect that after several lives, I would still wake up from reincarnation. In this life, I must be the one at the top. Xiao Qingyun looked at the green jade hands. Her eyes in the mirror were flowing, charming, but also intellectually elegant. Sitting cross-legged and meditating, a powerful aura radiated from her body. The cultivation level of the 3rd level of spiritual nourishment originally broke through the realm of rebirth, and did not stop until the peak of rebirth. Chapter 21, The Empress Awakens. Like Xiao Xuan, Xiao Qingyun is also a reborn person, but they are different. In the battle of the gods, I died together with him. After several reincarnations, I was able to resolve the calamity and finally get a chance to be reborn. Although I have been reincarnated for several lives, I have gained nothing. The opportunity of the battle of gods was taken away from me. After several reincarnations, I have already mastered the secrets. This life is just an opportunity for this empress to regain her peak. Supreme Divine Court mainly absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, supplemented by refining medicinal baths. Help cultivators to quickly improve their own cultivation. The stronger the cultivator's combat effectiveness, the faster the cultivation speed. Feeling the power of the Supreme Divine Court in his body, Xiao Qingyun's heart was extremely hot. Now Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, is a tolerant person, decisive and ruthless in dealing with things, and extremely protective of his shortcomings. Although I promised the Ji brothers and wanted to be friends with them this time, it was not superficial. From his years of forbearance, we can know that Xiao Xuan is by no means the kind of person who is willing to be a slave to others. Presumably, he also wanted to take this opportunity to quickly develop the Xiao family's strength. This time is a good opportunity for me. If I can take control of the military, it will be of no harm to me. Xiao Ding had just returned from the testing ground when he heard that his precious daughter was going to sign up for military training. This was so frightening that his heart stopped. Before he even reached the door, the sound was heard. Baby, Daddy, training in the army is very hard. How can a girl like you endure that kind of hardship? Listen to Daddy and get rid of this idea quickly. Daddy will find other things for you to do. His words and expressions all showed distress. Xiao Qingyun shook his head helplessly and hurriedly opened the door to greet Xiao Ding. After talking to him for a long time, Xiao Ding was comforted. Are you really determined? Xiao Ding couldn't accept her joining the army on the one hand, and he couldn't understand it on the other. Xiao Qingyun held Xiao Ding's calloused hand. Not only do I want to join the army, I also hope that my father can recommend my daughter to the head of the family to take over the military power. You want to control the military? Xiao Ding was very surprised. No. Absolutely not. Xiao Qingyun explained to Xiao Ding seriously, and it took a lot of effort to get the daughter-in-law to agree to help her. There was no way, who asked Xiao Ding to pamper her. Xiao family garrison, hurry to the registration office. Xiao Qingyun had just registered when she saw Jamal Xiao walking towards her. Brother Jingyan? Long time no see. Come and sign up for military training. Sister Qingyun. Are you also planning to go to the army? Uncle Xiao actually agreed? It's really surprising. Jamal Xiao has been paying attention to Xiao Qingyun since she came in. The two grew up together and have a very good relationship. Due to family affairs and their respective cultivations, we haven't seen each other for many years. It turned out to be a thunder combat body. The cultivation level has reached the 5th level of rebirth. I didn't expect that such a genius would appear in the Xiao family. It's really surprising. If I can make good friends with him, it will be even more powerful for me to ascend to the throne. Xiao Qingyun only felt a powerful thunder wave approaching him. After a little induction, he knew that it was emanating from Jamal Xiao. Although Sister Qingyun is extremely talented, after just a few years without seeing her, her aura has changed drastically. Not only that, the whole body also exudes a transcendent aura. Although I have escaped from the peak state, it still gives me a strong sense of danger. If we weren't standing opposite each other, this aura would make me want to get rid of it very decisively. Jamal Xiao was also aware of Xiao Qingyun. Because of his own experience, he quickly thought of the adventure. Maybe she is just like him, and she may not meet the opportunity. The two walked side by side, chatting along the way. Suddenly, bursts of loud noises came from not far away. Xiao Qingyun and Jamal Xiao couldn't help but look sideways. Xiao Jianxin actually broke through to the 6th level of escape. Isn't it possible? The last time I saw him he was still in the body refining stage. How long has it been since then, and he has already reached the 6th level of escape? I heard that after the Master's guidance, I became enlightened and awakened. My sword intention. Everyone was talking in disbelief. Just being taught by Xiao Xuan can lead to such an enlightenment? The two of them looked at each other sideways, and saw Xiao Jianxin, dressed in green clothes, walking towards this side with a long sword in his hand. It turned out to be a natural sword heart. When he awakened, he also received the natal divine sword. How come the Xiao family's favorites appear one after another? It's simply unbelievable. Even Xiao Qingyun, who was the empress, was shocked by Xiao Jianxin at this moment. At the same time, his curiosity about Xiao Xuan became even stronger, and he Even couldn't wait to see what kind of person he was. Jamal Xiao naturally felt Xiao Qingyun's strangeness, not only that, but also the thunderous intention in his body. Attracted by the sword intent emanating from Xiao Jianxin, there was a faint feeling of being suppressed. He actually understood the sword's intention so early. Even the head of the family only realized it after he broke through the golden body. Xiao Jianxin was attracted by two powerful forces at the registration office, and just walked to the door. I saw Xiao Qingyun and Jamal Xiao. The three of them looked at each other, and an invisible and colorless force burst out from their bodies, colliding with each other in the air. Although outsiders can't see it, they are actually fighting. It has nothing to do with winning or losing, it is just a competition between the strong and the strong. In the end, the three of them were evenly matched, with a little sweat on their foreheads. Jingyan, Qingyun, Xiao Jianxin smiled and strode towards the two of them. We haven't seen each other for a few years, but you are even more powerful than before. Xiao Qingyun smiled lightly. How can I compare with brother Kenshin? In just a few months, he broke through and escaped to the 6th level. This is a precedent in the family. That's right, did your boy secretly practice some skills and catch up with the two of us all at once? Jamal Xiao punched Xiao Jianxin in the chest, and then put a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Jianxin waved his hands repeatedly and scratched the back of his head rather shyly. Thanks to the guidance of the family master, I have reached my current level of cultivation. I have just made a breakthrough. I plan to say goodbye to the family master and then go outside to practice. Hearing this, Jamal Xiao respected Xiao Xuan even more. I just came back from the army, and I saw that the family has started to recruit troops. As a member of the Xiao family, I can't be absent. I haven't had time to meet the head of the family yet, so we just happen to be together. Xiao Qingyun lowered his eyes and thought deeply, taking this opportunity to meet the rumored Xiao Xuan. Maybe I haven't seen the master for a long time, so I'll go with you. Then the three of them came towards Xiao Xuan together. Xiao Xuan looked at the three geniuses standing in front of him and couldn't hide the satisfaction in his eyes. The future of the younger generation lies with them. Your retirement life also depends on them. Except for Xiao Jianxin, this was the first time for him to meet the other two people. Therefore, use Chaos Pupil to check the details of the two people. Xiao Jianmian escaped from the 5th level of cultivation and acquired the Thunder Fighting Body. He served in the military camp in Chongping County for several years. He accidentally encountered the place where the ancient Thunder Emperor fell. He obtained the Emperor's inheritance. He majored in the Thunder ceremony and practiced thunder-based martial arts to get twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Qingyun escaped from the peak cultivation level, the Empress reincarnated. After several lives to resolve calamities, she got the chance to return to this life. She practiced Supreme Divine Court and wanted to create the legendary Divine Court and take charge of the gods. A strange look flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. The strength of these two geniuses really impressed him. Especially Xiao Qingyun, who is also a reborn person, the reincarnation of the Empress, and how terrifying it is when her strength explodes. At the same time, I have to express my feelings about how powerful the system is. Xiao Qingyun was deeply shocked when she felt that Xiao Xian could probe her heart. I didn't expect that the legendary head of the family not only has the ability to turn stubborn stones into stone, but also has the ability to spy on people's hearts. With his leadership, the Xiao family will become more and more prosperous in the future, and my future path will become easier and easier. Xiao Qingyun only thought that Xiao Xian had peeked into her heart, but in fact, he also found out about the reincarnation of her empress. Chapter 22, The Proud Man of Heaven is truly extraordinary. This was the end of the meeting between Xiao Xuan and the three geniuses, and he had a certain understanding of the three of them. The three of them also saw Xiao Xuan's mystery. Xiao Jianxin was okay. He never went out of the Xiao family. At most, he stayed in the enlightenment room for 10 days and a half. Jamal Xiao and Xiao Qingyun were shocked by Xiao Xuan. Especially Jamal Xiao, since he took leave and returned to Juku City, he kept hearing about the Xiao family's affairs along the way. Especially after hearing that the Xiao family had offended Tianqian sect, he was extremely anxious and rushed towards the Xiao family in Juku City. I hope I can contribute a little bit to the family and help them tide over the difficulties. However, before he could arrive at Juku City, he heard that the Xiao family master had broken through to the divine realm again. He also killed Elder Chongfeng and Tianjiao of Tianqian sect with one sword. And Tianqian sect mobilized the whole clan to take revenge. In the end, he was killed by Xiao Xuan alone. Even the supreme elder of the fourth level of the transformation of God realm was no match for him. Jamal Xiao returned to the Xiao family with shock and disbelief, but his shock had just begun. The original three major families in Juku City have become the Xiao family. And even the city lord is a member of the Xiao family. When he returned to the Xiao family, he also discovered that the family that originally had few escape realm cultivators now had nearly 1,000 people. There are even thousands of cultivators in the soul nursing realm, let alone cultivators in other realms. Except for Xiao Xuan, who is in the realm of transformation into gods, the other 9 elders also have cultivation realms above the golden body. Under Xiao Xuan's prompting, the three of them went to the scripture collection pavilion together. Xiao Qingyun naturally discovered that the sutra pavilion was not simple. The exercises I chose there fit me perfectly. It even surpassed her previous life's martial arts skills. She could also engage in virtual battles in the sea of consciousness, and the scene was so real that she once thought she was dreaming. Under the incomparable shock in her heart, Xiao Qingyun had a hint of admiration for Xiao Xuan in her heart. In the days that followed, Xiao Jianxin began to go out for training. He could be seen in various counties and cities, as well as in deep mountains and valleys full of dangers. Wherever he went, his reputation spread. First in Chongping County, Xiao Jianxin became one of the 4 knights in Chongping County with his own strength and superb sword skills. Jamal Xiao and Xiao Qingyun entered the military to gain experience. After Jamal Xiao returned to the military camp, he began his upward journey. Not only did he make many military exploits, but he also broke through to the 8th level of escape and was appreciated by Ji Yunjun. During this period, everyone in the Xiao family did not stop and began to develop in a high-profile manner under a low-key appearance. With the blessing of the Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room and various elixirs, news of breakthroughs continued to spread within the Xiao family. The number of cultivators in the Golden Body realm reaches 100, the number of cultivators in the Escape realm exceeds the threshold of 1,000. And the number of cultivators in the Nourishing Spirit realm approaches 3,000. Xiao Xuan was not stingy and used the exchange points to exchange 100 realm-breaking pills for them. In the following time, it was no longer surprising for the people of the Xiao family to break through the realm. On this day, as soon as Xiao Xuan finished practicing, the system prompts sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, the family meets the conditions of a first grade family, 1 person in the God transformation realm, 100 people in the golden body realm, the family will automatically be upgraded to a first grade aristocratic family, and the system rewards have been distributed. Xiao Xuan was shocked. There is actually an automatic upgrade function? Reward distribution, the cultivation level is upgraded to the 5th level of the divine transformation realm, and the sect-protecting formation and the immortal killing sword formation are obtained. The family respect hall, the middle grade spiritual field, the general outline of the army's systematic military formation, the realm-breaking elixir recipe, and the family's new residence. *1. General guide for forging low-grade god-level weapons on Earth. *1, black iron ore. *1, family legendary genius. *1. Protecting the sect's great formation and killing immortal sword formation. According to legend, it is the first killing formation of Heaven's Way since the founding of Hongmeng. It is the supreme formation that dominates the killing of Heaven's Way. The sword array is full of mysterious changes, unlimited murderous intent, and great dangers. Anyone below the law realm will die immediately if they enter the battle. Even if the law realm attacks, they can resist for a quarter of an hour. Jingshitang, assign family tasks every day, and you will get rewards after completing them. The rewards will be automatically issued by the system. Middle grade spiritual field, upgraded version of lower grade spiritual field. General outline of the Army's systematic military formations. It can improve tacit understanding and loyalty. It contains upper, middle, and lower grades of military formations. It is unlocked according to the maturity of the Army. Each time you unlock a military formation, you can get a number of spiritual stones. If you collect all 3 military formations, you can get a heaven level military formation and have a chance to unlock a god level military formation. Breaking realm pill recipe, targetedly helps the peak of the golden body realm to break through cultivation, stabilize the soul, and reduce the failure rate. The family's new residence, the host can choose an address as the family's new residence. The new residence is rich in aura and can be infinitely modified. Overview of the forging of Earth-level lower-grade divine weapons. Lower-grade divine weapons can be refined. Xian iron ore, a large amount of Xian-grade iron ore, can be mined to help the family forge stronger weapons. After reading these rewards, Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Especially the birth of another genius made him look forward to it. As one of the 3 geniuses, Xiao Jianxin is now quite famous outside. Not only did he become the first person to hold a sword in Chongping County, his swordsmanship skills were unrivaled in the same realm. In the capital of the southern Ming dynasty, he defeated the direct descendant of one of the 8 major families and made his name there. Opportunities continued along the way, and not long ago, his cultivation level reached the peak of escape. Now that he has returned from overseas training and is practicing in the Enlightenment Room, it won't be long before a legendary swordsman is born in the Xiao family. Jamal Xiao is naturally not far behind. As his cultivation becomes stronger, his understanding of the thunder ceremony becomes more thorough. Now his prestige in the military has been established, and he has reached the peak of escape in the past few days. Many people have placed bets on him, and he will be the next commander of the military camp. At this time, Jamal Xiao was quite powerful in the army. Compared to the 2 of them, Xiao Qingyun is much more low-key. She did not go directly to the military camp, but went to the Ming Academy and became a student there. She became a saint there and had a group of followers, mainly direct descendants of the 8 major families. The rest are also talents with certain influence in various fields. In a short period of time, he established his own small power in Daming Academy. Even the cultivation realm has broken through to the golden body, which really surprised Xiao Xuan. She is worthy of being the reincarnation of the Empress. No matter how clever or scheming she is, young people like the Xiao family cannot match her. When others were developing in a high-profile manner, she chose to be low-key. If not for the insight of the system and chaotic pupils. Even he wouldn't notice this person. It seemed that everything she did was reasonable. The reincarnation of the Empress is truly extraordinary. Seeing that the three geniuses of the Xiao family have begun to shine in their respective fields, Xiao Xuan is even more looking forward to the emergence of the fourth genius. He doesn't know what surprises the birth of a genius will bring to him, or what changes it will bring to the family. Chapter 23, The whole family moves to a new family location. Regarding the emergence of Tianjiao, Xiao Xuan doesn't have so much time to care about it now. There is a more important thing waiting for him to do at this moment. After the Xiao family's affairs came to an end, Xiao Xuan set off for the Hima Mountains. In the towering forest, the sounds of exotic animals come and go. Under the shrouded clouds and mist, towering ancient trees that require dozens of people to hug each other come into view. From time to time, you can see powerful monsters devouring small monsters and then being swallowed by larger monsters. The survival of the fittest over the weak and the strong is vividly reflected here. Xiao Xuan Yujian flew in the sky, found a suitable location and began to clean up the surrounding monsters. Dozens of swords were swung down, killing hundreds of monsters, including several escape realm monsters. This made those monsters feel timid and stopped going to this area. The Hima Mountains are an extremely ancient mountain range, except for the ordinary monsters that can be seen in it. There are also monsters that raise spirits and escape from the realm. According to rumors, in the deepest part of the Hima Mountains, there are monsters that are above the law and can understand human language and confuse people's hearts. At the core of the Hima Mountains, there is a god-level monster, which is said to be able to transform into a human form. However, these have nothing to do with the Xiao family. The new residence of the family chosen by Xiao Xuan is at the outermost edge of the Hima Mountains. It is hundreds or even thousands of southern Ming dynasty distances from the Himalayas. Xiao Xuan stood in the air, holding the waning moon sword, and began to clean the land under his feet. Ancient trees fell down under the swing of the waning moon sword, and the sword energy raged around the forest. It took half a day to finally end. Xiao Xuan slowly landed on the ground and started the system to start detection. Ding, the system starts detecting. The scale and location of the new station are qualified, and the system begins to build a new family. Immediately afterwards, ancient buildings rose from the ground, each building revealing a sense of mystery. Feeling waves of bulges under his feet, Xiao Xuan's sword flew in the air, and a waterfall rose from underneath. It contains rich spiritual energy. It's actually a natural spring waterfall. Ding, the construction of the new family station has been completed. It is currently a first-class one. It will be upgraded as the host upgrades, and a Lingquan waterfall will be obtained. The qualifications for the birth of a newborn in the new family can be increased by 10%, and the probability of the birth of the top 10 special physiques will be increased. Xiao Xuan did not expect that the new family residence could bring such changes. So he immediately returned to Juku City, brought the core elders here, and asked them to arrange the relocation. The elders saw the size of the new family and the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. I was very happy to start discussing the relocation. As early as when the Xiao family destroyed Tianqian sect, they were preparing to mention the relocation to Xiao Xuan. But I also understand that relocation is no small matter, and there are extremely strict requirements in terms of address and aura. The best location is the ancient mountains, but there are usually ferocious beasts in the ancient mountains. If they were not powerful, they would not dare to set foot in it at all. Even the Tianqian sect's residence was only chosen in an area with a slightly stronger aura. Now, Xiao Xuan has not only solved the problem of family relocation, but even the location is now the oldest Hema Mountains. You know, even the 8 major families dare not set foot here. From the expressions of the elders, Xiao Xuan knew that they were very satisfied with this address. Soon the news of the Xiao family's relocation spread throughout Chongping County. But it didn't cause much splash. Now that the situation in the dynasty is getting more and more serious, and the 8 major families have too much time to take care of themselves, how can they focus on other affairs? However, what Xiao Xuan didn't expect was that the relocation of the Xiao family attracted the attention of another person. Blood Knife Sect, one of the 4 great monarchs, the war general Yan Puppet of the Dragon Blood Lord. At this time, a wisp of evil energy was raging in a mountainous area that was barren of grass and covered with rotting corpses, making the lifeless cave even more eerie. In the deepest part of the cave, a pair of green eyes were staring at a certain place. I didn't expect that. I only broke through the 9th level of spiritual transformation in seclusion for a year, and the Xiao family would develop to this point. Even the viper placed next to him was killed. Humph, he is a waste who fails to achieve anything but fails to accomplish anything. Xiao Xuan, if it wasn't for that treasure, how could I have let you leave the Xiao family alive? After so many years, I almost thought that the treasure had disappeared, but I didn't expect that it was still with you. Not only that, how did you break through to the realm of divine transformation and open up a family base in the Himalayas in just 1 year? Just relying on your own talent? Huh. Absolutely impossible. Fortunately, this general concealed this matter. If this treasure is in the hands of this general, how can I stop at the 9th level of divine transformation? Even the divine dragon blood lord has to humble himself in front of me. When he thought of Xiao Xuan, a powerful killing intent burst out from his eyes. The entire cave was raging with demonic energy. At the beginning, multiple forces were united to attack the Xiao family and destroy them, just for the treasure. In the face of such strength, what does the realm of transformation mean? He's just an errand boy who can't even be called by his name. But who would have thought that all the forces suffered heavy losses and never found the rare treasure? And because he was more careful, he focused on Xiao Xuan and his party. It was discovered that Xiao Xuan was the son of the head of the Xiao family. In other words, that rare treasure was probably placed with him by the old family owner. So he helped Xiao Xuan and others escape from that place, provided them with cover, and even arranged new identities for them to live again. In the first few years, all major forces were still sparing no effort to search for the location of the rare treasure. He didn't dare to act rashly. Even if he found a rare treasure, it would only be an advantage to those forces. However, for 20 years, there was no trace of the exotic treasure in the Xiao family, and even the major forces reduced their search for the exotic treasure. Therefore, he let Viper penetrate into the core of the Xiao family and completely control the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, Viper not only failed to control the Xiao family, but also lost his own life. Thinking of this, Yan Puppet became furious. Maybe it's not that the Xiao family has no rare treasures over the years, but that Xiao Xuan has been playing tricks on him. Xiao Xuan not only used each other with him, but he was also fooled. What a shame. I didn't expect to be trapped in someone else's trap for 20 years. Xiao Xuan. I, General Yan, won't be able to vent my hatred unless I kill you. Thinking of Shenlong Shuajuan, Yan Puppet was worried that if he found out about hiding the exotic treasure, then he would have no choice but to die. So we can only wait, until when? Wait until he breaks through in seclusion. As long as Shenlong Shuajuan is in seclusion, he, General Yan, will be the king of this area. It was only at this time that the Dragon Blood Lord was unable to communicate with the outside world. Even if he came out of seclusion and learned about this, he would have already obtained the treasure at that time, and his abilities were far above his own. Not only can he be on an equal footing with him, but he can also discuss conditions with the top brass of the Blood Knife sect. The Blood Knife sect has been developing secretly for many years, and its strength has spread all over the country. Among them, the Nanming dynasty is under the jurisdiction of Shenlong Shuijuan. Without the constraints of the divine Dragon Blood Lord, he, General Yan, can dominate the world. Chapter 24, The Powerful Man at the Peak of Becoming a God Invades. Yan Puppet thought that it would take him a year to break through to the 9th level of divine transformation. The cultivation level of Shenlong Shuijuan is higher than mine, and it would be impossible for him to come out in less than 3 or 2 years. And these 3 or 2 years are enough for him to do a lot of things. The first thing to do is to kill Xiao Xuan and seize the rare treasure. Thinking of this, Yan Puppet couldn't hold it any longer, broke out of the hole, and went to the Xiao family to find Xiao Xuan for revenge. Ding, the system has detected the incoming powerful enemy, and the killing mission has been issued. The host must kill it, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Complete the mission to get generous rewards. At this time, the system suddenly issued a killing mission, which surprised Xiao Xuan. During this period, the Xiao family developed its own strength very peacefully, and there was no friction with the outside world. The 8 major families have too much time to take care of themselves, and they are even less likely to cause trouble for him at this juncture. After eliminating all possibilities, Xiao Xuan finally set his target on the Blood Knife Gate. Since he is a strong enemy, his strength must be higher than his own. Looking at the entire Chongping County, he, Xiao Xuan, has no rivals, and the powerful ones in the divine transformation realm of the Southern Ming dynasty also all stand on their own sides. There is no dispute with him, only the Blood Knife sect has a hatred of genocide against him. Xiao Xuan rose into the air from the family, closed his eyes, and felt the changes in the surrounding atmosphere with his chaotic pupils. Suddenly, a powerful evil spirit rushed towards this direction at great speed. Xiao Xuan opened his eyes. This was the most terrifying breath he had ever come into contact with so far. Presumably, this is the person from the Blood Knife sect. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan walked towards the opponent without saying a word. Just let him know what this system calls a powerful enemy. Yan Puppet came all the way. Although he did not release his own strength, he did not hide it either. Wherever it goes, all vitality is lost, vegetation withers, and all living things are destroyed. He noticed that there was a man in white clothes holding a long sword in front of him, staring at him closely at this moment. Yan Puppet slowed down and frowned slightly. He could feel that the opponent was a strong man at the 5th level of the God transformation realm. Although solving him is not a problem, it will take some time. But what he lacks most now is time. So subconsciously I have to change places and move on. Before he could make a move, a long sword pierced the sky and came towards him with a cold sword energy. Yan Puppet's face turned cold, and he stretched out his right hand wrapped in silver armor to resist the attack. Bang! The strong fluctuations caused the earth to tremble, and all vegetation within 10 meters was reduced to ashes. Yan Puppet's progress was also forced to a halt. Xiao Xuan. Although he was asking, Yan Puppet's tone was affirmative. This place is not far from the Xiao family, and the other party is a cultivator in the realm of gods. Apart from Xiao Xuan, he can't think of anyone else. Xiao Xuan stood with his sword in hand and looked majestically at Yan Puppet. General, who was exuding demonic aura. General Yan, my master has been waiting for you here for a long time. When answering the other party's words, Xiao Xuan used chaos pupils to explore him. General Yan Puppet, the peak cultivation level of the god transformation realm, one of the generals under the Blood Sword sect God Dragon Blood Lord. Practices the following techniques: Blood Water Holy Spirit, 9 Divine Claws, and Yuan Gong, which was established more than 20 years ago. People lurk around the host's predecessor and seize the rare treasures. Now, the hidden things seem to have been exposed. This time they take the initiative to attack. There is no way to retreat. Knowing the main reason and purpose of Yan Pup's trip, Xiao Xuan also had an idea in his mind. However, Yan Puppet heard Xiao Xuan directly say his name and waited for him. Here, she was even more certain that she had been tricked by him for 20 years. Using him as a cover, and then using the chess pieces he left behind in the Xiao family to help the Xiao family. However, he has worked diligently in the Blood Knife sect for many years, and now he is even more suspected by the higher-ups. He was so angry in his heart that he roared, "Oh, Xiao Xuan! It turns out that you already knew everything that this general did. The strange treasure has always been in your body, right? You've been treating me like a monkey for so many years." Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He said something casually, but he didn't expect Yan Puppet General to have so many inner thoughts. But that doesn't matter to him. Today he is here just to eradicate General Yan. When Yan Puppet saw Xiao Xuan, he remained silent, just taking him as his acquiescence, and feeling stupid in his heart. His heart became more and more angry, his hands were in the shape of claws. And the demonic energy was raging all over his body. Wherever the demonic energy spread, there was no grass and no life. 3 rays of magic light came from the demonic energy, heading toward Xiao Xuan's door. Xiao Xuan didn't show any panic on his face. With a thought in his mind, the waning moon sword was unsheathed. Shrouded in demonic energy, a sharp sound of weapons clashing came from it. After a moment, the sword light dispersed the demonic energy and rushed towards the sky. The addition of the exotic treasure is indeed extraordinary. It actually allowed you to awaken your sword intent, but that's all. Yan Puppet sneered again and again. Xiao Xuan's strength made him even more eager to obtain the exotic treasure. You are only at the 5th level of divine transformation, but you still want to fight with me? You are not overestimating your abilities. Today I will let you see what is the strength of the divine transformation level. Yan Puppet roared angrily, and the demonic energy around him turned into water, surrounding his entire body. Then he launched a strong attack towards Xiao Xuan, and those water-like shapes changed shapes according to the moves. Once contaminated, it will corrode immediately. Xiao Xuan held the crescent moon sword in his hand, and the sword intent soared to the sky to dispel the demonic flow. Every killing move of General Yan was easily resolved by him. The sword intent pushed Yan Puppet back dozens of meters away. You actually understood Xiaocheng's sword intention. General Yan Puppet's eyes were gloomy, and his murderous intent was overwhelming. He originally thought that Xiao Xuan had a strange treasure added to him to help him obtain the sword intention. But he never thought that he would actually understand the artistic conception. Moreover, the Tao charm is hidden in the moves used. If it really is that rhyme, it would be difficult to kill Xiao Xuan. Looking at Xiao Xuan again, after dozens of moves with him, his expression remained unchanged, and he was even able to do it with ease. It's a pity that it's useless for you to beg for mercy now. You are still talking shamelessly even when you are about to die, but even with a small swordsmanship, you still dare to do anything in front of this General. As a burst sounded, Yan Puppet's body doubled in size, and his momentum also increased several times. The demonic flow around him turned into red iron armor, like a protective armor. The body is like a boneless ghost, and the fingers turn into swords about 1 meter long. Then Yen Puppet would rise into the air and launch a fierce attack on Xiao Xuan. Whoosh whoosh. Suffer death. When this general kills you, not to mention the rare treasure, even your Xiaoqing sword intent will belong to me. The greed in Yen Puppet's eyes was fully exposed at this moment, and he seemed to be fearless at this moment. Seeing Xiao Xuan retreating continuously after being attacked by him, he no longer looked as high-spirited as before. There is a refreshing feeling in my heart. For a cultivator of the 5th level of spiritual transformation, what if he has sword intention at his side? You are no match for me either. Xiao Xuan raised his eyes slightly, as if predicting his next move. Holding the waning moon sword with both hands, he swung it towards the sky. And the majestic momentum exploded instantly. The Qianquan sword rises. In an instant, countless golden white sword shadows split from the waning moon sword, and a powerful sword intent exploded in all directions. This is actually... Yen Puppet's eyes were full of horror, and he looked in front of him in disbelief. It's like recreating the scene back then. Chapter 25, Killing Powerful Enemies with Sword Intent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Xuan was just a young boy back then, how could he use other people's moves? Before Yen Puppet could make a move, the golden white sword intent came straight towards him. In the sword light that filled the sky, a golden white light came through the sky and penetrated General Yan's red armor. Dozens of sword rays followed one after another, and Yen Puppet's originally extremely hard armor became as good as an arrow target at this moment. Every ray of sword light is accompanied by sword intent. Once it enters the body, it is a pain that damages the soul and soul. Even if the armor blocks most of the sword intent from entering his body, the added surface sword intent makes it difficult for him to resist. In just a few breaths, the red armor was broken, and even the water flow could hardly be maintained. Yen Puppet will fall from the sky to the ground, forming a huge pit several feet deep. Under the black mist, Yen Puppet was motionless. Your acting skills are good, but don't forget, you are a demon. When the demon dies, the energy will dissipate. Xiao Xuan looked at the black mist below indifferently, with endless killing intent in his voice. His eyes were fixed on the place where Yen Puppet fell. Seeing that General Yen did not move at all, Xiao Xuan stood above him and held the hilt of the sword with both hands. The tip of the sword is facing down, and the sword light surrounds it in the form of a circle. Gradually, golden and white shadows merged together to form the appearance of a golden dragon. Yen Puppet felt a chill down his back, and the powerful killing intent filled him with fear. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a golden white dragon shadow rushing towards him. He instantly rose into the air and stood opposite Xiao Xuan. The sword energy disappeared when it entered the ground. Not only do you understand the attributes of the sword, but you can also transform into a dragon with your sword moves. If Viper hadn't been lurking beside him for so many years, Yen Puppet would really have doubted Xiao Xuan's identity. You don't know a lot, just like this sword. Xiao Xuan's expression was calm without any fluctuation, but his tone was full of teasing and irony. 10,000 swords merged into one, the sword energy shot out fiercely, and a long golden white dragon descended from the sky. Just like a dragon entering the sea, the sword light turned into dots of stars, but the sword energy increased several times. General Yen Puppet's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly used his skills to resist. Bang! Under the loud noise, an arm fell to the ground and turned into a thick black mist, which then dispersed. The arm continued to emit a foul smell, and there were maggots swarming in the wound. Yan Puppet was horrified because all the techniques he practiced were in his hands. Xiao Xuan cut off his arm at this moment, and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. In addition, his sword intent is close to him and he understands the attribute sword intent, so it is difficult to deal with him. After giving Xiao Xuan a serious look, Yan Puppet turned around and ran away. Xiao Xuan stared at his back indifferently. Can you run away under the gaze of my master, Zanyue sword and sword intent? The sword moved following the words, and a sonorous and powerful sword energy pierced Yan Puppet's back. The pain caused by the sword intent attacking his soul instantly made him kneel on his knees. General Yan looked at the hole in his chest. If he hadn't been physically strong, this sword would have split him in half. Knowing that he can't escape from his hands, the puppet will feel annoyed and angry. Aren't you afraid that people from the Blood Knife sect will find you? When the time comes, the disaster that your Xiao family suffered 20 years ago will be recreated. General Yan Puppet threatened the Xiao family with the Blood Knife sect while looking for a suitable opportunity to escape from here. Xiao Xuan looked at his embarrassed appearance indifferently and spoke indifferently. Killing you will allow our Xiao family to hide it for a while. If we let you leave, our Xiao family will really be in deep trouble. When the Xiao family was wiped out, I, Xiao Xuan, would also come to settle the score with your Blood Knife sect. Today, I'll start with you. You. Yan Puppet wanted to continue to delay time with Xiao Xuan, but he had already taken out all the teleportation talismans. Then Xiao Xuan held his sword and rose into the air, and a golden sword light pierced the sky. Taishu sword intent. Kill. The ultimate sword intent shrouded Yan Puppet, forming a huge aperture. In an instant, the halo of light dissipated, and a black mist dispersed from it. Then a body fell down, and Yan Puppet's eyes widened with horror and disbelief. Until the day of death, he will never rest in peace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully killing the powerful enemy. It wasn't until the system prompt sounded that Xiao Xuan put down his guard. This time Yan Puppet General was really dead. After disposing of the body, Xiao Xuan returned to the Xiao family and entered the system to receive this reward. Ding! The danger has been eliminated and system rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host for improving his cultivation to the 7th level of God transformation. Obtained the body refining technique Immortal Golden Body, the Super Body. Technique 8 stage / He has mastered the sword technique of Wanjian Guizong to the 2nd level and Wulong Ju to the 2nd level. Obtained the Xuxian sword, which can kill the 9th level of gods. Obtained a marrow cleansing elixir recipe, a general outline for the forging of earth-level mid-grade artifacts, a low-grade spiritual vein, and a low-grade spiritual mine. Immortal Golden Body, immune to all attacks within 3 minutes. With 50% cultivation, you can break the mainland barrier. The Golden Body is indestructible. With great success, you can kill gods and Buddhas with your physical body. You are invincible in Xianmen. 8 stages of / perfect level close combat skills, integrated with teleportation skills, increased attack speed, body agility, divided into 9 stages. Each upgrade stage, the physical strength and attack power increase 3 times, and after the great achievement and not with the fusion of the Golden Body, you can kill the Law Realm with only your physical body. Marrow Cleansing Pill helps Golden Body cultivators to cleanse their marrow and greatly improve their cultivation. Xuxian Sword, the treasure of Dao ancestor Hongjun, which can kill the 9th level of the gods. Collecting the remaining 3 swords can increase the Power of the Xuan sword array several times. Overview of the forging of Earth-level mid-level artifacts, perfect level. Artifacts can be refined, and there is a small probability of obtaining divine weapons. Low-grade spiritual veins can help double the spiritual energy of a family's designated address. Low-grade spirit mine can be mined. Xiao Xuan did not hesitate and assigned the low-grade spiritual vein to the family's new residence. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the family suddenly doubled. He also handed over the elixir recipe and the general outline of forging to two elders, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Xuan. The two of them got the elixir recipe and the general outline of forging, almost to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. If they hadn't been fasted yet, the two of them would still have to eat 3 meals a day on time, and I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to see them for a year and a half. Even the realm of cultivation is improving rapidly, even surpassing the other elders. Xiao Xuan looked at the remaining low-grade spiritual mine and became angry. The last black iron ore was only mined when forging weapons. However, the current strength of the family is really limited, and they can only mine a little iron ore that can be used to forge weapons. Judging from the current situation, this spiritual stone mine is really not strong enough, and it cannot be known to the outside world. If the outside world knows about these two mines, the Xiao family will face a disaster. Looking at the entire southern Ming dynasty, only the imperial dynasty had Lingshire mine. With this in mind, Xiao Xuan put away the Lingshire mine, and the Xian iron mine also made changes to the system. People who are not from the Xiao family cannot appreciate its aura. Then, Xiao Xuan came out of the system and went to that place. Touching the jade ring on his thumb, he looked at the place in front of him. Sighing slightly, if it weren't for what happened back then, he wouldn't have come here at all. Not only are the things inside not helpful to the family, some of them can even be described as waste. But what his father said before he died made him have to come again. Because here is the truth about the annihilation of the Xiao family, and also the rare treasure that is being fought over by all the major forces. Chapter 26, The Top Sect in Ancient Times, the Qilin Sect. Xiao Xuan passed through the outer warehouse and entered the deepest inner room. Because no one had cleaned it for many years, it was covered with dust and had a lot of cobwebs. I used the redemption points to exchange for a cleaning technique, and it looked brand new in the blink of an eye. There is also a treasure pavilion in the inner room, which contains only a package given to him by his father. There are only some pill recipes and exercises. Find the opening of the treasure pavilion, put the key in, and take out the package from inside. This treasure pavilion cannot be opened except by him. Once it is forcibly opened, it will only activate the mechanism hidden inside. Not only will you not get what's inside, but you'll also get yourself buried. Here. He took out a token engraved with the blending of water and fire from the package. It was also because of the token that the Xiao family was destroyed by all the major forces. Looking at it carefully, in addition to the pattern of water and fire, there are also several animals on the token. It is somewhat similar to ancient mythical beasts, and somewhat similar to the sex inheritance recorded in ancient books. Xiao Xuan used his chaotic pupils to explore the detailed information of the token. Qilin sect. In ancient times, the token of the leader of the Qilin sect has the address of the ruins recorded on it. You can find its location according to the prompts. Xiao Xuan was immediately surprised. According to legend, the Qilin sect was the top sect in ancient times, with dozens of Hunyuan saints sitting in charge. It is a chilling presence throughout Tianzhou. At its peak, the Qilin sect was unmatched by anyone, and even the Tianzhou dynasty relied on him to consolidate its power. However, such a top sect was wiped out by a giant sword that suddenly fell from the sky. It disappeared across Tianzhou overnight, and even the treasure house inside was gone. In the later period, many powerful Shan men and various forces, including sect families, were looking for the missing treasure house. It is precisely because of this that the Qilin sect in ancient times was well known to the world. It was also the main reason why the Xiao family was destroyed after his father found the rare treasure. Looking at this token, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but wonder what the treasure trove that the world looked like for tens of thousands of years looked like. After using Chaos Pupil to explore, we found the current ruins of Qilin sect at the junction of Tianyuan continent and Tianzhou. Located at the very edge, it is rumored that a little further away is the demon realm. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. This location was too far away from the Xiao family. But in order to understand the secret, how strong is the Qilin sect? After some weighing, Xiao Xuan decided to go there in person. That night, Xiao Xuan summoned the 9 elders to discuss together. Now, although his strength is at the 7th level of the god transformation, he can rank high in the southern Ming dynasty. But once they arrived at Tianyuan continent, everything seemed a little unremarkable. After some discussion, and with the sect protecting formation, even if he is not around, he can still protect the family very well. Although this trip is risky, it is worth a try. That night, Xiao Xuan set off from the Xiao family to the edge of Tianzhou. Along the way, he avoided crowded places, even while flying with his sword and using the teleportation technique of 8th stage / at the same time. It also took half a month to reach the Yinshan Mountains in Tianzhou, which has the detection function of chaos pupils. With the guidance of the Qilin token, Xiao Xuan quickly came to a stone wall. The stone walls were covered with moss, and the surface was cracked as if it had been damaged. If it weren't for the guidance of the Qilin token, Xiao Xuan would have had to work hard to find this location. Put the Kirin token into the groove, and the rocks will slide down from high altitude. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xuan was sucked in by the white light that suddenly appeared in front of him. There is a small world inside the mountain wall. What comes into view is a field of red and green flowers and plants. At first glance, it seems like nothing, but the aura around it reveals its extraordinariness. Xiao Xuan only glanced briefly and saw several heaven-level spiritual grasses. If these spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs were placed in the Xiao family, their overall strength would increase for at least 3 years. Walking further inside, there are towering trees, the smallest of which requires 5 or 6 people to hug. The largest one is dozens of feet tall, with lush branches and leaves, and the strongest aura in the entire small world. If you look closely, you can see that its aura is extending outward, like the source of life for this place. Each giant tree was full of fruits. Because no one had picked them for too long, many fruits fell to the ground and became nutrients for spiritual flowers and spiritual grass. Xiao Xuan used chaos pupils to check the origin of the giant tree. Tree of Life, an ancient divine tree, the top spiritual root of heaven, one of the top 10 rare spiritual roots in ancient times. It takes 10 years to grow branches and leaves, 100 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. It takes another 100 years to mature, and every 100 years it matures a little, and its branches can be made into top-notch magic weapons. The leaves can also be made edible after special treatment, helping cultivators increase their cultivation. Eating fruits of different years can help improve different cultivation levels. Centenary fruits can help the golden body realm break through the current realm. The 200-year-old fruit can help practitioners in the realm of transformation, and the 300-year fruit can help those in the realm of law break through. 400 years can help break through the Great Realm, and the 10,000-year fruit has the function of reshaping the physical body. Xiao Xuan was shocked, speechless, and extremely excited inside. There are at least hundreds of thousands of fruits on these giant trees. But this is not over yet. There is a cave next to the giant tree. The river in front of the cave turned out to be formed by the gathering of spiritual energy, forming a lake over the years. There are also various spiritual fish inside, which will definitely help with spiritual practice after eating. Resisting the attraction of Spirit Lake, Xiao Xuan continued to step into the cave and take a closer look inside today. Inside is the hiding place of Chilinsek's martial arts and skills, and non-core personnel cannot enter. If you pick up a copy of it, it's all heaven-level exercises. The worst ones are all at the earth level, and some even surpass the heaven level. Xiao Xuan looked at the martial arts, and suddenly understood why the major forces searched for them from ancient times to the present. Whether it's spiritual flowers, spiritual grass, or tree of life, anything here can greatly increase their strength. It is worthy of being the top sect in ancient times. Even if we collect all the materials from the southern Ming dynasty, they can't compare to 1/10 of what we have here. Shen's heart sank. Later, Xiao Xuan asked the system, can this small world be taken away? Or moved? Ding, the host consumes 5,000 exchange points to put it into the jade pendant of the family leader, and the host can take it wherever he wants. The corner of Xiao Xuan's mouth twitched. Capitalism is indeed capitalism. When you speak, you will be a lion. 5,000 redemption points, how many tasks does he have to do to save so much? But compared with the small world, even if it hurts, it is worth it. Exchange it. Xiao Xuan saw that the number of redemption points on the main panel of the system had decreased, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. He is still aware of the power of the exchange points. He usually does very little or even none at all. The next moment, a white light appeared out of thin air, and the jade pendant in his arms became slightly warm. Immediately afterwards, the entire small world was captured by the jade pendant. When the jade pendant appeared in his hand again, Xiao Xuan was already outside the mountain wall. The small world inside has also been transferred to the jade pendant. Chapter 27. Is this the real-life version of breaking off an engagement? Xiao Xuan held the jade pendant tightly in his hand. The future development of the Xiao family is inseparable from the small world inside. At the same time, I also understand why the major forces are racking their brains to find this rare treasure. He even did not hesitate to destroy the Xiao family. Because what's inside is worth the price they pay. Even if they don't know that this is the core of Qilin sect, just these 3 words, Qilin sect. It was enough to make the entire Tianzhou forces go crazy. If they had really found it before, after decades, they would have already dominated one side. After coming out of the cave, Xiao Xuan did not go anywhere else. Instead, he returned directly in the direction of Zhao's house, even though he avoided crowded places. He felt the aura of a powerful person in the law realm several times and became more vigilant along the way. It took another half a month for Xiao Xuan to return to the Xiao family in Juku City. Xiao Xuan did not tell anyone about the opportunity he got from this outing. He knew clearly that the less people knew about this, the better. Once leaked, the disaster that destroyed the Xiao family decades ago will happen again. Xiao Xuan guided the spiritual fluid out of the small world and injected it into the lake behind the family. All the martial arts obtained by the Qilin sect this time are collected in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The leaves of the tree of life were refined and made into edible tea and distributed to everyone in the family. In order not to attract attention, Xiao Xuan even used the most ordinary spiritual herbs to refine the elixirs for Xiao Qingyun. Even so, Xiao Qingyun was very excited because of this. Spiritual grass is very rare. On this day, Xiao Xuan was sprinting to the 8th level of divine transformation, and Xiao Qingshan came to report to him about the Xiao family branch. Master, the master of the Xiao family branch is asking for your help. I hope the master can send someone there. Xiao Xian's mind suddenly moved. What happened? Xiao Qingshan bowed his hands and told Xiao Xian about the Xiao family branch. Many years ago, Xiao Tsangtian, the head of the Xiao family branch, met a close friend. They had saved each other during their outings and had very compatible personalities, so the two cherished each other even more. As a result, they arranged a baby marriage, and later the other party left Dongxing County due to family development. Although the two did not see each other often, they kept in touch through letters. Later, the other party's development became better and better. Xiao Tsangtian knew the strength of his family, and after the other party's daughter joined the big sect, things were getting better and better, and Xiao Tsangtian intended to dissolve the marriage. However, when I went to visit my friend who was critically ill, I mentioned this matter to him, but he was strongly opposed by the other party. Not only that, the other party even left a suicide note, asking his daughter to continue to marry Xiao Tsangtian's son. Not long after the other party's death, his daughter became a disciple of one of the elders of that sect, because of her outstanding talent, appearance, and temperament. Becoming his capable disciple, the woman believed that she had a bright future and intended to come to break off her engagement with Xiao Tsangtian's son. In addition, the sect leader's legitimate son fell in love with her, and she also wanted to do so. The sect leader's legitimate son was not only gifted, but also had an extremely strong personality. After learning that the woman was engaged to the Xiao family, she brought someone here to break off the engagement, which was very coercive. Xiao Tsangtian really has no other choice but to ask the master's family for help. After Xiao Qingshan told Xiao Xian the whole story, Xiao Xian only felt that it sounded a little familiar. Then he realized that this was the romance novel about divorce that he had stayed up late to catch up on before. Is it possible that the golden finger of the soul body will appear, and the strange fire and fighting spirit will turn into a horse? Without hesitation, he agreed to Xiao Tsangtian's request. Since they brought someone to break off the engagement and Xiao Tsangtian is a branch of the Xiao family, I, the head of the family, should go there. Xiao Qingshan nodded and prepared to retreat, then he was surprised. The owner needs to come forward in person. He quickly stopped Xiao Xian. The head of the family can just send a few people from the golden body realm to resolve the matter. There is no need for you to come forward in person. Xiao Xian shook his head. As one of the major sects, Yunxian sect has several law realm elders sitting in charge, so it is more powerful than Tianqian sect. Now that the son of the head of the Yunxian sect personally brings people to cancel the engagement, it will not be that simple, and the guardians he brings will definitely not be lower than the realm of transformation. This time it would be better for me, the head of the family, to go there in person. Helping the branch of the Xiao family was one of them, mainly because he wanted to see if that person was the son of destiny he was looking for. After all, he is the absolute protagonist in the divorce breakup scene. To be able to accept the elder in charge of Yunxian sect as a disciple, he must be very talented. Xiao Xian touched his chin and suddenly thought of Xiao Jianxin. What is Xiao Jianxin doing recently? I heard that he gained a lot from his training this time. As the head of the family said, Xiao Jianxin's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the golden body during this experience. He also brought back the strange beasts and other opportunities he gained through his experience outside. and gave them back to his family. According to the new family rules, I asked him to go to Jingshi Hall to make a contribution and receive contribution points. Xiao Xuan nodded and let Xiao Qingshan continue his work. Then he went to find Xiao Jianxin, who was practicing swordsmanship at the moment. These few experiences outside have transformed Xiao Jianxin's whole person. And he has made his name in several surrounding counties and cities, and is almost invincible in the same realm. Not only that, this time he also understood a new sword intention, but he was still a little short of mastering it. When Xiao Xuan arrived at the door, Xiao Jianxin was still immersed in cultivation. Seeing that he had comprehended the new sword intention, he was slightly surprised, but he could not help but admire the power of Tianjiao. Ever since Xiao Jianxin's sword heart awakened, he understood its sword meaning and was able to see himself using the sword technique. Draw inferences from one example and master it, then develop your own sword moves. Sword intent may not be understood even in the realm of divine transformation. But Xiao Jianxin not only awakened to sword intent when he first came into contact with swordsmanship. He even realized the new sword intention in the golden body realm, which really surprised Xiao Xuan. He stepped forward and held the sword in Xiao Jianxin's hand. Follow my movements, and the sword moves according to my heart. Xiao Jianxin did not expect that Xiao Xuan would appear here and give him advice. If you have a sword in your heart, there will be swords everywhere. As the sword swings, the petals falling around are rolled up, forming wind curls one after another. The sword energy rippled in the petals. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jianxin seemed to have entered another world. I saw countless Xiao Xuan phantoms dancing swords, but he never held a sword in his hand. Every move and style carried a strong sword intent, and Xiao Jianxin suddenly woke up. The next moment, a powerful sword energy was released all over his body, and he imagined Xiao Xuan's move just now in his mind. His mind moved with his heart, and his sword moved with his heart. After a moment, Xiao Jianxin woke up from the illusion. But he saw Xiao Xuan looking at him with a smile at the moment. He made fists with both hands and knelt to thank Xiao Xuan. Thank you, master, for your advice. Xiao Jianxin, whose sword intention entered a new stage, also felt the difference in Xiao Xuan's sword intention at this moment. The full level of swordsmanship is only one step away from the path of immortality. He also understood the 5 attributes of sword intent, and Xiao Jianxin was filled with admiration in his heart. Strengthen your determination to work hard towards Xiao Xuan. One day he will definitely become a strong man like the head of the family. Although Xiao Xuan's cultivation level has not improved much during this period, his sword intention and physical skills have improved significantly. Waning Moon sword intent, Wulong sword intent, 9-star sword intent, Xianfeng sword intent, and Soul Eating sword intent. The 5 sword intentions have also reached the great perfection state. It can be said that someone who is invincible in the same realm is a strong person at the beginning of the law. A full-strength sword supported by his 5 sword intentions is also irresistible. Chapter 28. Tell me how you plan to destroy my Xiao family. Not bad, I figured it out in just half an hour. Xiao Xuan patted Xiao Jianxin's shoulder with satisfaction. No, compared to the head of the family, I'm really not good enough, Xiao Jianxin said very modestly. Although he awakened the sword intention right after he started, it took him a year to truly understand the essence of the sword intent. As far as he knew, Xiao Xuan's understanding of the sword's intention increased day by day after he broke through the golden body realm. It only took half a year to comprehend the attribute sword intent, and now he has comprehended the 5 attributes sword intent. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and did not intend to explain too much. Do you have any other plans recently? He suddenly asked Xiao Jianxin. I just recently broke through the realm. After the guidance of the family leader, my understanding of sword intention has also improved to a higher level. I plan to consolidate it within the family and then find an opportunity to practice outside. Xiao Jianxin answered truthfully. In that case, why don't you come with me to Maplefield Town? I'm going to solve some problems on the branch there. It would be best to go out with Xiao Xuan. After all, he could ask about the sword intention personally. How could I miss such an opportunity? So I simply packed up and set off with Xiao Xuan. The next day, several people arrived at the Xiao family, a branch of Fengtian Town. Although Fengtian Town is small, it has a very large population and its power is unevenly distributed. But, because of Xiao Xuan's deeds and the fact that the Xiao family branch has a good reputation in the local area, it can be considered a good development. When several people arrived at the door of the Xiao family branch, they found that several Yun Xianzong carriages had stopped at the door. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly, it was a step too late. The steward of the Xiao family branch was shocked when he saw Xiao Xuan coming forward in person. I've met the head of the mainline family. He quickly knelt on the ground and saluted. Even the head of the Xiao family branch was shocked when he saw Xiao Xuan appear. I originally thought that the master would only send a few strong men to resolve this matter. I never thought that the head of the family would come in person. However, it was just a matter of breaking off the engagement, but for the head of the family to be so concerned about it, everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help but be moved. At this time, the Xiao family branch is waiting for guests in the lobby. Xiao Tsongtian was about 50. His face was solemn at this moment, but he looked helplessly at the people in front of him. He was frowning in his heart, even though he was now at the peak of his cultivation. He was also considered one of the top experts in Maplefield Town. But against the people of Yun Xianzong, he is just a minion, let alone fighting against them. The 17 or 18-year-old boy standing at the front is Huang Tianba, the son of the leader of the Yunxian sect. At a young age, he was already at the 6th level of golden body cultivation. Not only that, he was also blessed by a spiritual body. He is invincible among others at the same level, and challenges beyond levels are no problem. The woman standing next to him is Yang Fei, although she is not as talented as Huang Tianba. She is also a leader among the sect, and she is 2 years younger than Huang Tianba. With the support of the sect's resources and the guidance of the elders, he will become the mainstay of the sect in the future. Not to mention the guardians who were at the peak of divine transformation. Following the two of them, they came here to protect them. Looking at the Xiao family again, Xiao Yan, the son of the head of the Xiao family branch, has escaped from the 3rd level. There is nothing special about the speed of cultivation, but it is much faster. After breaking through the realm of escape, with the support of family resources, he broke through to the 3rd level of the golden body in a short period of time. Although he is considered a leader among his peers, compared with Huang Tianba and Yang Fei, he is still not good enough. There is no so-called loser flow, it is just a very common late rise in the Xianmen world. Our coming here this time is not for you to discuss how to solve this matter, but to inform you. If the dissolution of the engagement between your Xiao family and sister Feier was not for the sake of sister Feier's face, you alone are worthy enough for our Yun Xianzong people to come forward in person? Huang Tianba looked at Xiao Tsongtian and his son with an arrogant face, not taking them seriously at all. Here are 3 bottles of marrow cleansing pills which can change your physique and cleanse the marrow of impurities. Just think of it as compensation for you. Don't make a fuss and think you can negotiate terms with us. Even if Xiao Xuan couldn't bear this tone, he had to bear it for the sake of everyone in the Xiao family branch. But the young and energetic Xiao Yan couldn't bear it. He glared at Huang Tianba and was about to step forward to fight him to the death. Don't bully others too much. Huang Tianba curled his lips disdainfully, not taking Xiao Yan's anger seriously at all. Before Xiao Yan could make any move, he was suppressed by his cultivation level and unable to launch an attack. Xiao Yan is also stubborn, and he is even less likely to admit defeat in front of such a person. He gritted his teeth and competed with Huang Tianba. Xiao Yan, you want to take action against me? If it weren't for the friendship between Sister Fei's father and your family. Just like your family, Yun Xianzong would have wiped you out a long time ago. I will also give you the opportunity to show off your power in front of me. Simply overestimating one's abilities. As he said that, the pressure of Huang Tianba's golden body was released. Again, let alone Xiao Yan this time. Even Xiao Xuantian's face turned green and red, let alone the rest of the family. You're not very young, but your tone is not small. You still want to destroy my Xiao family? Xiao Xuan appeared in time and suppressed Huang Tianba's momentum without even releasing the slightest bit of pressure from the divine realm. He strode in with Xiao Jianxin and others and passed by the two guardian elders of Yunxian sect. Both of them looked horrified. When did Xiao Xuan appear behind them? Why didn't they notice it at all? When Xiao Xuantian and his son saw Xiao Xuan coming, they stepped forward to greet him with joyful faces. Meet the head of the main family. Xiao Xuan nodded, walked straight to the main seat and sat down, looking at Yun Xianzong and others with a majestic look. The son of the head of the Yunxian sect, right? Come, let me see how you destroyed the Xiao family so that you can come up with countermeasures. Xiao Xuan's words made Huang Tianba change his face, and he was suddenly embarrassed. But he felt that what he said was not wrong, not to mention that there were two elders of the God transformation realm behind him supporting him, so why should he be afraid? As the son of the Yunxian sect, this young master is only 17 or 18 years old now. Although your realm is superb, you are already old, and it was only during this period that you broke through to the realm of gods. At this young age, I am already in the golden realm. I will be able to surpass you in a short time. How long will it take to destroy your Xiao family? Xiao Jianxin couldn't bear to hear this. What kind of person Xiao Xuan was? How could he be allowed to be slandered by someone like him? You alone dare to say crazy words in front of the head of the house. Huang Tianba snorted disdainfully, who are you? Xiao family, Xiao Jianxin. Huang Tianba glanced at Xiao Jianxin with disdain and said slowly, the qualifications are good. At this age, he has reached the third level of the golden body. But it is still far behind compared to this young master. In the same realm, this young master has no rival. Oh? Really? I'm afraid you are talking big words. Xiao Jianxin smiled faintly. Isn't that a big lie? You and I can compete with each other, just to see how good we are. Huang Tianba glanced proudly. He didn't even look down on Xiao Xuan, let alone Xiao Jianxin, who was just a third-level golden body. Xiao Jianxin looked back at Xiao Xuan, and when she saw a smile on the other person's lips, she knew his intention. Chapter 29. Let's see if you are the king of strength or the king of oral pleasure. In that case, let's go to the trial field and let everyone see the true strength of the most powerful king. Huang Tianba snorted disdainfully, glanced at him coldly, turned and walked towards the competition venue outside. Xiao Jianxin, right? I've heard about you and heard that your sword is very beautiful. Let me see how beautiful your sword is today. Xiao Jianxin followed closely without being annoyed or angry. Seeing this battle, everyone from the Xiao family branch came out to see what was going on. On the competition ground, Xiao Jianxin and Huang Tianba each displayed their own cultivation momentum with high fighting spirit. Xiao Xuan and Xiao Tsangtian and his son stood side by side, and the aura of the two elders of Yun Xianzong locking on him could be heard around him. Xiao Xuan didn't care about this at all. What he cared about was that Xiao Jianxin could defeat Huang Tianba within a few moves. After all, Xiao Jianxin's reputation has already reached that of Yun Xianzong. So how could his strength be so bad? Compared with Xiao Xian's thoughts, Xiao Tsangtian seemed extremely nervous. Xiao Jianxin, as the favored son of the Xiao family, must be specially trained by the family. Although I came here to stand up for them, I really don't want to be harmed. Here. Their branch of the Xiao family really can't afford it. Master, although young hero Xiao Jianxin is very powerful and proficient in swordsmanship, he is still 3 levels behind Huang Tianba. I'm afraid. Xiao Tsangtian's face was full of worry. Although he knew it was not good to say this, he had to say it. Since the head of our family allows him to fight alone, he is naturally assured of his strength. A mere 3rd level realm is not considered a challenge. Xiao Tsangtian was speechless, not knowing how to speak. Xiao Yan next to him was full of fighting spirit, and he couldn't stop the hot light in his eyes. One day, I will be like them, or even shine brighter than them. Xiao Xian used his chaotic pupils to explore Xiao Yan, and he understood in his heart where the hot light in his eyes came from. Xiao Yan, the direct descendant of the Xiao family branch, the Golden Crow body is in a semi-awakened state, and has been stagnant in the soul-nurturing realm for half a year. It was not until the master released resources that he broke through the escape realm. In addition, his father gave him all the resources of his golden body, which greatly increased his cultivation speed. Now that the engagement has been broken off, I have strengthened my belief that one day I will soar into the sky. There is a soul body living in its body, but it does no harm to it. Golden Crow body, transformed from the Golden Crow in ancient times, it improves its own cultivation by swallowing strange fires. At its peak, it can be reborn from the ashes. If it swallows the 365 different fires of the gods, it will even be able to fight against the gods. Xiao Xian didn't expect that there really was a soul body and strange fire. And he also knew the main reason why Xiao Yan's cultivation was slow. His eyes fell on the jade pendant on Xiao Yan's chest, and he finally said nothing. Instead, he turned his attention to the competition field. Xiao Jianxin, today I will use my fist to defeat you in one move. Huang Tianba looked at him proudly, and the next moment, he punched down. The terrifying fist pressure exploded instantly, as if it was powerful enough to break through a huge force. When everyone present saw this symptom, their expressions changed drastically. The pressure of the golden body realm is not something they can bear. This punch can kill them. Only Xiao Xian and Xiao Jianxin's expressions remained unchanged. Xiao Jianxin held a long sword, turned his body slightly, and swung the sword down. He easily received Huang Tianba's punch. Then he looked at Huang Tianba with a sneer. This move is not powerful enough. Did it consume too much energy on the way here? Huang Tianba was immediately angry. He would be humiliated by a swordsman who was 3 realms lower than himself. Just one move can make you so arrogant. Then you will die. Suddenly murderous intent arose. Huang Tianba soared into the sky, terrible coercion radiated from his body. He had used all his strength with this move, just to kill Xiao Jianxin on the spot. Not only did he want Xiao Jianxin to lose his life here, but he also wanted to lose his proud pride. Xiao Jianxin faced such a killing move without panic. He held the long sword in his hand and swung it lightly. Huang Tianba's killer move was broken. No matter how he attacked, he could not break Xiao Jianxin's defense. He suddenly became even more furious, but how could a third-level sword cultivator with a golden body resist his attack? How can you resist his attack? No one has ever been so arrogant in front of him. Xiao Jianxin, is it possible that you are just a coward? You don't even dare to attack? Why, you are probably afraid of being attacked by me. It's still too late to beg for mercy now. Xiao Jianxin smiled faintly, caught Huang Tianba's move, and looked at him. I'm afraid you still can't resist my sword moves. You are presumptuous. Huang Tianba wished he could cramp Xiao Jianxin and skin him. Don't wait for him to continue his next attack. He saw Xiao Jianxin holding a long sword in his hand, and his whole body instantly exuded a powerful sword intent. And it is attached to the long sword. The next moment, the power of the sword is instantly magnified dozens of times. He rushed towards Huang Tianba's face. Huang Tianba's expression suddenly changed, and his attack met the power of the sword. There is simply no way to avoid it. A sword fell. Huang Tianba's body was knocked dozens of meters away, and his back rubbed hard against the ground. If it weren't for the armor, his back would be dripping with blood at this moment. He struggled to get up from the ground, unwilling to be defeated by Xiao Jianxin like this, but he fell to his knees as soon as he got up. Looking at Xiao Jianxin opposite, his clothes were fluttering and his face was calm. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and then passed out. For a moment, there was silence. No one knew how to react. The third-level golden body can actually surpass the challenge, and the sixth-level golden body cultivator with a spiritual body. And the opponent was unable to fight back at all. At this moment, the two elders of the Yunxian sect's divine transformation realm could no longer bear it. I originally thought that Xiao Jianxin just had good talent, but unexpectedly, he actually understood the meaning of the sword. They even severely injured their young master. If he were allowed to continue to develop, it would be a big obstacle to the young master's progress. The two looked at each other, and then took action towards Xiao Jianxin, who wounded the young master. Even if the two of them beat him to a cripple and destroy his foundation, everyone in the Xiao family can't complain against them. Xiao Jianxin was at the center of the two momentums, but his expression did not change at all. Not to mention that he has his own trump card and can deal with the two of them. Even Xiao Xuan, behind him, will not let them touch him. As expected, when the two Yunxian sect elders took action, Xiao Xuan had already taken action against them. A flash of sword intent flashed across his body, and in the sky, a hidden sword light passed by. In an instant, the two strong pressures disappeared without a trace, and not only that, the two ninth-level elders took a few steps back, with some red marks on their bodies. Even the corners of his mouth were covered with blood, and the two of them looked at Xiao Xuan in horror. If the other party hadn't only reached the 7th level of God transformation, they would have thought they had met a strong person in the law realm. At this moment, when they faced Xiao Xuan, there were only 2 words in their minds: terrible. Chapter 30. Don't bully young people into poverty and fight Yun Xianzong. Again, Xiao Xuan looked at the 2 elders of Yun Xianzong coldly. His body did not move from the beginning to the end. The 2 elders only felt that they were being targeted by Xiao Xuan and would go to hell the next moment. But behind them is Yun Xianzong, with several powerful figures in the law realm sitting in charge. Even if Xiao Xuan is powerful, he will only die when facing those law realms. Xiao Xuan, Yun Xianzong, will remember what happened today. Xiao Xuan smiled faintly. The hidden threats in the words of the two elders of Yun Xianzong were not worth fearing at all to him. The two elders feel that they have had enough life and want the head of the family to personally give you a ride. The two elders of Yun Xianzong looked horrified when they heard this. They had already seen Xiao Xuan's courage just now, and they were both injured. With just one sword in tension. If they really took action, the two of them would really die. At this moment, the two of them did not dare to answer the phone. They have lived for tens or hundreds of years, and what kind of people have they never seen? Know who to mess with and who not to mess with. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Xiao Xuan sneered and went to talk to Xiao Xuan directly. This is a branch matter. The head of my family is here today, just to support you. The head of the rest of the family will not interfere. When Xiao Xuan and his son heard this, their hearts warmed up, and their attitude towards Xiao Xuan became more respectful. Yenner, this is a major event in your life. You should handle it yourself. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Yan with a majestic look on his face, with a hint of sadness in his tone. Xiao Yan naturally knew what his father meant. Even if he didn't speak, he would tell his father. Now that the Xiao family branch is supporting them, they are also confronting Yun Xianzong in disguise. Even if he really wants to do something to the people of Yun Xianzong today, the master will help them resolve it. But he, Xiao Yan, is not a person who needs help from others to solve problems. So he walked directly to Yang Fei, looked at her seriously, and spoke righteously. Before your father died, my family wanted to dissolve the engagement, but my uncle was adamant. In addition, he was about to be critically ill, and it was difficult for my father to speak, so he had no choice but to give up. You are right to want to break off the engagement after my uncle's death. You and I have no feelings at all. But breaking off the engagement is a matter between you, me, and our family. You only need to send someone to send a letter or tell each other in words. And the matter will be resolved. But you made this matter a big deal, and you even didn't hesitate to bring people from Yun Xianzong here. It is nothing more than telling everyone that I, Xiao Yan, am not worthy of you, that my Xiao family is not strong enough, and I am not qualified to marry you, the proud daughter of heaven, in order to satisfy your vanity. Yang Fei had disdain on her face. She wanted to say something sarcastic, but her expression changed drastically after Xiao Yan's words. If you really want to break off the engagement, why bother making the matter known to everyone? It's just vanity. Now you are at the peak of the golden body, and you have joined the Yunxian sect as the disciple of the elder, but I am only at the 3rd level. Of course I can't compare with you, but that doesn't mean that you can humiliate me and the Xiao family. At this point, Xiao Yan's momentum surged, and his eyes were filled with resentment. 30 years have passed since Hedong, 30 years have passed since Heshi, and today I challenge you to fight. In 1.5 years, in just 1.5 years, I, Xiao Yan, will definitely set foot on the Yunxian sect and fight with you. If you defeat me, I, Xiao Yan, admit that I am not worthy of you, and you will terminate the engagement. If you are defeated by me, then I will give you a divorce note in front of Yun Xianzong and everyone in the world. Then tell everyone that it was I, Xiao Yan, who abandoned you. As soon as these words came out, not only the onlookers were surprised, but even Xiao Xuan felt a little incredible. I didn't expect Xiao Yan to have such self-confidence and be able to say such things. Yang Fei sneered, do you know the difference between you and me? My cultivation level alone is a level higher than yours. What's more, I'm still a traceless spirit, otherwise, how could I be accepted as a disciple by the elder? She crossed her arms across her chest and looked at Xiao Yan with a proud face. Don't blame me for not reminding you. A year and a half later, the gap between you and me will only get wider. No matter how nice you say it now, it won't change the fact that you are no match for me. Everyone was sighing, thinking that Yang Fei was accepted as a disciple by the elder just because of her extraordinary qualifications. I didn't expect that she was also a spirit. No wonder he is so arrogant. Feeling the strangeness around her, Yang Fei's vanity was satisfied. She looked at Xiao Yan proudly and pointed at Xiao Jianxin. Even if you are as talented as him, you may not be able to catch up with me. Let alone, you are not. Of course, if you have such a talent, I can't consider it. After all, I am a traceless spirit. However, Xiao Jianxin sneered after hearing this. Then he took a step to the side. A mere traceless spirit is not worthy of a genius like me, let alone be compared to me. Xiao Xuan almost couldn't hold it back and could only pretend to cover his mouth, but he still couldn't stop his body from shaking due to suppressing laughter. Yang Fei's expression suddenly changed, and she was so embarrassed that she didn't know how to react. Even if there is great dissatisfaction in my heart, I can only hold it in. Just when she was about to vent to Xiao Yan, the other party looked at her with a sneer. I thought it was just an ordinary bet, but I didn't expect you to have the blessing of a spiritual body. That's what happened. Xiao Yan raised a smile on his lips. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to know how the genius blessed by the spirit body will be defeated by me. Now please leave my Xiao family and don't wait for us to kick you out. After saying that, he issued an order to expel Yun Xianzong and others. You. Yang Fei glared at Xiao Yan angrily. She was a disciple of the Yunxian sect and a genius with a special physique. When have you ever been humiliated like this? Then I'll wait at Yun Xianzong. See how you overestimate your capabilities. And try to kill an egg with an egg. If you don't come then, I, Yang Fei, will come to fulfill the bet in person. Xiao Yan turned his back to her and said in an indifferent voice, Don't worry, I, Xiao Yan, will never break the promise. In a year and a half, I will definitely set foot on Yun Xianzong to fight with you. Even if the two elders of Yun Xianzong were angry, they would not dare to take action rashly. Even if they were not afraid of death, they still had to take Huang Tianba into consideration. Seeing Yun Xianzong's people leaving, Xiao Congtian turned around and bowed to Xiao Xian to apologize. It's causing trouble to the head of the family. It was originally just a marriage contract between the two families, but I never thought it would get to this point. Xiao Xian didn't care much about this. You don't need to blame yourself, our Xiao family is not as powerful as Yun Xianzong now. After a year and a half, not only can I confront him, but he will not be at a disadvantage even if he takes action. Xiao Xian is very confident about this. 1.5 years is enough for them to develop. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan. You did a great job in making a battle with Yang Fei today. You are worthy of being the son of my Xiao family. Now that the battle posts have been issued, cultivation cannot be left behind. Although the main family has resources to distribute, but for you now, there are really few people who can help. If you are interested, go to the master's house to practice. Xiao Yan was a little flattered. He didn't expect that Xiao Xian would invite him at this time. The Xiao family's new regulations are about to be promulgated. The family will no longer be divided into direct and collateral lines. Any young disciple with sufficient strength can become a direct disciple. Strength determines everything. Even my own children and the children of the 9 elders are like this. Now, everyone, including Xiao Congtian, felt incredible. relying on strength to determine whether they have the qualifications to become a direct descendant was something they had never dared to think about before. This means that in the future, they, and even their children, may become direct children. Thinking of this, how could they not be excited? Afterwards, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Tsangtian briefly chatted for a few words before leaving. First, Xiao Yan will report to his master's house as soon as possible in the near future. Chapter 31 Xiao Family's Opportunity, the Empress Surrenders. Xiao Xuan leaned on the carriage to take a nap with his eyes closed, and suddenly asked Xiao Jianqin, "What do you think of this Xiao Yan?" "What do you think of him?" Xiao Jianqin answered Xiao Xuan's question without hesitation. "From what happened today, we can see that this person will be no less important than me, Sister Qingyun, and Jingyan in the future." Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. "Oh? How did you see it?" "Because the head of the family likes him, and Sister Qingyun, I, and Jingyan were all favored by you." Hearing Xiao Jianqin's words, Xiao Xuan laughed dumbly. He originally thought this was the mutual induction between the geniuses. Unexpectedly, he believed in himself for no reason, and in the end he just smiled and shook his head. The other side. Xiao Yan had returned to his room at this time. "Yao Lao, why didn't you answer me when I was communicating with you just now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pendant on his chest emitted a burst of light, and then an old man with a soul body came out. "It's not that I don't want to answer, but the other party is peeping. To be on the safe side, I can't say anything." "Who can even spy on you?" Xiao Yan was a little shocked. "Yao Lao is a spirit body, and his pendant is parasitic, so ordinary people can't even notice it. Your family master, Xiao Xuan, but the other party didn't seem to notice my presence. He just stayed on your chest for a moment. You don't have to worry too much. As the head of the Xiao family, you are his clan member. There is no malicious intent in this investigation. Just to see if my presence is a threat to you." Xiao Yan was very surprised that Xiao Xuan could even detect the soul body. According to what he learned, Xiao Xuan was fair and upright, and he was extremely protective of his family. Moreover, the Xiao family has gradually developed to its present state because of his leadership. Yao Lao pondered for a while. "You are not a simple family master." Since he took action directly in the hall today, the two elders of Yunxian sect who had just met the gods in front of him showed that he was by no means taking it easy. Moreover, he is also blessed by the sword, and a certain artistic conception has reached the state of Dzogchen. After a pause, Yao Lao thought of the jade slips that Xiao Xuan gave to Xiao Yan before leaving. "Didn't he give you a jade slip before he left? Open it and see what's written on it." When the master and apprentice read the above content, they suddenly smiled bitterly. In just a few sentences, although it is not stated clearly, it is said everything that needs to be said. "I thought I hid it well, but I didn't expect that I would be discovered by the other party a long time ago." Only then did Yao Lao understand what Xiao Xuan meant when his eyes stopped on the pendant. At the same time, he also felt admiration for Xiao Xuan in his heart. The head of the Xiao family has two kinds of strange fires, Xianhuang Yin and 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, which are helpful for your practice. In addition, there are several top-notch herbs such as soul-nourishing grass, soul-solidifying leaf and purple soul flower, which can repair the soul. It looks like I have to go to the Xiao family's house. Xiao Yan put away the jade slips. His semi-awakened golden crow body could only help him practice by swallowing the strange fire in the world. Although he had Yao Lao to help him, it was extremely difficult to find the strange fire. If the two kinds of strange fires owned by the Xiao family master could be swallowed by him, his cultivation speed would be doubled. With the addition of those soul-nourishing herbs, Yao Lao's soul body can also be warmed and nourished. Your visit to the Xiao family head's house is a big opportunity for you. It can be seen from Xiao Xuan's attitude in the hall and the behavior of giving you the jade slip that he is not interested in your secrets. Just abolishing the distinction between concubine and concubine is something that no one else can do, not to mention that he is only in the realm of divine transformation. He has already comprehended the Deshang sword intent, and the artistic conception of his attributes is even more perfect. Looking at the entire Tianzhou, there is no second one. Half a month later, after Xiao Yan reported to the head of the Xiao family, he received the strange fire and medicinal herbs that Xiao Xuan mentioned in the jade slip. After a month of retreat and practice, with the guidance of Yao Lao. A month later, Xiao Yan broke through and escaped from the 8th level, which also proved that the Xiao family had another genius. In the Chongping County military camp, Jamal Zhao's cultivation level has been upgraded to the 5th level of the golden body. He also comprehended the artistic conception of thunder and the artistic conception of hammer. At this moment, he was holding the carpenter in his left hand and the hammer in his right hand, leading his men to train. In the past 6 months, Jamal Xiao has continued to fight, suppress bandits, and eliminate traitors. Defeat one evil force after another, and even go to the monster forest to kill monsters. Use them to help your warriors improve their combat effectiveness and nourish their bodies. He has never suffered a defeat in the past 6 months, and he deserves to be the second strongest player in the military camp. In the army he commanded, the soldiers not only had high morale, but were also very active in completing their tasks. In their hearts, they had already admired Jamal Xiao. Even the soldiers from other armies looked at Jamal Xiao with admiration in their eyes. Therefore, whenever the army commanded by Jamal Xiao needs to recruit people, countless people come to sign up. Jamal Xiao's strength was naturally feared by the commander of Chongping County, but there was nothing he could do about it. Today's Jamal Xiao, regardless of his strength or prestige, is beyond his control. You can only assign particularly difficult tasks to him and hope that something will happen to him on the way to completing the task. However, this move aroused dissatisfaction among the soldiers in the army who were loyal to Xiao Jingyan. Xiao Qingyun, who was in the capital of the southern Ming dynasty at this time, never spoke again after reading the news. During this period of time, her development in the royal capital has been getting better and better. Even the people of the southern Ming dynasty respected her. It can be said that the world does not know who the emperor is, but they know who the saint is, and many people have become her loyal supporters. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of this momentum to take Jamal Xiao under her command, but judging from the other party's attitude, he only listened to Xiao Xian's orders, and only obeyed Xiao Xian's orders. Therefore, she could only give up the idea of conquering Jamal Xiao. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun was a little helpless, and even she admired Xiao Xian very much. It seems it's time to spread this news to the head of the family. It's no wonder that these people in the Nanming dynasty suddenly became calm. It turned out that they were afraid that the old monster would fight back before he died. There is still 1 year left before the old monster dies. With Xiao Xian's character, he will not miss this opportunity. Originally, Xiao Qingyun would not consider Xiao Xian's ideas, but the resources he provided were too tempting. During the 6 months in the royal capital, the Xiao family's resources were always delivered on time, such as the general outline of military training. Even she had never seen it in her previous life, but Xiao Xian gave it to her very generously. Moreover, Xiao Qingyun was deeply moved by the fact that geniuses kept appearing in the Xiao family. If Xiao Xuan and these resources continue to support her cultivation speed will become faster and faster. It can make Jamal Zhao's cultivation level not lowered by her, the reincarnated empress, for as long as half a year. It was enough to prove that Xiao Xuan was worthy of her sincerity. Chapter 32 Ready to go, a strong man in the law realm. When Xiao Xuan received Xiao Qingyun's message, he knew that the reincarnated empress had been conquered by him. Not only that, this letter about the death of the old monster of the southern Ming dynasty will not reach his hands. The old monster will die in a year. It's no wonder that the Ji family has been showing good intentions recently. It seems that they have already made some moves. This is also an opportunity for my Xiao family. 1 year is enough for us to prepare. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan directly summoned the core members of the family and announced that the entire Xiao family would retreat for a year to practice. And he will provide all the resources in the family. In the current situation, even if he is asked to empty out the family's wealth, he will not hesitate. Now that the Xiao family has recruited 500,000 soldiers, and there is a recruitment order in hand, recruiting soldiers and horses is no longer a problem for the Xiao family. As for the 3 supervisors of the Ji family, he has also controlled them. And he is not afraid of them causing any trouble. An army of 500,000, plus the number of people from the Xiao family who have joined the army over the years, and Jamal Zhao's performance in the army during this period. Once the war begins, within a short period of time, the Xiao family will have all the say and become the main guide. As soon as Xiao Xuan's order was given, the Xiao family entered a state of retreat for cultivation. And he himself entered the retreat directly after making arrangements. Time flies, and a year flies by. Southern Ming Dynasty. At this time, there is a competition going on in the trial field. This is the annual talent competition of the Nanming Dynasty. After a year of seclusion and practice, Xiao Yan's cultivation level has been promoted to the first level of the God transformation realm, and successfully reached the finals of this Tianjiao competition. Now he has swallowed 5 kinds of strange fires, and the artistic conception of fire has reached a small level. Not only that, he has also comprehended several other artistic conceptions. The game is still in progress. The person he was fighting against was a strong man at the 4th level of the divine transformation realm, and he was also the only cultivator in the middle stage of divine transformation in the Nanming dynasty. Originally the final winner of the game was him, but unfortunately the opponent was Xiao Yan. At this time, Xiao Yan was like a god of fire, fighting vigorously on the trial ground. A small achievement of the artistic conception of fire, as well as the blessing of the other 3 attribute artistic conceptions. His combat power was instantly increased several times, and the outcome was decided in just 2 breaths. The audience looked at the childish Xiao Yan in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. A young man who was at the 1st level of the divine transformation realm can actually defeat a strong man at the 4th level. But they also know that after today, Xiao Yan's name will be resounding throughout the southern Ming dynasty. And Xiao Yan also got his wish and got the reward of this final yin and yang. And the purpose of his participation in the competition was just for this strange fire. After returning to the room, Yao Lao came out of his pendant. At this time, his soul state was much stronger than before. In just 1 year, your cultivation level has reached the 1st level of becoming a god. He also swallowed 5 kinds of strange fires and understood the artistic conception of attributes. The progress is not small. Yao Lao couldn't help but sigh at Xiao Yan's changes this year, after Swallowing this strange fire. Your cultivation realm will be raised to the second level, and your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Xiao Yan looked at the strange fire in his hand with firm eyes. I have to hurry up and devour the strange fire. Only in this way will there be enough strength to help the head of the family. Nowadays, the situation in the Nanming dynasty is turbulent and there is a possibility of falling apart at any time. Each family is ready to make a move and prepare to share the food. The head of the family announced a year ago that the family will practice in seclusion. I must be preparing for this. When I break through to the second level of God transformation, I can also help him. Yes, with your family master's ambition, you will never miss this opportunity. Yao Lao nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan looked at the strange fire flickering in his palm, and a trace of expectation ignited in his eyes. After losing to brother Xiao Jianxin in a fight with him last time, I don't know how much chance I can win this time. During this year, Xiao Yan and Xiao Jianxin met several times, and they would exchange blows every time they met. But they all ended in failure, so defeating the genius of the Nanming dynasty was nothing to him. Being able to tie with Xiao Jianxin or even surpass him would be something to be happy about. Yao Lao couldn't help but sigh. In addition to you, the Xiao family also has Xiao Jianxin, who is proficient in swordsmanship, Xiao Qingyun, the saint of the southern Ming dynasty, and Xiao Jingyan, the commander of Chongping County. No matter which one of them can cause commotion in a territory, the Xiao family is not easy. Xiao Qingyun single-handedly became a saint in the capital, loved by all people, and no one at her level could make her use her full strength. Xiao Jingyan, commander of an army of 10,000 people, has repeatedly made military exploits to exterminate bandits and traitors, and has nothing to say to his soldiers. Not only did he gain military morale, he also became the new commander of Chongping County. The senior officials arranged by the Ji family in the military camp were assassinated many times in the past 6 months. Among them was the previous commander. Not only that, the Ji family also withdrew the 3 Ji family supervisors from the general camp. Xiao Xuan successfully broke through the law realm half a year ago, and all forces expressed their goodwill. The Ji family even directly handed over the command of the Chongping County army to Xiao Jingyan to show their respect for Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and began to swallow the strange fire, muttering in his mouth, Yao Lao, I can't wait to fight them. Yao Lao smiled fondly, and then protected Xiao Yan and helped him swallow the strange fire. At this time, Xiao Jianxin was fighting a 3-headed giant python in the monster forest. The battle between the two sides was fierce, and Xiao Jianxin went all out with his 4th-level spirit transformation. In the end, a flash of sword intent flashed, and the last head of the 3-headed 100-meter-long python was cut off. After Xiao Jianxin collected the giant python's body, he came to the cave. Behind it, there is a strange tree inside, with several strange colored fruits on it. The fruits were all ripe at this time, and Xiao Jianxin pocketed them all without hesitation. And uproot the fruits and take them away with them. The 9-colored strange fruit can help me advance further in my cultivation. As for this fruit tree, the owner of the family must have a way to save it. At this time in the Xiao family, Xiao Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura came out of them. This aura contains huge pressure, which shows that Xiao Xian's cultivation realm has broken through to the law realm. The realm of laws contains the laws of the world, which are inaccessible outside of Tao and law, within the 6 realms, and below the realm of transformation into gods. Since ancient times, no cultivator at the incarnation realm or below has defeated a strong person who has passed through the Dharma realm. This is no longer just a difference in cultivation level. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation, level 3 of Law Realm. Magic weapon, heavenly grade low-grade waning moon sword. Qualifications, created dragon blood battle body, chaotic pupils. Exotic treasures, family leader's jade pendant, family leader's ring. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, family. Residence. Kung Fu and martial arts skills, 10,000 swords return to the sect. Great perfection, understanding the power of the sword, Wulong-ju, great. Perfection, connotation of a divine sword, capable of killing anyone below the Great Tao Realm, immortal golden body, 2nd level, 8 stage / Second paragraph. Chapter 33 Constant Talk and Pretense. During this year's retreat, the overall strength of the Xiao family has soared several times. During this period, nearly half of the resources in the family were consumed. And even 1/30 of the small world was moved out by him. Nowadays, the strength of the Xiao family is on par with the 8 major families. Except for the top experts, the experts from other realms in the family are no less than them. You must know that the 8 aristocratic families can achieve their current scale after hundreds of years of accumulation. Ding, congratulations to the host family leader for raising his level to the 2nd level and possessing the rank of Law Realm. There are 10 people in the Transformation Realm and 100 people in the Golden Body Realm. The upgrade conditions have been met. The system automatically upgrades the 2nd grade family, and the rewards have been distributed. Does the host want to receive it? Receive, the system could send him a prompt at this time, which also meant that the 9 elders had broken through to the realm of divine transformation. Several geniuses in the family, such as Xiao Yan and Xiao Jianxin, have already met the requirements of the God Transformation Realm. Ding, rewards are being distributed, and the host's cultivation level has been upgraded to the 5th level of the Law Realm. The Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Station, and Mountain Guard Formation are automatically upgraded to the 2nd level. Obtain the general outline of Forging Earth level and Heaven level. Artifacts, the general outline of low-level alchemy, upgraded the Waning Moon sword to the Earth level and Heaven level magic weapon, and gave birth to a legendary genius in the family. Ding, the created dragon blood battle body awakens, obtains the exclusive sword technique Tianyu Xianfeng, activates the chaos pupils, and obtains the divine pupils of luck. Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique, the exclusive martial art of creating a dragon blood battle body, hundreds of moves, hundreds of styles, imperial 9-star swordsmanship, can kill all enemies. The divine eye of luck, derived from the pupil of chaos, it can check the luck of a person or a force. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, 2nd grade, provides attribute bonuses for family members who have gained enlightenment. Martial arts and techniques are classified by grade. You can more quickly match the martial arts and martial arts that match your own strength. A new column of heavenly scrolls is added to collect the heavenly level and above martial arts. The Sutra Pavilion automatically refreshes a book of Xian level exercises every day, and a book of heaven level exercises every 6 months, giving you the opportunity to obtain high-grade heaven level exercises. Enlightenment Room, 2nd grade, 3 floors, each floor is covered with aura. The higher the floor, the aura doubles. Comprehension in the Enlightenment Room can help with attribute and artistic conception additions. Jade pendant of the head of the family, the qualifications of the newly born babies in the family are at least low grade, and the qualifications of newborns with medium-grade qualifications are increased by 20%, which can help the host temporarily improve to 3 small realms. Family Station, automatically generate a low-grade spiritual vein, increase spiritual energy by 20%, and stack with the family leader's jade pendant. Because the host practices swordsmanship, Xiao Jianxin in the family is born with a sword heart, and Xiao Qingyun also wears a long sword with him. There are many people in the family who practice swordsmanship, and now the system automatically distributes 10,000 swords cave. 10,000 swords cave, second grade. Anyone who practices swordsmanship can practice here and obtain appropriate skills. Those with talent in swordsmanship will have the opportunity to obtain Xuanji divine weapon. As for the general outline of artifact forging and the general outline of alchemy, they are to increase the success rate of weapons and the probability of successful refining of elixirs. However, this time the improvement of the elixir is mainly aimed at cultivators of the divine transformation realm. It has no side effects and is considered a perfect level. Xiao Xuan stretched his body. In the past 2 years, the overall strength of the Xiao family has undergone earth-shaking changes. Then he walked out of the door and used the divine eyes of luck to check the Xiao family's fortune. Before upgrading, the Xiao family's luck was like a newborn snake. After upgrading to the second level, the little snake has grown in size and has the tendency to turn into a python. Xiao Xianyujian rose into the air and looked at the entire Nanming dynasty. With the blessing of the divine eye of luck, the direction of luck in the southern Ming dynasty was divided into countless small snakes. Among them, the southern Ming dynasty is the largest, like a hill, surrounded by 8 python-like fortunes. All the divine snakes of luck were sucking their luck towards that hill. Among them, the divine snake of luck of the Xiao family devoured the most fiercely and was the least noticeable. And that hill seemed to be disintegrating, and even roaring at the little luck. Snakes around it could not act as a deterrent. I think this crumbling hill is the little monster from the Nanming dynasty. The 8 aristocratic families were dormant nearby. The reason why they didn't dare to rush forward was because they were taking a gamble. The old monster has reached the realm of transcending tribulation and is only one step away from becoming the supreme master. If he can succeed, the Nanming dynasty will be stable. But he did not succeed, and with his imminent death, the situation of the southern Ming dynasty was decided. What the Xiao family has to do now is to find the right moment, strike quickly and accurately, and become the final winner in this turmoil. After a year of practicing in seclusion, practicing outside, and being sent out by the military camp to perform tasks, the Xiao family's children also came back one after another. The annual martial arts competition within the family also started during this period. Except for Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Jingyan, there are several legendary geniuses. Other geniuses appeared in the family, and some even awakened their spiritual bodies. After 10 days of competition, the martial arts competition has reached the semi-final stage. Xiao Xian was pretty busy with things during this period, so he led Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan to the competition venue to watch. As soon as I arrived at the competition venue, I was stunned by the waves of flirtatious comments. "You are no match for me at all. Get down quickly and don't be embarrassed." Here, even the genius of the family blessed by the spirit body was defeated by me. And you still want to compete with me? Hey, who made me strong enough? This championship is customized just for me. Who makes you less powerful than me? Let's do this. I'll give you a chance. You admit defeat. It's your honor to lose in my hands. These shocking words made even Xiao Yan and Xiao Jianxin feel embarrassed. Does this mean that as long as I am not embarrassed, you will be the one embarrassed? Even Xiao Xian was deeply impressed by Xiao Yanyao, the head of the family. As the host of this martial arts competition, Xiao Qingshan knew what was going on when he saw the expressions of Xiao Xian and the others at this time. He explained rather helplessly, Xiao Yanyao is indeed quite capable. He has never met an opponent in competitions at the same level. Even the genius with a spiritual body was defeated by him. Not only was he strong, he was also good at talking. Even if I told him privately, he wouldn't listen and would still go his own way. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan became somewhat interested and used his chaotic pupils to check Xiao Yan's details. Xiao Yanyao, first level golden body, Emperor's holy body, also known as the King of Pretense. As long as you keep talking nonsense and pretending to be cool, you can continue to level up and increase your cultivation speed. To put it simply, you are either on the way to show off, or you are pretending to be cool, and you will pursue the principle of pretending to the end. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It is indeed produced by the system. There is nothing it can't do except what you can't think of. You can guess with your toes that Xiao Yanyao is the next genius in the family, rewarded by the system. Sure enough, pretending to be cool can get you anywhere, especially in a fantasy world where the system is a cheat. Pretending has become reasonable. Chapter 34 I can't help but want to punch him in the heart. On the ring, Xiao Yanyao was already facing off against Xiao Buxiu. As a cultivator of the fourth level of the golden body, Xiao Buxiu once again participated in a top chamber of commerce competition held in the southern Ming dynasty. He won the first place with his absolute strength and is a well-known genius. Although far inferior to Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan, they are not to be underestimated. Xiao Buxiu looked at Xiao Yanyao, who only had a first-level golden body, although he was stronger than the opponent. But he didn't dare to underestimate the opponent. He watched every game in the past few days. Although he only had the strength of a first-level golden body, he was able to defeat a genius with a spiritual body on the field. Such strength is really terrifying. Even if he really wants to take down Xiao Yanyao, he will need to work hard. However, before the competition started, Xiao Yanyao started talking nonsense. Xiao Buxiu, I advise you to give up. Even if you are 3 levels higher than me, you are still no match for me. A burst of flirtatious words were released, and Xiao Yanyao's aura also increased greatly. Xiao Buxiu was very angry and retorted. Today in front of the head of the family, Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan, you dare to say such arrogant words. You simply don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Xiao Yanyao looked around and finally set his sights on the hosting platform. He glanced at Xiao Xuan, and then at Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan, standing next to him. His eyes stayed on the two of them for a moment, and then he looked back at Xiao Buxiu. So what, they just practiced a little bit earlier than me to reach this state. It's just a matter of time before I surpass them both. Just wait and see how I defeat them in the future. Everyone in the family thought he would be restrained, but he turned out to be even more arrogant. I'm going to marry you. I've never seen such a shameless person. Prodigies like Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan are inferior to the clan leader, and he still wants to surpass them. Almost everyone was scolding Xiao Yanyao. A mere first-level golden body, dreaming of surpassing the two geniuses, and even the patriarch of the law realm. It's simply shamelessness taken to the extreme. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but laugh. The king of slander was indeed the king of slander. He deserved a beating as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiao Yanyao's talent is quite good, but his mouth is so weak. Xiao Yan almost said this through gritted teeth. Xiao Jianxin next to him changed his hand to hold the sword. Not to mention Xiao Yan, even he almost couldn't hold back and rushed to the competition venue. I wish I could beat this Xiao Yanyao to death. Xiao Buxiu was furious and was about to scold him. As a result, Xiao Yanyao started talking nonsense again. Hey, since you insist on competing with me, then I will give in to you. Let's do this, you attack with all your strength, and I will compete with you. With one hand. Who makes me too strong? If I don't control myself and I cripple you, I won't be able to explain it to the head of the family. Xiao Buxiu couldn't bear it any longer and unleashed his Baijian spirit body to fight Xiao Yanyao with all his strength. Xiao Yanyao was really crazy, actually fighting Xiao Buxiu with only one hand. Since I promised you to use one hand, then use only one hand, lest you say I bully you. But that was it, Xiao Yanyao still had the upper hand. Such fighting power really shocked everyone in the Xiao family. Even Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan had to admit that Xiao Yanyao was a little overdue, but his strength was still remarkable. Everyone in the Xiao family even compared Xiao Yanyao with Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan. Maybe Xiao Yanyao's name will also be among the geniuses in the future, and it will be no less important than the two of them. The fighting doesn't stop, the flirting keeps going, and the pretense doesn't stop. Xiao Yanyao's flirtatious words kept coming from the arena. TSK, tell me, you can't even beat me with one hand, but you still want to win the championship? You're not even qualified to compete against me. You say he's a genius. I think he's better than a loser. To be honest, I don't want to fight you. I won't feel any sense of accomplishment if I win. Look at you, I haven't even tried my best yet, and you can't hold it anymore. Oh, invincible, how lonely it is. In this way, as Xiao Yanyao continued to talk nonsense, his strength and momentum increased visibly. He even broke through Xiao Buxiu's defense with just one hand and defeated him with one move. Everyone in the Xiao family looked at the stage with proud expressions on their faces, as if they were so awesome. Suddenly there was silence. Xiao Yanyao deserves a beating, and this is recognized by everyone. But I have to admit that his strength and talent are strong. Xiao Qingshan was also stunned for a while. This was the first time he had seen this kind of situation. Ahem, now I announce that the first place is Xiao Yanyao, and then the clan leader will award rewards to the top 10. When Xiao Xian saw this, he didn't hesitate and gave the reward to Xiao Yanyao directly. And he praised him in front of the Xiao family members. Yes, he is very talented at a young age, and the Xiao family has another genius. This also allows me to see the future of the Xiao family. For the Xiao family to have outstanding talents like you, it is the pride of the Xiao family, and I also believe that under your leadership, the Xiao family will get better and better. Xiao Xian's words inspired many viewers in the audience, but who is Xiao Yanyao? Not only did he not feel any excitement about these words, on the contrary, he refuted Xiao Xian's words with a disapproving look. Leave it to them to lead the Xiao family on a better road. I want to conquer all realms. The man who stepped through the starry sky, traveled across the universe, and became the king of the gods. It's never my turn to do such a small thing. Xiao Xian took a deep breath and tried his best to control the smile that was about to collapse on his face. My heart is already full of energy. Why the hell am I talking like this? Yes, he is an ambitious young man. Xiao Xian finally resisted and patted Xiao Yanyao's shoulder. Then he presented the award to several other family members and said some words to encourage morale. After announcing the successful conclusion of the martial arts competition, he turned around and left with Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan. If it was any later, he was afraid that he would turn around and give this guy a meal of fried pork liver. Xiao Yanyao looked at the reward in his hand and bowed to Xiao Xian's back. Thank you, master, for the gift. Xiao Xian paused, with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan were also surprised. I didn't expect that this guy is very respectful to the head of the family. Xiao Xuan smiled and looked at the two of them. Did you know that there is a special physique in this world called the Emperor's holy body? The two looked at Xiao Xuan with puzzled faces. Obviously they had never heard of it. When Xiao Xuan explained to the two of them, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. There is still something in this world that lacks, a special physique with a strong prelude. Xiao Yan almost bit his tongue, because the look of Xiao Yanyao's need to be beaten was lingering in his mind. But judging from his attitude towards the head of the family, he has good intentions and has a strong sense of belonging to the family. A month passed quickly after the tournament. Xiao Xian's cultivation realm has also been upgraded to the 5th level of law realm. As soon as he finished practicing that day, he discovered a strange phenomenon in his nature, and it seemed that something big was about to happen. Go out of the room and use the divine eye of luck to check, only to find the crumbling hill. At this moment, it has disintegrated, and the luck divine snakes lying dormant around it are devouring the luck in its body with big mouthfuls. Seeing this state, Xiao Xian knew that the man of heaven in the capital of the Southern Ming dynasty had passed away. Chapter 35 Ji family asks for help. Xiao family children are killed. Xiao Xian put his hands behind his back and stood on the sky, looking at the hill that was gradually being sucked away. I couldn't help but sigh. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it, and there are songs of distress from all directions. Now that heaven and earth have passed away, each of the 8 great families is showing their magical powers. At this time it is also an opportunity for my Xiao family to rise. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. Now the Xiao family's strength can compete with the 8 major families, but the first problem is to solve the Ji family. It's not that he is afraid, but that if he takes action to deal with the Ji family at this time, it will only attract the attention of several other major families. After all, the first shot is the first to win. The news of the death of heaven and man soon spread throughout the dynasty. All forces also surfaced and began the battle for the treasure this time. The 8 aristocratic families each occupied their own territory and became kings, and launched attacks on other aristocratic families. Among them, the Ji family has 6 powerful people in the god transformation realm who dominate the family. Because of this, he became the target of other aristocratic families, and the Ji family was already powerful. He also joined forces with other powerful people in the god transformation realm, which led others to find another opportunity. Except for the 2 major families that were already fighting openly and secretly, the other major families formed an alliance after discussions. Combining the power of several major families, they surrounded the Ji family. One night. At this time, the Ji family was also in a critical situation. At the first opportunity, he sent a distress signal to the outside world, hoping that the powerful people in the god transformation realm who cooperated with them could help him get out of trouble. Similarly, the Xiao family also received a letter of help from the Ji family. At this time, Xiao Qingyun was reporting the matter in the hall. Family Master, regarding the Ji family's request for help, should we send someone to support them? For a time everyone in the family was talking about it. There are those who support and support. After all, the Xiao family has always been an ally with the Ji family. Now that the Ji family is under attack from other aristocratic families, if it is really destroyed, judging from the progress of past dynasties, the Xiao family will be the next to be targeted. There are also those who oppose it. In their view, the 8 major families are now constantly competing for it. As the most powerful family among the 8 aristocratic families, the Ji family could really be wiped out. It is also a good thing for the Xiao family. If the Ji family is saved, the Xiao family will always be stepped on by them. Maybe after they win the final throne, they will bite back. Xiao Xuan listened to everyone's opinions and couldn't make a decision for a while. With his strength, he helps the Ji family, and the fruits of final victory will definitely belong to the Ji family. But this was not his original intention. Just when Xiao Xuan had a headache, the boy outside came in to report. Report to the head of the family, elders, there is news from Guyue Mountain range. The Xiao family's goods were hijacked by Black Sam thieves on the road, and several members of the family were also kidnapped. The other party sent a letter, specifying that the head of the family should go to the rescue in person, otherwise both people and goods would be lost. Xiao Xuan was so happy that he didn't even need to think about countermeasures. Compared to the Ji family, I have to rescue the children of my family. Everyone present was not a fool. They already knew when it was reported that the Xiao family's goods had been hijacked. Some people don't want the Xiao family to send troops to rescue the Ji family. Xiao Xuan stood up at that moment. Give me the password to tell the Ji family that the goods of my Xiao family and several talented children have been hijacked by the Black Sam thief. For this reason, the head of the family had to go to the rescue in person. When the head of the family came back from the Guyue Mountains, he will definitely lead all the clan members to go to support him. During this period of time, the family cannot make any arbitrary decisions without the order of the head of the family. After giving the order, Xiao Xuan set off for the Xing'er Mountains, giving people a feeling of urgency. Even if everyone in the Xiao family did not have Xiao Xuan's order, after hearing the news, they would not make any decisions to help the Ji family. Ji family. The head of the Ji family was sitting on the head chair with clenched fists. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was haggard and anxious. It was obvious that he had not slept for several days and nights. In the past few days, he had been sending letters requesting support to the outside world. However, all they received were blank replies, and some even drew a clear line. With the Ji family on the spot. These white-eyed wolves. When the Ji family was in the limelight, everyone said so nice things. He showed no mercy when taking the treasures. Now that the Ji family is in trouble, let alone help. It's fine as long as you don't get involved. A core senior executive of the Ji family was very angry. As a result, the head of the Ji family has already guessed that in the Xianmen world, the strong are always strong. What about the Xiao family in Juku City? How did they react? The head of the Ji family can only place their hope on Xiao Xuan. With Xiao Xuan's help, they will be able to overcome this difficulty. He is well aware of Xiao Xuan's fighting ability. Even the entire Nanming dynasty must be polite when hearing Xiao Xuan's name. It is precisely because of this that the Ji family frequently moves around with the Xiao family. It can also be said that the reason why the Ji family was able to suppress the 8 major families in a short period of time and dominate one side. The Xiao family plays a vital role. However, the core executives shook their heads. Letter from the Xiao family. The children of the Xiao family were kidnapped by the Black Sam robbers in the Guyue Mountains. Among them were several descendants of core elders, and even Xiao Xuan's nephew. Xiao Xuan was worried about his son's safety and had already gone to the Guyue Mountains to rescue him that day. According to spies' reports, before the Xiao family entered the Guyue Mountains, 2 other major families also entered. The next day, news came that the Xiao family's goods and children had been hijacked. When the head of the Ji family heard this, he became furious and started to fight. What a good plan! Use the Xiao family's heirs to hold back Xiao Xuan and prevent him from helping our Ji family escape from trouble. He had no doubt about Xiao Xuan. The Black Sam bandits are the largest group of bandits in the Guyue Mountains, and the most ferocious group of bandits in the southern Ming dynasty. All merchants and wealthy businessmen who pass by here have to pay tolls. Not only that, the 3 leaders of the Black Sam thief are all in the law realm. Even the 8 major aristocratic families dare not touch them easily, and even have to accommodate them in terms of certain interests. It's better to ask for yourself than to ask for help from others. I don't believe that the Ji family has 6 powerful people in the God transformation realm. Coupled with other external forces, it is still unable to compete with the 5 major families. The head of the Ji family has seen through the current situation. Since others are unwilling to lend a helping hand, they can only save themselves. Should we wait any longer? Xiao Xuan has promised to support us when he comes back from Guyue Mountains, a core senior member said. The head of the Ji family sneered and rolled his sleeves angrily. Instead of placing your hopes on others, why not let them see the strength of our Ji family? Retreat when faced with difficulties. Otherwise, even if Xiao Xuan comes back, he may not send troops to support us. Pass the order and attack other aristocratic families with all your strength. The head of the Ji family planned to make a desperate attempt to convince the other forces of their strength, and then take the initiative to retreat. On the other side, Xiao Xuan also arrived at the outskirts of the Guyue Mountains 5 days later. Looking at the lush green forest, Xiao Xuan curled his lips. Isn't your purpose just to hold me back? Coincidentally, I thought so too. Chapter 36. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Guyue Mountains. As soon as Xiao Xuan settled in the mountain forest, he was discovered by the Black Sam thief. Who is it? Come out. Holding the weapon in hand, he rushed towards Xiao Xuan menacingly. Not to mention the cultivators of the escape in Golden Body realm who came in. Even the powerful ones of the Divine Transformation realm were not looked down upon. This is their confidence as the largest bandit in the Guyue Mountains. Xiao Xuan slowly fell down from the tree, erupting with the pressure of a strong man in the law realm. Law realm. He is actually a strong person in the law realm. The bandit was so frightened by Xiao Xuan's pressure that he did not dare to move forward, and the hand holding the weapon was trembling. They may not be afraid of the divine realm, but that doesn't mean they are not afraid of the law realm. At this time, 3 extremely domineering auras came from behind the bandit. That was the kind of coercion that would only erupt from practitioners in the law realm. 3 auras rose up to confront it. Xiao Xuan sensed it and left. It was instantly clear that these were the 3 leaders of the Black Sam robbers. Among the 3 law realms, one is at the 3rd level of law, and the other 2 are at the 4th and 6th levels of law. From the auras of the 3 people, it can be seen that the techniques they practice have some kind of connection. This connection between the breaths is more like a combined attack technique. Realizing this, Xiao Xuan suddenly understood why the Black Sam thief was able to become king in the Guyue Mountains. Even the 8 aristocratic families would have to give some face to them if they met them. If only the 3 of them would join forces. Even the strong ones in the late stages of the law realm may not necessarily be their opponents. While Xiao Xuan was deep in thought, the 3 masters had already soared into the sky from the mountain forest opposite. The great elder's voice came from the sky. I have long admired the name of the Xiao family master. It is truly an honor for our Black Sam thief to have you come to the Guyun Mountains today. Xiao Xuan raised his eyes and looked over. The leader was a rough and burly man with a loud voice. Chen Feng, who has the highest level of cultivation and is also the leader of the Black Sam robbers. The thin, slightly feminine man standing next to him was the second in charge. This person looks feminine and has little offensive power, but he is the most resourceful among the three. The man standing on the other side was stout and had a naive face, holding two hammers in his hands. It made Xiao Xuan feel like he was not here to rescue the hostages, but as a guest. Xiao Xuan replied calmly, "You asked me to come in person, and now I have arrived on time. I am the descendant of the Xiao family. Should I also take away the three heads of the family?" Chen Feng laughed loudly. "Since the Xiao family master is here, why don't you go in and have a cup of tea? Let us fulfill our friendship as landlords, and the Xiao family leader can rest assured that your people are safe and sound. I have just admired the name of the Xiao family master for a long time, and I want to have a chat with you here. I wonder if the Xiao family master can give me a favor?" As he spoke, Chen Feng made a gesture of invitation, with a hint of inquiry on his face. He wanted to see if Xiao Xuan was the same as the rumors. Xiao Xuan showed no fear at all. With his level of strength, no one below the Dao level could defeat him. Seeing Xiao Xuan, he stepped into the village without hesitation. The three of them all looked at each other and saw surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. Sure enough, the rumors from the outside world were true. Entering the cottage, Xiao Xuan found that the devices and equipment inside were no less than those in a county town. When he stepped into the hall, he found that there were two cultivators in the spirit transformation realm sitting inside. When the two saw Xiao Xuan coming, they immediately stood up and saluted Xiao Xuan. "I'm Dagumu," Huangfu said. Seeing the two people saluting him, Xiao Xuan accepted it happily and did not give them a gift in return. It is true that the cultivation of the two of them at the divine transformation realm is not up to par. This kidnapping is probably the fault of you two. After hearing this, the two of them looked a little embarrassed, but they did not deny it. "Please forgive me, Master Xiao. Otherwise, it will be impossible for the two of us to see Master Xiao." Xiao Xuan didn't want to talk nonsense to them and sat down directly aside. "Don't talk nonsense. Since you can do this kind of damage, you naturally don't want to talk politely to me." As for the three leaders of the bandits, they were no different from outsiders standing at the door. Anyway, they already got what they wanted, and what happened next has nothing to do with them. Seeing this, the two of them smiled heartily. The Xiao family master is generous and honest. There are two reasons for inviting the Xiao family master to come here this time. First, we hope that the head of the Xiao family will not interfere with the Ji family's affairs and allow the 5 major families to destroy them. Secondly, I hope that the head of the Xiao family can join us and form an alliance with us after the Ji family is destroyed. When the time comes, we will give generous rewards, monetary rights, and even cities. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of joking, "What if I don't agree? What will you do?" The representative of the Dugu family smiled slightly. Now that the dynasty is in turmoil, the 5 major families have joined forces to deal with the Ji family. The demise of the Ji family is a certainty. Once the Ji family dies, how can the Xiao family be able to survive alone? Immediately afterwards, the representative of the Huangfu family also spoke. "The rabbit will die and the dog will be cooked. This is an eternal truth. The head of the Xiao family is a sensible person. Today, 2 of the 6 law realm experts in the Ji family have died. 2 people were seriously injured and the other 2 were just struggling to their death. Even if you rush back now, there is no way to change the fact that the Ji family has been destroyed. It is better to find another way out and plan for the future for yourself." Xiao Xuan drank tea leisurely and said lightly, "How do I know whether your words are true or false? Even the southern Ming dynasty, you can carve up its city and territory, let alone me, a commoner. The representative of the Huangfu family chuckled and looked at Xiao Xuan like a superior. The strong will always be strong. This is an eternal truth. Now that the dynasty has fallen, there will always be a new person in charge. Now that the Ji family has been destroyed, your Xiao family has no choice, so why not surrender to us? You can also spend the rest of your life guarding one's territory in the days to come. Xiao Xian's heart moved when he heard this. You said that the Ji family has been destroyed? Yes, the Xiao family master is a man who does great things. At this time, he should know what choice he should make. This man even straightened his back when he spoke. In his eyes, Xiao Xuan was now one of his ministers. As long as he is unhappy, even if he is a courtier in the law realm, his head will fall to the ground. When I think of this, the sense of vanity in my heart becomes stronger. Xiao Xuan suddenly stood up and walked slowly towards the two of them. Then with a thought, a sword slashed through their throats. The two of them were filled with horror. Neither of them expected that Xiao Xuan would suddenly take action. You are only in the realm of gods, but you dare to show off your power in front of the realm of laws. If you give me some face, you will really think that you have reached heaven. The two of them covered their throats with one hand and pointed at Xiao Xuan with the other, but the words in their mouths had not yet been spoken. It was blocked by the blood that spilled out, and then the two corpses fell straight to the ground. Chapter 37, Xiao Xuan's confidence. Xiao Xuan's sudden action caught everyone by surprise. Even the three heads were shocked by the scene. Xiao Xuan, who do you think our Guyue village is? How dare you kill people here? The headmaster's face was gloomy. He looked at Xiao Xuan indifferently, and his tone was unkind. The third master released his pressure directly on Xiao Xuan, ready to fight him at any time. Xiao Xuan disagreed and slowly took back the sword in his hand. If you kill, just kill. Do you need to look at the place? These words made the three leaders see what it means to be strong. The leader, Chen Feng, couldn't help but be so angry that he clenched his hands into fists and exploded with momentum. Xiao Xuan's expression remained unchanged, despite his terrifying pressure. Seeing his attitude, Chen Feng was so angry that he wanted to attack Xiao Xuan. However, Morong Hai, the second master, grabbed him and shook his head at him. Chen Feng looked puzzled and glared at him. Second brother. Morong Hai walked in front of Xiao Xuan with a smile on his face. The reason why the Xiao family leader came to the Guyue Mountains this time is not necessarily because of the letters from the three of me. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows with a hint of interest. Why do you see it? Morong Hai put his hands behind his back and looked at Xiao Xuan. With the master of the Xiao family, who is at the 5th level of Law Realm, it will take at most 1 day to travel from the Xiao family in Juku City to the Guyue Mountains. But you took the whole 5 days. You must be stalling for time and not wanting to rescue the Ji family. Otherwise, with your strength, the Ji family will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. It shows that you don't want the Ji family to aspire to the top. When you heard those two people say that the Ji family was destroyed, they killed them directly. So, the Xiao family leader wants to seize the great treasure himself and aspire to the southern Ming dynasty. After saying that, Morong Hai also praised Xiao Xuan. It is rumored that the Xiao family master is very powerful. Now it seems that the rumors are not false. As soon as these words came out, the eldest master Chen Feng and the third master on the side were shocked. Obviously none of them thought that Xiao Xuan would have such ambitions. Nowadays, the situation in the southern Ming dynasty is bad, and all the major families are mobilized. Even they can only choose to protect themselves wisely in troubled times, let alone Xiao Xuan, who always protects his shortcomings. Xiao Xuan had to say that there was something in Moronghai's head, and he could deduce his ultimate purpose based on these 2 points alone. It's no wonder that they have become the largest bandits in the Lone Moon Mountains, allowing the Black Sam bandit to remain standing here for many years. This family leader also didn't expect that there would be someone like you in Guyue village. Xiao Xuan also praised him without hesitation. The third master snorted coldly upon hearing this, his face full of disdain. My second brother was the #1 scholar in the southern Ming dynasty back then, and he had the qualifications of a great Confucian scholar. His strategy of stabilizing the country is unparalleled. If it were not for the inaction of the imperial court. After being framed by a villain again, how could my second brother become a bandit? With his talents, he is already among the best among men. Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Moronghai was not only the top scholar, but also a great scholar. He can even plan strategies to stabilize the country. Not everyone can do this. Therefore, the interest in him is even greater. I wonder if the second master is interested in joining my Xiao family. Xiao Xuan directly invited him, which shows how much he appreciates Moronghai. Moronghai rejected him without hesitation, and even looked down upon him. On what terms did the Xiao family leader invite him? To be granted a title of Marquis or Prime Minister, to be promoted to a higher position, or to have gold and silver treasures? Master Xiao, please don't waste your time. No matter what it is, I'm not interested. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly, I'm just subduing you, why bother? Then his eyes looked around behind the 3 people. If you don't surrender, all the brothers in your village will die. Not only that, but the names of the 3 of you will also disappear from the world. As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng and the third master Guisho were immediately furious, and a terrifying aura erupted around them. Even Moronghai was furious and aimed his momentum at Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan disapproved of this and seemed not to take their anger seriously. Seeing Xiao Xuan's expression, Chen Feng and Guisho were even more furious. It seemed that as long as he said a word, Xiao Xuan could be killed on the spot. Moronghai tried his best to suppress his anger, but the murderous intent still surged out of his eyes. After thinking about it, Xiao Xuan could actually say such a thing. Presumably, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. A backup move that can help Xiao Xuan win the big treasure in this turmoil. Thinking of this, he began to test Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan, you are only at the 5th level of Law Realm, why do you think you can aspire to the top? What do you rely on? Xiao Xuan laughed, so what if I am at the 5th level of the Law Realm? If this family master cannot obtain the final treasure, no one in the entire Nanming dynasty can obtain it. Although Xiao Xuan's words were arrogant, they contained a strong sense of confidence. Moronghai, Chen Feng and Guisho all looked at each other. Although not a word was said, it was as if they had communicated. Then, he continued to look at Xiao Xuan, Master Xiao wants the 3 of us to surrender to you, just with his words. I'm afraid it's not enough, right? How about you communicate with the 3 of me, and let my 3 brothers see your strength. In this way, the 3 of us can make the final decision. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan rose into the air and put his hands behind his back. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You 3 can just come on. The 3 of them were immediately annoyed when they saw Xiao Xuan's face full of arrogance, and he didn't even draw his sword. Seeing this, they rushed forward to attack him. Earth-shaking huge momentum suddenly erupted in the air. The terrifying pressure of the strong man was like a hill, pressing heavily on the people in the village. The boundless wind roared, and 3 different terrifying killing moves attacked Xiao Xuan back and forth. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Xiao Xuan did not show any panic. I saw 3 sword intentions flashing in the air. The killing move of the 3 people was easily broken, and their bodies fell back several feet. This move alone shocked the 3 of them. Xiao Xuan was actually so powerful. The 3 of them looked at Xiao Xuan with shock. He easily defeated them without even drawing his sword. At this time, Xiao Xuan also slowly landed on the ground, looking at several people with a calm expression. I see that the auras of the 3 of you complement each other. They must have practiced the same technique. Even so, the 3 of you should show your true strength and use the combined attack technique. Otherwise, you won't be able to let me use my true strength. The 3 of them looked at Xiao Xuan in surprise. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. The combined attack technique they practiced would be completely undetectable, unless they were fighting against themselves. How did Xiao Xuan judge it? At this moment, Xiao Xuan became mysterious again in their hearts. Moronghai gritted his teeth and said, "Since the Xiao family master has spoken, I won't hide my clumsiness anymore. My 3 brothers will definitely use all their strength to fight against the Xiao family master." Xiao Xuan smiled lightly, holding a long sword in his hand. "That's very good." Chapter 38, Conquering the 3 Guyun brothers. The 3 of them looked at each other, forming seals with their hands, and waves of unknown aura flowed around them. Immediately afterwards, a powerful momentum burst out. With 3 people as the center point, an aperture extends from all sides. In the circle of light, golden light broke through the sky. I didn't expect it to be the 3 talents formation. Xiao Xuan murmured with interest. The Samkai formation is a formation named after the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. It can both exert firepower and reduce damage. It is a formation that is widely used in military combat. The 3 of them clasped their hands together, gathered their strength in the middle, and aimed it at Xiao Xuan. Kill! A majestic momentum suddenly erupted, and the momentum of the 3 people increased by an unknown number of times. This move is so terrifying that if it weren't for a strong person in the Tao realm, the law realm would not be able to parry it. Under the hurricane, Xiao Xuan's body seemed to be blown away at any time. But right now, Xiao Xuan's waning moon sword was unsheathed. I saw a thunderclap in the sky. Then a golden dragon descended from the sky and turned into a golden sword. Intent. Heading towards the Samkai formation of 3 people. The monster sword light seemed to split the sky in half. The golden dragon turned into a sword and came towards him with endless and terrifying sword intent. Bang! As soon as the sword fell, the sword light shone in all directions, making the surrounding area dim. Just one sword. Then the formation of 3 people was broken. Moronghai and others fell from the sky one after another, unable to fight back. They didn't expect that the 3 talents formation they had practiced hard for many years would be broken by Xiao Xuan's sword. At this moment, they really admired Xiao Xuan from the bottom of their hearts. Even those at the peak of the law realm couldn't parry the move just now. What's more, the sword moves also contain sword power. I didn't expect you to understand the power of the sword. Moronghai staggered up from the ground, clutching his chest. Even a strong man in the great Tao realm may not be able to comprehend the power of the sword. And he was only a 5th-level cultivator in the law realm, but he actually understood the power of the Deshang sword. How can this not be shocking? Chen Feng and Gui Shou on the side looked even more incredulous. They couldn't imagine what it would be like if they really faced off against Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan held the long sword at his side and slowly looked at the 3 of them. I wonder if my strength can make the 3 heads agree to join my Xiao family? Moronghai smiled helplessly. It's okay if they don't agree. With their strength, can they withstand it? Qianfeng and Xiao were very happy that they listened to Moronghai's dissuasion. I'm going to pay my respects to the head of the family, Moronghai. Moronghai was the first to kneel down on one knee to salute Xiao Xuan, followed closely by Qianfeng and Xiao. Xiao Xuan nodded slowly and gave him a hand. Get up, let's talk after we go in. Just now he was standing here as a guest. In just half a day, he became the master of this place. In the Xianmen world, strength is respected. The three of them were not angry about this, because they were truly impressed by Xiao Xuan's strength. Now that he is only at the 5th level of Law Realm, he is already so terrifying. Once he continues to practice and achieve breakthroughs, what will his future combat effectiveness be like? What's more, it wasn't Xiao Xuan's full strength just now. At the same time, everyone in the village was also shocked by the momentum just now. What kind of strong man can unleash such terrifying pressure? Even the combined attack skills of the three masters can break it. They must be strong in the Dao realm. Fortunately, we didn't offend such a person, otherwise even the three masters wouldn't be able to save us. The person who just met Xiao Xuan outside the cottage was secretly glad at the moment. There is a feeling of surviving a disaster. Regarding Xiao Xuan's sword move just now, and the aura it exuded, it was enough to scare them away. At this time, Xiao Xuan has already sat down at the main seat in the meeting hall. Now Moronghai, Qianfeng and Xiao have all joined his Xiao family. Naturally, he can take the main seat. The three heads of the family sat respectfully under Xiao Xuan. Moronghai and Xiao Xuan briefly reported the situation in the village and informed him of the specific personnel. Then he said, there are millions of troops in my stronghold. Today my three brothers surrender to you. All these millions of troops are at the disposal of the family master. As long as you give the order, the whole army can be dispatched. Xiao Xuan nodded. He had no doubt of this. Although the Black Sam bandit is the bandit who dominates the Guyun Mountains, he never bullies the weak. And the strength of the three leaders makes many forces want to win over them. Not only that. The leader, Qianfeng, was a general in the army before he became a bandit. And he was even more capable of being a general. He also won the hearts of the people in the army and had accomplished various military exploits. However, there is no absolutely loyal person in Xianmen. And because he refused to bow to the court, he was ostracized by the court. Chen Feng's achievements have all been turned into trivial matters, or become the fruits of others. Therefore, in a rage, he led hundreds of thousands of his elite soldiers and generals to rebel. And Luo Chao became a bandit, came to Guyun Mountains, and became the king of one side. The third master, Xiao, is also a general vanguard under him. Because of his strength, he encountered difficulties. Qianfeng was an upright man and treated his soldiers well, so he followed him in the rebellion. The rest of the people are also his superior soldiers. There may be talented strangers who are full of passion but are suppressed, or there may be generals who can lead a group of warriors. Anyone pulled out alone is a good player, no less than an elite soldier in the military camp. Xiao Xuan handed over the military training outline in his hand to Moronghai. This is the way to strengthen the army. Follow this method and reorganize the army in the shortest possible time. Qianfeng was a little dissatisfied. He was once a man of great influence on the battlefield. When it comes to training his soldiers, he dares to be ranked second, while no one dares to be ranked first. Although Moronghai was a little dissatisfied, he still opened the military training outline in his hand and read it. Then his eyes changed from unconvinced to shocked to amazed. His face was filled with disbelief that the Xiao family actually had such a treasure. At this moment, the three brothers' admiration for Xiao Xuan radiated from their bones. Don't worry, head of the family, my three brothers will definitely reorganize the army in the shortest possible time. The three of them immediately held a meeting to summon the core senior staff. In the village, Xiao Xuan was introduced to them and told about their decision to join the Xiao family. The core senior staff respected the three people the most, so no one expressed dissatisfaction after hearing the news. Xiao Xuan is not worried that the three people will spread the contents of the general training outline, because this is a system product. The prerequisite for using the products produced by the system is to have enough loyalty to the Xiao family to practice its secrets. And even if there are those who are dissatisfied among these people, as time goes by, they practice more and more. The higher the loyalty to the Xiao family, even if they intend to rebel, they already have no one to dispatch. As soon as Xiao Xuan left, the three of them held a meeting, and they spoke highly of Xiao Xuan. I didn't expect that Xiao Xuan would even give us such a treasure. Now, we are not afraid that there will be no place to put this skill. As the vanguard in the army, ghost hands, after reading the training outline, I just feel like my blood has been ignited. I just hope that Xiao Xuan will not be like the old Nanming dynasty. Qin Feng sighed slightly. The former Nanming dynasty was just like Xiao Xuan. Morong Hai shook his head. I don't know the other members of the Xiao family, but I can guarantee Xiao Xuan, as long as he is still the head of the Xiao family, he will definitely not treat you and me badly. After all, he can even hand over such treasures as the general outline of military training to us without saying a word. Qin Feng heard what Morong Hai said. He clenched his hands into fists and exerted slight force on his feet. A warrior's aura emanated from him. Guizhou looked at him with tears in his eyes, as if he had seen the general who terrified the battlefield back then. When all the soldiers saw this scene, their morale was ignited. At this moment, their admiration for Xiao Xuan rose again. In the following time, Morong Hai and others began to diligently conduct military training. This time, it's time for them to show off their skills. Xiao Xuan was so sincere to them, and they must take practical actions to repay him. In this way, they can't live up to Xiao Xuan's respect for them. Chapter 39 Battle against Fan Yunjun. Not long after Xiao Xuan returned to the Xiao family, he received the news of the destruction of the Ji family. Once the Ji family was wiped out, the remaining two low-realm experts were directly surrounded and strangled to death by several Dao-level people. No one in the Ji family was spared. The resources accumulated by the Ji family over the years were also divided up by the major families overnight. Among them are many gold, silver, jewelry, and martial arts skills, as well as the cities and counties controlled by the Ji family. They have also been affected and affected. Only Chongping County and Fanyun County withstood the impact. As the base camp of the Xiao family, Chongping County is also the core area and borders Fanyun County. And with Jamal Xiao in charge, other aristocratic families have to be wary of his strength even if they want to attack. Nowadays, Jamal Xiao's strength is terrifying, and his combat effectiveness is even more frightening to his opponents. The power of his thunder is such that even the strong ones in the law realm are afraid of the three-point existence. In this resistance battle, Jamal Xiao single-handedly suppressed many powerful people in the god transformation realm. Even if a strong person in the law realm sees the Thor hammer in his hand, he may not be able to get a good result even if he tries his best. Not only that, Jamal Xiao used an army of 100,000 to defeat an army of 300,000. They were beaten back and forth, and they didn't even have the ability to fight back. And Jamal Xiao has also become the target of attention from all major forces. No one thought that the Xiao family would have such a powerful general. For a time, Jamal Zhao's name was also put on their master's case list by spies from all parties. In the royal city of the Dugu family, the head of the Dugu family looked at the confidential documents on the desk, which recorded Jamal Zhao's information. After reading it, he waved all the information on the desk on the ground. The Xiao family. It's the Xiao family again. Xiao Xuan first killed the representative of my Dugu family in the Guyun Mountains. Now Jamal Xiao appears again and destroys hundreds of thousands of my Dugu family's army. After the head of the Dugu family roared several times, he angrily shook his sleeves and looked at the trembling person kneeling on the ground. Send the order, summon all the soldiers and horses of the Dugu family, and attack Fanyun County with all your strength. Bring me Jamal Zhao's head. Then attack Chongping County. This time, my Dugu family will not give up until I destroy the Xiao family. A small rising family in Juku City still wants to fight against my century old family. Simply overestimating one's abilities. The war soon began. The Dugu family will call back all the soldiers and horses they sent to compete with other families for the city and county. Therefore, all the major forces knew that the Dugu family was going to attack the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family is small, its strength is comparable to the 8 major families. Even if they want to touch him, they have to weigh it first. They were happy that the Dugu family launched an attack on the Xiao family. Since the Dugu family is willing to take the lead, why not do it? The Xiao family also received the news at the same time and held an emergency meeting. The 9 elders, core senior personnel, and several talented people including Xiao Yan all gathered in the conference room. Discuss how to deal with this attack by the Dugu family. At this time, the system's voice came from Xiao Xian's mind. Ding, the system has released a large-scale mission to change the dynasty. Overthrow the corrupt Southern Ming dynasty and establish a new dynasty. Complete the mission to get rich missions. Ding, post a side mission, occupy 8 cities, recruit 5 million troops, and reach the capital to compete for the top spot. Complete the mission to get generous rewards. A cold light flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. Xiao Xian, who originally had his back turned to everyone, now turned around and looked at them. Seeing that all the core family members had arrived, he knocked on the table. Then he said, Xiao Juechen, Xiao Yan obeys the order. Xiao Juechen and Xiao Yan took a step forward and knelt on one knee. I will obey the instructions of the family master. You two will lead your family's 300,000 elite troops to Fanyun County to support Xiao Jingyan and strive to defeat more with less. Follow the order. Xiao Xian nodded. This time, the head of our family asks you to annihilate the Dugu family. If those armies can be subdued, then try to subdue them. If not, the head of the family does not want them to appear in the Dugu family. To put it simply, I want his 5 million. Xiao Juechen and Xiao Yan received the order and gathered elite troops to support Fanyun County. With the general outline of military training, the combat effectiveness of the Xiao family's army is more than a star and a half better than that of the outside army. Even if there are only 300,000 elite soldiers, they are extremely confident. Even if they fight 10 of them, it is no problem. What's more, Xiao Xian gave them so many resources to practice. Based on this alone, which aristocratic family outside would be so willing to do so? Xiao Xian has absolute confidence in this dispatch of troops. The Xiao family's combat effectiveness is no longer what it used to be, even if they don't send troops this time. Even with Jamal Zhao's strength, he could withstand those attacks. But he didn't want to waste any more time, let alone give those aristocratic families time to react. What he wants is a quick victory. Can the Xiao family compete for the top spot and win the final treasure? Success or failure depends on this. There is only one chance. Looking at the elite soldiers of the Xiao family walking away, Xiao Xuan smiled. Even though most of the clan's troops were dispatched, there were not many people to guard Juku City in Chongqing County. He is not worried that the Xiao family's base camp will be attacked by other aristocratic families, because they have the strength. Chongqing County. Xiao Jingyan mobilized 100,000 elite troops to Fanyun County to resist the attack of the Dugu family's million-strong army. Which one is strong and which one is weak can be known at a glance. Even so, the Dugu family did not dare to underestimate Jamal Xiao, who only had 100,000 elite soldiers. The two armies confront each other. The war was raging, and the sound of horns sounded under the city of Fan Yunjun. Jamal Xiao stood on the city, looking at the dark army below. With a smile on his lips, the shouts of 100,000 elite soldiers behind him were louder than the last, with passionate fighting spirit burning in his eyes. The battle begins. Jamal Xiao held a wedge in his left hand and a fist in his right hand, and soared into the air from the city. With flying black hair and armor on his body, he looked like a god of war. He waved his hands, and thunder rang out in the air, followed by streaks of thunder that broke through the sky and struck down. The monstrous power of thunder caused the sky to tremble. A hammer fell. The three powerful men of the Dugu family in the realm of gods died. In the aftermath, thousands of people fell. At this moment, the morale of the 100,000 troops behind them surged, and they headed towards Dugu's house with weapons in hand. Kill! Kill! The intense morale caused the expressions of the millions of soldiers of the Dugu family to change, even though there were obviously only 100,000 of them. But it made them fearful, and some even retreated. If it weren't for the person standing behind him who was a powerful man in the transformation of God realm, I'm afraid this army of 1 million people would have been defeated long ago. A powerful person in the realm of transformation discovered that Jamal Xiao was the center of the 100,000 army. Therefore, everyone joined forces and attacked Jamal Xiao. However, how could Jamal Xiao be afraid of this kind of battle? Now he not only has the power of thunder. With the blessing of attributes and artistic conception, and with the Mjolnir in hand, he is already unmatched by anyone in the same realm. Unless the other party is a genius of the same level as him. In the blink of an eye, another strong man from the other side who was in the God transformation realm was shot down by Jamal Xiao's Thor hammer. The remaining gods were directly suppressed by him, and they didn't even have a chance to get close. When the soldiers below saw this, their morale instantly rose, and they killed tens of thousands of Dugu family soldiers. Stop being so arrogant. Brother, we are here to help you. At this moment, a roar came from behind them. The Dugu family actually has 10 more powerful people in the God transformation realm, with average strength at the 5th level of the God transformation. The lowest ones all have the cultivation level of the first stage of becoming a god. Dozens of people surrounded Xiao Jamal and attacked. No matter how powerful he is still struggling at this time. In just a few breaths, Jamal Xiao was knocked back several steps. The morale of the underground fighters also dropped at this time. When everyone saw this, they knew that their guess was correct, and Jamal Xiao was their backbone. As long as he is defeated, these 100,000 elite soldiers will be defeated. Therefore, everyone launched an all-out attack on Jamal Xiao. Jamal Xiao is not afraid of this battle, because behind him is the Xiao family. At this moment, a strange fire fell from the sky. The brother who beat me asked me if he did. Chapter 40 Xiao Yanyao deserves a beating. Suddenly a cluster of strange fire ignited on the ground, and the flames spread instantly. Even if the Dugu family took out the Tianji defense talisman, they could not extinguish the strange flame. As the thunder landed, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a strong man from the Duga family who was in the realm of gods was killed on the spot. Retreat. This sudden scene caught the other party by surprise. Even the dozens of powerful people in the god transformation realm were afraid. When he saw that the person coming was Xiao Yan, not Xiao Jianxin. I felt relieved immediately. Although the Xiao family's great talents are all outstanding, they are far inferior to Xiao Jianxin. In addition, he is a swordsman under the personal guidance of Xiao Xuan, and his strength is far superior to other geniuses. The experience of these 2 years has made him even more famous. His name is even on Tianzhou's heavenly ranking list. Although Xiao Yan is powerful, he is far inferior to Xiao Jianxin. Therefore, all the powerful people in the realm of gods also breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of Xiao Yan diverted half of the powerful men in the god transformation realm who attacked Xiao Jianmian. With his help, Jamal Xiao felt much more relaxed. Seeing the other party move boldly and handsomely, every move is accurate. Coupled with the strong artistic conception of fire, it attracted most people's attention. Jamal Xiao immediately quit. Nai is a girl. The limelight has been stolen by this boy. You have the artistic conception of fire, and I also have the artistic conception of thunder. There was a boom. A bolt of thunder struck from the sky, the lightning shot out, and the power of thunder was released. Every blow from Thor's hammer hits the opponent's powerful person in the god transformation realm. Even if the opponent resisted with all his strength, he was still swallowed by the power of thunder. With the addition of Xiao Yan, the two of them directly suppressed dozens of the other party's powerful masters in the god transformation realm. Beat them to defeat. At the same time, the 300,000 troops led by Xiao Juechen also joined this fierce war. Cooperating with the 100,000 strong army, they killed the opponent's soldiers and pushed them back step by step, unable to even perform basic defense. A direct crushing attack. The other geniuses of the Xiao family specialize in supervising the army at the level of captain of 10,000 men. This scene directly and fundamentally destroyed the opponent's military morale. Xiao Yanyao led a small team and successfully fought a bloody path. No one in the army of millions is a match for this young master. Invincibility is so lonely. Boy, do you think you are stronger than me because you are 2 realms above me? Killing you can only take place in a snap. It's a good fight, but it's still a little bit worse, otherwise you wouldn't have died by my hands. Oh, you still want to run away? Have you asked me, young master? Kneel down and beg for mercy? You can't, after all, you are still going to die. Xiao Yanyao's momentum skyrocketed amidst the coquettish words, and his combat effectiveness increased several times. Relying on the second-level cultivation level of the golden body, he unexpectedly became the focus of the audience. Not only that, he also rescued an elite member of the Xiao family from the hands of a powerful person in the transformation of God realm. Seeing that Xiao Yanyao could not reach the second level of the golden body, the powerful man in the transformation realm was able to rescue the hostage from his own hands. His face became gloomy at that moment, and a strong murderous aura surged out of his eyes. As expected of the Xiao family's genius, a second-level golden body can save people from me. Xiao Yanyao raised his brows. Do you think you are very powerful at the state of transformation into gods? I can save the hostages in your hands today, and I can take your head next time. Ha! Do you think I will give you this opportunity? The powerful man in the realm of gods directly released his pressure and suppressed Xiao Yanyao to the ground. The terrifying pressure of the god transformation realm was like a huge mountain, making Xiao Yanyao's face suddenly turn pale. He knew the horror of the god transformation realm, even if Xiao Yanyao wanted to run away at this moment. His imperial physique did not allow it, and he even spoke rudely to the powerful ones in the transformation of God realm. It's just pressure. I can withstand this, young master. Even if you kill me, believe it or not, this young master can kill you back. Not only that, Xiao Yanyao's body also stood upright. He looked at the powerful man in the realm of gods with pride, but in fact he was thinking of an escape route. These words directly angered the other party, who was holding a long sword and stabbing towards Xiao Yanyao's face. Boy, you are looking for death. The pressure of the god transformation realm is not something Xiao Yanyao can resist, no matter how confident he is. It is also impossible to escape from the hands of a strong person in the transformation of God realm. It is a matter of life and death. Xiao Yanyao shouted into the air, "Brother, help me. If you don't save me, you will lose me." Seeing that the long sword was about to penetrate through his head, I saw a flash of lightning suddenly falling from the sky. Devoured by the power of thunder, the powerful man in the realm of gods was burned to coke. The remaining dozens of powerful people in the god transformation realm were resisted by Xiao Yan alone. Then kill them all. Xiao Yanyao was also held in Jamal Zhao's arms at this time, looking at his face with the expression of surviving the disaster. Jamal Xiao raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but tease, "Weren't you quite capable just now? What? Are you begging for mercy now?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Yanyao's face, and he hurriedly got out of Jamal Zhao's arms. He straightened his slightly messy clothes, then proudly raised his chin and looked at Jamal Xiao. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched next to him, knowing that this kid was going to talk rudely again. As expected, Xiao Yanyao crossed his arms across his chest and looked at the sky with a proud expression. "I am a man who wants to step into the worlds of gods and gods. What happened? Today is just a stepping stone for my young master's growth. Becoming a god is inevitable. When this young master becomes a god, who in the world can be my rival? At that time, in front of me, who can't be called king?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched, and a cluster of strange fire had condensed in his palm. It could be thrown towards Xiao Yanyao's face at any time. Jamal Xiao found it very interesting. "You are a boy from a certain family. You have great ambitions. It doesn't matter who the boy is from. When I conquer the gods and worlds and step into the galaxy and universe, the world will only remember my majestic body." Jamal Xiao found it more and more interesting and wanted to chat with Xiao Yanyao. Xiao Yan grabbed him and walked in the opposite direction. Xiao Yanyao also followed up, "Thank you two brothers for saving me today. I accept this kindness. When I conquer the gods and worlds, step into the galaxy and universe, and become the legendary god of all worlds, I will not treat you too badly. When the time comes, all you need to do is call my name to resolve all crises." Xiao Yan paused, his body visibly trembling, and even the temperature of his palms became much higher. Then he soared into the sky. Even so, it was still visible to the naked eye that he had the intention of turning back. Jamal Xiao now understood why Xiao Yan dragged him away. Even he couldn't help but want to do something to this guy. Xiao Yanyao is really good at showing off. A bolt of thunderous power instantly burst out from Jamal Xiao's body. Damn. Can't help it. If only it were more accurate. Chapter 41 Breakthrough in Retreat. The war is over. The Xiao family won this battle with absolute strength. 400,000 people faced an army of 1 million people, and they used a crushing attack to kill 500,000 of them. However, the Xiao family only lost nearly 10,000 people. This battle showed the Xiao family's tough stance. The combat effectiveness of the Xiao family's army shocked all forces. Not only that, Jamal Xiao and Xiao Yan even killed more than 30 powerful people in the god transformation realm. There are also several powerful 6th-level gods among them. Such terrifying fighting power made Jamal Xiao and Xiao Yan stand out in this battle. They became famous all over the world, and even the forces in Tianzhou paid attention to the two of them. Dugu family. When the head of the Dugu family received the news that all the millions of troops had been destroyed, he was immediately furious. He smashed the table in front of him with one palm and kicked out the boy who came to report the news. Trash. They are all a bunch of trash. There are more than 30 gods in the realm of transformation, and an army of 1 million. They were beaten to the point of annihilation. Xiao Xuan. You have repeatedly challenged the bottom line of my Dugu family. If I can't kill you, I will be invincible. The butler on the side hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. If the fight continues like this, let alone destroying the Xiao family, it would be better if I don't get destroyed by the Xiao family. Master, now my Dugu family has lost more than 30 powerful people in the realm of gods and millions of troops. If we mobilize an army to attack the Xiao family at this time, we will win. I am also seriously injured. Do you think those aristocratic families will let us go easily at this time? When the head of the Dugu family heard these words, his anger immediately dissipated a lot. Although the Dugu family still has law-level experts who have not been dispatched, there are not many gods transformation-level experts left. This is also the moment when several major families compete most fiercely. No matter which family falls, it is good news for other families. You are right. This time, the head of our family will not go out alone. The strangeness of the Xiao family must have been discovered by other families. Even if I don't take action, they will still look for opportunities to act. One family cannot deal with him. Is it possible that several of our aristocratic families can't deal with it together? But will they agree? The housekeeper was worried. I will definitely do it. The Dugu family sneered. No one knows the temperaments of these aristocratic family heads better than him. Zhilu Debao can be any of their 8 major families. But, it must not be anyone other than them. Once there is a change, even if there is some blood feud between these aristocratic families. In such a situation, everyone will work together. Now that the Xiao family has risen, their terrifying fighting power and outstanding geniuses have made them feel threatened. Even if the Xiao family has no intention of seeking the title, they will not let go of this huge hidden danger. As expected, the other 4 major families sent people to Dugu's house in the evening. Master of the family, representatives of the 4 major families are already waiting in the meeting hall. The master of the family has a clever plan. Let's go to the meeting hall. The head of the Dugu family snorted coldly, and then walked towards the meeting hall. Throughout the night, the 5 major families were in the meeting hall and never left. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that the other 4 major families left one after another. That afternoon, the 5 major families joined forces and mobilized an army of millions of soldiers. Attacked towards Fanyun County where Jamal Xiao is stationed. The vast team attracted the attention of many forces. Even the big and small forces in Tianzhou paid attention to this battle. Because they all know that this battle is the key battle for the rise of the 5 major families and the Xiao family. At this time, the Xiao family was extremely shocked after receiving the news that the 5 major families were joining forces. Only tens of thousands of troops were left to garrison the Xiao family, while the rest of the troops were dispatched to Fanyun County for support. At this time, Xiao Xuan showed extremely strong performance. Because he knew that this was the key to the Xiao family's ability to rise. Almost at the same time, Moronghai and the other two people from Guyun Mountain also received Xiao Xuan's secret letter. Looking at the contents of the secret message, the three of them felt their blood boil. Great! The master finally sent us a message. Let us surround and suppress the 5 major families from behind. Chen Feng looked into the distance, with eyes full of fighting spirit. Moronghai glanced at Chen Feng and Gue Shou, the commander-in-chief who was famous in the military camp back then. The heroic iron-faced general is out of the mountain. The commander-in-chief and the iron-faced general were naturally talking about Chen Feng and Ghost Hands. Chen Feng patted Moronghai on the shoulder. Let the world see how powerful Zhuge is when we are alive. The three of them looked at each other and smiled, and they all saw confidence in each other's eyes. Without the general outline of military training given by Xiao Xuan, they might still have second thoughts. But after this period of training and transformation, they now have absolute confidence that they can annihilate the combined forces of the 5 major families in one fell swoop. The war lasted for half a month. In the end, the Xiao family defeated the many with less, completely defeating the 5 major families. 2 million enemies were wiped out, 4 million were captured, and a large amount of resources were obtained. The powerful men sent by major aristocratic families to support were all annihilated by Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Jingyan, and Xiao Yan. The remaining strong men who fled in embarrassment were also strangled by the cottage soldiers who came to support them on the way to escape. The 9 elders also showed their talents in this battle. They were originally ordinary in the eyes of the world, but this battle refreshed the eyes of the world. Not only are they blessed by spiritual bodies, but their martial arts are even more powerful, and they can easily challenge levels 2 or 3. Guyun village, which led a 1 million-strong army to encircle and suppress from the rear, was the key to the Xiao family's victory. Its fierce fighting power and exquisite formation arrangements have impressed the world. 4 million prisoners, 600,000 elite soldiers of the Xiao family, plus 1 million elite soldiers of Guyun village. The Xiao family now has 5.6 million soldiers and horses, plus all the great geniuses. The 9 elders and powerful core personnel, such as Moronghai, Chen Feng, and Gue Shou. In a short period of time, the Xiao family became the largest force in the southern Ming dynasty. And Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianxin, and Xiao Jiamyan showed their true strength in this battle. Those who are not strong in the legal realm are invincible. It's not that they are invincible in the same realm, it's just that their opponents are too weak. If they meet a talented person who has the same spiritual blessings as them and is in the same realm, they will definitely not look down upon him. Although there is no high-end combat power, with these 3 geniuses sitting in charge, no one dares to underestimate the Xiao family. Not long after the war, Xiao Xuan prepared to retreat and sprint to the 6th level of the law realm. Based on his current strength, he is confident of winning even against a strong person at the peak of the law realm. What's more, there are system rewards, which can be used in conjunction with the family leader's jade pendant to temporarily improve 3 small realms. Even if the opponent is a powerful person in the Great Dao realm, he can still fight with him. But under this premise, Xiao Xuan actually felt the danger. That's why he chose to retreat and break through to the 6th level of the law realm. When the time comes, he will be invaded by powerful men from the Dao realm. With the jade pendant of the head of the family, one can temporarily increase the realm and break through to the great realm. Coupled with the blessing of the immortal golden body, given the gap in realm and strength, even if the opponent has reached the great Dao realm, he also has the strength to fight with him. Chapter 42: The Storm is Coming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and will be Rewarded with a national jade seal, and 3 powerful people above the law. Realm. Reward 30 powerful people in the realm of gods, reward 30 reserve talents, and obtain the 8 horses city. Jade seal of the nation, the destiny of a country. Those who obtain this object will surely have long, permanent and prosperous destiny for the country. The probability of domestic newborns giving birth to talents, spiritual bodies, and holy bodies has increased significantly. 3 powerful people in the law realm and 30 powerful people in the divine transformation realm have been distributed and ready. Xiao Xuan had a strange look on his face. He was very satisfied with the reward this time, but now the Xiao family has become the largest force. But there is no high-end combat power in the family, so all the rewards this time are talents. Even if there is another large-scale war like the last time at this time, Xiao Xuan is not worried that the Xiao family will not be able to withstand it. Xiao Xuan was very satisfied with this reward. Think of this. Xiao Xuan began to prepare for a breakthrough and entered seclusion. A strong and domineering aura slowly rushed into the sky from the back mountain. The breath is sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes not. This is the prerequisite for an imminent breakthrough. Everyone in the Xiao family did not dare to delay their cultivation, and now the Xiao family has become the #1 force. He has become a thorn in the side of many forces, especially the major families in the royal capital. It will definitely not stop here, so they need to prepare in advance, just in case. Compared with the orderliness of the Xiao family, the capital of the Nanming dynasty seemed a little lonely at this time. Since the death of heaven and man, the 8 great families have withdrawn. The royal family also has no desire to make progress and only wants to compete for the throne. He even went so far as to commit fratricide and kill his father and brother. Nowadays, only the academy in the royal capital has 3 law-level experts in charge. No one else dared to attack, not even the 8 great families dared to offend them at this juncture. In addition, the university has never been involved in political affairs, so it is relatively peaceful. At this time in the academy of the royal capital, the old dean who is at the 8th level of the law realm, and the 2 deputy deans who are at the 6th level of the law realm. At this time, he was looking at a certain place solemnly. It was a cave, and there seemed to be something very important inside. Several people looked at the cave with solemn expressions and worried faces. At this time, a huge sound erupted from inside, and the mountain shook. The ground also trembled, and gravel slid down from the mountain. The stone door of the cave also opened at this time. Then a girl in white walked out of it. She is as graceful as a startled dragon, like an elf, and the dust in the sky is like clouds and mist surrounding her. An innate noble and elegant temperament exudes from her body. At this moment, she was like a holy fairy descending to earth. Her beauty was otherworldly. However, within 28 years, his whole body was actually exuding the coercion of a powerful person in the transformation of God realm. There is no doubt that he is a genius. And this person is Xiao Qingyun. When the 3 of them saw Xiao Qingyun coming out of the cave, they hurried forward with excitement on their faces. The old dean asked cautiously, "Holy girl, have you received the inheritance?" Xiao Qingyun took out a jade pendant from his arms with a cold expression. "I have successfully obtained and received all the inheritance from the founder of the palace." The 3 of them stared at the inherited jade pendant in Xiao Qingyun's hand with great excitement, looking at the carvings on it that were exactly the same as the records. Tears filled his eyes immediately. As expected of a saint from the academy, she can even take out this kind of inheritance. According to the history of the school, those who receive this inheritance will be the next leader of the school. Now that the saint has received the inheritance, we are willing to listen to your orders. The three of them looked at each other, knelt on their knees, and raised their hands above their heads. He gave Xiao Qingyun the highest salute from the academy. Xiao Qingyun did not react at all to the three people's kneeling, and his whole person was calm. The three of them nodded slightly when they saw this. Only those who are neither arrogant nor impetuous can serve as leaders of the school. Tell me about the current situation of the dynasty, Xiao Qingyun directly asked several people about the current situation of the Nanming dynasty. The three of them told Xiao Qingyun everything that happened during this period. The head of the family has already started, so I can't fall behind. Knowing that Xiao Xuan had already started taking action, Xiao Qingyun did not hesitate. He asked the three people directly, now the Xiao family has become a thorn in the eyes of all the major families. As a member of the Xiao family, this saint cannot just sit idly by when the Xiao family is in trouble. Are you three willing to take people with me to help the Xiao family? The three of them looked at each other, obviously hesitant. Holy girl, the school has never participated in the competition between various forces for many years, and has even made appointments with the 8 major families. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to take action now. The old dean was worried that Xiao Qingyun didn't understand the reason, so he planned to tell her. But Xiao Qingyun interrupted the rest of his words. From now on, there will be no other power in the Nanming dynasty. If there is, it will only be my Xiao family. Xiao Qingyun's voice was very decisive and his eyes were firm. The two deputy deans on the side were about to speak, but were silenced by the old dean. Follow the instructions. At the same time, Muang City, one of the 8 royal cities, except for the Ji family that has been destroyed. The other 7 aristocratic families all gathered here to discuss policies on how to fight against the Xiao family. Even the 2 major families who were already mortal enemies gathered here at this time. The rise of the Xiao family has made them feel threatened. The general trend of the southern Ming dynasty was basically set, and now the Xiao family suddenly emerged. If he is allowed to continue to develop, the fruits of victory will fall into the hands of others. This is something that none of the 8 major families want to see. But among the rising families in this small county town, there are 3 great geniuses, Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Jingyan. In this war, almost all branches were destroyed by the Xiao family. If we don't get rid of the Xiao family, there will be endless troubles. If you want to kill the Xiao family, you must kill the 3 great geniuses, Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Jingyan. Otherwise, no matter how many people we kill, they won't be enough to kill them. It's quite simple. Now these 3 people cannot be killed outside the law. Then send out the law realm. As long as they can be killed, the rest of the Xiao family's children will be vulnerable to a blow. Yes, no matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, how much can he protect him? But we had an agreement with the dynasty that we could not participate in the war in the law realm. Wouldn't this be a violation of the agreement? That's our agreement with the dynasty. What does it have to do with the Xiao family? Yes. What does it have to do with the Xiao family? As long as we can destroy the Xiao family, it doesn't matter if we send out the law realm. Yes, if this happens, we will go back and mobilize our troops to join you. Vowing to destroy the Xiao family. The 3 geniuses of the Xiao family must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. If we let them continue to practice and rise, I'm afraid even the powerful ones in the Dao realm may not be able to do anything to them in the future. If you are not of my race, kill them. From the beginning to the end of the meeting, it only took less than an hour. Not long after the war, the 7 aristocratic families once again joined forces and gathered tens of millions of troops to march into Juku City. Launched an encirclement and suppression attack on Fanyun County. There are hundreds of people in the God transformation realm alone, including nearly 20 strong ones in the Law realm. These are almost all the Law realm experts in the southern Ming dynasty. An army of 5 million people versus an army of 10 million people is bound to lose. Therefore, many forces are not optimistic about the Xiao family. There are even those who choose to join the 7 aristocratic families in order to carve up the big fat piece of Xiao family. So what if the Xiao family's combat effectiveness and strength are very strong? Without the support of high-end combat power, it is like a building with insufficient base. It breaks when touched. What's more, this is Xianmen, not the world of ancient martial arts. What's important is Xuanli. It is the strong ones in the Law realm who decide the outcome. Chapter 43, Kill You Like a Dog. The war began in Fanyun County. The battlefield was filled with flying sand and rocks, and the sky and earth were dark. Looking ahead, there are still swords, wind, rocks, and fireballs. Broken limbs and bodies were scattered everywhere, and blood stained the battlefield ground red. Even facing an army of tens of millions, Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, and Jamal Xiao were still as strong as ever. Even if they faced dozens of simultaneous attacks from the God transformation realm, the 3 of them could easily break out of the encirclement. Even under the pressure of hundreds of powerful people in the God transformation realm, they could not resist the light emanating from the 3 of them. The powerful men in the Law realm of the 7 great families saw their subordinates in the divine transformation realm being killed one by one. I suddenly felt a lot of pain in my body. It took them decades to cultivate these realms of transformation into gods. Yellow-haired kid. Don't think that you are invincible just because you can kill a few in the realm of God transformation. Take your life. Xiao Jianqin was still fighting against 10 gods in the realm of transformation, and had just killed 2 in the realm of transformation. He felt a monstrous murderous intent attacking him. Xiao Jianqin released his sword in tension and broke out from the siege of the transformation god realm. Then dodged the killing intent. However, he was still shocked by the aftermath, and a trail of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Under the pressure of a strong man in the Law realm, even if he is a legendary genius, he cannot resist it. The Xiao family's genius is indeed well-deserved, but if you can dodge my first move, can you also dodge my second move? The strong man in the Law realm smiled coldly and struck another move at Xiao Jianqin. Their first task this time is to kill the 3 geniuses of the Xiao family. How can we allow you to be so presumptuous in front of us? The Law realm where the Xiao family was sitting couldn't stand it anymore, and the ghost hand broke through the sky and came towards him. Destroy the opponent's fatal blow. Upon seeing this, the Law realm experts from the 7 major aristocratic families also took action. Suddenly the coercion of the powerful Law realm experts burst out, and 20 Law realm coefficients were dispatched. There are only 6 Law realm experts in the Xiao family. For a time, the onlookers from the Nanming dynasty and the spies sent by Tianzhou were talking about this. 20 versus 6, absolutely crushing. As early as the founding of the dynasty, didn't the 8 great families have an agreement with the dynasty that those who are strong in the Law realm are not allowed to participate in the war? Bah! The roots are gone, and you still care about whether the promises are made or not. Is this a battle between strong men in the Law realm? This strength is really terrifying. The 7 aristocratic families really spent a lot of money to eliminate the Xiao family. You're not talking nonsense. The cooked duck is just about to be eaten. Who wants to give it up? The fruit of victory is one, and fear is the other. The Xiao family has only risen in just over 2 years, and its strength has already rivaled the 7 major families. In order to consolidate its position, the Xiao family has to be eliminated. This time, the Xiao family is doomed. Not necessarily, don't forget that the Xiao family also has the most mysterious and powerful Xiao Xuan. Yes, if Xiao Xuan takes action, maybe the situation can be reversed. Tisk, no matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, what can he do when faced with the siege of 20 powerful men in the law realm? Xiao Xuan is only at the 5th level of law realm. Under the absolute crushing of strength and realm, he has no chance of winning. I heard that the main mission of the 7 great families this time is to kill the 3 geniuses. As the head of the family, Xiao Xuan has to take action even if he doesn't. Stop talking, they're taking action. The 20 law realm experts looked at the only 6 law realm members in the Xiao family and chuckled disdainfully. Immediately afterwards, they all mobilized to attack the 6 law realm experts, surrounding them, unable to escape. At the same time, several people were scattered to attack the 3 great geniuses, Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Jiamian. Seeing this, Guisho and others also understood what the other party's purpose was. He was immediately furious, and powerful pressure broke out instantly. You are the only one who can kill a few young boys. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, and we are just following orders. It's just that they were born at the wrong time. Not only did the opponent's law realm expert not feel a trace of guilt, he actually looked righteous and upright. At the same time, overwhelming murderous intent was directed at Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Jiamian. Little kids, your talents are indeed good, but it's a pity that you are not from my tribe. Suffer death. Don't be blind again in your next life. Instantly, a powerful coercion from a powerful law realm expert erupted in the air. Under this move, even Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Jingyan had the power of strange fire, the power of thunder, and the small sword intent. They are also unable to resist, even the simplest defense cannot be achieved. This is the difference in strength. At this moment, everyone felt sorry for the 3 of them. If such a proud man of heaven can continue to grow, he will definitely be able to reach the legendary realm in the future. Pity. What a pity. However, Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Jiamian looked calm. They are not afraid of the attacks launched by the strong ones in the law realm because they believe in them. Their head of the family will definitely take action to save them, because they are his people. As expected. Just when everyone thought that the 3 people were bound to die, a sword light struck from the air. Wisps of sword energy quickly and gradually gathered together. The terrifying power of the sword law shrouded the world, giving people a deep sense of oppression. In the void, a sharp sword light flashed across, and actually gathered a 100 meters long sword light, slashing hard towards the sky. The murderous Xiao family members are too arrogant. Xiao Xian's voice was cold and without any fluctuation, but his words contained murderous intent. The breath of death swept over him instantly. The law realm expert who originally launched an attack on Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Jingyan. At this time, he was turning around and walking behind him. The corner of Xiao Xian's mouth curled up slightly, but his body did not move. But his sword intention had already locked it. The person who hurt my family leader still wants to leave? Then you have to ask my master sword master if he agrees. All of a sudden, a sword light opened a huge crack 100 meters long in the void in front of him. All of a sudden, the sky is filled with clouds and mist, and the sword energy is rolling. The terrifying power of the law of swordsmanship is shrouded in the crack in the void and cannot be dissipated for a long time. The powerful man in the realm of gods actually perished directly, and even his corpse was reduced to ashes. Such a scene gave everyone a chill in their hearts. It's too scary. Kill with one sword. How powerful is this sword? As expected of the Xiao family master, he can instantly kill a strong person in the law realm with one strike. At the same time, the 6 law realm experts who were besieging the Xiao family on the battlefield also broke through the siege at this time. And he stood behind Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan's appearance made them feel relieved. Otherwise, not only would the 3 geniuses not be able to survive, but they would also be unable to escape from the situation. The 7 aristocratic families saw that the man was about to succeed, and the Xiao family's 3 geniuses would perish. The foundation of the Xiao family was destroyed, and they surrounded and suppressed the 6 law realm experts. The overall situation has almost been established. But Xiao Xuan suddenly appeared and turned the situation around abruptly. Xiao Xuan, do you think you can turn this situation around with just your 6th level cultivation of law realm? You are simply overestimating your capabilities. The Xiao family has been destroyed, and we are bound to win. The 7 aristocratic families were furious and said harsh words to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan sneered, "You hurt my genius and attacked my Xiao family, but you still think about the possibility of survival? Killing you is like killing a dog in the eyes of this family leader." The law realm of the 7 major families was completely angered. Blocking the possible escape route of Xiao Xuan and others, everyone joined forces to attack together. However, a horrifying scene happened. I saw Xiao Xuan swinging a sword, and the sword move was actually filled with flames. Within the endless flames, countless terrifying violent flame sword energies suddenly sprang out. With the ferocious posture of the hell demon, they all moved towards the strong men in the law realm and killed them fiercely. This scene is so shocking. Chapter 44, Defeat the 20 Law Realms, so terrifying. Even if the opponent has as many as 20 law realm experts, Xiao Xuan's momentum was not inferior to theirs at all, he was like a god. The opponent's 20 powerful men in the law realm saw this scene. His heart was filled with rage, and he was clearly trapped in a desperate situation. But Xiao Xuan always looked like he was sure of victory. This stimulates their self-esteem to a certain extent. Xiao Xuan, don't think that just a few harsh words can intimidate us. No need to say more, just hang him. You are only at the 6th level of law realm, but you dare to talk nonsense in front of us. Aren't you full of confidence? Let me trample your so-called confidence under my feet today. They are all cultivated in the law realm. Why can Xiao Xuan become a myth and a miracle in people's mouths? Pooh. Today they are going to prove it to the world. The miracles and myths created by Xiao Xuan. There is also the look of a sure victory that will last for 10,000 years. It's all just an illusion created by him. A leapfrog kill? Sword intent? The legendary and mysterious head of the Xiao family? Die. 20 law realm experts attacked Xiao Xuan at the same time. Everyone's eyes stayed on the sky, amidst the pressure released by the 20 law realms. My master will let you see the gap between you and me today. Faced with such a strong murderous intention from the other party, Xiao Xuan remained calm, with deep contempt in his indifferent tone. The fierce offensive streams of light were like stars chasing the moon, heading towards Xiao Xuan from all directions. 20 powerful men in the law realm took action at the same time, and even the powerful men in the Dao realm would be killed in their hands. What's more, Xiao Xuan is only at the 6th level of law realm. No matter how many myths he created before, he was crushed by his absolute realm and strength. There is absolutely no chance of him surviving. A generation of legends is going to die like this. No one in the crowd sighed, all expressing regret. At this moment, no one believed that Xiao Xuan could survive in such a situation. In the Xiao family camp, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan, and Jamal Xiao have already gathered together. Even Xiao Yanyao didn't know when he came to the three of them. Several people looked at the sky with bright eyes. Fight against Xiao Xuan, who is in the law realm of 20, with one person. I don't know if the head of the family can beat him. If the master of the family really dies like this, I, Jamal Xiao, will risk my life to avenge the master of the family. Jamal Xiao's eyes were full of worry, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The power of thunder on his body also spread out. He has been leading troops in the Chongping County military camp to prepare for the rise of the family. Very little is known about Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yan patted him on the shoulder, without any worry on his face, and even laughed happily. Don't worry, just 20 law realms are just a matter of swordsmanship for the family leader. Jamal Xiao was a little angry, feeling that he was too confident in Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yan, who saw Jamal Xiao's thoughts, put his hands on the back of his head and glanced at him sideways. The mystery and power of the family master are immeasurable to you and me. This battle is just the stepping stone for the family master. Xiao Jianxin on the side looked calm, somewhat like Xiao Xuan. 20 Dharma realms are nothing but rubble in the eyes of the family master. In this battle, the family master will win. Xiao Jianxin said very confidently, even his eyes showed admiration and adoration for Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yanyao on the side also echoed. Yes, the strength of the family master is unimaginable by ordinary people. In the whole world, only this young master has the ability to compete with the family master. Jamal Xiao was originally full of worry. He was interrupted by Xiao Yanyao's words. Suddenly a lot of it dissipated. He looked at the three people around him, who could be trusted by such three people so much. What reason does Jamal Xiao have not to believe it? Look, the master is about to take action. Xiao Jianxin's expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes were fixed on Xiao Xuan as if they were equipped with a positioning device. I wonder if I can get more sword intent from the master's moves this time. Jamal Xiao was shocked. Do you understand just by making moves? Xiao Yan and Xiao Yanyao on the side were already looking at the battlefield intently. Jamal Xiao had a look of disbelief on his face and hurriedly kept up the pace to watch. Xiao Xuan's figure was like lightning and quickly turned into an afterimage. He directly tore open the void in front of him and descended on it with supreme pressure. A terrifying momentum and pressure instantly burst out from Xiao Xuan's body. It shook the surrounding void with a rattling sound. No matter how many moves you have, it's just an embroidered pillow. I can break it with just one sword. Next moment, a golden light turned into countless golden light dots. Heading towards the sky, the circle of light instantly exploded in the sky. A golden coiled dragon, several feet long, descended from the sky. Then, under everyone's gaze, this dragon-turned sword intention used a killing move to break apart 20 law-level experts. At the same time, he forced them back several feet. At this moment, all the heroic demeanor of a strong man in Xiao Xuan was released. A person at the pinnacle of the law realm stabilized his figure, looking at Xiao Xuan with shock. How could you? You are only at the 6th level of law realm. How could you comprehend the power of the sword? He knew very well that a cultivator could comprehend the power of the sword when he was in the law realm. What does this mean in the Nanming dynasty, or even in Tianzhou? The remaining 19 people in the law realm raised their heads in disbelief. It turned out to be a sword power. Then the eyes that looked at Xiao Xuan were filled with fear, and more importantly, fear. They originally thought that Xiao Xuan just understood the meaning of the sword. No matter how powerful it is impossible to deal with the combo of 20 people. Unexpectedly, he actually realized the power of the sword. The power of the sword is the gateway stone to the legendary fairyland. He understood it in the realm of law. Did I hear that right? The head of the Xiao family actually understood the power of the sword. That's a power even more powerful than artistic conception. Legend has it that you can walk on the immortal path. The head of the Xiao family is worthy of being the first person in the Southern Ming dynasty. With such an understanding, it is rare for someone to come out in thousands of years. For a moment, everyone in the audience was shocked by Xiao Xuan. Surprise, admiration, envy, all kinds of eyes were cast on the figure in white. In the sky, Jamal Xiao held his breath, his eyes were full of shock, and his words were full of admiration. It would be great if I could understand the general trend like the master of the family when I was in the law realm. It's a pity that my qualifications are not as good as the master of the family. Xiao Yan hooked his shoulder. What's the point? We are young now. And with the guidance of the family master, as long as you practice diligently, it will not be a problem to understand the general trend in the law realm. Xiao Jianxin on the side said nothing, with a strange light shining in his eyes. I saw a sword intent radiating from his body, golden light shining. A golden sword flashed away. When he opened his eyes again, the aura around him rose to another level. Jamal Xiao and Xiao Yan looked at each other. I saw surprise and admiration in the other person's eyes. Xiao Jianxin is indeed the genius whom Xiao Xuan personally pointed out. His understanding of the way of the sword is second to none among his peers. At this time, Xiao Xuan was looking at the other party's 20 law realm indifferently. Is this your strength? You are simply vulnerable. As a courtesy, you all are here to receive my move. Whoosh. Aha. That moment. The entire world, time and space seemed to have stopped. The fierce sword wind flew up. The surrounding void seemed to be torn apart by the power of law. Face this sword. The expressions of the 20 powerful men in the law realm all changed greatly, and their eyes were filled with fear. This move cannot be broken except by those who are strong in the great Tao realm. But being in the law realm, they absolutely crushed Xiao Xuan in terms of numbers. How could I lose at his hands like this? Humph. Arrogant. You really think you are invincible? Today we will let you see what the wrath of the law is. Everyone, let's combine our attacks to kill him with one strike. This will help him recognize the reality. Amidst the bursts of yelling, one after another, terrifying killing moves came one after another, heading towards Xiao Xuan. At this moment, everyone was under the pressure of a huge mountain, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Aha! Xiao Xuan's sword was unsheathed. I saw the sword energy reaching towards the sky, and the force of the sword seemed to split the void in half. The golden dragon roared, and countless sword shadows gathered from all directions. Just a shadow of the sword knocked down many law realms whose cultivation base had been reduced. Even if they want to fight again, they are exhausted. Don't wait for them to stabilize themselves. The golden dragon descended from the sky and enveloped them with golden light. That is, the breath of death. They were shocked and wanted to escape. However, Xiao Xuan's sword intent locked them firmly. The terrifying sword light has already struck, and the soul is torn apart by severe pain. They looked even more horrified. Chapter 45 Xiao Xuan's Strength. A sword strikes. Large blood spots splashed in the air, like blood and snow falling from the sky. The sky was filled with scarlet red, with swords and swords flashing, and several bodies falling from the sky. Make a huge hole. At the same time, there were several heads whose faces were indistinguishable. Just this sword. He actually killed 4 of the other party's powerful law realm masters. One of them is at the 7th level of the law realm, and the other is at the 5th level of the law realm. At this moment, Xiao Xuan showed the world what true strength is. In the face of strength, the gap between classes is not a gap at all. This moment, everyone's expressions changed. The eyes looking at Xiao Xuan were also full of fear and awe. Who would have thought that he could destroy the 4 powerful men in the law realm with one sword? This is the pressure of the strong. The head of the Xiao family can't handle this sword move even at the great Dao realm. Destroy the 4 law realms with one sword. How terrifying. Is this the power of understanding the general trend? I'm afraid there will be no one more powerful than him in the Nanming dynasty, or even in Tianzhou. The remaining 16 law realms saw this scene. Feeling fear in their hearts, they used divine talismans one after another to escape from this terrifying place. At this moment they have realized one thing. It is already impossible to join forces to kill Xiao Xuan. He may even be killed by him. Everyone unconsciously glanced at the heads of the people on the ground. If the fight continues, that will be their fate. At this moment they no longer care about the covenants between the 7 great families. It would be nice to be able to save this life. Humph, do you think you can escape under my nose? Xiao Xuan sneered coldly and teleported behind the 2 law realms. For a moment, the 2 people felt that they had fallen into the extremely cold demonic realm. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes showed fear. One person turned around and roared, "Xiao Xuan, keep a line and everything. Don't go too far." Ha 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 ha, are you trying to reason with me now? It's too late. Xiao Xuan laughed angrily and stared at him with sinister eyes. Why didn't they want to hold back when they wanted to kill the 3 great geniuses of the Xiao family and destroy his entire clan? A sword fell. 2 more law realms fell down, and their bodies fell straight to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a sword is unsheathed. Taking action towards several other law realms, they fled in the same direction. Therefore, he was killed by Xiao Xuan with one sword. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the remaining law realm turned around and started fighting Xiao Xuan. However, before his attack started, he was already killed by Xiao Xuan's sword. Energy. Xiao Xuan showed it to everyone again. What is sword cultivation? What kind of strength does one have to be considered the strongest? Master Xiao, please spare me. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have done anything to you. Master Xiao, as long as you let me go, I am willing to give you all my belongings. Master Xiao, please be noble. Spare me this miserable life, I am willing to work for you. The remaining few in the law realm knew they were no match for the enemy and could not escape. He actually gave up his dignity and knelt down to Xiao Xuan in front of thousands of people to beg for mercy. Staying alive, this attitude of yours is simply a disgrace to those who practice the law realm. Xiao Xuan's face was full of disgust. 1 second he was still standing high for profit. In the next second, you can throw away your dignity to survive. A sword fell. Another 2 law realms fell. There were also those who were unwilling to do so and continued to provoke Xiao Xuan, even resorting to the laws of heaven to intimidate him. Xiao Xuan, if you massacred us today, aren't you afraid of retribution from the laws of heaven? No matter how powerful you are, you can still defeat the way of heaven. You will be punished God's way. Before these people could finish speaking, Xiao Xuan had already killed them. In the Xianmen world, the strong survive, and the way of heaven cannot restrain the shackles that the world puts on itself. I, a strong man above the heaven, why do I need to bind myself with this shackles? After saying that, he turned around and a stream of light appeared in all directions. The sword energy pierced the air and chased after the few remaining people. One of them did not hesitate to use a heavenly shield to resist Xiao Xuan's attack. Xiao Xuan. I am the elder of the Phantom sect. I did something wrong today. I shouldn't listen to the slander and take action against the three great geniuses of the Xiao family and the Xiao family, but if you let me go today, I am willing to lead all the disciples of Phantom sect to surrender to the Xiao family and provide all resources. The Phantom sect is a sect with two powerful men in the law realm. He is someone that even the Nanming dynasty wants to win over. It took a lot of money for the 7 great families to invite him to come out this time. But now the elder of the Phantom sect begged Xiao Xuan for mercy. He even didn't hesitate to condition the whole sect's submission and supply of resources, just to let Xiao Xuan spare his life. At this moment, everyone once again refreshed their understanding of Xiao Xuan. As long as you have enough strength, any level gap, power, background, or even self-esteem and dignity are nothing at all. In order to survive for yourself, you will abandon your dignity and sacrifice the sect. Is this what you do as an elder? Since you have taken action against the Xiao family, you should have expected this result. Not to mention you, even the Phantom sect will have to pay the price of destroying the family for this. The next second, Xiao Xuan's figure passed the elder. He was seen covering his throat with both hands, eyes full of horror, and then fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked again. Not only did Xiao Xuan look down on the Phantom sect, he even wanted to destroy it. The remaining law realms could not escape death even if they surrendered. He simply chose to self-destruct in an attempt to drag Xiao Xuan to death. Together. However, Xiao Xuan was one step faster than them. Take out the sword and die. Only half a stick of incense. 20 law realm experts from the 7 major families were all massacred by Xiao Xuan. And this is a war in which 7 major families join forces and tens of millions of soldiers and horses join forces. It was also announced that it was over with the fall of 20 powerful men in the law realm. Countless people looked at the man who, after a fierce massacre, was still without any trace of blood. Dressed in white clothes, she looked as if she were an immortal, and her heart was filled with astonishment. In this battle, the entire southern Ming dynasty's law realm would not dare to fight Xiao Xuan. In this coalition war, the Xiao family killed 4 million enemies and captured 6 million. The direct descendants and powerful men of the 7 great families, except for a few who obeyed and surrendered, were all killed. The news that Xiao Xuan massacred 20 powerful men in the law realm with one person. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the southern Ming dynasty. Countless people were shocked. None of them expected that the Xiao family was the least favored at the beginning. They actually went upstream and became a formidable, big family. And the final treasure of this competition is none other than the Xiao family. All the major forces expressed their goodwill to the Xiao family and expressed their willingness to help the Xiao family in their fight for the great treasure. The Xiao family's army took advantage of the situation and continued to attack, pushing forward all the way. Unstoppable, they captured one city after another. The 7 major aristocratic families also fell at the same time as 20 powerful men in the law realm fell. He packed up his belongings overnight and prepared to leave the Nanming dynasty and wait for a comeback. However, how could Xiao Xuan give them this opportunity? With the blessing of the divine eye of luck, the Xiao family's soldiers and horses rushed to catch up. After many days of fighting, all 7 aristocratic families were finally destroyed. As for the capital of the Nanming dynasty, it was already under the control of the Xiao family when Xiao Xuan passed there. And all this is thanks to Xiao Qingyun, who controlled people's hearts in the capital in advance. Many surrounding armies were also under the control of Xiao Qingyun and defected to the Xiao family. When the Xiao family's army surrounded him, the king was defeated. Chapter 46, Half-Step to the Great Tao Realm of Buddhist Cultivation. At this moment, in the royal capital of the southern Ming dynasty, every household is staying behind closed doors. Pubs and restaurants are also closed, and even gambling houses and brothels are temporarily closed. The normally bustling streets were now in a state of depression. They all know that the time has come for a change of dynasty. In this case, staying safe is the smartest choice. One emperor and one courtier. The outer city of the royal capital has long been controlled by Xiao Qingyun. When Xiao Xuan and others came, they entered the inner city almost without using any hands. At this time, the royal family and nobles in the inner city were packing up their belongings and fleeing outside. Xiao Xuan and others went forward without any obstruction and arrived at the center of the royal capital. As soon as they entered the core area of the royal city, a strong smell of blood hit their faces. Apparently a fierce battle took place here. Blood stained the ground red, and corpses lay scattered in various places. Everyone looked at each other with confusion. Then he entered the royal city on blood. There were bursts of crazy laughter in the palace, and Xiao Xuan and others saw this and quickly opened the door and went in. I saw King Nanming with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. There was also a sword in his hand, and a maniacal smile hung on his mouth, as if he was possessed by a demon. Several corpses lay scattered around him. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be several of his royal family members. Among them are his biological children. And it was the king of the southern Ming dynasty who killed them. King Nanming stood staggeringly in front of Xiao Xuan and others, raising his head and laughing sadly. The dynasty is in turmoil, and the 8 great families are secretly fighting for it. These great sons of mine. What comes to mind is not how to fight against foreign enemies, but how to fight for the throne of Gu. He slowly walked towards the throne behind him, his eyes extremely sad. Gu originally thought that the 8 major families would win the final victory. Who would have thought that the final winner of this competition would be the Xiao family of Juku City? Xiao Xuan remained silent and had no intention of speaking. Xiao Jianfeng on the side took a step forward. Now that the situation has been decided, you can abdicate and save yourself some dignity. Qianlong raised his chin slightly and sneered, abdication? Why should I abdicate? Now you, the Xiao family, are rooting out dissidents for me and sending me a million-strong army. For our southern Ming dynasty, this is a new beginning. Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. Xiao Yan frowned and glared at Qianlong. Even now, you are still dreaming of your eternal dream. Qianlong raised his head and laughed loudly, raising his hands above his head. Do you think the Xiao family will be settled after they invade the royal city? No, nothing is known yet. Xiao Xuan, who had been silent all this time, stopped Xiao Yan, who was about to take action. Then he looked at Qianlong on the throne. Come out, you can't turn things around even if you keep hiding behind it. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan and others were shocked. Looking at the southern Ming dynasty, no one strong in the law realm would take action against the Xiao family. It is impossible to risk his life to help Qianlong. Qianlong stared at Xiao Xuan angrily. Ever since he came in, he had never looked at himself, as if he didn't exist. As a king of a country and an emperor, he could not even control his own son. He, Xiao Xuan, is just a commoner. Why should he be so arrogant? In his country and territory, civilians should act like civilians. Just when Qianlong was about to become furious, an old voice came from behind. Ba, Bodhi has no tree, and the mirror is not a stand. There is nothing in the beginning, so how can it cause dust? I saw 3 old monks walking out from behind Qianlong, chanting the Buddha's name in his mouth. Half step to the road. Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but say. Although it has not reached the Great Tao realm, it can be seen that the Great Tao realm is powerful, and the combat effectiveness will be increased several times. After hearing this, everyone looked at the old monks with fear on their faces. 3 powerful men with half a step to the Great Road. Although he has not yet entered the realm of the Great Tao, he is still in a realm above the great perfection of the law. At the beginning of the Southern Ming dynasty, the gods were half-step masters. Even when he was about to die, the 8 great aristocratic families did not dare to move, so they rioted only after he had passed away. It can be seen how terrifying the fighting power of half-step Tao realm cultivators is. Now that 3 people appear in succession, how can they not be afraid? However, Xiao Xuan looked extremely calm from beginning to end. It seems that a strong man who is half a step into the Tao realm does not pose much of a threat to him. Seeing Xiao Xuan's attitude, everyone felt as if they had taken a reassurance and instantly calmed down. When the 3 monks saw Xiao Qingyun, they could see their cultivation level at a glance and nodded slightly. She is indeed the saint that Zen master Tongla has chosen, but the cultivation of the 3 poor monks can be seen through their cultivation in the realm of gods. In the future, if you practice Tongla Zen with Zen master Tongla, your cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. It's good, it's a joy for the whole world, and it benefits all people. Xiao Qingyun was immediately furious. As the reincarnation of the Empress, how could she not know what the Tongla interpretation method is? At this moment, she wished she could kill these 3 monks on the spot and destroy the Great Thunder Holy Temple as well. The 3 monks didn't pay much attention to this, and turned to look at Xiao Xuan. Seeing that the other party's eyes were solemn, there was no fear at all towards a strong person in the half-step Tao realm. Your Excellency must be the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan. The poor monks' Dharma names are Jiuyuan, Jiuekong, and Jiueshuan. The poor monk is polite. Don't make these lies, Xiao Xuan pointed it out directly, without even using polite words. The leader, Zhu Yuan, smiled slightly, with kind eyes and a compassionate look. The poor monk came here this time, firstly, to help King Nanming quell this national crisis, and secondly, for the Xiao family and the children of the Xiao family. Ba, Jiueshuan stood on the side and took a step forward. The abbot recently received enlightenment from the Buddha and learned that the Xiao family has good people like Xiao Xian, Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yan, Xiao Qingyun, etc., who are related to our Buddha. I have specially asked 3 poor monks to come and guide you to the Great Thunder Monastery to practice Buddhism and overcome the boundless sufferings. Everyone in the Xiao family was furious when they heard this. This is to poach away all the pillars of the Xiao family. Just because your Great Thunder Holy Temple still wants to attract us? It's just that we know that our Xiao family has a few talented people, and they are occupying them in the name of being a guide. Haha, when the Xiao family was unknown, why didn't you say you were destined to have a relationship with Buddha? Now you are just trying to take advantage. There were 2 sages from the West before me, and you are behind me. Are people in Buddhism always as shameless as you? Everyone in the Xiao family was accusing me one by one. The anger in my heart could not go away. Jiuekong, who had never spoken a word, slowly opened his eyes at this moment, with a look of helplessness on his face. There is no sign of self, no sign of no one, no sign of living beings, and no sign of lifespan. Contemplate the impurity of the body, observe that feelings are painful. Observe the impermanence of the mind, and observe the absence of self in Dharmas. Ba. A stream of Buddhist sounds echoed in the hall. Feeling empty at this time is like the arrival of Buddha. The golden light spread out from Jiwekong's head, which was extremely holy. Under the influence of bursts of Buddhist sounds, everyone couldn't help but kneel down and worship. Chapter 47 What a Buddha to save the destined person. Everyone in the Xiao family, who was still in a state of rage, suddenly felt relaxed and happy at this moment. Looking at the golden Buddha light, I felt like I was enlightened. It is as if the truth of life in the universe is understood. As long as you follow the Buddha's teachings and practice them, you can escape suffering and gain happiness, and transform into a saint. Qianlong, who was sitting high on the throne, saw everyone in the Xiao family looking like this. Uncontrollable maniacal laughter. He has seen the power of these three monks from the Great Thunder Temple. Anyone enveloped by his Buddha's voice will surrender to him. The Xiao family is powerful, and Xiao Xuan is the #1 person in the Southern Ming dynasty. He also has several talented people to help him, if he can be conquered by Jiwekong and others. It will be a great arm for the Nanming dynasty. Looking at Tianzhou, who dares to confront him head-on. Even Xiao Jianxin's complexion began to change under the influence of Buddha's sound. If this continues, geniuses like Xiao Jianxin will be saved. At this moment, the three compassionate monks smiled with satisfaction. It seems that another demonic barrier has been lifted for time. However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded from the Buddha's voice. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xuan suddenly released his sword power. An invisible sword force rose into the sky and instantly broke the three people's Buddha sound formation. The three of them were horrified. Xiao Xuan broke the Buddha sound formation of the three of them with just the force of his sword. This sword force even knocked them back several steps. They never imagined this. As soon as the Buddha's sound array was broken, everyone in the Xiao family suddenly regained their consciousness. The original feeling of enlightenment dissipated instantly. I seem to have seen Buddha just now. Bah! What a Buddha! This is the blind trick of those three old bald donkeys. As expected of being created by the second saint of the West, even the sanctimonious excuses are exactly the same. Is this what you call Buddhism? If others are unwilling to convert to Buddhism, you will force them to convert. What a Buddhist! Everyone in the Xiao family suddenly woke up. He became more and more dissatisfied with Jiwekong and the other three, and even started to attack them. At this time, Xiao Jianxin and others were getting better. Looking at the three monks who were trying to attract the destined people, a murderous intention surged in my heart. However, as they are in the realm of transformation into gods, the murderous intention they erupt is difficult for cultivators in the half-step Tao realm. It's not worth them to look at him differently. The three monks looked at Xiao Xuan together and clasped their hands together. The kind look on his face actually makes people feel pious. The master of the Xiao family has extraordinary strength. He is worthy of being the person the Buddha said he was destined to be. His swordsmanship is unparalleled. When you practice my Buddha's Dharma and wash away the impurities in your heart, your swordsmanship will reach a higher level. My Buddhism will also have another swordsman disciple. In the future, it will be spread throughout the world and benefit the common people. Ba. The words of the three people all revealed that Xiao Xuan was already a disciple of the Great Thunder Holy Temple. He didn't care at all about the wishes of the Xiao family and others. In their eyes, they are like pieces on a chessboard. You can use it whenever you need it, throw it away when you don't need it. What he did was obviously extremely disgusting. But he also looks like a man of great mercy to save the world. This gesture made everyone in the Xiao family disgusted. Xiao Xuan responded indifferently, I'm afraid that you, the Great Thunder Holy Temple, are not qualified to save the head of our family. Ba, donor Xiao put down his butcher knife and became a Buddha. Immediately, Xiao Xuan sneered, if I insist on becoming a demon, what can you do to me? Jiwekong clasped his hands together and looked at Xiao Xuan unbearably. The poor monk can only obey God's will. I will take you to the great Thunder Holy Temple, to suppress you, remove the demonic nature from your body, and prevent you from continuing to cause harm to the world. Xiao Xuan suddenly raised his head and laughed, looking at them with contempt. If you don't enter the great Thunder Holy Temple, you are a demon. If you don't practice Buddhism, you are a demon. Is this how your great Thunder Holy Temple saves the common people? What a Buddha to save a destined person. If this is the case, it will be a battle between the devil and the Buddha. After saying that, Xiao Xuan rose into the sky and came to the sky outside the palace. At this moment, in addition to the Xiao family's army, there were also people from the royal capital standing below. Jiwekong and others looked at each other and followed without hesitation. In the form of the three talents formation, Xiao Xuan's retreat routes were blocked. If they want to conquer the genius of the Xiao family, they must first get rid of Xiao Xuan. The vision of three people appearing attracted the attention of the crowd. Isn't this a Buddhist? How come he appears in the capital? Since the founding of the Southern Ming dynasty, we have expelled Buddhism. Why does Buddhism still appear here? Is it possible that the king invited us here? It's impossible. The founding emperor and Buddhism are mortal enemies. The dynasty is about to be destroyed. Our foolish king, King Nanming, even killed his son to consolidate his position. Is there anything he can't do? Someone sneered, with such disdain in their voice. This was echoed by many people. Bah! You fool! For the sake of your own selfish desires, you can even do such a thing. We have suffered so much and suffered so much under his control. We deserve the demise of his dynasty. I have long heard that the Xiao family has good control. Today their army entered the royal capital without burning, killing or looting, which shows their character. Support the Xiao family to ascend to power. Drive away Qianlong. The sound stirred up 1,000 waves. Supporting the Xiao family to manage the world, the voice of Qianlong's demotion directly reached the ears of everyone in the Xiao family, and Qianlong. Everyone in the Xiao family watched the public outrage with expressionless faces. A king who has lost the support of his people will still be able to sit on the throne. The country will also perish sooner or later. Qianlong was furious when he heard this. These unscrupulous people take what they have and use what they have, and now that the country is in crisis, they actually choose to seek refuge with others. Damn! You all deserve to die. Then he shouted towards the 3 monks in the air. 3 holy monks, hurry up and save Xiao Xuan. After that, our Southern Ming dynasty is willing to build thousands of temples for Dalai Holy Temple. Chinese people take worshipping Buddha as their main practice. Not only that, the Nanming dynasty will also become the Buddhist kingdom of Dalai Holy Temple. Be your devout believer. The people of Nanming were even more angry when they heard this. They could not wait to rush forward and eat this shameless monarch alive. Jiwekong and others nodded with satisfaction after hearing Qianlong's words. Their primary purpose of coming here this time is to gain a foothold in Tianzhou. The already corrupt Nanming dynasty was their first stop. Now he has the support of the monarch of the Southern Ming dynasty. Their Buddhism will be established throughout Tianzhou as quickly as possible. By then everyone in Tianzhou will be their most devout believers. Xiao Xuan used the divine eye of luck to check the fortune of the Southern Ming dynasty. I found that the gas cloud that was originally shaped like a hill was now as dense as a gossamer. And that little bit of luck disappeared instantly after Qianlong shouted those words. Xiao Xuan understood that the fate of the southern Ming dynasty was exhausted. Even with the help of the 3 monks from Dalai Holy Temple, the Nanming dynasty will cease to exist. Jiwekong nodded towards Qianlong, with a look of relief on his face. The king is in trouble, and the poor monks and others are just doing harm to the people. After saying that, a colorful lotus flower grew under his feet. The holy golden light bursting out of his eyes headed towards Xiao Xuan. Every living being in Jambudvipa's actions and thoughts are all karma and sin. The poor monk will free you from the demonic obstacles in your heart today. So that your true nature can be restored, your mind will be free of distractions, and you will successfully realize the Tao. Ba, donor, Xiao, this poor monk is not doing what he wants. However, your demonic roots are so deep that it cannot be eliminated except by this method. After saying that, he put his hands together and saluted Xiao Xuan. The same was true for the other 2 monks. It was as if they had no choice but to attack Xiao Xuan. Chapter 48 Cruel means so cool. However, Xiao Xuan didn't even say a word to them, and just drew his sword and started fighting. There is no need to talk nonsense to such a sanctimonious person. I saw the waning moon sword unsheathed, and a golden dragon roared in the sky. The ultimate sword light came towards Xiao Xuan. The sword light seemed to tear through the void and destroy the world. Xiao Xuan's expression changed. If he was struck down by this sword, he would be half disabled even if he was not dead. Golden bell. Toward the Buddha's seal. As Xiao Xuan formed a seal with his hands, a golden bell appeared out of thin air, enveloping his entire body. Then he put his hands together, with his fingers in the shape of an orchid. And a huge word Buddha burst out from his palms, heading towards Xiao Xuan's sword. Under the extreme collision, roaring sounds continued to be heard in the sky. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed. At the same time, Xiao Xuan's body suddenly retreated dozens of feet in front of everyone. Xiao Xuan stabilized his figure and was about to step forward. Suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know when he was injured by Xiao Xuan's sword. Seeing this, Jiwekong and Jiwequan's faces darkened. Originally they thought they could take down Xiao Xuan alone, but who knew Xiao Xuan was so powerful? At this moment, the 2 of them were extremely jealous of Xiao Xuan. But Xiao Xuan's face was as calm as water, and even his white clothes were not messy. The higher the realm of ordinary cultivators' cultivation, the more difficult the challenge will be. But Xiao Xuan has a dragon blood battle body, and as his cultivation level gets higher and higher, the more dragon-blooded combat bodies are developed, the more powerful they will become in higher level challenges. Don't say that he is now at the 6th level of the law realm, he is still at the previous 5th level. Dealing with the 3 monks from the Great Thunder Temple was no problem. Feeling empty and suffering, not only is Xiao Xuan's mind possessed by a demon, but even the exercises he practices are also demonic. If you and I don't kill him now, the world will be in chaos. Jiwekong and Jiweku heard this and recited Ba with compassion. Then he joined forces with Xiao Xuan to attack Xiao Xuan. Buddha's fate brings energy. Xiao Xuan shouted angrily, and boundless golden light spread around. Jiwekong and Jiweku also took action immediately. The Tathagata summons the Heart Sutra. 9 Brahma Divine Seals. The 3 major Dharma attacks were launched at the same time, each move carrying strong killing intent. General Xiao Xuan was in such a posture that his corpse was cut into thousands of pieces. However, the exercises used make people feel extremely holy. Faced with such a killing move, Xiao Xuan smiled calmly. It's just some empty moves, you still want to knock me down? 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Break! There were bursts of thunderous explosions between heaven and earth. Above the void, golden light and shadow flew towards me. Wisps of oppressive and shocking aura and pressure headed towards the three monks and elders. Next moment, countless golden lights and shadows turned into a huge golden sword, carrying a strong sword light, directly breaking through the killing array of three people. The three old monks were immediately horrified. They never thought that Xiao Xuan would have the fighting power to fight against them. Obviously he only has the cultivation level of the 6th level of Law Realm. This time, we are really in big trouble. Xiao Xuan retracted his sword and looked at the three old monks with a strange look on his face. Eminent monks who have attained Taoism, there is a saying in Taoism that it is indecent to come and not to reciprocate. As people from the Buddhist sect, you should have heard of it. Just now I accepted your invitation. Next, it's my family's turn to return the favor. Before the three old monks could react, Xiao Xuan had already launched an attack on them. 7-stringed invisible sword. In an instant, a musical sound came from the waning moon sword in Xiao Xuan's hand. The sound of the piano filled the sky, centered on the royal capital. The swords in everyone's hands trembled, and they made the sound of playing the piano, as if bowing to their king. The trembling musical notes of the weapons turned into streams of light, surrounding the waning moon sword. Exuding the power of endless weapons, it was like calling out to Xiao Xuan. Everyone looked at the white figure on the sky in shock. Buddhism has the sound of the Buddha, which can enlighten all living beings. However, everyone knows that the sword also has the sound of the sword. Three eminent monks might as well verify for us whether the Buddha's sound is stronger or the sword's sound is deeper. With the waning moon sword in hand, it can cut through the sky and tear apart the void. Accompanied by the sound of the piano, the sword light struck directly at the three old monks. At that moment, all three of them wanted to escape. But they were controlled by Qinin, and then they saw the sword light of death shrouding them. Whoosh! 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 Within the waning moon sword, a different and shocking force erupted. Like a beast from the depths of ancient times, powerful and violent. The sword light dissipated. The three of them, Xiao Xuan, were all knocked down by the sword, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. The golden-red cassocks were now in disrepair, and the three of them were even more embarrassed. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. Xiao Xuan defeated the three half-step Dao realms with just one sword stroke. How powerful this sword is! Xiao Xuan, Jiuekong, and Jueko could no longer maintain their aloof appearance. Just now. At this moment, their eyes were full of shock, and their hearts were filled with fear of Xiao Xuan. He no longer had the intention to continue fighting. But at this moment, Xiao Xuan came towards the three of them through the air. Holding a long sword and fluttering white clothes, he looked like a banished immortal descending from the earth. Even launching such an astonishing sword move cannot diminish his temperament at all. I struggled to get up from the ground, even though my internal organs were in pain. Still not forgetting to sit cross-legged and meditate, showing a compassionate look. Master Xiao is indeed very capable. In today's competition with you, the three poor monks are convinced. Xiao Xuan seemed not to have heard anything, and his pace towards the others became faster and faster. The three of them suddenly felt a sense of fear that death was approaching. Jiuekong couldn't bear it anymore and accused Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan, today is just an ordinary competition, why are you pressing every step of the way? Xiao Xuan appeared in front of them with a teleportation. Push forward step by step. As a demon cultivator, shouldn't I be like this? You talk and talk about removing the demonic nature from my master. When did it turn into a competition? What? Monks also lie? The three people's faces were green and red, and no matter what answer they gave, they were wrong. Jiwekong ignored Xiao Xuan's question and accused him angrily. Today, the poor monk and others came to rescue the Nanming dynasty on the order of the abbot. As the initiator of this disaster, you. The 3 people who stopped me were the first to stop me, and now they even want to kill the poor monk and others. It turns out that the evil roots are deeply rooted. Donor Xiao, you must think twice before you act. Behind this poor monk is the Great Thunder Holy Temple that even Tianluo territory must fear. Xiao Xuan was very confident in his words. No matter what Xiao Xuan does, in the eyes of the world he is a demon. Cultivator who brings disaster. Xiao Xuan smiled and looked at the anxious Jiwekong indifferently. He was unmoved by the threats and frame-ups in his words. I saw him slash his sword, and the 3 people's arms suddenly fell to the ground. However, before the 3 of them could cry out in pain, they struck out with another sword. I saw that the legs of the 3 people had been separated from it. Ah! The screams of the 3 people suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Xuan's behavior. He actually attacked 3 eminent monks from the Great Thunder Temple. He even chopped them into human sticks, which was simply so cool. They had long disliked these guys, and now they were turned into a cudgel by Xiao Xuan. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, they would have cheered. Xiao Xuan, aren't you afraid that the Great Thunder Holy Temple will take action against you? Xiao Xuan, I think you are not possessed by a demon, you have become a demon. Buddha is merciful, and we sincerely inspire you, but you are so cruel and ruthless. You will eventually fall into the Abi hell. There will be no recovery. Xiao Xuan burst out laughing after hearing this. As the saying goes in Buddhism, Buddha is everywhere. Now you are being reduced to a stick by me. What's wrong? Where's your true Buddha? It is said that Buddhists are compassionate and merciful, and the Buddha even cut his flesh to save others. Since you were ordered to influence me, why are you not compassionate in your body, but full of murderous intent in your eyes? That's all. Since the Buddha sent you here, my master will send you to see the Buddha, just to ask me about this matter. After saying that, the waning moon sword was unsheathed, and the sword energy fell into the sky. Seeing the sword energy coming, the 3 of them could not do anything to resist. I can only accept my fate and close my eyes. Suddenly, an ethereal Buddhist bell echoed in the sky. The donor has been deeply possessed by the devil. If he does not enter our Great Thunder Monastery to practice Buddhism, he will eventually lose his true nature. Then an old monk appeared in front of everyone, holding a wooden fish in his hand, wearing an 8-treasure cassock and wearing bare feet. That was actually a cultivator of the Great Tao realm. Chapter 49, The Sound of Buddha versus the Sound of Swordsmanship. The arrival of the old Buddhist monk shocked everyone. A Buddhist cultivator in the Great Tao realm. It turns out to be a Buddhist cultivator in the Great Tao realm. Buddhism's pure heart mantra can deceive people's minds the most. Now that Buddhist cultivators in the Great Tao realm come here, we are afraid that we will lose our original intention. I don't know what chance the head of the Xiao family has of winning against a Buddhist cultivator who has reached the Great Tao realm. I find it difficult. Although the Xiao family master is a genius, he is far behind in cultivation. Although he is almost invincible in the law realm, his opponent is in the Great Tao realm. Based on the habits of people in the Buddhist sect, if Master Xiao is defeated by him, I'm afraid he will be the next puppet. Countless people were no longer discussing. They were both shocked and frightened by the Buddhist practice in the Great Tao realm. Since its establishment, Buddhism has been under the name of rescuing people from suffering and bringing salvation to the common people. In fact, they use Buddhist pure heart mantras and Buddhist sounds to conquer or occupy them in an alternative way. So when everyone saw the Buddhist cultivator in the great Tao realm appear, all of them revealed their fear of him. On the other hand, Xiao Xuan's face was still as calm as water, and even the smile at the corner of his mouth had not changed. Even when facing cultivators in the great Tao realm, he can keep his face straight. After watching this scene, people immediately felt at ease. The moment old Buddha appeared, Xiao Xuan finally knew where his previous worry came from. The three old monks who were cut into human sticks by Xiao Xuan saw the old Buddha coming. Suddenly a glimmer of hope for life was ignited, and the three of them shouted towards the old Buddha, "Zen Master Tianlu! Help us! Zen Master Tianlu, Xiao Xuan has become a demon. If he is not removed, the world will be in chaos. Zen Master Tianlu, you want to avenge us?" Zen Master Tianlu heard the sound and looked around, and saw that the Buddhist cultivator sent this time was chopped into human sticks. The kind face was suddenly stained with anger. "You three junior brothers, don't panic. Once the poor monk eliminates this evil obstacle, he will treat you three." The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Zen Master Tianlu is here, and as long as he casts a spell, he can restore their broken arms and legs to their original state. Zen Master Tianlu's eyebrows were downcast, like a compassionate Buddha. The whole body emits golden light, making people want to kneel down and worship the Buddha. Many cultivators below the realm of transformation to gods directly knelt down and worshipped, chanting Amitabha in their mouths. Xiao Xuan's expression was indifferent, and a sword force slowly brewed from his body. "Master Xiao, the poor monk looked at your face and found that your mind has been occupied by demonic obstacles. Extraordinary methods can be used to drive you away. Today, the poor monk will take you back to the great Thunder Monastery. Accompany me, be influenced by the sound of Buddha all day long, recite Buddhist scriptures, and repent sincerely. The mind will surely regain its clarity, and by then it is possible to become a saint." Xiao Xuan held the waning moon sword and pointed the sword at the three old monks who had become sticks with a slight ouch. "They said the same thing just now, and now they have turned into human sticks. Now that you have said the same thing again, I wonder what the eminent monk wants to become? My master will definitely satisfy you." Zen Master Tianlu smiled faintly, clasped his hands together, and lowered his eyebrows. He didn't take Xiao Xuan's words seriously. "It's so good. The donor is so stubborn that the poor monk can only forcefully change him." Immediately, Zen Master Tianlu chanted the name of the Buddha, and the sound of the Buddha spread everywhere. As the Buddha's voice sounded, golden swastika symbols emerged from his mouth. Then a huge Buddha figure appeared. Under the Buddha's light, all the devout believers knelt down and worshipped. The sea of suffering is boundless, but when you turn around, you will reach the shore. Put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately. Purify your mind and keep your will. You will reach the path. It is like polishing a mirror. The dirt will be removed and the remaining will be clear. Cut off desires and have no desires. You should achieve your destiny. At this moment, he was like the Buddha saving the common people. The holy sound of Buddha baptizes people's hearts. This sacred light made everyone feel guilty. Recite along subconsciously and bow devoutly. Zen Master Tianlu saw that everyone was unable to resist the attack of his Buddha's voice. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and a look of immense confidence emerged from his eyes. However, just when he was about to complete the last step and save Xiao Xuan, but he found that the other party was not affected by the Buddha's light at all. There was even a look of contempt and sarcasm in his eyes. It seemed that his behavior just now was a trick in his eyes. Zen Master Tianlu was shocked. At this moment, he recognized Xiao Xuan's strength again. But he still doesn't take ordinary people who only have the 6th level of law. In his eyes, Ba, the benefactor, is now one with the devil. The poor monk cannot save him, so he can only follow God's will and send the benefactor to reincarnation, to recreate the relationship with Buddha. Xiao Xuan sneered, no matter what people in Buddhism do, they will do it in the name of relief. Cover up disgusting things with beautiful words. Zen Master Tianlu was about to take action again, but was interrupted by Xiao Xuan's sword. I saw the waning moon sword unsheathed, and the phantoms of 10,000 swords cut through the sky and merged into one. The 3 men were still frightened when they saw this move. Just now, Xiao Xuan used this move to defeat the 3 of them. At this moment, he used this move again, and his expression changed drastically. Everyone was even more horrified and full of expectations for this sword. Zen Master Tianlu smiled softly, Ba, all living beings have no format. All. This is how the donor's move breaks it. Knocking the wooden fish in his hand, Xiao Xuan's sword move was easily resolved with just one click. Seeing the waning moon sword in Xiao Xuan's hand reflecting the divine power, he became greedy for it. Very few people, even those in the great Tao realm, can possess heaven-level artifacts. What's more, it's a heaven-level artifact that exudes divine power. This sword of the donor has the light of Buddha and is a sacred object in the Buddhist world. Now that you have become a demon, I will take this sword back, lest it be contaminated with demonic energy and become scrap metal. Xiao Xuan was not angry because of what the other party said. He contacted the system in his mind, activated the jade pendant of the family leader, and temporarily broke through to the great Tao realm. All of a sudden, Xiao Xuan's cultivation level increased from the 6th level of law realm to the 7th level, 8th level, and great perfection, breaking through to the great Tao realm. The aura around him instantly rose by several levels, and even his combat effectiveness increased several times. Ding, the system has detected that the host has broken through the great Tao realm for the first time and realized the magical power, Baizhong. Ding, the dragon-blooded battle body is suddenly enlightened to the magical sword realm. Ding, chaos pupil suddenly realizes the magical power. Ding, the martial arts Wulong-ju is suddenly enlightened and the magical power is beyond the limit. Sword domain, with itself as the center, attack in up to 12 directions around you, can attack together, each direction contains sword power. Baizhong, within 100 feet, the host is invincible. Poji, wherever you look, no matter people, gods, or demons, you can produce spiritual attacks. You can cooperate with Wanjian Guizhong to attack their souls and spirits. Strength beyond 10,000 points, each attack can increase the combat effectiveness by 10 points, which will increase as the host's cultivation level increases. When he first entered the Great Tao realm, Xiao Xuan realized new magical powers. Even the creation dragon blood battle body and chaos pupils have been upgraded and evolved. Although it's only temporary. But after he breaks through to the Great Tao realm, these rewards will be redistributed to him. There will even be other new magical powers. The aura of the Great Tao realm emanated from Xiao Xuan, shocking Zen Master Tianlu. But I feel that it is impossible for the other party to suddenly have an epiphany. Even if you achieve enlightenment, you are only in the half-step Tao realm. And it is impossible to break through instantly. Therefore, his greed for the waning moon sword became even stronger, and he even regarded it as a treasure in his pocket. These are all treasures. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly became hot and he launched an attack toward Xiao Xuan. He was killed in every move, without any trace of the compassion he had shown just now. Xiao Xuan swung his sword. The trembling hum of the sword actually made the sky tremble. The extraordinarily powerful attribute bonus made his sword more powerful and his combat effectiveness soared 100 times. In just an instant, Zen Master Tianlu's expression changed drastically. Quickly use your killing skills. 10,000 Buddhas Chaozong. The Buddha's shadow behind him instantly turned into a Buddha's palm, facing Xiao Xuan's sword move. However, this move was of no use in front of Xiao Xuan's sword power. When the sword fell, not only was the Buddha's palm broken, but Zen Master Tianlu was also knocked back 100 meters away. If he hadn't been protected by the 8 treasure cassock, he would have been a useless person at this moment. At this time, Zen Master Tianlu could no longer maintain his composure. He looked at Xiao Xuan in great horror. He never imagined that he would realize the great Tao and break through the great Tao realm in a short period of time. Chapter 50 Change of Dynasty. You are only in the law realm, how can you understand the great Tao realm? Xiao Xuan looked at him indifferently and walked towards Zen Master Tianlu with his sword in hand. There are many wonders in the world. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. Lying. You are lying. You must have practiced magic. Zen Master Tianlu was furious at this moment, and he did not look like the eminent monk who had just attained enlightenment. The whole person became crazy. Not only that, even his Zen heart was broken by Xiao Xuan's words. He stood up crazily, pointed at Xiao Xuan with an angry smile. So what if you have realized the great Tao realm? I also have a way to influence you. It only takes a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, you will be Lao Na's sword-wielding guard. Not only do your jade pendants and weapons belong to me, but even your mind is controlled by me. Supernatural power, 6-character seal. Countless Buddhist sounds reverberated in the air, followed by the appearance of the 6 characters Om, Mani, Na, Ba, Mi, and Hum. Buddha's light swarmed in from all directions, surrounding Xiao Xuan. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for even a quarter of an hour. Xiao Xuan drew his sword again, and the bright light carried the endless power of the supreme law. Suddenly, they fell from the depths of the endless starry sky above the 9 heavens, and all of them were reflected on Zen Master Tianlu. His killing move had no harmful effect in Xiao Xuan's eyes, and he defeated it with just one move. Zen Master Tianlu's eyes were trembling, and his heart was filled with fear. With this move, he has subdued so many of the proud ones. How many magical weapons have been captured? But today, he fell into the hands of a cultivator in the law realm. Only one move destroyed his ultimate killing move. Let him retreat. Continuously. Next moment, Xiao Xuan rose into the air with his sword in hand. Thousands of rays of light suddenly burst out from the waning moon sword. The rays of light were as dazzling as the blazing sun, cutting through the sky. The terrifying power of the weapon soared straight into the sky and penetrated beyond the stars. The magical power Poji directly targeted Zen Master Tianlu and attacked his sea of consciousness. The magical sword domain trapped him inside, and every sword light carried a terrifying sword power. Zen Master Tianlu roared, "Break it! Break it for me!" He kept chanting the Buddha's sound and releasing the Buddha's light in an attempt to resist this attack. However, all of this was useless under Xiao Xuan's sword moves. With the blessing of many magical powers, Zen Master Tianlu could not crack it. Even if he had thousands of methods. Wait until the sword energy dissipates. The figure of Zen Master Tianlu slowly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, he was in ragged clothes, covered in blood, and looked in a miserable state. It's hard to associate it with the enlightened monk just now. He never imagined that he would be defeated by a law realm. There is no room for resistance. The people around were shocked. Shocked. Confused. Everyone present swallowed hard. His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide enough to hold a fist, and his jaw dropped to the floor in shock. Is this a win? Master Xiao actually won. Great! Master Xiao has defeated a Buddhist cultivator in the Great Tao realm. We don't have to be Buddhism's pawns anymore. We don't have to worry about being converted by them. The Xiao family master deserves to be the first person in the Nanming dynasty. The position of king belongs to him. I heard that under his control in Juku City, the people live and work in peace and contentment. There are no taxes, corvées, and no wars or disputes. I believe that the Nanming dynasty will also become prosperous under his leadership. No. It's not the Nanming dynasty anymore. It's the Xiao family's dynasty. Now, countless people yearn for the country under Xiao Xuan's rule. I saw Xiao Xuan holding the waning moon sword and striding towards Zen Master Tianlu. The power of the sword in his hand is like traveling through time and space. Zen Master Tianlu looked up and saw Xiao Xuan's indifferent face appearing in front of him. At that moment, his heart was filled with despair. But he was unwilling to be defeated by Xiao Xuan like this. As long as there is a glimmer of hope left, he can make a comeback. By then, he will be able to kill Xiao Xuan easily. Xiao Xuan, do you know that I am an elder appointed by the abbot of Dalai Holy Temple? If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the Great Thunder Holy Temple. Do you know what will happen to you then? The kindness between Zen Master Tianlu's eyes was completely gone. It was replaced by viciousness. The Great Thunder Holy Temple was an existence that even Tianluo territory had to avoid. No matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, he is still just the head of the family, the leader of the clan. Can you still despise an existence like the Great Thunder Holy Temple? Xiao Xuan remained unmoved by the other party's threats. He looked at Zen Master Tianlu indifferently, with a bit of sarcasm in his eyes. Then a sword was swung out. Under the light of the sword, Zen Master Tianlu's last chance of life was cut off by the sword. To the end of his life, he could not believe that the Tao realm would be defeated by the Law realm. It is even more unacceptable that there are people who are not afraid of power. In the Shinmen world, no matter how profound the Taoism is, who will not bow before absolute power? In full view, Xiao Xuan raised his sword and walked towards the three old monks who had become sticks. When the three people saw that Zen Master Tianlu had been killed by Xiao Xuan, they immediately stopped struggling pointlessly. Next moment, a sword swung down. 3 round heads fell to the ground, covered with dust. A duel between the Law realm and the Tao realm. In the end, the whole army of powerful men in the Great Tao realm was wiped out. There was an uproar. None of them expected that Xiao Xuan would not be afraid of cultivators in the Great Tao realm, and would even kill them. Even the forces behind them could be ignored by him. Xiao Xuan regained his momentum and did not go down immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and realized the mystery of the Great Tao realm that he had just realized. Master Xiao is so courageous. Now the Nanming dynasty is about to change its dynasty. Master Xiao is mighty. Everyone was talking about it for a while. Some people even cheered and shouted on the spot. It seems that the subjugation of the country is not a bad thing for them. As the king of the southern Ming dynasty, Qianlong saw Zen Master Tianlu of Dalai Holy Temple being beheaded by Xiao Xuan. Knowing that his situation was over, he cut off his own blood and died. It can be considered as giving yourself the last bit of dignity. Xiao Xuan slowly descended from the sky, and under the light of the sword, he felt like a god was coming. At this moment, the jade pendant of the head of the family on his body has returned to calmness, and is no different from ordinary decorations. After a brief inventory of the scene, Xiao Xuan ordered people to start recovering the surrounding royal cities. The capital of the southern Ming dynasty was completely under his control. The next step is to eliminate all forces. Many of them were forces that had helped the 8 aristocratic families to fight against the Xiao family. After seeing Xiao Xuan kill the Buddhist cultivator in the Great Dao realm, show your kindness to the Xiao family at the first opportunity. However, as a former invader, how could Xiao Xuan and everyone in the Xiao family let him go so easily? Now is the best time to settle accounts. Immediately afterwards, those forces that remained neutral chose to take refuge in Xiao Xuan in order to gain peace in the future. The price, of course, is a lot of resources. Chapter 51: The Sudden Rise of Buddhist Temples. The battle between Xiao Xuan and Zen master Qianlu soon spread throughout Nanming. His reputation is even more frightening, and also discourages the forces that secretly want to take action against the Xiao family. After Qianlong's death, Xiao Xuan cleaned up a large number of remnants. The changes in dynasties throughout the ages were all based on the flesh and blood of countless people. The Xiao family is no exception. A terminally ill patient needs some blood to be saved again. After everything got back on track on an auspicious day, Xiao Xuan announced the change of dynasty. The king was Xiao Qingyun, and the country was named Nanming. Both Xiao Xuan and Xiao Qingyun were extremely satisfied with the name of Nanming. Nanming means the rise of the Xiao family, and it is also a stepping stone for him to enter Tianzhou. For Xiao Qingyun, the reincarnated empress, it is a testimony on her journey to becoming a king. Everyone was surprised to learn that Xiao Xuan was not the king. That throne, which symbolized power, once caused the 8 great families to kill each other. He even let the royal prince eat his father and kill his brother, even Qianlong, who was the king. In order to consolidate his position, he did not hesitate to kill his own flesh and blood, and even committed treason. But Xiao Xuan gave such a throne that symbolized power to Xiao Qingyun. This is simply unimaginable. Xiao Qingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Xiao Xuan's decision not to be the king. If Xiao Xuan wanted to be the king of a country, she would be unwilling to do so despite all her wishes. There is nothing we can do about Xiao Xuan. His strength and power cannot be shaken by himself. You can never guess what his final trump card is, let alone what his next plan will be. Even as the reincarnated empress, she was helpless against Xiao Xuan like this. The day of the coronation. Xiao Qingyun was wearing a red robe, with a beautiful face and a clear and powerful temperament. After ascending to the throne, a huge flow of luck gathered from all around. Her cultivation realm has been upgraded from the original 5th level of God transformation to the great perfection of God transformation, becoming the second person present after Xiao Xuan. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh at the talent of the reincarnated empress. Even if she didn't practice the martial arts skills from her previous life, she could still become the most dazzling one. The Supreme Divine Court is worthy of being the treasure that Xiao Qingyun fought so hard to win in his previous life. Even Jamal Zhao's thunder ceremony is not as good as it. The people around him were shocked by Xiao Qingyun's strength and felt even more incredible. But one thing they knew very well. The Xiao family will have a genius who is not inferior to Xiao Xuan in the near future. Xiao Qingyun slowly opened his eyes and observed everyone's expressions without any trace. When he saw that Xiao Xuan was not surprised by his changes, Xiao Qingyun was shocked. Instant realization. She had suspected that Xiao Xuan knew her secret before. But I never thought that he even knew that he was a reincarnation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm. facing Xiao Xuan's half-smiling look. Xiao Qingyun has already got the answer. As the reincarnated empress, she hated this uncontrollable situation. She even wondered whether Xiao Xuan was the reincarnation of the old monster from the era. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain everything that happened to Xiao Xuan. But after the Lord God realm, almost all records about that era were destroyed. It seems to be covering up something. It seems that the only way to find the answer is from those ruins. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun's scalp felt numb. If he is really the reincarnation of an old monster from that era, even if she is reincarnated thousands of times, not enough for Xiao Xuan to play with. Xiao Qingyun suddenly felt fear in her heart. She really didn't dare to be disrespectful to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan didn't know these little thoughts of Xiao Qingyun. In his eyes, she was just a reincarnated empress, even with the blessing of the Supreme Divine Court. He can't make any waves here. Xiao Xuan took 2 steps forward and took out the imperial seal and handed it to Xiao Qingyun. This object is called the Jade Seal of the Kingdom, which is the foundation of a country's destiny. Today, the head of our family will give it to you. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyun took it with both hands. Thank you, master. Over the past few years, Xiao Qingyun has understood one thing, something that can come out of Xiao Xuan's hands. Absolutely extraordinary. Sure enough, after she took over the imperial seal, waves of luck are gathering from all around Nanming. It formed a long golden dragon and turned into a streak of black and yellow luck that sank from the top of her head into her body. A wave of dragon power burst out from Xiao Qingyun's body. Immediately afterwards, she felt a breakthrough in her momentum, which would have been impossible had she not suppressed it forcefully. I'm afraid that I will have broken through the law realm the moment I took over. In future battles, this black and yellow energy will increase her combat effectiveness several times. Xiao Qingyun looked at Xiao Xuan in astonishment. He actually handed over this treasure to her without hesitation, looking at him in great shock. Although Xiao Xuan knew her identity as the reincarnated empress, but there was no conspiracy against her from beginning to end. He even sent her many resources for training. Today even the imperial seal was handed over to her. She had to be shocked by Xiao Xuan's shocking courage. She has been reincarnated many times and no longer needs to experience life, death and suffering. It would be better to quickly spread one's wings under Xiao Xuan's protection. Thank you, master, for the reward. Qingyun will definitely do his best to bring the Xiao family to a higher level. Xiao Qingyun thanked him sternly. Xiao Xuan nodded, his face still calm, but there was a hint of joy in his heart. This reincarnated legendary empress was completely impressed by him. Done all this, Xiao Xuan did not stay in the royal capital. Instead, he took everyone in the Xiao family back directly. Even though the 9 elders and high-level personnel continued to persuade, they were still rejected by Xiao Xuan. Nanming belongs to the Xiao family. The Xiao family does not belong to Nanming. This matter must be clearly distinguished so that it will be easier for him to act in the future. Furthermore, it was also to reduce the appearance of dandy boys and take root in the royal capital. Many people's laziness will be caused by this, even relying on the fact that the dynasty belongs to the Xiao family. If cultivation is abandoned, if a family wants to develop for a long time, its foundation will still be among the descendants. What's more, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. He and Xiao Qingyun are both strong people. When dealing with things in the future, who should the people under my command listen to? The purpose of rejecting the proposal of the senior members of the Xiao family was to allow Xiao Qingyun to display his talents without being restricted. Xiao Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Xiao Xuan lead everyone in the Xiao family to leave. Xiao Xuan just returned to the Xiao family. I heard the system beep sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, founding the Southern Ming Dynasty, and obtaining the reward La Realm Great Perfection. A golden elixir of the Great Tao, a recipe for a spiritual storage elixir, a recipe for a soaring dragon elixir, and a general guide for forging low-level divine weapons. The family built the 1,000 Buddha Hall, 10,000 acres of high-grade spiritual land, 3 low-grade spiritual veins, and the Earth Flame Mine. 3 half-step Tao Realm experts, 10,000 exchange points, 1 family legend. Genius. Tao Jingdan prescription, helps half-step Tao Realm or Tao Realm strong people to break through. Spirit accumulating pill recipe, warming and nourishing the soul, it is the best pill for those who are strong in the realm of transformation into gods. Tinglong pill recipe, the perfect pill to assist the cultivation of powerful people in the law realm. Overview of the forging of heaven-level low-grade divine weapons. You can forge low-grade heaven-grade divine weapons with 0 loss and can be promoted to mid-grade heaven-grade weapons. Family building 1,000 Buddha Hall, anyone in the family who has escaped from the realm of cultivation can practice. The level-breaking training is set up based on the Kungjing pavilions, exercises, and martial arts. Each time you pass a level, you will receive corresponding rewards. There is a ranking list for each level. If you successfully pass the level, you will be ranked first in the total ranking and you will get automatic rewards from the system. The system for 3 half-step Tao Realm experts has been distributed reasonably. Xiao Xuan looked at these treasures in shock. With these rewards, the family's strength and combat effectiveness have soared again. But the most important thing now is to break through the Great Tao Realm. First, now Nanming has changed its dynasty. Although the Xiao family used its strong strength to suppress other forces, preventing them from making trouble. But it is only superficial, they may counterattack at any time. The most effective way is for him to break through the Great Tao Realm. At that time, even if those forces have huge ambitions, they will not dare to make mistakes. Therefore, Xiao Xuan came out of seclusion and briefly explained the family affairs to the 9 elders, then went into seclusion and began to break through. At the same time, the news about Xiao Xuan's execution of Zen Master Qianlu of Dalai Holy Temple has been spread throughout Tianzhou. This news shocked countless people. Xiao Xuan was indeed the legendary head of the family. Relying on the 6th level of Law Realm, he can actually kill Tao Realm cultivators. But the other party also offended the powerful Great Thunder Holy Temple. Although the Xiao family founded a country and established a dynasty, its foundation was unstable and it provoked powerful enemies. It was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. Therefore, all forces are coveting this piece of cake. At this time, the Tiandu dynasty started building Buddhist temples. In a short period of time, hundreds of Buddhist temples, large and small, appeared. Regardless of whether they are rich or powerful, or from poor families, they all joined the procession of worshipping the Buddha. Some people even went bankrupt and sold their children, so they went to Buddhist temples to donate money for incense. Everything is just for the purpose of reaching the pure land of ultimate bliss as soon as possible after death, and one day becoming a Buddha and becoming a saint. As early as the rise of Buddhism, the Tiandu dynasty was in a critical period of alternation between old and new kings. At that time, 3 brothers, Zen Master Qianlu and Master Xiao Xuan, were ordered by Dalai Holy Temple to come to Tianzhou to open a road. The turbulent Tiandu dynasty became the starting point of Zen Master Qianlu. The side with his support automatically becomes the winner. The 3 brothers Xiao Xuan were trapped by Xiao Xuan in Nanming. After completing his mission, Zen Master Qianlu turned around and went to Rescue the three of them. In order to prevent everything he did in the Tiandu dynasty from being destroyed by others. Therefore, he used the pure heart mantra and Buddha's sound to forcibly convert a strong man who was half a step into the great Tao realm. This is also a method commonly used by Zen master Qianlu. Not only that, he also informed a young novice monk about the means to control the three people and asked him to supervise them. This little novice monk has been raised in the Great Thunder Temple since he was a child. His strength and talent are not very good, but he is extremely sincere. After the little novice monk discovered that he had the ability to control a half-step Taoist realm expert, the three of them were beaten, scolded, humiliated, and treated like cattle. At this time, the three half-step masters of the great Tao realm were sitting around a temple. They are Dugu swordsman Li Qia, Hunyuan thunderbolt fist Su Ke, and Shura sword Yang Kai. At this time, the three of them were on the top floor of the temple. They looked at each other and saw the humiliation in each other's eyes. Full of anger, but nowhere to vent it. We are already half a powerful man in the great Tao realm, yet we are suppressed by a little novice monk. What a humiliation this is. Su Ke punched the golden pillar in the temple. You and I want to kill him, but before we even get close to him, we will be counterattacked by Tianlu's demon monk's magic. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. Are we really going to be controlled by this little novice monk? Su Ke, can't stand this shame and humiliation. Su Ke roared angrily and punched the golden Buddha next to him. Yang Kai could only comfort him, so what if I can't bear it anymore? We are controlled by this magic, even if we have some cultivation. There is nothing we can do about that novice monk, unless someone is willing to help and save us from the sea of suffering. Su Ke smiled bitterly. If someone is really willing to help, I, Su Ke, am willing to go through fire and water for him. In fact, there is another way, and that is for them to break through on their own. But how could that demon monk Tianlu let the three of them go? At this time, Li Qia suddenly spoke. Have you noticed that the connection with Zen master Tianlu is broken? Su Ke and Yang Kai quickly checked and found that the thread that had been restrained by Zen master Tianlu was missing. This proves that they are no longer under the control of Zen master Tianlu. There is only one possibility to cut off contact. Zen master Tianlu is dead. The three of them were pleasantly surprised. The movement inside the temple attracted the young novice monk. What do you call it? You are living too peacefully. Now that you are too peaceful, go out and subdue those traitors who don't want to practice Buddhism. Su Ke made fists with both hands, twisted his neck, and punched the little novice monk in the face. You have rebelled. You are not afraid that I will sue you in front of Zen master Tianlu. Then you will not be able to eat and walk around. The little novice monk quickly recited the mantra given by Zen master Tianlu, but found that it didn't work at all. Only then did he realize that Su Ke had beaten him without restraint. That proves that Zen master Tianlu. Then he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Hero, spare your life. I offended a few people because of my ignorance. Now I know my mistake, please spare my life. I am willing to work hard for you. Yang Kai and Li Qia walked up slowly. How could we kill you? We still have to thank you for taking care of us. Killing him is impossible. Otherwise, they would not be able to vent the humiliation they suffered during this period. Chapter 52. The Xiao family suddenly emerges, and the three dynasties join forces. The little novice was suddenly filled with despair and extremely frightened. Without the blessing of Zen master Tianlu and the mantra, even if he was killed 300 times, it would not be enough for them to vent. Li Qia, Yang Kai, and Su Ke realized that they were no longer under the control of Zen master Tianlu. He completely let himself go and wreaked havoc on the Buddhist temples of the Tiandu dynasty. It took a lot of time to build the Buddhist temple. The three of them destroyed hundreds of Buddhist temples, large and small, in just one day. Even those Buddhist cultivators who promoted Buddhism were eliminated. The three of them even suppressed the Tiandu dynasty for several days, if they found missionaries who were obsessed with practicing Buddhism or even close to Buddhism. They will kill him without hesitation. Li Qia and others' frenzied eradication of Buddhism shocked the Tiandu dynasty. Until there was news from Nanming that Xiao Xuan had killed Zen master Tianlu. News came from him and his three senior brothers. Only then did everyone understand why the three of them were so crazy. At this time, it was on a high-rise building somewhere in the Tiandu dynasty. Yang Kai, Li Qia, and Su Ke stood facing each other. I didn't expect that the head of the Xiao family would be so mysterious and powerful that he could even kill Zen master Tianlu in the Great Tao realm. If he hadn't fought with Zen master Tianlu, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the clutches of the devil. We can't forget this kindness. Despite this, he has also offended the Great Thunder Holy Temple. I'm afraid it will be difficult in the future. Su Ke said goodbye to the two of them with clasped fists. Now is the time for the Xiao family to employ people. I made a vow before that if anyone can rescue me from the sea of suffering, I will go through fire and water for him. Su said goodbye to his two brothers today. See you again in the future. Yang Kai and Li Qia smiled at each other and stopped him. Thanks to you and me, the three of us have been together for decades, and yet you only care about repaying your kindness. In your eyes, the strength of my two brothers is so poor. Su Ke was stunned. What are you? Of course I will go with you. If the head of the Xiao family had not eradicated Zen master Tianlu, I would not have been able to regain my freedom. Now the Xiao family is facing the enemy, Dalai Holy Temple. As our old enemy and the powerful enemy of our benefactor, how can we miss the opportunity to repay our kindness and revenge? Su Ke patted the two of them on the shoulders. I'm sorry for the lack of thought. In this case, you and I will go together to support the Xiao family. The three of them briefly discussed and headed in the direction of Nanming Zhao's house. At the same time, the sound of thunder and lightning came from the mountain behind the Xiao family. The sky was dark, thunder was rolling, and strong winds were raging. Purple lightning struck down from the sky, a total of 72 of them. Each stroke was accurately struck in the cave. Finally, after the last purple lightning struck down, a monstrous power burst out from the cave. And that purple lightning thunder calamity was completely absorbed by it. A natural aura of the Great Avenue circulated in Xiao Xuan's body. The purple lightning bolt that was absorbed by him actually struck from his body towards the sky. The ultimate power is terrifying. At this time, Xiao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying light flashed from his eyes. The Great Tao realm is accomplished. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the Great Tao realm and gaining magical power, Poji, sword domain, breakthrough strength, aurora, and invincibility. Aurora, among the same level, regardless of the number of opponents. Regardless of the magic weapon level, suppress the opponent's strength by 30%. Invincible, triple combat effectiveness, perfect level crushing among people of the same level. After breaking through the Great Tao realm, he realized 2 new magical powers. Now my strength can be said to be invincible among those at the same level. Xiao Xuan is very confident in his own strength. The dragon blood battle body of creation is now gradually unsealed due to the continuous improvement of its cultivation level. It will become more powerful the further you go. Before it was just a level up. Challenge. After breaking through the Great Tao realm, he can kill the opponent even if he is at the Great Perfect Tao realm. Ding, the family already has the Tao realm, the Law realm, and the Divine Transformation realm. The system will automatically upgrade the third grade. Family. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. With the previous rewards, Xiao Xuan is now very excited about the rewards issued by the system. Regarding the Law realm that appeared in the family, Xiao Xuan's first thought was Xiao Qingyun. After all, Xiao Qingyun already had a tendency to break through at the last founding ceremony. Ding, the host's cultivation level has been upgraded to the third level of the Great Tao Realm. The Sutra Collection Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, 10,000 Swords Cave, and the Mountain Guarding Sword Formation Family Station will automatically upgrade to the third level. Obtain the general outline of the Forging of Heaven level low grade artifacts, the general outline of the middle grade elixir, a heavenly monument of enlightenment, and 2 magical golden elixirs. The Waning Moon Sword was upgraded to a low-grade heavenly artifact, and a legendary genius was born in the family. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, Level 3, increase the weight of martial arts and enhance the effects of martial arts. The tribe's hidden talent increases by 1%, and the chance of comprehending the artistic conception increases by 1,000th. Automatically refresh heaven-level low-grade exercises every day. Enlightenment Room, 3rd grade, 4 floors, 1 layer of aura increases by 10%. The second level of spiritual energy is increased by 20%, and the third level of spiritual energy is increased by 35%. The fourth layer of spiritual energy increases by 50%, and the tribesman can obtain martial arts and natural skills after enlightenment. Family Head Jade Pendant, 3rd grade, the latest qualification for the birth of a family newborn is mid-grade. The birth of a newborn's top grade qualifications increases by 5 thousandths, increasing the family's aura growth rate. It can be integrated with spiritual veins and family residences to help the host improve 6 small realms. Family Station, 3rd grade, automatically upgrade the lower grade spiritual veins to the middle grade, and increase the spiritual energy by 20%. 10,000 Swords Cave, 3rd grade, contains 10,000 swords in the world. The landing of divine weapons is increased by 1,000th. Mountain Protecting Sword Formation, 3rd grade, anyone who touches below the cave void realm will die. Monument of Enlightenment, increases the chance of enlightenment for clan members, and increases the chance of understanding artistic conception according to the opponent's talent. Can be superimposed with the Enlightenment Room to add attributes only for family members. Xiao Xuan felt a powerful Taoist energy coming from the top of his head. Immediately afterwards, his realm was directly upgraded from the 1st level of the Great Tao Realm to the 3rd level. Feeling the improvement in realm, Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Then he handed over the pill recipe and the general outline of weapon forging to the 2 elders, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Sua, and put the Enlightenment Monument just rewarded by the system directly into the Enlightenment Room. The moment the Enlightenment Sky Monument entered the Enlightenment Room, it took root and grew rapidly. It is 4 stories high. After doing all this, Xiao Xuan returned to the system and checked his own information. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 3rd level of Tao realm. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique, can reach the top of the immortal way after completing the practice. Cruel Wulong, can cut through the void with the sword after completing the practice. 8 stage / can reach the 2nd level after practicing. Weapon, heaven level low grade waning moon sword. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, Wanjian Cave, Thousand Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Sky Monument. Supernatural powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Strength Breaking 10,000 June, Aurora, Invincible. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. It has been less than 3 years since he took over this body. Both his own strength and the power of the Xiao family have undergone earth-shaking changes. Although he was a strong man in the past, he also needed to be wary of all forces. Now, even if he faces a strong man in the Great Perfection realm, he still has the ability to fight against him. Come out of the room. Xiao Xuan felt the aura of 3 half-step Dao realm experts, and was only 1 step away from the Dao realm. Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment, then thought of the system's rewards, and it suddenly became clear to him. At this time, someone in charge was coming, preparing to report to Xiao Xuan the recent events within the clan. Xiao Xuan waved his hand and motioned for him to retreat first. Then he jumped into the air and headed towards the direction of the 3 half-step Dao realm experts. Li Qia and others were walking halfway when they suddenly found a powerful man in the great Dao realm appearing in front of them. I was suddenly shocked. But the person he saw was holding a long sword and dressed in white, and he happened to be in the direction of the Xiao family. Then he guessed Xiao Xuan's identity. Is the person here, Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family? Li Qia spoke first and bowed respectfully to Xiao Xuan. Although Xiao Xuan already knew the identities of the 3 people, he did not reveal any of them. Why are the 3 brothers here? Li Qia and others looked at each other with joy on their faces. He told Xiao Xuan his purpose of coming here and what happened before. Then the 3 of them said in unison, the 3 of us are here this time because we want to join the Xiao family master and serve you. Yes, although our cultivation level is not very strong, we can still help the Xiao family master at critical moments. From the last battle, Xiao Xuan knew that the Buddhist pure heart mantra and the Buddha's sound had the ability to control people's hearts. I never thought there could be a more terrifying spell than this. Buddhism is really harmful. Xiao Xuan used his chaotic pupils to check the identity information of the 3 people so that he could know them better. Li Qia, half-step Dao realm cultivation, Dugu swordsman, was forcibly converted by Zen master Tianlu. Trapped beside him for decades, he resisted many times, but suffered backlash. Now he is indirectly rescued by the host. With a grateful heart, even if the host does not accept it, he will follow it secretly. Suke, Hunyuan Thunderbolt boxing is half a step into the great Dao realm, and was forcibly taught by Zen master Tianlu for decades. He once swore an oath that if anyone could rescue him from the sea of suffering, he would do so to the death. Yang Kai, Shura swordsman, possesses the heart of a sword, and his sword skills are second to none. He surrendered after being indirectly rescued by the host. After getting the detailed information of the 3 people, Xiao Xuan withdrew his chaotic pupils. But he didn't expect that these 3 people were not only half-step Dao realm experts. He also has a spiritual body and is still a person who pays great attention to friendship. This is undoubtedly an extra strong arm for him. I didn't expect that Zen master Tianlu was not only sanctimonious, but his methods were so despicable. Since the 3 dear brothers have sincerely surrendered, I, Xiao Xuanding, will protect you all. As long as I am here, no one will take action against you again, and the Xiao family will be the home of the 3 of you from now on. Xiao Xuan's words made the 3 of them feel that they were not with the wrong person. The originally anxious heart calmed down at this moment. However, verbal promises are not Xiao Xuan's style. I saw him taking out 3 white jade bottles and throwing them directly to the 3 of them. This is the magical elixir, consider it a meeting gift from me. The 3 of them were surprised. Magical elixir. That is a perfect level of elixir. Not only can it help half-step masters in the great Dao realm break through to The Great Tao Realm, but it also has no erysipelas or side effects. Even those who are powerful in the Great Tao Realm will do anything to seize this elixir. Xiao Xuan was so generous as to give it to the three of them. This gift is too valuable, we can't accept it. Yes, no reward for no merit. The three of them have been stuck in the half-step Tao realm for many years. And now they have this magical elixir. Breaking through the Great Tao realm is within reach. But no matter how eager the three of them were to break through, they couldn't accept this thing. So I could only reluctantly refuse. Even so, their eyes never left her for a moment. But his eyes were clear, without any greed, and even extremely determined. Upon seeing this, Xiao Xuan became even more satisfied with the three people's character. These three magical golden elixirs are normal to my Xiao family. If you don't throw them away, it will be fine. Likewise, our Xiao family will not refuse to take you in. Seeing the hesitation of the three people, Xiao Xuan made a move to throw away the three white jade bottles. I, Xiao Xuan, can never take back what I, Xiao Xuan, have given me. Li Qie quickly stopped him. It's not that the three of me won't accept it. But it's too expensive. The three of my brothers. The three of you took magical golden elixirs to break through to the Great Tao realm. As far as my Xiao family is concerned, it is just that there are three more powerful people in the Great Tao realm sitting in charge. In the end, they will still serve the Xiao family. Then the three of us would rather be respectful than obey. Li Qie and the three of them looked at each other. It can be considered that I have a general understanding of Xiao Xuan, so I am more determined to serve Xiao Xuan. Xiao Shangang led the three people back to Zhao's house and was arranging for the manager to arrange a place for the three people to stay. Xiao Jianfeng suddenly hurried over. He glanced at Li Qie and the other three, then stepped forward to report to Xiao Xuan. Master, I just received a secret message that the coalition forces of the three major dynasties around Nanming have launched an attack on our country. Chapter 53, Fighting Against Four Powerful Men in the Great Tao Realm. It is impossible to escape death. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows, turned around and sat down on the main seat. Xiao Jianfeng handed the secret letter in his hand to Xiao Xuan, and then told him the outline of the matter. The king sent people to go as soon as he received the news, but they were defeated by the opponent. He had the tendency to push forward. The monarch led his troops to the battlefield and discovered that among the three great dynasties there were auras of powerful men in the Great Tao realm. Therefore, the secret method sent a message back to the Xiao family, asking the family owner to send people to support him. There was a flash of light in Xiao Xuan's eyes. Since the founding of the Southern Ming dynasty, the Xiao family has crushed surrounding forces with absolute strength. I have never heard of any dynasty that has a strong person in the Tao realm. Not when he was fighting Zen Master Qianlu, it was the best time for those dynasties to take action. But as the reincarnated empress, Xiao Qingyun was even less likely to betray herself. The only thing that can explain it is one possibility. The alliance of the three dynasties to attack Nanming was just a pretense. The ultimate goal is him. The battle with Zen Master Qianlu had already attracted too many forces to pay attention to him. The three major dynasties were suppressed and did not dare to resist, so they launched a coalition army in a short period of time. It proves that they have found a strong backer. And that backer is exactly what he wants to deal with. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan nodded. Then I, the head of the family, should go there in person and meet for a while to find out who the other party is. Li Qie and others strode forward, knelt down on one knee, and asked for help. Master, my three brothers came here to help the Xiao family. Now that the Xiao family is in danger, my three brothers are willing to go to the battlefield. Yang Kai and Su Ke quickly agreed. Xiao Xuan didn't say much when he saw this. That's very good. The three of you will go to the battlefield to support first. The master of this family will go there immediately after upgrading the family formation. In fact, Xiao Xuan can go to the battlefield now. But a powerful Dao realm person appeared on the other side, and this alliance battle was nothing more than a conspiracy. If he really went there right away, he might be falling into a trap. Therefore, before leaving, he must upgrade the mountain guard sword formation. And even other family protections must be consolidated and strengthened. In this way, even if the other party is attacked by a powerful person in the Great Dao realm, there is no need to worry about the family members being in trouble. Li Qia, Su Ke, and Yang Kai were immediately overjoyed. This was a great opportunity for the Xiao family to see their strength. At the same time, they also want Xiao Xiangao to take a look at them. At the same time, on the battlefields around the southern dynasties. In this war, Xiao Qingyun first sent 3 million troops to go there, and then led 1 million troops to fight in person. In addition to the millions of local troops stationed in the country, Nanming sent 5 million troops to the expedition this time. The Three Dynasties coalition, this time, directly dispatched 25 million elite troops. Among them, nearly 1,000 powerful people in the transformation of God realm went out to fight, and there were even more than 1 million in the escape realm. However, even with this lineup, Nanming's army can still take advantage. Coupled with Xiao Qingyun's effective combat strategy, the Nanming army was even more motivated to fight and was likely to become more courageous in the Vietnam War. Xiao Qingyun relied on the blessings of the two treasures of the Imperial Seal and the Supreme Divine Court. Even if you fight against several powerful men who are in the Dzogchen realm of law at the same time, you can easily win. This further stimulated the army's fighting spirit, and in subsequent battles, fewer troops defeated more troops more often. However, the battle situation in the past 2 days has been somewhat unfavorable. Xiao Qingyun frowned even more. The other party has noticed her strength and sent 2 strong men at the half-step Dao realm to restrain her. Although she could barely fight against him, the Dao realm in the opposite military camp was not something she could defeat. Unlike Zen Master Qianlu, who has just entered the Great Dao realm, the aura of the other party is in the middle or late stage of the Great Dao realm. And there's more than one. Although she is the reincarnated empress, and has the imperial seal and the blessing of the Supreme Divine Court, her realm is only the first level of the law realm. She can easily fight against cultivators of the same level, and even has the ability to fight with half-step Dao realm. But it can't cause any harm to the powerful ones in the Great Dao realm. The opponent can even get rid of her with just one move. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside. Report to the monarch that the enemy has launched another attack on our army. Please give instructions from the monarch. Xiao Qingyun stood up suddenly, put on his battle helmet and walked out. You will prepare quickly and join us to fight together. Yes. On the battlefield, the soldiers and horses of the two armies have begun a fierce battle. Xiao Qingyun was wearing a red battle robe, holding a long sword, and sitting astride a war horse. The alluring appearance, devilish figure, coupled with the unique dragon power, make people unable to take their eyes away. At this time, her eyes were heavy, and there was a hint of worry between her brows. This time, the opponent actually sent 5 half-step masters to fight against her. She could barely fight against the 2 before, and the 5 of them went into battle at the same time. Unless she activates the secret technique, there is no possibility of victory. But that secret technique comes at a huge price. What's more, Xiao Qingyun set his sights on the local camp. She planned to use that secret technique to deal with that Great Dao realm. person. Now it has to be used. Oh. This king of Nanming is also a stunning beauty. Look at this figure, it makes people full of desire to conquer. One of them, half-step Dao realm, directly teased him, his greedy desire unabashedly flowing out of his eyes. Haha, I don't know if the Nanming monarch likes to go forward or push the door backwards. I think she will be extremely happy no matter which way. Mr. Nanming, as long as you are willing to lie under us to please us, we are not unable to consider keeping your whole body. The filthy words made everyone around him laugh. Many people even laughed and said more unpleasant words to Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun's eyes were filled with anger, an overwhelming murderous intent surged out of them. Even if she paid that price at this moment, she would cut these people into pieces. At this time, suddenly 3 half-step Dao realm auras came from behind. I saw a sword technique, a fist wind, and a burst of sword light in the air, heading towards her. Xiao Qingyun was shocked. Knowing that there is no way to escape today, he is about to activate the secret method. But he found that the 3 extremely murderous attacks were heading behind him, forcefully forcing back the opponent's 3 half-step Dao realm experts. Xiao Qingyun looked at the 3 people with unknown origins, without knowing why. Li Qia and others clasped their fists and stepped forward to express their intention. Greetings to the king, we are sent by the Xiao family to support you. And took out the elder certificate given by Xiao Xuan. When Xiao Qingyun heard this, he immediately became furious. The long sword in his hand was pointed directly at the enemy, and murderous intent surged out. You 3 only need to help me hold down 2 of them, and the lonely king will deal with the rest himself. If she couldn't cut these people into pieces with 1,000 knives, it would be difficult to understand the hatred in her heart. Li Qia, Su Ke, and Yang Kai looked at each other. They came here to prove their strength. How could they let you do it alone? Immediately activated the half-step Dao realm coercion and locked onto 3 of them. The monarch only needs to hold those 2 people for half a stick of incense, and we can solve them. Xiao Qingyun was stunned, then launched an attack on it. With the addition of Li Qia, Su Ke, and Yang Kai, Xiao Qingyun felt much more relaxed and went on a killing spree. Everyone in the army was also affected by her, and their fighting spirit rose again, directly suppressing the opponent's army. And at this time, the general in the enemy camp retreated to the rear with an anxious expression. He knelt down in front of a tent and said, 3 more powerful men of the half-step Dao realm emerged from the Nanming army to contain the Fang army. Please help me, adults. Otherwise our army will be defeated. But there was no answer inside. The general still wanted to speak, but was afraid of his methods. At this time, a man wearing a black robe whose appearance was unclear and exuding a deathly aura came out. Since I'm here, there's no need to worry. I saw him rising into the air and reaching the top of the battlefield in a blink of an eye. Looking at Xiao Qingyun, who was fighting with 2 half-step Dao realm figures, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. I originally wanted to use you to lure Xiao Xuan away, but now it seems that Xiao Xuan no longer dares to show up, so there is no use keeping you. He snorted coldly. Heaven and earth trembled. His eyes were locked on Xiao Qingyun and the 4 of them, releasing the power of the powerful men in the great Dao realm to suppress them. The strong pressure made Li Qia and others on guard, and they couldn't help but look up at the sky in horror. Great Dao realm, demon race. The 3 of them were shocked. There are people from the demon clan appearing among the 3 major dynasties. Even Xiao Qingyun looked worried. He is actually a demon cultivator at the 9th level of the great Dao realm. At this moment, countless people changed their minds. The 3 major dynasties actually formed an alliance with the demons. He's still a demon in the Great Tao realm. Aren't the three great dynasties afraid of being stung forever? The three great dynasties are really good at it. In order to defeat Nanming, they even made deals with the demons. For a time, countless people were angry. The demonic cultivator turned a deaf ear to these and directly attacked Xiao Qingyun. I saw a white skull claw with black energy heading towards Xiao Qingyun. Everyone in the Nanming army was worried when they saw this scene. King, be careful. King, please get out of here. Some people even tried to break through the pressure of the Tao realms. Momentum and jumped directly into the air, trying to block the blow for Xiao Qingyun. During this period of time, Xiao Qingyun used his practical actions to win the hearts of countless people. Coupled with his courage and ability to do things, he impressed countless people. Now that she is in trouble, these people are naturally willing to sacrifice their lives for her. The four of them, Li Qia, were locked in by the black-robed man's aura and were unable to make any defense at all. Xiao Qingyun's brows were burning with anger, and something in his chest seemed to be breaking out of its restraints. At this moment, Xiao Qingyun suddenly relaxed and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. A change from the gloomy look of the past. Behind her, there was a unique aura. That is Xiao Xian's unique meaning of swordsmanship. The sound of a long sword being unsheathed came from the air. Many people looked sideways. I saw a golden sword light in the air, piercing the sky, coming towards here with a fierce sword force. The demon cultivator's heart moved slightly and he hurriedly retracted the skull claw, but it was too late. Those who hurt my Xiao family have asked me if they have ever asked me. As a familiar voice sounded, another figure dressed in white descended from the sky. That was Xiao Xian, the head of the Xiao family, who existed like a god in their hearts. Seeing Xiao Xian coming across the sky, everyone was overjoyed. The master of the house is here. Great! The king can be saved. I knew the master would not give up on us. Even when facing a demonic cultivator at the 7th level of the Great Tao realm, the head of the family can deal with it calmly. Countless people cheered for Xiao Xian, hope was rekindled in their eyes, and fighting spirit was rekindled in their hearts. Mo Xiao looked at the tiny crack on his hand and sighed slightly. This was because he had closed his hand a little faster. If it had been a little slower, it would have been more than just a crack. Even he was a little afraid of this sword power. Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Qingyun and others and motioned for them to go down first. Xiao Qingyun and others did not hesitate and retreated directly from the battlefield. Rather than staying up there and letting Xiao Xian have worries, it is better to retreat to the back and let him have nothing to worry about. Xiao Xian looked at the man in black robe opposite and spoke indifferently. Isn't it just that Lord Jiuyo of the Blood Knife sect is going to such great lengths to lure my family leader out? In that case, you must be the only one coming. Instead of hiding behind, the other monarchs might as well show up together. Lord Jiuyo chuckled, and the hoarse voice did not seem to come from his throat. Master Xiao is so courageous. You know clearly that I want to lure you out. But you still dare to throw yourself into the trap. At this time, 3 powerful forces of pressure suddenly erupted from the enemy camp. Immediately afterwards, the other 3 monarchs also appeared next to Lord Jiuyo. Xiao Xian sneered coldly, since it is specially prepared for the head of my family, why should I not come? As he spoke, Xiao Xian used his chaotic pupils to check the detailed information of the 3 people. Jiuyo monarch, 9th level cultivation in the Great Tao realm, one of the 4 great monarchs of the Blood Knife sect. The sudden rise of the Xiao family and the death of General Yan made him suspect that the treasure was in the host, but he did not know that the treasure was a relic of the Qilin sect. White Dragon Monarch, 7th level cultivation of the Great Dao Realm. Monster Phoenix Monarch, 8th level cultivation of the Great Dao Realm. Monarch Tiankue, 9th level cultivation of the Great Dao Realm. Seeing that the 4 great monarchs had appeared, Xiao Xuan sneered coldly. The Blood Knife sect has really gone to great lengths to get my master to show up. We even didn't hesitate to dispatch a 7th level Dao Realm, an 8th level Dao Realm, and 2 demon cultivators from the 9th level of the Dao Realm. My master is so powerful in your eyes. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It turns out to be a demon cultivator in the late stage of the Great Dao Realm. Can the head of the family be able to deal with it this time? No wonder the 3 major dynasties dared to join forces to attack. It turns out they found such a strong backer. Is it possible for the master of the family to fight against the 4 late stage demon cultivators in the Great Dao Realm by himself? For a time, countless people began to worry about Xiao Xuan. They even felt that Xiao Xuan could not escape this disaster. Chapter 54, Kill the Void and Ask You to Die. Lord Tiankue snorted coldly, full of disdain. You were like an ant in the eyes of this monarch more than 30 years ago. And you will be the same 30 years later. It's just that I didn't expect that you would hide the Qilin sect's treasure from you in order to prevent us from knowing it. You have swallowed your anger for so many years, just to rise up. Xiao Xuan, I have to admire your character. In the eyes of Lord Tiankue and the other 3 monarchs, Xiao Xuan has not revealed that he has a rare treasure for so many years. The purpose was to make them give up the idea of continuing to search the Xiao family. Even the informants placed around him by Yan Puppet didn't find any problems. Now that he was powerful enough to intimidate a territory, he attracted their attention. I have to say that Xiao Xuan was really desperate to survive. Xiao Xuan was too lazy to explain. 30 years ago, you destroyed my entire Xiao family and killed my father. Now the Nanming dynasty has been destroyed. Let's settle the blood feud between my Xiao family and your Blood Knife sect. Starting from your 4 great monarchs. When the 4 monarchs heard this, they immediately raised their heads and laughed. The demon Phoenix monarch even made some sarcastic remarks. Only you? A mere 3rd level practitioner of the Great Dao Realm wants to take revenge on us. Don't even urinate and look in the mirror. Xiao Xuan smiled coldly. Whether I can kill you or not, you will find out after a battle with the master of this family. You are talking arrogantly. Then let me teach you how powerful this monarch is. The White Dragon Lord rose into the air and launched an attack on Xiao Xuan. A cluster of ghostly fire rose from the palm of his hand and pointed directly at Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan swung his sword away, and the ghost fire shattered. Then he jumped into the sky and couldn't help but marvel at the strange fire faintly emanating from the White Dragon Lord. I didn't expect you to possess strange fire. The White Dragon Lord smiled proudly. If not, how could I, together with them, be called the 4 great lords? Xiao Xuan's heart moved. This strange fire was just right for Xiao Yan. In this case, this Ihua family is the main one. Xiao Xuan's body moved and the waning moon sword was unsheathed. He was the first to take action against the 4 monarchs, and with a flash of his body, he was already in the sky above the 4 monarchs. Boom! A sword light flashed, the wind and clouds changed color, and thunder rioted in the sky. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and purple lightning and thunder fell from the sky, condensing on the waning moon sword. A sword swing down. The ultimate sword light actually divided the world into 2, purple thunder and lightning and golden sword light entwined with each other. Like a giant dragon, it rushed towards the 4 monarchs. The 4 monarchs were horrified. They did not expect Xiao Xuan to be so powerful. With just one strike of the sword, the color of heaven and earth changed. But they didn't have any fear. I also have an understanding of Xiao Xuan's strength in my heart. The strength is good, but one move can't hurt us at all. Let me show you what is the strength of the great Dao realm. Lord Tiankue snorted coldly. Then the four monarchs launched an attack together. Streams of black demonic energy soared into the sky, causing turmoil in the entire battlefield. The demonic energy soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and it was like night in an instant. For a moment, the surrounding birds and beasts fled one after another, and those that were slower were turned into carrion. Xiao Xuan held the waning moon sword and rushed into the sky, his aura and sword energy merged into one. A pure sword intent rushed out of his body, as if it was going to upset the sky. The majestic sword force washed away the demonic energy of the four monarchs. The space was suddenly divided into two levels, black and white. Another collision. Suddenly the sky and the earth were darkened, the sun and the moon had no light, and it had the potential to destroy the heaven and the earth. The fighting between the two sides made the world feel sad. At this moment, the four great monarchs have overwhelming murderous intentions. What a great Xiao Xuan. After years of forbearance, you have grown to this point. If you don't die today, you will be a great disaster to us. Lord Tiankue was very angry. They were fully prepared to subdue Xiao Xuan. Even four of them team up. As a result, not only could Xiao Xuan not be hurt at all, but he was even suppressed by him. Xiao Xuan looked at the few people calmly, with murderous intent gushing out in his eyes. This scene reminded him of his father. Back then, he was also dealt with by the four monarchs in this way. In the end, he died tragically under their tricks. Now it happened to me again. Is this your Dao realm strength? If this is all you have, then you will only die. Xiao Xuan said indifferently. Since breaking through the great Dao realm, all his memories have been restored. He did travel through time, but he did so as early as when he was born. All the things that the Xiao family has experienced happened to him. How could he not avenge such a bloody feud? Humph. With a mere third-level cultivation of the great Dao realm, do you think you are truly invincible after suppressing us for a moment? No one from our four great monarchs has survived in our hands, including your father. The four monarchs were completely angered by Xiao Xuan's arrogant words. So he stopped talking nonsense and took action against Xiao Xuan. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan swung his sword again. The sword energy broke through the clouds, and the sword power cut through the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth dimmed, leaving only Xiao Xuan holding the crescent moon sword in his hand. The sword light was impartial and went straight towards the faces of the four monarchs. The four monarchs were shocked and quickly used their defensive skills. Although he dodged the sword, but all four of them were pushed back hundreds of meters by Xiao Xuan. The four people were shocked. They did not expect that Xiao Xuan, who was only at the third level of the great Dao realm, could actually repel them twice. That's it, he can still retain his strength. Xiao Xuan looked at the four of them indifferently. Within 2 moves, you will be dead. Then he looked at Xiao Jianqin below, his eyes clear. Kenshin, you have to look carefully at these 2 swords. Xiao Xuan's voice reached everyone's ears and caused a commotion. What? Kill a demon cultivator in the late Dao realm with 2 swords? Could it be that the head of the Xiao family thinks he is fighting against the escape realm? He can say such arrogant things. Humph, do you still want to win against someone at the 3rd level of the Great Dao Realm versus a late stage 4 lords of the Great Dao Realm? You are simply overestimating your capabilities. If the Xiao family master can say such words, he must be confident in his own strength. It's just a big talk before death. It was just a fluke that I was able to leapfrog the challenge before. If it were me, I could do the same. For a moment, some people were horrified, some didn't believe it, some were confused, and some were disdainful. There are very few people who believe that Xiao Xuan has the absolute strength to kill the four monarchs. In their eyes, although Xiao Xuan is powerful, it is absolutely impossible to defeat four powerful men in the late stage of the Great Dao realm at the same time. However, among the few people who believe in Xiao Xuan, there are several geniuses such as Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yanyao, and so on, as well as the 9 elders and senior core members of the Xiao family. Especially Xiao Jianqin, who was given guidance by Xiao Xuan and had the most contact with him. His understanding and trust in Xiao Xuan is unparalleled by other geniuses. After hearing what Xiao Xuan said to him, he knew that he wanted him to understand something from it. Quickly deal with several opponents in the God transformation realm in your hands. Then he stepped aside and watched Xiao Xuan's moves carefully. Xiao Xuan's arrogance also reached the ears of the four monarchs. Several people became furious upon hearing this. Xiao Xuan, look how I will strangle you today. You ants from the human race, you really think you have the ability to kill me by repelling this monarch with just 2 moves? You are simply overestimating your abilities. Let you see how powerful this monarch is. Xiao Xuan, if I don't cut you into pieces today, I will write the word Joyo upside down. The 4 people shouted loudly and launched a fierce attack on Xiao Xuan. 4 terrifying auras rose into the sky. The white dragon lord soared into the air, and with the blessing of the magical white bone claws, he headed towards Xiao Xuan menacingly. Netherworld bone claw. The demon phoenix monarch slashed towards the sky 3 times and transformed into a rotting corpse. With the blessing of the crazy slashing with magical powers, his artistic conception of the rotting corpse became more solid. Carrion killing. Lord Tiankui roared angrily, and the aura at the peak of the Great Dao realm exploded instantly, with the blessing of the fallen magical power. A terrifying demonic power rushed into the sky, and the sunlight above the sky was gradually swallowed up. With the blessing of the magical sun-devouring power, Lord Tiankui's combat effectiveness soared rapidly. Tiankui bites the sun. Lord Joyo chuckled, and the bones on his body made a crisp sound, like a demonic sound. The black mist emanating from his body made his figure become illusory, with the help of Tiankui devouring Sunday. With the blessing of magical powers and shadows, Lord Joyo disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Demon Shadow Slash. Immediately afterwards, Lord Tiankui and Lord Yaofeng took action at the same time. With the blessing of the magical power of Crazy Slash and devouring the sun, the 2 merged into one. And the phantom of Lord Joyo directly enveloped the 2 of them, and the 3 of them merged into one. Countless people were shocked. Under the combined blow of the 3 great monarchs in the late stage of the Great Dao realm, there would be no chance of survival. Many people began to worry about Xiao Xuan's life and death. What's more, looking at the white clothes in the sky, he sneered. In their eyes, Xiao Xuan must die. And at this time, Xiao Xuan took action under everyone's gaze. Not only was he not intimidated by the monstrous murderous intent of these people, he even ignored their combined killing moves. The waning moon sword trembled violently. Chapter 55 Yun Xianzong goes to the appointment. Under the ultimate sword light, only bursts of screams were heard from inside. No one knows what's going on inside. Wait until the sword light dissipates. I saw that the physical bodies of the 4 great monarchs had been destroyed. Lord Joyo was even more stunned. Lord Tiankui and Lord Yaofeng turned directly into a blood mist, and even their bodies were gone. The White Dragon Lord only had a bunch of strange fire left, and that's strange. Fire was still burning his remaining bones. Countless people were shocked by the scene in front of them. Xiao Xuan really killed the 4 monarchs with 2 swords. At this time, his aura was at full strength, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. And climb higher. It seemed as if everyone was going to be slaughtered. His courage and strength, as well as the waning moon sword in his hand, have become the fear of countless people. Xiao Xuan knew that the current situation was not right. But he couldn't help but want to continue killing everyone. His eyes fell on the armies of the 3 dynasties. The waning moon sword in his hand was shaking violently. All the spiritual energy around the world converged towards it. As the sword light flickered, Xiao Xuan's aura also surged. This battle brought him a long-lost sense of pleasure. Finally, the moment when the waning moon sword was about to unsheath itself, Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated and hit the air with his sword. The sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, and the light of one sword chills 19 continents. Xiao Xuan's cold voice attracted everyone's attention. A sword light pierced the sky and headed towards the central army of the 3 dynasties. Although Xiao Xuan said that after fighting against the 4 great monarchs, his hands became itchy to kill. But his reason was not lost. This sword was aimed at the top brass in the Chinese army. There are direct descendants and core personnel of the 3 dynasties. Regardless of defeat or not, he will never choose to surrender. Instead of worrying about dealing with these tales, it's better to deal with the troubles directly. The sword energy stretches hundreds of thousands of miles from Xiao Xuan's feet. Divide the military camps of the 3 dynasties into 2. Wherever the sword light went, limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. Upon seeing this, the senior officials of the 3 dynasties evacuated one after another. However, once the waning moon sword is released, how can it leave a way for the enemy to survive? Wherever the sword struck, the ground collapsed, forming a chasm tens of thousands of miles wide. Within the chasm, golden sword energy continued to emit, strangling all the soldiers from the 3 dynasties here. Under such a sword, even if the 4 great monarchs are resurrected, there is only one way to die. Then, the sword light gradually dissipated. All high-level officials in the military camps of the 3 dynasties were annihilated. In the chasm, sword aura gradually rose up. These sword energies ignore the realm of cultivation. Everyone looked at these golden sword auras and knew that they would not disappear for hundreds of years to come, or even longer. And this gap also became a holy place for countless young disciples to learn the art of swordsmanship in the following years. Xiao Xuan took back the crescent moon sword and left here directly. He doesn't need to do the aftermath. Xiao Xuan once again became famous in one battle. And his unparalleled 3 swords not only spread throughout Tianzhou. It has become the ultimate goal for countless people who practice swordsmanship. And the rumors about Xiao Xuan are too mysterious and exaggerated. Therefore, many people came to verify it. When they came to the place where Nanming fought with the 3 great dynasties, they saw the gap that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. I have to sigh with emotion. Xiao Xuan is truly the best swordsman in the world. The place where Xiao Xuan annihilated the armies of the 3 dynasties with one sword attracted many people to investigate. In order to find out the truth about that sword, a strong man with the Tao realm rushed directly into the center point. As a result, his throat was sealed with a sword energy, and even his corpse could not be found. He even wanted to find the strange fire of the White Dragon Lord, one of the 4 great monarchs. He risked his life to go to the center of the chasm, but as a result, either his Taoist heart was broken or he died here. And the sword energy emitted within the chasm will be in the future. It gave birth to many flowers, trees, and even spiritual animals. Anyone who practices swordsmanship will choose to come here to gain enlightenment, and some people even break through 3 minor realms here. When everything was verified, Xiao Xuan had reached the 3rd level of Dao realm. The fact that he killed the 4 monarchs of the Blood Blade sect with 3 swords was recognized by the world. As for his terrifying strength, only those in the Dongxi realm can compete with him. The Blood Knife sect was severely damaged due to the fall of the 4 great monarchs. Let alone causing trouble for the Xiao family at this time, they can't even protect themselves. Not only do you have to avoid the pursuit of your opponent, but you also have to find another hiding place. In a short period of time, the Blood Knife sect, which had been camped in Nanming for hundreds of years, was hidden. But everyone knows it. The next time they appear, it will be the next disaster for the Xiao family. After this battle, no one dared to look down upon the Xiao family. Nanming also completely gained a foothold in this battle. The 3 major dynasties formed an alliance with the Blood Knife sect this time and sent more than 20 million troops. After the 4 great monarchs fell, the core members of the 3 great dynasties were all annihilated by Xiao Xuan's sword. Now the 3 great dynasties exist in name only. Xiao Qingyun took advantage of the situation and stepped forward with the help of the 3 great geniuses, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Jingyan. Push through the 3 dynasties along the way and occupy them directly. As a result, Nanming became the largest dynasty. Regardless of strength or influence, no one dares to offend him. The capital of the Southern Ming dynasty, Xiao Qingyun, is determined to retain Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Jianyan to continue to stay in the dynasty. You are really determined to leave. Although he already knew the result, Xiao Qingyun still wanted to try. After all, if these 3 people can stay, it will undoubtedly add 3 powerful arms to her. Xiao Jianxin shook his head. Sister Qingyun, compared to the glory and wealth in the dynasty, I still prefer to practice outside. Jamal Xiao also echoed, I have stayed here for too long this time and I have lost a lot of practice. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you will be blinded by these bustling scenes, and you won't be able to catch up with you. Xiao Yan nodded, we are all your tribe, and our departure is only temporary. If you need us in the future, we will come again. Seeing what the 3 said, Xiao Qingyun knew that it was impossible for him to keep them. Besides, she didn't just stop contacting the Xiao family. Although Xiao Jianxin and others left. But there are other talented people in the Xiao family, some choose to stay. And some choose to leave. Although the Xiao family is rich in resources, competition is also high. Staying in the dynasty does not mean choosing to fall. Although these geniuses are nothing compared to Xiao Jianxin and others. But if anyone takes it outside, it can intimidate someone. Therefore, Xiao Qingyun was extremely happy that they could stay. The stay of these people gave her a few more right-hand men. And Xiao Xuan did not interfere much with the Xiao family's choice. Wherever they go is their own choice, and who can guarantee that they will leave the Xiao family? Can't they shine brightly? After 3 months of adjustments, Xiao Xuan's strength has been further improved. Since breaking through to the Great Dao realm, his understanding of the way of swordsmanship has deepened. When his realm broke through again, Xiao Xuan entered the system to check his situation. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 4th level of Dao realm. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal way, Jing Zhan Wulong. After completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword, 8 stage. The 3rd level. Magic weapon, heavenly top divine weapon waning moon sword. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, family Residence, Wanjian Cave, Thousand Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Sky Monument. Supernatural powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Strength Breaking 10. Thousand June, Aurora, Invincible. In 3 months, he once again broke through the realm. And he also learned a new magical power, Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed, during battle, the body skill can be increased 5 times in a short time and can be integrated with the body skill. Although his current strength is one of the best in Tianzhou. But facing a strong man in the cave realm, he had no choice but to escape. Since Xiao Qingyun conquered the 3 major dynasties, the territory of Nanming has been peaceful. In addition to practicing basic training every day, everyone in the Xiao family is also very comfortable in the family. After the last battle with the White Dragon Lord, Xiao Xuan got his netherworld fire. However, he originally prepared this strange fire for Xiao Yan, so Xiao Yan and others returned from the royal capital. Xiao Xian gave the strange fire to Xiao Yan. After more than 3 months, Xiao Yan also came out of seclusion in the Enlightenment Room today. Seeing Xiao Yan's changes, Xiao Xian nodded with satisfaction. Yes, after devouring the strange fire, not only will your cultivation level reach the great perfection of the God transformation realm, but your combat power will also increase several times. Xiao Yan also felt his own changes. A strong confidence burst out from his eyes. For more than a year, he practiced hard and fought against Xiao Jianqin every chance he got. Although he has never been famous in front of everyone, he is still a well-known genius in Nanming. Now that his cultivation realm has once again broken through, he has the ability to go to Yunxian sect and fulfill that agreement. Nailin Yenran, the 1.5-year appointment is coming soon. Are you ready to fight me? The day I, Xiao Yan, set foot on the Yunxian sect, will be the day I avenge my previous humiliation. Thinking of this, he pushed away Xiao Xian's yard. At this time, Xiao Xian was playing with the flowers and plants in his yard, some of which were heaven-level fairy grass. He was not surprised to see Xiao Yan come in. He had sensed it a quarter of an hour ago. And Xiao Yan has only one purpose for coming here. That is to go to Yunxianzong. Have you thought about it? Xiao Yan nodded. The 1.5-year appointment is coming soon, and the grudge between me and Nailin Yenran has come to an end. Hearing this, Xiao Xian put down the watering can in his hand and turned to look at him. Forget it, if you don't resolve this matter, I'm afraid it will become a hindrance to your cultivation path. After a pause, since you have decided to go to Yunxianzong, then several Dao realms of Yunxianzong will also pay attention to you because of what happened back then. But you don't need to worry, our Xiao family is no longer what it used to be. And those old monsters don't dare to attack you. Xiao Xian's words were very soft, but there was a reassuring feeling in his voice. Xiao Yan still remembers the scene when Xiao Xian appeared in front of him that day and stood up for him. This was also the biggest turning point in his life. Then Xiao Xian took out something from the house and handed it to Xiao Yan. Although this is not a good thing, if you are really in danger, opening it will protect you. No one below the cave void realm can hurt you at all. Xiao Yan was moved in his heart and bowed deeply to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian nodded lightly, then took out a box of pills and a jade slip and handed them to him. This is the Shanji soul washing pill, which can nourish the soul and bring it close to the physical state. The jade slips record some techniques that the soul body can practice. With time, the physical body can be cultivated. Xiao Yan didn't know how to speak. Suddenly the jade pendant on his chest flashed with inspiration. A white soul suddenly appeared in front of several people. Xiao Yan was a little shocked, wondering why Yao Lao chose to come out at this time. Thank you, Master. I am grateful. Yao Lao bowed and thanked Xiao Xian. Xiao Xuan was not surprised by Yao Lao's appearance. No need to be too polite, this family leader should also thank you for your help to Xiao Yan over the years. Yao Lao understood clearly in his heart, this time I go to Yunxianzong, the head of the family can rest assured. Although Lao Chan is a soul body, he is not an ordinary person, and he will definitely be able to protect young Yan. Xiao Xian nodded and said nothing more. The master and apprentice thanked him and left to go to Yunxianzong. On the way to Yunxianzong, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask Yao Lao. Yao Lao, why did you suddenly show up just now? Yao Lao had just taken the Xianji soul washing pill, and his soul state was now thicker than before. Now he doesn't need to worry that his soul and body will be burned even under the sun. I originally thought that your family master wanted to keep my secret, so he didn't reveal my existence. But after getting along with each other for these days, I found that he was not interested in these secrets of mine. It's more about seeing if I'm harmful to you. Moreover, the strength of your family leader is even more terrifying than the old monster from the era. Xiao Yan remained silent after listening to Yao Lao's words. He respects Xiao Xian extremely, so no matter how many secrets he has, he respects him very much. Xiao Yan will not explore it either. And at this time, Nalan Yanran has also returned from training abroad. When the elders of Yunxianzong received the news that she had returned to Yunxianzong, they went to Liangkigong Cliff to look for her. Yanran, now that the new dynasty has been established, Nanming has become the first dynasty, and countless geniuses have emerged among it. Especially Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Jingyan, and Xiao Yan of the Xiao family. I remember that Xiao Yan of the Xiao family has a marriage contract with you. Nalan Yanran nodded. Although she had joined Yunxianzong for many years, her connection with the family had not been broken. Therefore, she also knew about Xiao Yan's affairs, but Xiao Yan's efforts were in her eyes just to get her attention. Chapter 56 Cutting off the robe and breaking the righteousness, sneak. Attack from behind. I didn't expect him to work so hard to prove himself. Thinking of Xiao Yan's words back then, Nalan Yanran felt a little bitter in her heart. If she had not gone to break off the engagement, the two of them would have been the envy of the world as a couple. When the news about Xiao Yan reached her, Nalan Yanran felt a little regretful. Because of this, she gradually began to distance herself from Huang Tianba, so that she could feel better inside. The Xiao family has a king named Xiao Qingyun, a swordsman named Xiao Jianqin, and a person named Jamal Xiao who is good at thunder and lightning. Xiao Yan even killed hundreds of powerful people in the god transformation realm in Nanming and the three great dynasties. There are many cultivators in the late stages of the divine transformation realm among them, and this is just the number of kills he has killed on this battlefield. Master's words made Nalan Yanran feel even heavier. Ever since she became his disciple, the master has been extremely devoted to her. As for the matter between her and Xiao Yan, although she didn't talk about it, she was investigating it secretly. Master, don't worry, no matter how powerful Xiao Yan is, he can't be my opponent. I was able to suppress him back then, but now that I have the inheritance of the king of killing Dao, I can defeat him even more easily. When Nalan Yanran said this, she was extremely confident, and her aura instantly erupted from the peak of the god transformation realm. The master nodded happily after hearing this. Although Nalan Yanran's qualifications are good, it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. All of this happened by chance to Nalan Yanran during her last experience. He actually obtained the entire inheritance of the king of Zhan Dao and fully understood it. In a short period of time, he surpassed Huang Tianba and reached the peak state of the god transformation realm. Become the well-deserved first genius of Yunxianzong. And as Nalan Yenran's master, he naturally received more respect. Since you have such confidence, I feel relieved as a teacher. I just don't know if Xiao Yan will come here to keep the appointment. A trace of determination flashed in Nalan Yenran's eyes. He will definitely come. Even if he doesn't come, my disciple will go find him. Although the two of them had only met each other a few times, she already knew about it from the last time they were in the Xiao family. My fiancé is full of arrogance and is a man of his word. And that fateful encounter was what Xiao Yan said in front of her. It has taken root in her heart since then, and even though a year and a half has passed, she can still clearly remember the look in Xiao Yan's eyes that day. This was also the main reason why she gradually alienated Huang Tianba. Because she discovered that Xiao Yan was already in her heart. That's fine. After settling this matter, it's time for you to attack the law realm. With your qualifications, it is not impossible to reach the top of Dongxiu realm in the future, and even kill the Dao King with one step. The master smiled happily and was very optimistic about Nalan Yenran. Disciple will definitely succeed. Nalan Yenran's eyes sparkled, and she had full confidence in herself. At this time, a majestic voice suddenly came from outside the Yunxian sect. Xiao Yan of the Xiao family of the southern Ming dynasty came to keep the appointment, and also asked Yun Xianzong Nalan Yenran to show up. Xiao Yan's voice rang throughout the Yunxian sect and echoed for a long time. Many disciples of the Yunxian sect were attracted to watch Xiao Yan of the Xiao family? How dare he come here? It seems that he is looking for senior sister. From the tone of his voice, it seems that there is something going on between the two of them. Even if there is a festival, there is only one Xiao Xian in the Xiao family. Who can take advantage of him? Who is Xiao Yan? No matter how powerful Xiao Xian is, he is only in Nanming. Who would know him outside Nanming? Xiao Yan is just showing off in the name of Xiao Xian. Due to the appearance of Xiao Yan, Yun Xianzong, which was originally peaceful, became lively at this moment. Many disciples are rushing here. On top of the main peak of Yunxian sect, Huang Tianba naturally heard Xiao Yan's voice. There was a trace of resentment and malice in his eyes, ever since he was seriously injured by Xiao Jianqin. He has been recuperating and recuperating. Although he has good qualifications, the sect's top resources have been given to him. This barely made up for the previous shortcomings. Even so, he was still left far behind by Nalan Yenran. In addition, she has obtained the inheritance of the King of Killing Dao, and her cultivation level has improved rapidly. Because of this, Nalan Yenran gradually distanced herself from him. But even though he had all kinds of resentment, he didn't dare to settle the score with Nalan Yenran. Just because her master is a powerful person in the Dao realm that even her father is afraid of. And Xiao Yan also changed from an unknown person to an unknown person as time went by. He suddenly became a famous Xiao family genius, and even shone brightly in the war between Nanming and the three major dynasties. Xiao Yan, you still dare to come to Yun Xianzong? Today, I will make sure you never come back. Just because he didn't dare to take action against Nalan Yenran didn't mean that he was also afraid of Xiao Yan. So what if Tianjiao comes to Yunxian sect, even if he is in the Great Dao realm, he has to leave his life behind. Since I have made an agreement with you, I, Nalan Yenran, will not go back on my promise. Even if you don't come to me today, I will go to the Xiao family to find you to complete the agreement. Nalan Yenran's clear and sweet voice echoed in Yun Xianzong. Immediately afterwards, a light green figure flashed through the sky. At this time, more and more disciples gathered at the entrance of Yunxian sect. In the past, they would have taken action against Xiao Yan long ago. But after hearing Xiao Yan declare his family status, even if they were still dissatisfied, He also did not dare to say any inappropriate words to Xiao Yan. Just because behind him was the peerless swordsman Xiao Xuan, who not only dared to offend the great Thunder Holy Temple, he even managed to kill 4 late-stage Dao realm masters from the Blood Knife sect with just his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Dao realm. The Blood Knife sect, which has been rooted in Tianzhou for hundreds of years, has to be hidden. None of them wanted to provoke a man known as the God of Death. At this time, Nailin Yanran hurriedly arrived here. Seeing Xiao Yan again, her heart was very complicated. There is both reluctance and regret. Looking at the high-spirited young man in front of her, she realized how stupid the decision she had made was. On the other hand, Xiao Yan, the moment he saw Nailin Yanran, he could only fight. The purpose of his coming here today is to avenge his past humiliation. You've changed a lot. I thought you wouldn't come. Nailin Yanran's tone was somewhat helpless. Yun Xianzong is not a dragon in a tiger's den, and you are not an unparalleled genius. Why don't I dare to come? Xiao Yan's words were very soft, but extremely domineering. After hearing this, all the disciples of Yun Xianzong wanted to rush up and beat him up. Nailin Yanran smiled indifferently, and she stretched out her hand to tidy up a strand of hair on her forehead. Did you know that now I have the inheritance of the king of Daozhan, plus a special physique? My strength and fighting ability are even greater than before. It will not be easy for you to defeat me. Xiao Yan, however, didn't take it seriously. Since you have obtained the inheritance of the Dao-slaying king, then use it and let me see who is better. He can't be intimidated by a mere Tao-killing king, let alone his own strength. Even Yao Lao, who is a soul body, doesn't know how many times more powerful than the Dao-killing king. Seeing this, Nailin Yanran stopped talking nonsense and directly attacked him. I saw a long whip waving, driving a cold light towards Xiao Yan. This whip amazed countless disciples of Yunxian sect. In their eyes, Xiao Yan couldn't even catch this move. However, this terrifying whip was full of loopholes in Xiao Yan's eyes. This is not to blame for Nailin Yanran being too weak. Moreover, Xiao Yan came into contact with top talents like Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Qingyun, and Jamal Xiao. Even Xiao Yan Yao, who kept talking nonsense, was much better than her. Therefore, Xiao Yan was very disappointed when faced with this whip. I saw him reaching out and grabbing the cold whip. A hot fire ignited instantly and quickly spread to Nailin Yanran's side. If she hadn't let go quickly enough, her entire arm would have been burned by the fire. Nailin Yanran was shocked. She thought her weakness was well hidden, but she didn't expect Xiao Yan to see it at a glance. Use all your strength, otherwise you won't be able to defeat me. Xiao Yan said calmly. Nailin Yanran was a little angry and took action again without talking. Nonsense. In an instant, the inherited skills and insights of the King of Killing Dao emerged. She saw white light emitting from her body, and the ice turned into a sword, attacking Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan clenched his fists with both hands, added strange fire, and punched Nailin Yanran in the air. Boom! The skywide flames instantly surrounded Nailin Yanran, punching her one after another. The beating made her retreat continuously, leaving her with no chance to defend herself. In just 3 breaths, Nailin Yanran was unable to resist. Nailin Yanran was shocked to find that she was no match for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan is more powerful than he knows. Looking at the young man with a calm yet graceful face, she realized it at this moment. Xiao Yan is no longer the stubborn young man he was back then. However, as the first genius of Yunxian sect, he is also the direct disciple of the elder of the great Dao realm. How could she just give up and say, use all your strength and let me see the gap between you and me? You can't even catch my move. Xiao Yan refused without hesitation. But how could Nalan Yanran just give up? At this moment, she is slowly becoming the stubborn young man she once was. Let's take action. Xiao Yan looked at her in a daze. Before coming to Yongxianzong, he went back to the Xiao family branch and had a few glasses of wine with his old father. At the same time, he also talked about his long-lasting friendship with his old friend. Before the Nalan family moved out of Nanming, the relationship between the two families was considered very good. Nalan Yanran's father was even more kind to him and had nothing to say, but who would have thought? Just like this, two old friends' families actually ended up fighting to the point of life and death. Although he has no feelings for Nalan Yanran, his father treats her like his own daughter. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan no longer persisted. Since you insist on this, for the sake of your father, I will satisfy you. Nalan Yanran felt disappointed for a while, but she didn't expect him to agree. Chapter 57. A ray of soul severely injured the three elders. It can be seen from Xiao Yan's skill level that he is one of the Xiao family's direct descendants. With Xiao Xuan's protective character, he will definitely come up with a sword and kill him. It's not that they are afraid of Xiao Xuan, but anyone who offends the Xiao family will only end up in one end, disappear. Huang Tianba. Are you crazy? Thankfully, you are still the senior brother of Yun Xianzong, and you don't even have this bit of vision. Huang Tianba, you have brought great trouble to the sect. Several elders took the lead in trying to stop Huang Tianba's sneak attack. However, since the other party took action, they were already prepared. Huang Tianba, who was overwhelmed by anger and jealousy, didn't care what the consequences would be, as long as Xiao Yan can be killed here. The elders of Yunxian sect naturally have ways to explain all this to the outside world. Even if they are unwilling to come forward, his father will not let him go. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. A generation of legendary geniuses fell like this. Secondly, I still don't know what terrible things Xiao Xuan will do. Although Xiao Yan never looked back, he also knew the direction of Huang Tianba's attack. Huang Tianba looked at Xiao Yan, who was close at hand. A triumphant smile flashed in his eyes. Suffer death. However, just when he was about to touch Xiao Yan, suddenly a big palm slapped him on the chest. His full blow was easily caught by the other party. Want to kill me? You still have to practice for a few more years. Looking at Huang Tianba with murderous eyes, Xiao Yan looked gloomy. Without saying a word, he condensed the 8 kinds of strange fire into the palm of his hand. It landed directly on Huang Tianba's chest. Xiao Yan has always wanted to take revenge on those who want to kill him. Never show mercy. The scorching heat caused Huang Tianba to fall to the ground and roll around, as if he was being eroded by magma. When the disciples of the sect saw this, they intuitively felt relieved. Finally, someone taught him a lesson. Relying on the fact that he is the son of the sect leader, he dominates and dominates. Today, he did such a thing regardless of the safety of his sect. All the sect disciples became dissatisfied with him. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in our Yunxian sect? A roar sounded in the air. Then he saw 2 figures falling from the sky. The visitors were none other than Huang Tianba's father Yun and his great-grandfather. When the 2 saw this scene, they were immediately angry. Tianba. My father will heal you. The head of the Yunxian sect hurriedly helped Huang Tianba expel the strange fire from his body. And his great-grandfather was staring at Xiao Yan angrily at this moment. My grandson just attacked you sneakily, and you actually wanted to put him to death. Xiao Yan looked at the other party calmly, without any fear. He was the one who attacked me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Although Huang Tianba was no longer suffering from the erosion of strange fire. At this time, But his face was ashen and full of despair. Father, grandfather, my dantian is broken. Xiao Yan destroyed my dantian, you have to avenge me. At this moment, Huang Tianba completely forgot that he was the first to sneak attack Xiao Yan. The two people who heard this were instantly furious. Huang Tianba's grandfather directly unleashed the pressure of a powerful man in the Great Dao realm and locked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you are so cruel. You actually broke my grandson's dantian into pieces. The terrifying pressure of the Great Dao realm instantly suppressed Xiao Yan. It seemed like it was going to break him into pieces. However, the jade pendant in front of him suddenly flashed, and the pressure of the powerful man in the Great Dao realm disappeared instantly. Xiao Yan looked calm and looked down upon the old man. Keeping him alive is just for Yun Xianzong's sake. If not, it will be more than just the dantian being destroyed. How presumptuous. You can obviously be merciful. But you insist on crushing his dantian. You clearly did it on purpose. Huang Tianba's father angrily scolded Xiao Yan. They completely forgot how they stood idly by as Huang Tianba attacked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan sneered, I'm not a saint, why should I show mercy? I didn't kill him just now. I regret it now. I am not a sage, so I will take off your dantian. This will make up for the mistakes you made. After saying this, the old man jumped into the air. His hands were in the shape of claws, heading towards Xiao Yan's dantian. When Huang Tianba saw this scene, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Yan, so what if you are a genius? Under such a terrifying blow, do you still have a chance to survive? The old man's terrifying pressure attracted the attention of the powerful men around him. Many people were wondering why the old man from Yun Xianzong suddenly took action. What's wrong with this Yun Xianzong man? Why is he so angry all of a sudden? I heard that his grandson's dantian was destroyed by Xiao Yan. Now I want to take Xiao Yan's dantian and give it to his grandson. What? Doesn't that mean he becomes a cripple? Xiao Yan is the Xiao Yan from the Xiao family in Nanming? A passerby who knew the inside story told the whole story. Everyone snorted with disdain. Obviously it was Huang Tianba who did the bad thing first, and he was just trying to protect himself, but the three of them actually put all the blame on Xiao Yan. It's worthy of 3 generations. You still have the nerve to take someone's pubic area. Let Xiao Xian know this, Yun Xianzong will not escape disaster. Since they dare to do it, they are not afraid that Xiao Xian will come to their door. The mountains are high and the roads are far away, and Xiao Yan is alone. Even if he died here, Xiao Xian would not know. Alas, it's just such a pity for such a talented person. In the face of absolute strength, Xiao Yan is even the direct descendant of the Xiao family. There is no escape from bad luck. However, Xiao Yan showed no fear when facing the old man who was coming towards him. He opened the scroll that Xiao Xian gave him and threw it into the air. He saw a sword light flash out from it, and then directly neutralized the opponent's killing move. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the scene. I saw a figure in white appearing in the scroll. Although there is only his back, there is an eternal aura about him. Everyone has been informed of his identity. The moment they saw that figure, they felt a desire to worship. With just a painting and a sword energy, he was able to neutralize the killing move of a strong man in the Great Dao realm. While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they were also impressed by Xiao Xian. However, Huang Tianba's grandfather couldn't control that much. At this moment, he has only one purpose, to dig out Xiao Yan's dantian. As a direct descendant of the Xiao family, his dantian must be better than Huang Tianba's. If Huang Tianba could possess this dantian, he would definitely be able to Enter the cave realm. Bring Yun Xianzong to another higher level. It's just a painting, do you think it can save you? Give me your life. The old man leaped up and concentrated his fist. He rushed towards Xiao Yan with terrifying fist intent. And the portrait seemed to sense danger. He actually protected Xiao Yan behind him. Immediately afterwards, the figure in white clothes in the painting walked out. In full view of everyone. This scene is so shocking. Under everyone's gaze, he was seen pointing to the sword. A sword energy was condensed and fell directly towards the old man. The old man was also directly knocked away by the attack of this sword energy. The shadow coming out of the painting was not affected at all. Countless people were shocked. Xiao Xuan's shadow was so powerful. This is just a shadow. Even the elders can be knocked away. How terrifying is his true strength? This terrifying aura is nothing more than that even if a real person is present. None of them could have imagined it. Xiao Xuan's strength is so terrifying that even a phantom is comparable to a real person. At this time, Xiao Xuan's shadow clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the old man. Indifferently. It seems that Yun Xianzong feels that he has been around for too long, so he wants to provoke the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan's domineering words made everyone take a breath. He is still the first person in Yun Xianzong who dares to say such murderous words. Therefore, all the disciples of Yun Xian's sect were angry. Humph. Xiao Xuan, do you really think that you are invincible, because you founded Nanming and led the Xiao family to a sudden rise? Not only did Xiao Yan come to Yun Xianzong to cause trouble, he also seriously injured my grandson and destroyed his dantian. I just want you and this Xiao Yan to stay here today, and no one else dares to say anything. The old man angrily rebuked Xiao Xuan. In his eyes, Huang Tianba was the rising genius of Yun Xian sect. Now that Tianjiao was destroyed, how could he be willing to do so? The head of Yun Xian sect helped Huang Tianba stand up and stared at Xiao Xuan angrily. Xiao Xuan, don't bully others too much. If you give me an explanation for what happened to my son today, you won't even think about stepping out of Yun Xianzong. Even the supreme elder on the side appeared at this moment and fought side by side with the leader of Yun Xian sect. Xiao Xuan, even if you have monstrous abilities, you are just a ray of soul. Regarding Yun Xianzong, we will make sure that this ray of soul of yours is destroyed. After saying that, he released the pressure of his great realm. If it were Xiao Xuan himself who came today, they would still be a little wary. But this is just a ray of soul, no matter how powerful the previous moves are. It was just used to scare them. They don't believe in the power of 3 people, and they can't even take down a ray of soul and a young boy. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he smiled coldly. Explain? It just so happens that the head of the family also has this intention. Even with a ray of soul, my master can severely injure the 3 of you. You guys, what qualifications do you have to keep this ray of my soul? The supreme elder of Yun Xianzong took action directly against Xiao Xuan. If they don't teach Xiao Xuan a lesson today, how will the world view their Yun Xian sect? Presumptuous. We are also worthy of you. Sect master, supreme elder, let's teach him a lesson directly. So that he knows that Yun Xianzong is not someone to be bullied. Huang Tianba's grandfather took the lead and jumped up. The punch shook the heaven and the earth, and the terrifying pressure made countless people tremble. Upon seeing this, the other elders immediately took action and launched an attack on Xiao Xuan. However, Xiao Xuan pointed to the sword and said indifferently, the sword rises and breaks. As soon as he finished speaking, the swords in the hands of the disciples of Yun Xian sect started to tremble. Flying directly into the sky, he defeated the 3 people's killing moves. One of the swords even missed the throat of the leader of the Yunxian sect. I will throw out a sword. If the three of you can catch it, I will not argue with you about what happened today. Xiao Xuan's words undoubtedly made the leader of Yunxian sect and others even more angry. But how could he care about their emotions? I saw Xiao Xuan's sword in the air, and countless sword lights condensed on the sky. Brush. The sword energy passed by. It triggered a wave of swords. Tens of thousands of sword energy gathered into a golden sword and came towards them. The expressions of the three elders changed drastically. They could not avoid this sword. Once dodged, this terrifying and overbearing sword energy will directly level the entire Yunxian sect. Therefore, the three of them could only use the ultimate move to resist Xiao Xuan's sword. However, how could they take Xiao Xuan's sword? Boom! Under a burst of aurora, the three elders were repelled by the sword light. The sword power that burst out shook several mountains of Yunxian sect to their peaks. The three elders turned pale and fell to the ground, unable to move for a long time. With this look, his true energy was undoubtedly damaged. Xiao Xuan severely injured the three elders with just one afterimage of his soul. Seeing this scene, countless people fell silent. Chapter 58. The head of the Xiao family is actually as good as Long Yang. Xiao Xuan relied on a ray of soul to seriously injure the three elders of Yun Xianzong with one sword. One of them is at the 8th level of the Great Dao realm. Such terrifying strength once again shocked everyone. The three elders clutched their chests and sat on the ground, unable to move. The eyes looking at Xiao Xuan were full of anger, but there was nothing that could be done to him. The father of the Yunxian sect leader was the most seriously injured. Not only was his physical body injured by the sword, but his soul was also eroded by the force of the sword. Although there were no other problems visible on his appearance at this moment, he didn't have much life left. Even if he doesn't take action against Xiao Xuan, his vitality will gradually disappear. At this moment, other Dao realm elders from Yunxian sect also rushed over. Looking at the scene in front of them, the expressions of several people changed drastically. In particular, the three elders who were above the 7th level of the Great Dao realm were all severely injured by Xiao Xuan. Several people were even more afraid of Xiao Xuan. Even if they want to seek justice, they have to be wary of Xiao Xuan's strength. The swords used by Xiao Xuanjing just now were shattered because they could not withstand the powerful sword intent. At this time, Xiao Xuan looked at several other elders of Yun Xianzong. A hint of sword intent emerged from his body once again. His eyes fell indifferently on the head of the Yunxian sect and his father. Several elders of Yunxian sect knew what he meant when they saw this. One of them stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Xuan. Master Xiao is worthy of his extraordinary strength. We, Yun Xianzong, have admitted defeat. What happened today is that we, Yun Xianzong, were at fault. First, please also ask Kaihan, the head of the Xiao family. I, Yun Xianzong, will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Even though he was unwilling in every way. In front of Xiao Xuan's strength, he had to bow his head. The people around him were even more shocked and their eyes widened at the elder's humble gesture. Yun Xianzong, who has always been strong and has several Dao realm elders in charge. There will be such a day. When the disciples of Yunxian sect saw this scene, they felt a burst of humiliation in their hearts. When had Yun Xianzong ever been so angry? But Xiao Xuan's terrifying strength made even the elders bow down, so what could they do? Xiao Xuan immediately withdrew his sword and looked at him with disdain. Yun Xianzong has already spoken, so the head of the family is waiting for the final result. Then it turned into a golden light and shadow and returned to the painting. Master Xiao, don't worry. Seeing that Xiao Xuan didn't care too much, the elder's attitude became even more humble. Xiao Yan took back the scroll and left Yun Xianzong indifferently. Now he has given up his obsession. The next step is to practice hard and seize the time to break through the law realm. Until Xiao Yan's figure completely disappeared from Yun Xianzong. Everyone slowly reacted. The two elders who were seriously injured among them angrily threw their sleeves and left the scene. The father of the Yunxian sect leader was the most seriously injured, but he had no time to nurse him back to health. This matter was caused by Huang Tianba, who was Huang Tianba's grandfather. An explanation must be given to all the disciples. Everyone, starting from today, I will take Huang Tianba to the back mountain. Forbidden area for retreat. What happened today will never happen again in the future. However, how could the elders easily agree to this matter? This matter was done by Huang Tianba, but the sect leader cannot escape his responsibility. If he hadn't condoned it, how could we be in today's situation? Yes, besides, this result is not what Xiao Xuan wants to see. A new sage should be appointed as the head of the Yunxian sect, and the former head should also pay for his mistakes. The old man was furious inside, but unable to make any changes. Therefore, we can only be forced to accept this decision. The reason why Huang Tianba and his son have been able to stand in Yunxianzong for so long. It's all because he is relying on him behind the scenes. Now he is about to become the core power of their lineage. They will soon be decomposed by other elders. Such actions are just a disguised form of guarding them. Then the old man took Huang Tianba and his son to the Yunxian sect's forbidden area. The backs of the three people were bleak, especially the old man's, who suddenly looked older. However, no one sympathized with them. On the contrary, there are still many who resent them. Yun Xianzong is now at peace. This is their own fault. Now the Xiao family has become completely famous in Tianzhou. With just a shadow, the three elders of Yunxian sect were severely injured. No one in Tianzhou would dare to attack the Xiao family again. That's not necessarily true. There are several strong men in the cave realm outside Tianzhou, and there are several other major sects, none of which are stronger than the Xiao family. Having said that, they are not willing to take the initiative to provoke a peerless killer like Xiao Xuan. Nailin Yanran jumped up and reached the highest point of the sect. Looking at the retreating figure, I felt a throbbing pain in my heart. She suddenly regretted what she had done a year and a half ago, when she looked down on Xiao Yan. Nowadays, Xiao Yan doesn't like her either. After all, there is a bit of a gap between them. In order to allow himself to reach the same height as Xiao Yan, Nailin Yanran has been immersed in practice every day since then, just to follow in Xiao Yan's footsteps. However, how did she know that Xiao Yan and she were no longer in the same world? Just like she was a year and a half ago. As time goes by, Xiao Xuan's affairs in Yun Xianzong have spread throughout Tianzhou. With a ray of his soul, he severely injured the three elders of Yunxian sect. Directly suppressed the entire Yunxian sect, even the elders who appeared one after another. Seeing Xiao Xuan's shadow, he had to bow his head and apologize, and the former head of Yunxian sect. He was also taken to a forbidden place by his father, never to appear again. Xiao Xuan's domineering strength was once again vividly displayed in front of everyone. The strength that Xiao Yan showed in Yun Xianzong was unmatched even by Nailin Yanran, who inherited the inheritance of the king of killing Dao. Then he smashed Huang Tianba's dantian with one palm, and his extraordinary talent made the supreme elder want to take it as his own. It was Xiao Xuan who came forward to rescue him. At this time, Xiao Yan had gone to the enlightenment room to practice since he came back from Yun Xianzong, preparing to break through the law realm. Xiao Jianxin has been practicing outside during this period and has already broken through the law realm. At this time, he has gone to more distant places to experience. Xiao Qingyun has been in the law realm for a while and is now breaking through to the next stage. Jamal Xiao was not far behind. After returning from training outside, he plunged into the enlightenment room. Judging from the momentum coming from inside, it seems that the breakthrough to the law realm has only occurred in the past few days. Even Xiao Yenyao, the king of sluts, followed closely behind and broke through to the realm of divine transformation. Xiao Xuan, who had nothing to do, went to the 1000 Buddha Hall and walked around. Since the establishment of 1000 Buddha Hall, the physical strength of the disciples in the family has been greatly improved. You said it would be okay if he occupied the first place on the list for 1 level and 2 levels, but he actually occupied the first place on the list for every level. Who knew he could be anonymous like this? I've never seen such a person. Have you not seen that Xiao Tian, Xiao Shou, and the other geniuses have re-entered the level many times, and they can't even surpass him? As soon as Xiao Xian arrived at the entrance of 1000 Buddha's Hall, he heard a group of people discussing around the ranking table of 1000 Buddha's Hall. He has seen several of the geniuses they mentioned. With good talent and a spiritual body, he will be the mainstay of the Xiao family in the future. But these 3 people were forced by the mysterious person to re-enter the rankings. This couldn't help but make Xiao Xian interested. If you can only grow by hiding, I must show you what strength is. This unexpected voice immediately confused Xiao Xian. If the system hadn't rewarded 2 geniuses before, he would have suspected that someone strong had invaded the Xiao family. However, before Xiao Xian could recover, another voice came over. If I hadn't cleared the level to get a reward that could heal my sister, Grandpa, I wouldn't have come here to clear the level. But with Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jingyan, and other Xiao family geniuses shining brightly in front, Grandpa, I don't have to worry about being discovered one day. In this way, not only will my reincarnated Tianzuan's identity not be discovered, but under the cover of the Xiao family, I can also go all the way back to the peak of my cultivation, and even set foot on the galaxy. Who would have thought at that time that this heavenly lord is just an unknown member of the Xiao family, a collateral branch of the ordinary who cannot be more ordinary? Xiao Xian followed this inner thought and searched the crowd with his chaotic pupils. After a while, I saw a young man sweeping the floor dressed in gray and looking like a servant. Fuck. Why did this old and immortal head of the Xiao family suddenly come here today? Isn't he in seclusion on weekdays besides practicing? Grandpa's milk, it's coming as soon as it comes. Why are you always staring at me? The boy sweeping the floor saw Xiao Xian staring at him and turned around to sweep the other side in a hurry. Xiao Xian's face turned dark due to the inner activities of the sweeping boy. Why aren't you leaving? I've become so ordinary now. Why is he still staring at me? Could it be that I was exposed? It shouldn't be. I even hid my eyes, not to mention, who can connect a generation of heavenly beings with an ordinary boy sweeping the floor? The boy sweeping the floor turned around and glanced at Xiao Xian quietly. Seeing that the other party was still staring at me, I almost exploded. Xiao Xian, I belong to your grandparents. There are so many talented people in the Xiao family. Why are you always looking at me? Is it possible that you are still as good as Long Yang? No wonder, talented people like Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan, and Jamal Xiao are so valued by you. They have extremely deep exchanges of feelings. In terms of combat effectiveness, Xiao Xian should be an attacker. TSK. It's hard to imagine the coquettish looks of those geniuses. I just don't know how durable they are. Xiao Xuan's face became increasingly gloomy under the inner activities of the sweeping boy. First, he is not as good as Lan Yang. Secondly, he not only has strong combat power, but also has stronger durability. You can also change various postures. Nonsense. He was all set by this guy. After gathering his emotions, Xiao Xuan used his chaotic pupils to check the details of the boy sweeping the floor. Xiao Junlin, Tianzuan, is reincarnated. He is currently at the 4th level of cultivation. During the Hunyuan War, he competed with powerful men of the same level for a peerless treasure. Although he crushed other strong men with his super strength, he himself also perished and was reincarnated. The treasure also recognized Xiao Junlin as his master after his reincarnation. This treasure was handed down from the Void Dharma realm. It contains tremendous power, but it must exist as an ordinary person in order to obtain the true meaning of the treasure. When the supreme treasure is cultivated to 100%, you can transcend the world and step into the galaxy. In addition, this treasure also gave Xiao Junlin the Void Sky Eye and the Void Sky Cauldron. False Sky Eye can predict the future and detect events that are likely to happen in the near future. Shutian Cauldron can help it hide information from anyone's prying eyes. Chapter 59, The Legendary Genius Who Can Peek into the Future. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Junlin with a black line on his face. No wonder this guy kept his name anonymous and was willing to just be a sweeper. It turns out there is such a treasure. System, show me the image of Xiao Junlin breaking into the 1,000 Buddhas. Hall. I would like to see how strong the reincarnated Heavenly Lord is. Then a picture appeared in Xiao Xuan's mind. The 1,000 Buddha Hall is divided into 100 levels, and each level is divided into 10 small levels. Each small level also has a ranking list. If you want to be number 1 on the 1,000 Buddha Hall list, in addition to having enough total experience, your score in each small level must also be number 1 on the list. At this time, a young boy with red lips and white teeth appeared on the screen. Under his proud smile, it seemed that the experience in the 1,000 Buddha Hall was not worth spending too much strength on him. Except for the last level, which took half a day. He only spent a quarter of an hour on the remaining levels. His talent and strength are no less than those of Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan, and other family geniuses. He is worthy of being a reincarnated Heavenly Lord. His strength is worthy of being a legendary genius. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but admire in his heart. After Xiao Junlin successfully cleared the level, a video and 2 white jade bottles appear on the main hall of 1,000 Buddhas. Hall. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level. You will be rewarded with a marrow cleansing pill, which can be reborn after taking it, and a Xinyuan pill, which can cure all injuries after taking it. Now that I have received this reward, not only can my sister's injuries be treated, but her qualifications can also become better. However, the head of the Xiao family is really capable. Not only has he obtained the treasure, but he has also been able to hide his strength for so many years. He is indeed an old cunt. Although the een is a bit een, it is still good for the people in the family. Now that my sister's elixir is solved, I should continue to be useless. After all, staying silent is the right way to go. Xiao Junlin took the white jade bottle and left directly from the 1,000 Buddha Hall, not forgetting to change his appearance again. When Xiao Xuan saw this, his face became darker and darker. This guy actually slandered him like this here. Still holding his reward. This is too lawless. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Xiao Xuan walked directly towards Xiao Junlin. It's not that he was attracted by Xiao Junlin's qualifications, but that he couldn't stand this tone. After all, the Xiao family already has so many geniuses, and he needs special attention from each of them. There is no need to do other things. It was really uncomfortable for him to hold this breath. Fuck. Is this coming towards me? Is it possible that this old immortal Xiao Xuan really has a crush on me? No way. You are already old, but I am still a baby. Uncle, we are not suitable for each other. Please leave as soon as possible. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Who knows what hobbies you have? Staying by your side is not like letting a sheep fall into a tiger's mouth. I'm still a virgin. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he almost couldn't help but slap this guy to death. You can do whatever you want, my master will do as you wish. But you can't slander the head of the family like this. You're good at sweeping the floor. Whose kid are you from? Xiao Xuan had a very kind smile on his face, which made people feel very comfortable just looking at him. Xiao Junlin was extremely respectful on the face, but he was already embarrassed in his heart. Master, I am the son of Xiao Sei, a branch of Beiping County. Because of my average talent, my family arranged for me to clean at the master's house. I hope I can make some progress. Little kid, you are just a little kid. Grandpa, I am the reincarnation of Heavenly Lord, I don't know how much older than you. If it weren't for the sake of completing the task, Grandpa, I wouldn't come here to sweep the floor. A branch of Beiping County, a branch with average talent. Except for your father, no one can achieve greatness. Seeing as your qualifications are so poor, you won't be able to become enlightened even if you are placed in the enlightenment room. The talent in your family is as bad as Kuchiki, but you don't need to blame yourself. Your inability to become enlightened is your innate talent. When Xiao Junlin heard Xiao Xuan's words, he almost ran away. Although nothing happened on the surface, I was already going crazy on the inside. You old immortal bitch, you are Kuchiki. Your whole family is rotten wood. Grandpa, I am the reincarnation of Tianzuan, and I don't know how powerful my talents are. I can't help but kill someone. As for the master, although the junior's qualifications are not good, my elder sister's qualifications are the best in the family. This junior is also in the favor of my elder sister, so he stayed in the master's house and got a job of sweeping the floor. As for the younger generation, I don't have much ambition, as long as I can spend this life safely. Xiao Junlin lowered his head very low, leaving only the back of Xiao Xuan's head. Because he was afraid that if he raised his head a little higher, he would see him gnashing his teeth. Old immortal Xiao Xuan, you've asked enough. When you've asked enough, get out of here, your grandpa, I'm going to be pissed off by you. If possible, Xiao Junlin really wanted to pounce and tear Xiao Xuan's face apart. Hearing Xiao Junlin's angry words and crazy look, Xiao Xuan felt much relieved immediately. Xiao Sei is also a person who has contributed to the family. Your sister's qualifications are not bad, but she gave birth to a useless you. Let's do this. From today on, you will stay with my master. It just so happens that no one is disturbing the flowers and plants in my master's yard. You can still practice kung fu on weekdays, and my master can also give you some pointers. Maybe one day you will have an epiphany like Xiao Jianqin. Xiao Xuan's gentle look turned into a man-eating evil in Xiao Junlin's eyes. Who wants to stay by your side? Your grandpa, I wish I could kick you away. Only you deserve to be guarded by my grandpa. Think of me as a watchdog. I'm worried about you, the family master, but I have average qualifications. And a bit of stupidity. I'm afraid I will bring a lot of trouble to the family. Master. Why don't I give this opportunity to others who need it more than me? When he was waiting for Xiao Xuan to nod, he found that this guy actually looked at him and smiled even more lovingly. Just as he was about to continue talking, he heard the comments around him. It was more of an accusation than a comment. It's your blessing that the head of the family likes you. You're so ungrateful. With this qualification, do you still have the nerve to reject the head of the family? I think he's just pretending, waiting for the head of the family to give him a better job. Bah. Shameless. Xiao Junlin was filled with doubts. What is this? He doesn't need Xiao Xuan's guidance at all. There's no need to pretend, just based on his status as the reincarnated Heavenly Lord, 10 Xiao Xuan are not enough for him to fight. What kind of brain circuits do these people have? Xiao Junlin looked at Xiao Xuan and said it was reasonable. After hearing what he said, Xiao Xuan would definitely say something to ask him to practice well. Why hasn't this guy shown any sign of anything yet? There were more and more accusations around him, and some people even stared at him angrily. He even threatened to form a group to beat him up. Oh my God! Didn't he just reject Xiao Xuan's promotion? As for this, in the end, Xiao Junlin couldn't withstand the accusations and curses from these people, and agreed to Xiao Xuan. Thank you very much, Master. Being able to practice with the Master is a blessing that I have earned over many lifetimes. Nonsense. If it weren't for the fear of being spitted to death, I wouldn't agree to be your follower. It's pity that my lifelong reputation has been ruined like this. Bah, bah, bah. I am a strong-willed man. Xiao Xuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. She suppressed the urge to slap him to death. That's very good. Then you and my master can leave together now. Xiao Xuan even spoke with gritted teeth. Although Xiao Junlin lowered his head, he could still feel the envious looks from around him. Therefore, he greeted Xiao Xuan endlessly in his heart, and Xiao Xuan became known as the old slut. Master, I am very happy to be promoted by you today. Such a happy thing. Xiao Junlin followed Xiao Xuan with small steps. He was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Xuan in the middle of what he said. I have already notified your father and sister. You just need to stay by my side with peace of mind. How could Xiao Xuan not know Xiao Jiujiu in Xiao Junlin's heart? So after he found out that Xiao Junlin was another genius rewarded by the system, he added the slander against himself. How could he miss this opportunity to rectify Xiao Junlin? I Chao is your ancestor. I can't say ancestor, he and I have the same roots and lineage. You old fool, old cunt, shameless. Along the way, Xiao Junlin never stopped slandering Xiao Xuan. It wasn't until he entered the courtyard that Xiao Junlin stopped thinking. Xiao Xuan entered the room to get something. Xiao Junlin was attracted by the exotic flowers and plants in Xiao Xuan's yard. I didn't expect this old man to be able to live a good life. The flowers and plants are quite decent. Fuck. It is actually a middle-grade imperial chrysanthemum, one of the top 10 innate spiritual root flowers and plants. And Huang Zhongli. Legend has it that just by smelling the fragrance of a flower, one can attain the Taoist path of 10,000 years. This Xiao Xuan is too mysterious. At this moment, Xiao Xuan walked out of the room. In his hand was a piece of butter, a red rope as thick as a finger, and a long stick that looked like a pillar. Seeing this, Xiao Junlin felt his anus tighten. This guy is actually having so much fun. Xiao Xuan couldn't hold it back and hit him on the head with a stick. Xiao Junlin held the red rope in his hand and cried on his face. He doesn't want to tie me up. Master, I am still young and not suitable. This is a telescopic rod used to fix the hollow willow so that it can better absorb nutrients. The leash is asking you to mark the 10 innate spiritual root flowers and plants. As for this butter, it is used to smear the yellow plums. It can ensure its Absorption without worrying about its inability to adapt to the climate and depletion. Xiao Junlin felt relieved after hearing this. However, Xiao Xuan's next words made him go berserk in an instant. There aren't many flowers and plants in my yard, only about 100 acres. You just need to get water from the spiritual spring from the mountain for irrigation every day. You only need to irrigate twice a day, and you can spend the rest of the time practicing. Xiao Junlin was petrified. What do you mean, only 100 acres? Only needs to be irrigated twice. You are so awesome, why don't you do it yourself? What are you looking for? Xiao Xuan, what the fuck, uncle, you are clearly trying to trick me on purpose. Okay, you let me tidy up the yard, right? I steal a little bit every day. Bah, I get a little bit of my reward every day, can you still find out? There are more than 100 acres of exotic flowers and plants, but there are less than 1,800 plants. Can you still find them? However, as soon as his idea was implemented, Xiao Xuan slapped him on the shoulder. She looked at him with a smile on her face. The flowers and plants here will be counted and recorded every day by a dedicated person. If one plant is missing, dead or withered, it will be recorded on your head. At that time, your resources will be deducted according to the preciousness of the flowers and plants. If you don't have enough, we will deduct it from your sister. If you don't have enough, we will deduct it from your father. If you still can't make up for the loss, then we can only deduct it from the resources of your branch clan. Xiao Junlin immediately straightened his back and spoke righteously. Don't worry, owner, especially on one day, there won't be any less of these flowers and plants. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left. As for Xiao Junlin, naturally, he continued to slander Xiao Xuan in his heart. As expected of an old cunt who has lived for decades, I really can't compare to you in this way. If it weren't for the resources of my sister and my family, these flowers and plants, I would absorb them all for you in 1 year. Seeing the exotic flowers and plants in the yard, Xiao Junlin was extremely excited. Any one of them would greatly increase his sister's cultivation. Especially among the top 10 innate spiritual root flowers and plants, there is a high probability of transforming into a spiritual body after taking them. But now he can't move even if his heart is moved. This is related to the resources of the entire clan. Not to mention stealing, even the natural withering of flowers and plants, he has to be responsible for it. Xiao Junlin felt like crying without tears. Xiao Xuan, you must be sent by God to punish me. You said you didn't want to practice in seclusion, so why did you go to the Thousand Buddhas Hall? Just go, why did you bring me here? The key is that it also allowed me to see so many exotic flowers and plants. Do you know how uncomfortable it feels to be able to see but not eat them? As for Xiao Xuan, he was reading a book leisurely at the moment. He just liked to see Xiao Junlin trying to kill him but not being able to kill him. Half a month passed like this. Xiao Junlin was almost depressed. Especially after he returned to the family, he complained about Xiao Xuan to his sister. But instead she was criticized by him, and he even asked her to learn from Xiao Xuan with a look of admiration. Xiao Junlin became even more depressed. Xiao Junlin was depressed, but Xiao Xuan was happy. Xiao Junlin had just finished irrigating all the flowers and plants that day. Suddenly I remembered that I hadn't used the false heavenly eye for a while. Hey, what the false eye is looking at this time is actually related to me. A genius in the Xiao family is about to die, and he is still on his way to Tianzhou. Is this impossible? It seems that the Xiao family has no branches outside Tianzhou, but the false eyes will not lie to others. Should I tell that old bastard, Xiao Xuan? After all, apart from being a bit wicked, he also has nothing to say to the people in his family. The resources in the family only got better and better after he took over. But in what way do I say it? If you say it directly, you will definitely be regarded as a fool. Say it sideways? He asked me how I knew. What should I answer? Forget it, let's just wait and see what happens. Although false eyes can see the future is an uncontrollable factor. What if it's the same as those things before, and it's not necessarily changed? Chapter 60, The Legendary Genius Whose Bones Were Dug Out. Xiao Xuan is reading in the study at the moment. Naturally, he heard all Xiao Junlin's inner thoughts outside. It's just that he is a little confused. Almost all direct descendants of the Xiao family are in Tianzhou. Why are there still Xiao family prodigies coming from outside? Then he thought about the Xiao family's destruction. At that time, except for a few people who escaped with him, there are other core personnel who also protect other direct descendants of the Xiao family. That makes sense. It seems that he was not the only direct descendant of the Xiao family who escaped back then. Among the rewards given by the system these few times, there are 2 legendary geniuses. In addition to Xiao Junlin, there is another genius who has not appeared until now. Even though he spent a lot of time searching, there was no result. Now it seems that the genius is among those direct descendants of the Xiao family. Ding, the mission is released, rescue the legendary genius of the Xiao family, complete the mission to get generous rewards. Hear machine sounds coming from the system. Xiao Xuan felt a little happy, and at the same time decided to practice in seclusion and break through to a new level. During this period, we will mainly go to the back mountain to practice in seclusion. Please remember to take good care of these flowers and plants. Xiao Xuan asked Xiao Junlin before leaving. Xiao Junlin was still respectful on his face, but he kept complaining about Xiao Xuan in his heart. But saw Xiao Xuan's figure disappearing in front of him. Xiao Junlin suddenly felt bored. He was a little uncomfortable without someone to scold. This is really mean. Xiao Xuan can't control that much anymore. He needs to seize the time to break through now. Since the system has prompted, that proves that the enemies we will face this time will at least be strong men in the Dongxi realm. With his current level of cultivation, he is not yet capable enough to compete with the powerful ones in the Dongxi realm. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 7th level of Dao realm. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique, can reach the top of the immortal way after completing the practice. Cruel Wulong, can cut through the void with the sword after completing the practice. 8-stage / can reach the 3rd level after practicing. Weapon, the top heavenly weapon, the waning moon sword. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, Wanjian Cave, Thousand Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Sky Monument. Supernatural powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, breaking 10,000s of strength, Aurora, invincibility, extreme speed. During this period, in addition to his cultivation level, he was promoted to the 7th level of the Great Dao realm. Others have also made progress, especially the sword power, which has already achieved great success and reached the great perfection, and is about to understand the secret of the sword power. Now the sword power is perfect, plus the blessing of other magical powers. His sword moves have reached the point of perfection. In addition, he also learned a new magical power. Jingbang. Jingbang can store the full strength of the sword and explode at the critical moment. The power of the explosion is 10 times the original. And this move has also become his life-saving killer move. When I learned that the genius of the Xiao family was coming to Tianzhou, Xiao Xuan also thought about going to search, but with his current strength, It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, the best way is to improve your own strength. 2 months' time. The overall strength of the Xiao family has once again greatly increased. The number of powerful people in the realm of golden bodies and gods has increased significantly. He has almost become the mainstay of the Xiao family. The 9 elders also broke through and reached the law realm. Nanming also gradually stabilized under the leadership of Xiao Qingyun. And Xiao Qingyun's strength also increased after annexing the 3 major dynasties. Directly break through to the Dzogchen realm of law. This cultivation speed even exceeds that of Xiao Jianxin and other geniuses. The king of gossip, Xiao Yanyao, has also grown by leaps and bounds during this period. He is also a well-known genius of the Xiao family in Tianzhou. It's just that he relies on that mouth that makes people angry and doesn't pay for their lives. It truly explains what it means to be strong and not just talk. Those at the same level couldn't beat him, and those with a higher level were afraid of Xiao Jianxin. If you go further, you are afraid of Xiao Xian. All in all, I just can't stand him and can't kill him. Almost everyone who has fought against him hates him with it. There were even many people who wanted to form a group and beat him up severely. Compared to Xiao Yanyao, Xiao Jianxin's combat prowess deserves more attention. Now in the law realm, he is no longer practicing in Tianzhou, but has gone to a farther place. And this time in the competition held by the Arctic Empire. Xiao Jianxin relied on her super strength to defeat the powerful law realm masters one after another. Especially the sword that defeated the Holy Sun at the pinnacle of the law realm in the finals. It is known as the swordsman's most powerful sword and is even recorded in the annals of history. This sword not only won the championship, but also won the hearts of many girls. Even the eldest princess of the Arctic Empire sent an invitation letter to her. Xiao Jianxin's kendo is widely spread by more and more people. Countless people feel that Xiao Jianxin's swordsmanship is better than Xiao Xian's. No matter how powerful Xiao Xian's swordsmanship is, he is still from the older generation. Xiao Jianxin serves as Xiao Xian's personal mentor and has a lot of experience. Outside, the sword of the Arctic Emperor shocked everyone even more. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is more powerful than Xiao Xian. Although this was denied by Xiao Jianxin himself. He also said that his swordsmanship was not 1,000th as good as Xiao Xian's. But no one wanted to believe it. On the contrary, they thought he was too humble compared with Xiao Jianxin. Jamal Xiao and Xiao Yan are both relatively well known in their respective fields. Xiao Yan has been wandering around in various secret realms all year round, looking for all kinds of strange fires. There are even legends that he once killed a strong man who was half a step into the Dao realm with a single move of fire palm. Under Yao Lao's guidance, he became an outstanding alchemist. Level-up challenges are no longer a problem. Every time I come back from outside experience, I can bring a lot of resources to the family. Many tribesmen even made bets between him and Xiao Jianxin. Who is better between the two, but only the two of them know the final result. Jamal Xiao relied on his Mjolnir and Thunder ceremony to find famous geniuses from all over the world to challenge him. If you win, you will be replaced by the next one. If you lose, you will continue the challenge. His attitude of never giving up or admitting defeat scared many talented people to take a detour when they saw him. Compare the 3 of them. Xiao Qingyun seems much more mysterious. As the monarch of a country, her strength increased significantly after annexing 3 major dynasties. Coupled with the blessings of the imperial seal and the supreme divine court, its combat power is even more terrifying. It was rumored among the people that a strong man from the great Dao realm of the Blood Knife sect had tried to control her, but was killed instead. Even when fighting against Xiao Jianxin, he could still retain his strength. Under his killing sword. Even Xiao Xuan sighed for this. Other geniuses of the Xiao family also gradually emerged. There are more or less achievements in various fields. Many of the newborns born in the family are innate spiritual bodies, and even have extremely unnatural talents. The Xiao family is also developing towards a better trend. And at this time, in a huge dynasty, a man in Xingyi fell to the ground with a bloodless face, clutching his chest. Judging from his condition and injuries, it seems he won't live long. Beside him was a gray-haired old man. The old man himself was seriously injured, but he was more worried about the man in green in front of him. At this moment, he was kneeling next to the man in green with eyes filled with horror and distress. How could they do such a heavy hand? The man in green gave a bitter smile. Uncle Yuan, you don't need to worry. My heavenly bones have been dug away and I have been severely damaged. Time is running out. The old man was so ashamed that he covered his face and cried. It's all my fault that I'm not good at protecting you. The young man waved his hand. I don't blame you for this. I thought I had concealed my awakening of the heavenly bones well, but I didn't expect them to find out. What's even more ridiculous is that I am actually grateful for their little charity. How young I am after all. Uncle Yuan's face was full of anger. They are so cruel. You are a relative of theirs. You have made such a contribution to the family, and they can still kill you. If your uncle was still alive, how dare they do this to you? The young man waved his hands and sighed. I should have thought of it after my uncle died, but I didn't expect them to be able to do this. Now they are still chasing us, we must hurry up and get on our way. In the past few days, I have often dreamed of the face of the Xiao family. Uncle, when I was in Tianzhou. Let's go there. Being able to end this life, there can be regarded as a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Uncle Yuan sighed when he heard this, and then started on his way with the young man. And not long after they left, the soldiers who were chasing them followed them. Here. Hurry up and chase after him. The man has been seriously injured and won't live long. Even an immortal can't defeat so many of us. At this time, Xiao Xuan had come out of seclusion, and his realm had broken through the 8th level of the Great Dao realm. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 8th level of Dao realm. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique, can reach the top of the immortal way after completing the practice. Cruel Wulong, can cut through the void with the sword after completing the practice. 8-stage / can reach the 3rd level after practicing. Weapon, the top heavenly weapon, the waning moon sword. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, Wanjian Cave, Thousand Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Sky Monument. Supernatural powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, breaking 10,000s of strength, Aurora, invincibility, extreme speed. All abilities have also improved a lot. The whole body exudes an aura of calmness and self-power. As soon as he came back from the back mountain, he bumped into Xiao Junlin, who was coming back from the tiling spring in the back mountain. Damn old bastard, Xiao Xuan, even if the spiritual spring is in the back mountain, you can't use magic yet. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to trouble me? When I saw Xiao Xuan appear in front of me, I felt the momentum around him. The old bastard came out so quickly. It seems that this is a breakthrough. This is not only an old bastard, but also an old monster. But there is something I don't know whether I should tell him or not. After all, it is related to the life and death of the Xiao family's genius. But how should I speak? Judging from the false eyes, the genius cannot make it to Tianzhou and will return to the west in the next 2 days. Xiao Xuan naturally heard Xiao Zhenlin's slander. Now he is already at the 8th level of the Great Dao realm. Coupled with the understanding of sword power and the blessing of various magical powers, fighting against the cave virtual realm is no longer a problem. So he took the initiative to ask Xiao Zhenlin, what's going on? He looks very worried. Xiao Zhenlin was worried about how to tell Xiao Xuan. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to ask, he casually borrowed an excuse. I heard that a big secret realm has appeared in the northwest of Tianzhou recently, and it is said that there is a peerless treasure in it. After speaking, he even blinked and looked at Xiao Xuan, waiting for his reply. A peerless treasure, the old and immortal will definitely be particularly interested. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xuan turned his back to him and replied lightly. Oh. Xiao Zhenlin. That's it? Gone? Not moved?